Ancient 1 Chapter 164 to Chapter 217. Li Yunxiao felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He thought to himself, what's wrong with me? He said suspiciously, that's right. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? The white-clothed man's smiling face immediately turned cold. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes as he snorted, I am Xiao Jian of the 100 Swords sect. You're on your own now. After he finished speaking, he walked forward. At first, he said they would travel together. Now, it was clear he did not take Li Yunxiao seriously. Take care of myself? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He quickly went up to stop Xiao Jian and said, Brother Xiao Jian, please explain why you want me to take care of myself. Humph, I am not familiar with you. Don't call me brother. Xiao Jian raised his head and assumed an aloof attitude. When he saw Li Yunxiao's confused expression, he immediately smiled coldly and said, Look at your blockhead. There's no harm in reminding you. Are you not very popular in the Sky Cicada sect? Do you often offend people? Li Yunxiao was stunned, this. What does that have to do with anything? Xiao Jian coldly rolled his eyes at him and mocked, it has a lot to do with it. Your Sky Cicada sect is famous for being a coward in the Fire Crow Empire. Aside from flying dust, which has some strength, the rest are not worth mentioning. However, those who can fly dust are probably reaching the end of their lifespans. Who doesn't know you are a bottom-feeder sect? The Supreme Palace is giving you face by sending you an invitation. However, you do not know what's good for you. You actually sent a martial master to attend the banquet. TSK, what arrogance. So, you're on your own later. Li Yunxiao came to a sudden realization. So that's what happened. When sects sent invitations, the strength of the disciples they sent represented the other party's attitude and their own weight. For example, when the Supreme Palace sent an invitation, they only sent the martial Grand Master Fu Junkai. However, they sent a martial monarch disciple to the 100 Swords sect. Although the 100 Swords sect also sent a single martial lord, Xiao Jian's identity was not ordinary. He was the son of the 100 Swords sect's head, and the future candidate for the position of junior head. When Xiao Jian first saw Li Yunxiao's cultivation, he thought that he was a disciple of a large sect, so large that it would be sufficient to send a martial master. That was why he had asked to travel with him with a smile on his face so that he could get to know him better. Who could have thought that it would be a nameless disciple of the Void Cicada sect, a sect that was far inferior to the 100 Swords sect? If the Supreme Palace was enraged, it was very likely that they would kill him on the spot. Even if they didn't kill him, they could still humiliate him. Xiao Jian looked at this pitiful fellow who had been framed by a fellow disciple and revealed a mocking expression. Then, he raised his head and left. So that's how it is. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, wouldn't it be very conspicuous if I said it like that? How troublesome. At that moment, he could not think of a better method. Since he had already come, he could not return, right? He could only brace himself and continue forward. It would be fine as long as he was not recognized by Li Yi too early. There were already quite a few people arriving at the entrance of the Supreme Palace. After Xiao Jian showed his invitation, the old man in charge of receiving politely said a few words, then allowed a disciple to lead him in. When Li Yunxiao saw the Supreme Palace's construction, he was instantly shocked in his heart. He thought, this Supreme Palace is indeed closely related to the Baiming family. Even the palace's construction is exactly the same as the Baiming profound palaces. It's just that the grandeur and scale are a lot smaller. At that moment, a man immediately caught Li Yunxiao's attention. When he handed over the invitation, that man indifferently said, Huowu. Empire's Xingyang family. I am Xingyang Ming. Xingyang family, Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Xingyang Ming had the cultivation of a 2-star martial lord. A faint burst of origin power was being emitted from his body, as though he was about to make a breakthrough. So it's a lord from the Xingyang family. This way, please. Luo Mao, quickly bring Lord Xingyang Ming in to take a seat of honor. The old man quickly called out. Although the Xingyang family's strength wasn't much stronger than the Supreme Palace, it was one of the families with a long history in the Huowu Empire. Their foundation was extremely deep. Little brother, you are. After Xing Ming entered, the old man in charge of receiving saw Li Yunxiao and was shocked. He quickly and carefully asked. A school that could only send one martial master was definitely a large school. Within the Huowu Empire, they could be counted on one hand. Could he be a disciple of one of the few large schools? He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. When Li Yunxiao saw his cautious appearance, he bitterly smiled and said, Void Cicada School. After speaking, he handed over the invitation. So it's the Void. What? Void Cicada School? The old man revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Halfway through his loud shout, he widened his eyes and became dispirited. His voice later became one of disbelief. Just like Xiao Jian, he sized Xiao Chen up. Then, he flipped through the invitation and exclaimed in disbelief, it's really the Void Cicada School. At this moment, the cultivators who came to attend the banquet all stopped in disbelief and looked over with playful expressions. Wow, what is the Void Cicada School doing? This is heaven-defying. Hey, the Supreme Palace organized this promotion banquet just to show off their face. At the same time, it has the nature of a demonstration. However, I think this Void Cicada School is the real demonstration. Indeed, it's really impressive. To think that they only sent a martial master. This is a blatant slap in the face. Haha. Isn't that so? This is really a good slap. There will be a good show to watch. I wonder how the Supreme Palace's people will deal with this. Will they kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? I don't think so. After all, today is a day of celebration. However, they will not be able to avoid humiliation. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly in his heart. The old man's face turned ashen, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. This was really a test of his intelligence. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In front of the public, all the reputable factions of the Fire Crow Empire had sent their people. If he did not handle this well, he would lose face for the Supreme Palace. If he could, he wished he could kill this foolish youth in front of him with a palm strike. However, he had some misgivings about killing on the young palace master's day of celebration. Suddenly, the old man rolled his eyes. He seemed to have thought of a good idea, and his eyes immediately lit up. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao and said mockingly, I wonder what kind of congratulatory gift this lord from the Void Cicada School has brought. Congratulatory gift? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He had forgotten about that. Originally, he had many good things on him. However, Xiao Qingwang had destroyed his spatial ring. Now, he only had the 5-element cauldron in his new spatial ring. He could not possibly give it away. The old man was stunned, as if he was completely dumbfounded. He said in shock, You didn't even bring a congratulatory gift, did you? Li Yunxiao smiled awkwardly and said embarrassedly, I'll make it up to you next time. I'll definitely make it up to you next time. Whoosh, the people in the surroundings immediately fainted, all of them charred from the lightning. How was this congratulatory gift? This was a blatant provocation. If he had been sent here by his fellow sect members, then not even bringing a congratulatory gift would be a complete slap in the face. The old man forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. It took him a while to calm down. He widened his eyes in fury and tried his best to make his voice calm. Good. Zhu-san, hurry up and bring this lord from the Void Cicada School in. A disciple behind him hurriedly walked out. When he saw the old man's expression, he immediately understood. In a strange drawn-out voice, he called out, Sir, please. Li Yunxiao walked a few steps under everyone's mocking gazes. Suddenly, he said in shock, Where are they going? Why are they going in through the main gate? The main gate? Zhu-san rolled his eyes at him and shouted loudly for a long time, You're a lord, so you have to go this way. There's a dog hole here that leads directly to the woodshed. When the banquet begins, I'll bring you a bowl of white rice. You'd better eat more and go back after you're full. Don't let the Void Cicada School laugh at our Supreme Palace for not being able to afford a bowl of white rice. Haha. Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Zhu-san's voice was very loud, so everyone could hear it clearly. One after another, they laughed unscrupulously, and their eyes revealed an extremely disdainful look. The old man also laughed, and all his anger disappeared in an instant. The more he looked at Zhu San, the more he liked him. He thought to himself, why didn't I notice that this kid has such a strong point before? Not bad, not bad. I must promote him well this time. Amidst the laughter, Li Yunxiao's face was calm. No one knew that he was laughing so hard inwardly at this moment. He had planned to sneak out during the banquet and was worried that he would be discovered, but now was a heaven-sent opportunity. He deliberately pretended to be distressed and sighed repeatedly. Let's go, what are you sighing for? I prepared the woodshed. Milord, please. Li Yunxiao snickered and followed Zhu San through a small door nearby. Sure enough, he was taken to the woodshed. Zhu San pushed open the door of the woodshed and sneered, please, milord, I won't serve you for the time being. Remember to eat a few more bowls when the banquet is served. Haha. He laughed weirdly as he left Li Yunxiao behind with a smug expression. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly, walked directly into the woodshed, and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense instantly spread out, and the situation of the entire Supreme Palace was immediately perceived by him. When he encountered some powerful auras, he carefully avoided them. Although there might not be anyone whose divine sense was stronger than his, it was always good to be careful. As soon as he probed, he immediately frowned. This Supreme Palace not only copied the facade of Baimingxian Palace, but even the layout inside was almost exactly the same. Moreover, the extreme yin qi they cultivated was actually the Baiming family's Baiming Colding qi, which was one of the most vicious qi in the world. And Luo Yunshang's Nine Yang True Qi happened to be one of the techniques that could restrain it. Unexpectedly, the world's two most overbearing techniques of extreme yin and extreme cold appeared in the Fire Crow Empire at the same time. Since the layout is exactly the same as Baimingxian Palace, then their treasure house should also be in this location. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and a smile appeared on his face. His figure quickly disappeared from the woodshed and flew toward a small corridor next to the main hall. Previously, he had killed his way in and out of Baimingxian Palace 3 times. If it weren't for someone's help, he would have almost died inside almost every time, so he was very familiar with the terrain. Although this place was much smaller, it was completely a pirated model, so he was very familiar with it. Soon, after crossing several corridors, he came to a small courtyard. Inside, there was a quaint little square building. The building was sparkling and translucent, beautiful and magnificent. TCH, no creativity at all. Even the square tower wants to copy it, and do it so crudely. In Li Yunxiao's eyes, such an exquisite building was no more than a shoddy fake. Just as he was about to step into the courtyard, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly wrapped his aura around himself and hid to the side. A white figure sneakily ran over, constantly looking around, afraid of being seen. With a few flashes, he leapt into the courtyard. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed and he almost laughed. That person was actually Li Yi. It seemed that the two of them were truly fated to meet. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, what is he doing here? Is he here to steal something too? This brat is truly daring to steal something from his own sect. Fine, let him watch the road ahead. After Li entered the courtyard, he stood there without moving, as if he had become a statue. Li Yunxiao was slightly astonished. It had only been a few days and he had actually advanced to the cultivation of a 1-star martial lord. His improvement was even faster than his own. He really didn't know how he cultivated. After waiting for a while, Li began to move slightly. He carefully lifted his leg and tried to take a step forward, then a second step. Every step he took was extremely strange, and he walked with extreme caution. There was clearly an extremely strong restriction in this courtyard. One wrong step and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Li focused all of his attention on his feet, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He walked the distance of several meters for more than an hour before reaching the other side. He heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Phew! What kind of person made this restriction? It's simply a scam. He grumbled a few times, then cast a few seals with both hands and flew into the door of the square tower. The 2 small brass rings on the door immediately gave off a faint yellow light. Soon, the door opened with a rumble. Li Yi's face was full of surprise. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, after enduring for so long, after being a tortoise's grandson in front of that pervert for so long, he finally let me in. Luckily, that pervert broke through the banquet, or else I really wouldn't have found a chance. As long as I find the heavenly nether jade and cultivate the extreme chill to great success, I will have the power to protect myself even when facing a martial king. Heavenly dark jade. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as he cried out in alarm. This was the treasure of the Northern Dark family, and also a necessity for cultivating the Northern Dark extreme chill. How could it appear here? Who is it? Li Yi turned pale with fright, and his face instantly paled. If someone found out that he was stealing, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. A silhouette flew in from outside the courtyard. The silhouette followed the same footsteps as before. Before the silhouette could even see the silhouette's face clearly, the silhouette had already passed through the restrictions and entered the square tower. TSK. Who's there? He rushed in after them in shock and anger. At the same time, he felt relieved. If it was the Supreme Palace's ruler, he would have been beheaded by now. However, if he wasn't from the Supreme Palace, why was he able to pass through the restrictions so quickly? This was something he had learned after peeking at young Palace Master Ma Feibai over a dozen times. Even Ma Feibai wouldn't be able to pass it so quickly. Li rushed in furiously and was immediately stunned. He saw that the person was standing in the center of the square tower with his back facing him, as if he was waiting for him. After scanning with his divine sense, he found that the person was only at the peak of martial master. He heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the Supreme Palace? Do you know that only death awaits you?" He, Li Yunxiao turned around with a smile. "Long time no see, 9527. How have you been?" "TSK. It's you, Li Yunxiao." Li Yi was instantly stunned and enraged. He realized that as soon as he saw this person, he could no longer control his emotions. His body trembled slightly, and a huge murderous aura exploded from his body, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. It's a great fortune to meet an old friend in a foreign land," Li Yunxiao said with a smile as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Li Yi took a few deep breaths and tried hard to calm himself down. He was already in the martial lord realm. Why would he be afraid of this brat? He said coldly, "It depends on the purpose of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. If I wanted to borrow money from you, it would be a difficult thing for me." Haha, 9527, when did you become so humorous? Li Yunxiao laughed without any scruples. Li Yi's face was full of murderous aura as he said coldly, "I don't find it funny at all. How did you know the steps to break through this restriction?" He was still very confused. If it was someone from the Supreme Palace who came in, it would make sense. However, if it was Li Yunxiao, he couldn't understand it at all. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Didn't you teach me? This time, it's all thanks to you. If you didn't come in first, I would have been smashed into pieces by the restriction outside. I can't thank you enough." When Li heard this, anger rushed to his head. He had unintentionally helped him. This was worse than being cut by a knife. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I secretly learned the steps of this restriction more than 10 times. Even if you're talented and can learn it after seeing it once, you can't walk so skillfully." Li Yunxiao looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said mockingly, "Just by looking at you, I can tell you're a brute. You're born to be a servant and you don't know anything about music. I just saw you walk a few steps and I understood. This set of steps to break through the restriction is the most popular dance music in ancient times. It's called the fragrant soul soft sword singing steps. Ta, ta, ta." After he finished speaking, he began to forcefully step on the ground to the rhythm. Not only his feet, but his body also danced. He said with a smile, "Yes, don't you think so? This set of dance steps also has a special accompanying music called Pft." Li Yi did not wait for him to finish and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at this Li Yunxiao's skillful steps and rhythm, he no longer had any doubts. As expected, he had done him a great favor. He was so angry that his blood rushed to his heart and his head felt dizzy. He shouted angrily, "Li Yunxiao, don't be so smug. Today, this will be your burial ground. TSK, why are you so angry? Anger hurts the liver, and if you make a big commotion, it will attract people from the Supreme Palace. Li Yunxiao smiled and waved his hand. He clapped and said, come, dance with me to ease the atmosphere. You. Li Yi was so angry that his chest was about to explode. However, he remembered that he had worked hard to sneak in. If he was discovered, not only would his efforts be in vain, but his life would also be in danger. He could only forcefully suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, stop messing around. Just tell me, what do you want? I don't want anything. I see that there are quite a lot of treasures here, and I want to take them all. Li Yunxiao said indifferently. No way. Li Yi flatly rejected and said angrily, don't go too far. There are countless treasures here, and I'm afraid you can't take them all. Moreover, I was the first to enter. Everything will be split 40 to 60. I'll take 60% and you take 40%. Li Yunxiao laughed twice and said with an exaggerated expression, are you sure you're not joking? Li Yi was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. He did not know why, but whenever he saw Li Yunxiao, he wanted to tear his face into pieces. When he was in the Li family, he had never looked at this piece of trash. He did not expect that when he looked at him, the light in his eyes would directly hurt his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, fine. I admit defeat this time. I'll split it 50 to 50 with you. Li Yunxiao put away his playful expression and said with a cold smile, you're just a lowly servant in my family. 50 to 50? You don't deserve it. Angry. Li Yi finally could not take it anymore. His eyes instantly burst with cold killing intent. His figure suddenly flashed, and a golden light flashed on his right hand. A sharp sword appeared and it directly pierced towards Li Yunxiao's throat. He completely threw caution to the wind. Even if he died, he must completely kill this little B** starred today. Although he had already advanced to martial monarch, he was not arrogant enough to think he could kill his opponent in one move. As expected, Li Yunxiao's figure moved to the side, and he flicked the sword with his finger, shaking the sharp sword away. Li only felt a huge force coming towards him, and his arm slightly trembled. He hurriedly suppressed the shock in his heart, and once again brandished his sword, enveloping Li Yunxiao tightly. I don't have time to waste with you. Li Yunxiao was also afraid of alerting outsiders. The sword in his hand flashed, and the Tiger Fang sword immediately let out a tiger's roar. The roar vibrated, and the entire hall was filled with the faint might of the Tiger King. Tiger Fang sword, tiger's roar shakes the forest. How is this possible? Li Yi's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart was greatly shocked. Li Yunxiao's sword actually broke through his sword's flower, and it condensed into a tiger's might. It pounced towards him like a fierce Tiger King, and it locked down all of his aura, making him unable to dodge. Back when he was a martial Grand Master, he had never been able to gain any advantage from this brat. But now that he had advanced to martial monarch, there was still no change. He was angry. He was so angry that he was about to go berserk. Don't look down on me. Divine Ice Fist, explode, explode, explode. He roared angrily, and the shadows of the fists in his hands turned into thousands and thousands of them rushed into the sky from all directions. They were complex and chaotic, and the entire world was filled with the shadows of the fists of ice. The temperature of the entire square tower suddenly dropped to the lowest point. Huh? Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise, and said, you've improved a bit. Tiger Fang sword, Green Lotus sword song. His casual manner made it seem as if he was giving pointers to his opponent. Seeing this, Li Yi felt like vomiting blood again. But in an instant, a few huge lotuses blossomed from Li Yunxiao's hands and condensed in the air without dispersing. They blocked all of his divine ice fist, and gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and with a point of the long sword in his hand, the flowers formed by the sword's aura immediately bloomed and fell. They turned into petals that floated down, and were swept up by the wind, forming an extremely small tornado that whistled forward. The sky full of flowers instantly surrounded Li Yi, and he was greatly shocked. The tornado was formed by the fragmented and disorderly sword chi, and it was equivalent to thousands of swords auras slashing down. He inhaled a breath of cold air, and immediately felt his entire body turn cold. His mind also instantly calmed down. If he lost his life, what was the point of killing him? What was the point of obtaining the otherworldly dark jade? At the crucial moment, Li immediately came to his senses. His life was still more important. Frost vital energy, frost sword art. Circles of cold air immediately appeared and danced around Li. One of the cold air turned into a sword light and slashed out. Everywhere it passed, the tiger's might retreated. Under the sky full of green lotus flowers, he forcefully slashed out a path. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, he fell straight down. Li Yunxiao, one day, I will grind your bones into dust. Li Yi roared and immediately fled through the path he had carved out. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, I'll be waiting for you. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Li Yi's body clearly paused in the distance. It was obvious that he was agitated again. However, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. I don't know if this brat will inform me, but this is not a place to stay for long. Li Yunxiao's gaze started to look around the square tower. Everything he saw was kept into his bag. He was just short of removing the bricks and taking them away. There is indeed a lot of good stuff, but how can it compare to the otherworldly dark jade? He frowned and immediately sat down cross-legged. He instantly spread out his divine sense and searched the square tower frantically. He almost dug 3 feet into the ground, not letting go of a single tiny spot. Damn, he actually almost fooled me. He felt a weak fluctuation in a corner of the square tower. Li Yunxiao immediately stomped down. Instantly, the floor cracked open, revealing a small hole. Inside was an exquisite white box. It looked like jade but not, like the bones of some kind of animal. Li Yunxiao opened it and saw a piece of gray fur wrapped around something. He touched it with his hand and immediately exclaimed, so it's ancient dragon skin. No wonder it can block my divine sense. Fortunately, this ancient dragon skin is too small and its power is limited. He lifted the ancient dragon skin and immediately, a silver-white stone was revealed. The moment the stone was revealed, a huge gust of cold air rushed over. Li Yunxiao only felt that he was immediately frozen and lost consciousness. A colding energy invaded his meridians. He quickly covered his hand with the ancient dragon skin again, and the feeling disappeared instantly. However, there was still a thin layer of ice on his hand. It really is the otherworldly dark nether jade. Although it's only the size of a palm, someone must have knocked it off from the Beiming Profound Palace. TSK, could it be that Ma XX was a traitor of Beiming Profound Palace? Emir Wuzong dares to covet this thing? You really don't know what's good for you. Li Yunxiao put away the items and left the square tower, heading for the main banquet hall. Li had been on the run for a while now, but the Supreme Palace had yet to make a move. Li guessed that Li had not informed the Supreme Palace yet. He was probably afraid that he would be implicated. Li Yunxiao sneered when he sensed the laughter coming from the banquet hall. His lips moved slightly, and a sound condensed into a thread that traveled into the banquet hall. Yangming, who was drinking wine in the main banquet hall, suddenly creased his brows, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. But, it quickly turned into a clear and bright color, and he suddenly looked outside. He couldn't conceal the shock and horror on his face. He immediately stood up and said to Ma Tianhe and Ma Feibai, Palace Master, Deputy Palace Master, I suddenly have some urgent matters to attend to. I hope you can forgive me. Ma Tianhe was stunned for a moment, and a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. However, he did not lose his elegance and said coldly, since Lord Yangming has something to attend to, I naturally do not dare to stay for long. Being in the Empire is different from being in a mountain sect like us. There are many restrictions. Yangming knew that he had some suggestions, but he could not care so much. He said apologetically, Yangming is really ashamed. I will definitely come to ask for forgiveness next time. Ma Tianhe's face became better. He waved his hand and said, Go. Yangming felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly retreated. Once he left the banquet hall, he immediately rushed in a direction. Just now, a voice came into his ears. It turned out to be an extremely profound mental cultivation method. He had only listened to a few words, and he felt that the bottleneck that he had been stuck in had loosened. How could he not be surprised? If he could obtain the complete cultivation method, his cultivation would definitely have a great breakthrough. Therefore, as soon as he came out, he rushed in the direction of the voice. He stopped and hesitated for a moment. After all, this was the Supreme Palace. Although all the experts were basically gathered in the banquet hall, it was difficult to guarantee that there were no hidden experts. If he was discovered, it would be difficult to explain. However, every time he stopped, the voice of the mental cultivation method would sound again. Although he also felt that there was something wrong, he could not help but follow. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Finally, he came to a small courtyard. Immediately, he heard a series of footsteps. He followed the footsteps and soon entered the square building. However, it was empty inside. There was not even a shadow of a person. The voice also disappeared, as if it had never existed. What is going on? What is this place? He frowned. There was actually such a strange restriction outside. This should at least be an important place of the Supreme Palace, but at a glance, it was empty. Something is wrong. He immediately had a bad premonition and hurriedly ran out. Bang! He saw a large number of figures in front, led by Ma Tianhe and his son. Ma Tianhe saw Yin Yangming from afar and was instantly shocked. He roared, "Yin Yangming! How dare you come to the Supreme Palace to steal?" Yin Yangming was shocked and instantly felt a chill from head to toe. He immediately knew that he had been framed and hurriedly explained, "Palace Lord, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation." "Explain my ass. Quickly hand over all the things you have taken, or you will die." Ma Tianhe's voice spread out like a powerful sound wave. It contained the pressure of a martial ancestor, which immediately shook Yin Yangming's chest and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. This time, he was completely panicking. Looking at the furious gaze of the Ma clan father and son, he felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside his ear, "Escape to the left." As if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw, he unleashed his full strength and flew to the left without thinking. His speed was so fast that even he felt it was inconceivable. "Humph, a mere martial lord wants to escape from all of us." Ma Tianhe sneered and rushed forward. He landed in the small courtyard and quickly stepped on the dance steps. Just as he was about to pass through, a strange power suddenly pressed down from all directions and blocked him. That power became stronger and stronger. Ma Tianhe turned pale with fright. Even a 3-star martial ancestor like him felt it was a bit difficult to resist, so he hurriedly flew back. "Father, what's going on?" Ma Feibai said in shock. They had passed through the restriction in the small courtyard countless times, but this had never happened before. Ma Tianhe's face was ashen, as if he had swallowed a mouse. He clenched his teeth and said, "This restriction has been modified by someone." "What? This is..." Ma Feibai was shocked, but immediately realized something and quickly shut his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Not to mention a mere martial lord like Yin Yangming, even a martial ancestor like them could not modify this restriction. This was also the reason why the father and son of the Ma family were at ease and did not need to send anyone to guard the square tower. Because they were too confident, Ma Tianhe's face was as ugly as it could be. It was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. At that moment, the hundreds of people from various forces behind him were gloating. Originally, they wanted to show off and demonstrate their strength, but in the end, it became a joke. "Give chase. I don't believe he can escape from the territory of the Supreme Palace." Ma Tianhe was almost roaring. He took a deep breath and gathered a mouthful of essential energy in his chest. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and blasted it towards the sky. The crowd only saw a solid sound wave suddenly soar into the sky and explode above the Supreme Palace. Instantly, the entire space shook. Circles of sound waves rapidly expanded and could be heard within a 10-mile radius. All disciples of the Supreme Palace, surrounding Yang Ming. Kill anyone on sight. The faces of the dozens of people who attended the banquet behind him changed greatly. They thought to themselves that the reputation of the 3-star martial ancestor was indeed well-deserved. Many people almost spat out blood due to the shock of this roar, and their faces were extremely pale. A large number of low-level disciples of the Supreme Palace had their meridians shaken by this roar. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Suddenly, all the people of the Supreme Palace turned out in full force and surrounded the direction in which Yin Yangming had escaped. Now, the most wronged person was Yin Yangming. As he frantically ran for his life, his mind was thinking about what was going on. Soon, he understood that he must have been used by someone. But that person could hide from everyone's divine sense and frame him. Obviously, he was not a simple person. Who was it that wanted to frame him, and why? Because you are from the Yin Yang family. A faint voice resounded in Yin Yangming's ears. Yin Yangming was startled. He immediately stopped moving, and a surge of Zhen Qi almost attacked his meridians. He saw a handsome young man standing in front of him with an ice-cold look in his eyes. Who are you? He was shocked, not only because the other party knew what he was thinking, but also because the voice just now was the voice of the person who framed him. But how could he be so young? And his cultivation was only at the peak of the martial master realm? Your age is like a dog's. Killing you at the martial master realm is enough. Li Yunxiao said faintly. The murderous aura on his body gradually condensed, and it began to have a kind of cold feeling. You. Yin Yangming was shocked, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. He said in horror, how did you know what I was thinking? And, why did you frame me? Li Yunxiao's eyes darkened, and he sneered, you can ask Yin Yangkuan after you die. His murderous aura suddenly exploded, and he raised his right hand and shouted, purple chi from the east, cauldron suppresses heaven and earth. I technique, demon moon. A small purple cauldron suddenly enlarged in Yin Yangming's shocked eyes. Behind the purple cauldron, a pair of bloody demon Tsutsumi eyes appeared. Time was short, and Li Yunxiao didn't have time to play with him. He immediately used a spiritual attack and a big killing move. After a few rounds, Yin Yangming was thrown into the cauldron and completely burned to ashes. At this time, many people from the Supreme Palace arrived. They were all below the martial monarch realm, and there were about 20 to 30 of them. Li Yunxiao's eyes were still bloody, and a strange light flashed on his face. He said in a cold voice, all of you, die together. A fierce tiger's roar echoed in the forest. Over there, go after them. The Supreme Palace disciples in the distance were all startled, and dozens of them hurriedly ran toward the sound of the tiger roar. All of a sudden, a few figures flew over their heads in a flash. It's the palace masters, follow them. The Supreme Palace disciples were originally worried that the other party was too strong, and they were a little nervous. Seeing that the two palace masters had gone over, they immediately became confident and ran after them. However, they had only taken a few steps when a loud roar blasted over with boundless vital energy, causing them to spit out blood and be thrown out. Xing Yangming. I, Ma Tianhe, swear to kill you. Li Yunxiao had already driven the rank 5 Tiger King chariot 100 miles away. This trip to the Supreme Palace could be said to have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only had they emptied the treasury, but they had also framed the Xingyang clan. Xingyang Kuan. If you kill me, I'll kill your entire clan. A monstrous murderous aura erupted from his body, and a faint purple-black color appeared around the chariot as it rumbled through the sky. After Li Yunxiao returned to Yanwu City, he immediately entered the divine steel and went into seclusion. In just one day, he had broken through the barrier of a martial master and entered the martial grandmaster realm. What? To Xiangyang City? Xiao Qingwang's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, young Master Yun, you can't be thinking of going to the Xingyang clan, right? Xiangyang City was the capital of the Fire Crow Empire, where all the aristocratic families and the royal family resided. Li Yunxiao's breakthrough immediately gathered everyone. Looking at Xiao Qingwang's serious face and inquiry, he nodded calmly and said, yes, I'm going to the Xingyang clan. Li Chunyang's expression was extremely gloomy, but he shook his head helplessly and said, I don't agree. Going against the Xingyang clan now is like throwing an egg against a stone. The other party is only a martial ancestor realm expert, and we are already in a difficult situation. Although Prince Qingwang has also become a martial ancestor realm expert, compared to the Xingyang clan, which has been standing for hundreds of years, we can't be mentioned in the same breath. Li Yunxiao said coldly, do you think that if we don't take the initiative to attack, they won't come to us? Xingyang Kuan has been missing for a few days. Do you think the Xingyang clan doesn't know that it was us who did it? The initiative must be in your own hands. I already have a plan in mind. Just send 11 people with me. 11 people? Xiao Qingwang's gaze focused. He could gather 11 experts above the martial lord realm. If they were in the Aqua Sky Nation in the past, they would be able to sweep through everything. But now, when placed within the scope of the entire Fire Crow Empire, they couldn't even deal with a single aristocratic family. Count me in. A voice came from outside the door, and a sharp gust of wind came in. Everyone only felt a pressure coming at them, and under their shock, Qian Duo suddenly appeared in the hall, and an indescribable aura surrounded him, as if he was very different from before. Wu Zong. Xiao Qingwang's pupils dilated as he looked at the aura around him and exclaimed, "You have also broken through the shackles of a martial king." Humph. Qian Duo had a look of disdain on his face as he said coldly, "If even you can pass, it's nothing to me." Even if he didn't use the 9-orifice break adversity pill, as long as he cultivated the Broken Moon treasure scroll, he was confident he could pass. But it was just not as fast. Li Yunxiao indifferently looked at him, and a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. Follow your heart. As expected of someone who cultivates the Broken Moon treasure scroll. You have stabilized your realm so quickly. Although King Qingwang broke through before you, he is still a bit weaker than you. Qian Duo had a strange expression on his face. It was as if a 3-year-old child was saying to a 30-year-old adult, "Your strength is not bad. It's all right." That feeling was indescribable. Xiao Qingwang looked at Qian Duo's expression, and said with a smile, "Don't be unconvinced. I trust this boy's words. If he says I am not as good as you, then I am definitely not as good as you. Now that we have 2 martial lords, we can give it a try." Qian Duo thought of the strength Li Yunxiao displayed when he fought against a martial lord, and instantly, he was speechless. Under the appearance of a martial master, he was a monster with the strength of a martial lord or martial king. He had rarely seen such a person in his life. "No." Li Chunyang resolutely said in a deep voice, "The 2 of you have just broken through not long ago. How can you be a match for those martial lords who have been famous for a long time? There's still me." Similarly, a vigorous voice rang out, followed by hearty laughter that echoed in the hall. Ning Feichen walked over with large strides. His entire face was glowing, and he did not look old at all. He seemed to be full of life, and his lifespan had increased greatly. "Thank you, young Master Yun, for the pill." Ning Feichen was extremely moved, and he thanked Li Yunxiao with gratitude. Li Chunyang was a bit stunned. He felt that the world was changing too quickly. It was as if in the blink of an eye, 3 martial lords had appeared. This was a realm that he did not even dare to think about in the past. 3 of them suddenly appeared, and they were standing right in front of him. Furthermore, they were bowing to his grandson. Sect leader Ning is too polite. This time I will have to rely on sect leader Ning's help, Li Yunxiao said with a smile. Ning Feichen immediately said with a serious expression, "City Lord, you are too serious. Since the Void Cicada sect has already pledged allegiance to Yanwu City, then we will naturally listen to City Lord's arrangements." This was also a form of declaration. The surrounding people immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the Void Cicada sect's strength was there for all to see. It was not much weaker than Yanwu City. Now that Ning Feichen had advanced to martial lord, it would probably be very difficult to control him. It looked like his worries were unnecessary. Li Chunyang had a surreal feeling. Martial lord was an existence that was once unattainable, one that he could not even look up to. Now, there were actually 3 standing in front of him at the same time. Furthermore, all of them were obedient to his grandson. Li Yunxiao said with satisfaction, "Good, it is naturally excellent that sect leader Ning has such thoughts. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, not to mention martial lord, even becoming a martial monarch or martial venerable is not without hope in the future." What he said was the truth. As long as he recovered the strength of a 9th-tier emperor-tier art refinement master, these people could directly rise even if they used medicinal pills. However, in the eyes of the crowd, they did not think much of it, thinking that it was just an excuse. Li Yunxiao stood up, and an indescribable aura emanated from his body. It made everyone feel uncertain, as if they were facing a grandmaster. He said softly, the three of you, as well as the old man, the two vice-sect leaders of the Void Cicada sect, Father, Jiming, Teacher Luo, Hongbing, and Ian, the 10 of you will immediately practice the 12 Heaven Purple Thunder formation with me. 12 Heaven Purple Thunder formation? Everyone was shocked. Li Chunyang asked in surprise, what formation is this? It actually requires 12 people to work together? How long will it take? A look of shock flashed in Luo Yunxiang's eyes, and her face froze slightly. Following that, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. Li Yunxiao glanced at Luo Yunxiang, intentionally or unintentionally, and said with a light smile, it is just a lightning guiding formation that draws down Jiutian's thunderbolts. Depending on the strength of the person who set it up, the thunderbolts drawn down will be different. If 12 Emperor Wu's experts set it up, it will be enough to draw down the Supreme Void Jade's Azure Violet Palace Brahma World Annihilation Divine Thunder. Even an indestructible golden body would be reduced to ashes if struck by it. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They had thought that it was just a simple and ordinary formation. They did not expect it to be so heaven-defying. As for the time, he smiled and said, only 6 hours. It is just the right time for the road from Yanwu City to Xiangyang City. 12 hover chariots rose into the sky above Yanwu City and flew towards Xiangyang City. Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged in the Tiger King chariot, cultivating. He had already simplified the essence of the formation and imparted it to his subordinates. Suddenly, a figure landed in his chariot and walked over lightly. A fragrant fragrance wafted into their nostrils, and it was indescribably pleasant. What? Is there anything you don't understand? Li Yunxiao recovered from his meditative state and looked at Luo Yunxiang as he asked softly. Luo Yunxiang's figure was a little lonely. She stood in the chariot in a daze, looking at the endless sky. After a long time, she sighed and said, you should understand my thoughts. Can you tell me any news about that lord? As she spoke, her voice became uncontrollably nervous. Her delicate figure seemed a little weak in the strong wind, and her shoulders trembled slightly. This was the first time she had asked him seriously, and she hoped that she would be able to obtain accurate information from Li Yunxiao. Although she had always believed that Gu Feiyang was not dead, that was only her guess. She did not know what the truth was. He is just a playboy. What 3rd place on the wind and cloud list? What emperor tier technique refiner? In my eyes, they are all bullshit. He has tricked so many innocent girls like you into thinking about him day and night. Is it worth it? A hint of melancholy flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. It was a kind of vicissitudes of life that did not match the tender face of a 15-year-old. Luo Yunxiang was shocked. Her heart skipped a beat, as if she had sensed something strange. Originally, if someone had scolded Gu Feiyang like this, she would definitely not have been polite. But now, for some reason, she could not get angry at all. Looking at Li Yunxiao's clear eyes, her heart wavered slightly. It was as if she was about to overlap with that figure. Those boundless eyes on Xianxia Palace's snowfall peak seemed to have seen all the cycles and vicissitudes of the world. It was just a glimpse, but it felt so familiar. It was as if she had secretly stared at him for 1,000 years in an unknown past life. She did not regret that her clothes were getting whiter. She had become haggard because of him. You are not allowed to talk about him like that. If he is well, then the sky is clear. A hint of helplessness and bitterness flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, he is still all right. Phew. Luo Yunxiang heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It was as though her entire spirit, qi, and spirit had completely relaxed at this moment. The depression and various speculations that had accumulated over the years were all released in an instant. She felt completely relaxed, as though her body was as light as a thin piece of paper. She felt as though she was about to float in the air. Thank you, Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiang cried tears of joy. She could not help but cry in front of her own student. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He really did not know how to end this matter. Luo Yunxiang sobbed quietly. She suddenly felt very tired, and she subconsciously leaned her forehead against Li Yunxiao's shoulder. Soon, a large patch of his long sleeve was wet. She did not seem to notice that she was doing something inappropriate. She asked softly, can you tell me how he is currently? Li Yunxiao frowned and smiled bitterly. Teacher Yunshang, now is not the time to think about these things. I will tell you when I return. Only then did Luo Yunshang realize that she was being inappropriate. She quickly retreated and blushed. She said angrily, if you don't tell me when we get back, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't forget that you still owe me a guangling powder. Li Yunxiao looked at his daughter's shy expression and knew that this matter was troublesome. He smiled bitterly and said, I'll let Gu Feiyang play it for you in the future. Luo Yunshang was stunned. She opened her eyes wide and was in a daze. She muttered to herself, will he play it for me? Li Yunxiao coughed a few times. Ahem. I don't know either, but I will tell her your request. Thank you, Yunxiao. Luo Yunshang was overjoyed. She looked grateful and her eyes were filled with little red hearts. Li Yunxiao felt a headache coming on. He quickly waved his hand and said, Teacher Yunshang, you should quickly return to your chariot and familiarize yourself with the formation. Only then did Luo Yunshang recover. She smiled and said, he was the one who taught you the 12 Citadel Purple Thunder formation, right? This is one of the 3 supreme formations of my divine firmament palace. Although I haven't practiced it before, I have the entire formation in my mind. It's not a problem for me to attract low-level lightning. Is your plan to attract lightning to attack the Yingyang clan? Li Yunxiao nodded seriously and said, that's right. According to my speculation, with the combined strength of the 12 of us, we can attract at least one of the 5 elements lightning. It'll be enough to make the Yingyang clan suffer. Luo Yunshang pondered and said, if we use the chariot to form a formation above the Yingyang clan, they might discover it. They only need to send a 2-star martial ancestor to disrupt our formation. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, don't worry. I already have a plan for this. After discussing the details of the array for a while, Luo Yunshang happily returned to her war chariot. The knot in her heart for more than 10 years was finally untied. She had never felt so relaxed before, and she faintly felt that she was about to break through. Li Yunxiao frowned and thought for a while. He felt a headache and sighed. Soon, the 12 chariots arrived outside of Xianxia City. High Sun City was the imperial capital of the Fire Crow Empire. It was the most flourishing city within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was 10 times the size of the Aqua Sky Nation's capital and had a population of over 100 million. The chariot stopped in the air above the city, not daring to enter rashly. The several powerful spiritual consciousnesses in the city made Li Yunxiao feel apprehensive. Let's think of something. If the war chariot enters directly, it will definitely attract the attention of those old monsters from the Imperial Worship Hall. Xiao Qingwang transmitted his voice over and said, the Fire Crow Empire's consecration hall is where the royal family consecrates experts. As far as I know, there are more than 30 people there. Moreover, those who are qualified to enter the consecration hall must be at least a martial king. When he had just advanced to martial king, he had received an invitation from the consecration hall. However, he had tactfully rejected it. The consecration hall was directly under the control of the Fire Crow Empire's royal family. They did not listen to anyone. Aside from working for the royal family, they were also responsible for the safety of the imperial city. No one could order them. As long as the imperial city was not threatened and the Fire Crow Emperor did not give them an order, even if the 4 great clans were destroyed, they would not attack. Li Yunxiao looked at the capital in front of him. He formed a seal with both hands and started to cast a restriction. Soon, the formation placed on the 12 war chariots gave off a faint white light. The bodies of the war chariots became illusory. In the end, they disappeared into the sky. Alright, let's go in like this. Although we still cannot escape the detection of some people's spiritual consciousnesses, at least we have made our position clear. We are not openly causing trouble. This was a kind of secret technique that could not be maintained for long. Furthermore, it could not deceive everyone. The war chariots had just entered the sky above Xianxia City when several extremely powerful spiritual consciousnesses surged over from various parts of the imperial city. They instantly locked onto all the war chariots. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. These few spiritual consciousnesses were extremely powerful. They were not any weaker than him. Fortunately, the other party did not have any obvious hostility. they were just curious. After checking, the few spiritual consciousnesses disappeared. However, there were still 2 spiritual consciousnesses that followed them in the sky. It seemed that they wanted to supervise them. If you want to see, I will let you see. Li Yunxiao sneered. He ignored these spiritual consciousnesses and directly drove the war chariots to the sky above the Yingyang clan. He took out the small box that contained the otherworldly nether jade from the ring, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With this as the eye of the array, the Supreme Palace won't be able to clear their name even if they jump into the Yellow River. Xiangyang City occupied a large area. For a world like the Yingyang clan, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, they could only set up a large estate at the edge of the imperial city. Although they were also a noble clan, they were still far from the extremely magnificent clans in the center of the imperial city. Yingyang clan, in the meeting hall. The current clan leader, Yingyang Yi, was pacing back and forth in the hall. He had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. He always felt uneasy. With his level of cultivation, he would not have such symptoms for no reason. Is Yingyang Kuan still not back from Yanwu City? He had a faint bad feeling in his heart and asked. The chief steward of the Yingyang clan, Yingyang Qing, frowned and said, reporting to clan leader, Elder Kuan has not returned yet. Yingyang Yi's eyes showed a look of worry. He murmured, it shouldn't be. Although Yingyang Kuan is only a 1-star martial ancestor, he is still a genuine martial ancestor expert. Moreover, he has refined 2 life-profound weapons. Even if he did not succeed, he could still return safely. Yanwu City is just a small city in Tianshui country. How could it be possible for him to stay? Yingyang Qing also could not figure it out. He said suspiciously, could it be that Elder Kuan suddenly had something to do and went somewhere else? Yingyang Jia, the heir of the clan, is dead. How could he not know the importance of the matter? Haha, but it is good that Yingyang Jia died. It is best that the remaining few are also dead, so that my grandson can have a chance to inherit. Yingyang Yi's face showed a trace of a sinister sneer. Yingyang Jia was not his blood descendant. He could only blame his grandson for being too useless. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of a branch family to inherit the clan. Yingyang Qing listened to Yingyang Yi's words and did not dare to answer. He changed the topic and said, even so, Yingyang Jia is the direct descendant of Grand Elder. If this matter is known by Grand Elder, because of this, I sent Yingyang Kuan to investigate the matter. At the same time, I will bring the murderer back to Grand Elder. Yingyang Yi pondered and said, I have already sent a letter to Jutian sect. The reply said that Grand Elder is in closed-door cultivation and I do not know when he will come out. If we do not catch the murderer quickly, when Grand Elder comes out and finds out that his descendant was killed, even I, the clan leader, will not be able to bear it. Yingyang Qing frowned and said, then should we send someone to Yanwu City? Yingyang Yi paced back and forth in the hall and said coldly, in addition to Yingyang Jia, Qing Feiqing of the Qing family is also dead. Although Qing Feiqing is only an ordinary disciple of the Qing family, he is still a member of the Qing family. This matter cannot be left to our Yingyang family alone. You go and inform the Qing family and see their reaction. Yingyang Qing revealed a happy expression and said, yes. If the Qing family also sends someone, I am afraid that Tianshui nation will directly catch the murderer and send him here. Yingyang Yi snorted coldly and said, Humph, I want to see who is so arrogant to dare to kill the heir of my Yingyang family. He suddenly frowned and said, by the way, Yingyang Ming went to the Supreme Palace's Ma Feibai's celebration banquet and did not come back. Yingyang Qing said, not yet. He should have come back yesterday to report. This, Yingyang Yi suddenly felt a little irritated and extremely uncomfortable. He faintly felt that these 2 things seemed to have some kind of connection. It made him feel uneasy, but he could not connect it. Just that the feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger and stronger. Who is it? Yingyang Yi suddenly moved his spiritual sense and looked up. His eyes seemed to directly penetrate the roof, looking at the endless sky. Boom! Suddenly, a huge force fell on the small courtyard of the Yingyang family and suddenly spread out. A feeling of fear surged in Yingyang Yi's heart. This force not only contained a great amount of violent qi, but also a bone-chilling coldness that went straight into the bone, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice abyss. Bang! He was a 4-star martial ancestor expert, but he still felt this way. If it was someone else, it would be even more unimaginable. Who is so bold to provoke my Yingyang family? Xianxia roared in anger. He instantly rushed out of the hall and saw a huge pit in the mansion. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Crackling arcs of lightning could be heard coming from the pit. It was accompanied by a huge chill that spread throughout the mansion. Bang! Extreme cold chi. This is the extreme cold chi of the Supreme Palace. He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and was shocked. In the entire Huowu Empire, only the genuine chi cultivated by the Supreme Palace had such a powerful chill. Moreover, the chill in front of him was so pure that even Ma Tianhe might not have such a level. What the hell is going on? Did something happen to Yingyang Ming? Yingyang looked up in shock and anger, but the whole sky was clear and bright. There was no one in sight. Where is he? Come out. You dare to do it. What's the use of hiding? He roared furiously. The whole Yingyang family was also awakened by the shock just now. Everyone ran out to search for the enemy. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, arcs of lightning appeared in the sky again, appearing out of thin air in the clear sky. Those arcs all showed the color of extreme cold ice. They slowly gathered in the sky and became more and more. The arcs completely covered the sky above the Yingyang family, as if forming a light blue ice thunder prison. A large number of blue thunderbolts were shining in it, which was breathtakingly beautiful. At this time, a child's voice came from somewhere, sounding very cheerful. Mom, come and see, the sky is so beautiful. Almost all the people of the Yingyang family ran out after the explosion. They looked at the sky in shock and anger, and their faces showed a look of disbelief. Who was it who dared to provoke the Yingyang family? No, this was no longer a provocation, this was a declaration of war. The pale blue light shone on Xianxia's frightened face, flickering and flickering. If such a powerful thunderbolt and ice fell, it would not just be a big pit in the courtyard, but the whole Xingyang clan would be destroyed. He was stunned, and a chill rushed up from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he roared, "So it's here. All of you, come out." Just as the lightning converged, he finally sensed the hiding place of the enemy. His hands began to dance wildly, and circles of powerful yuan qi surged out from his body, turning into several demonic beast-like forms, roaring as they charged into the sky. 4-star martial grandmaster, even in the Fire Crow Empire, was enough to intimidate an area. Li Yunxiao looked down from the chariot and snorted, "I've finally been found." So what? He made a gesture with one hand, and at the same time, the experts on the other 11 chariots also stood in front and made the same gesture. Surrounded by the chariots was the thunder prison with violent energy. In the center of the thunder prison, there was a fist-sized stone floating, constantly emitting cold air, turning the arcs of lightning in the whole thunder prison into blue and green. Gung Metal Divine Thunder, Kuei Water Divine Thunder, attack! Li Yunxiao shouted, and the gesture in his hand flew into the thunder prison. The huge violent energy was instantly triggered, turning into a blue and green thunderbolt, directly bombarding down from the sky. The surrounding space trembled as the bolt of lightning passed through it, as if a hole had been torn open. It was the Gung Metal and Kuei Water of the 5 elements Divine Thunder. Li Yunxiao used the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. Metal gave birth to water, and water could best stimulate the extreme cold air in the heavenly dark jade. When it was integrated into the thunderbolt, it turned into a blue and green light, which was even more demonic and terrifying. Boom! Xianxia's full force attack dissipated under the bombardment of the 5 elements Divine Thunder. The huge explosive force continued to fall into the Xingyang clan's mansion, and spread in all directions. A wave of energy shot into the sky, shaking the outer perimeter of the thunder prison. Immediately, the 12 chariots' concealment became ineffective, and they all revealed themselves. Under this explosion, all the buildings of the Yingyang clan were submerged in a sea of green light. The mansion that had stood for hundreds of years was completely shrouded in the explosion. A large amount of dust filled the air. When the dust dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. The entire Yingyang clan had almost vanished into thin air. It had become a piece of flat land. Fortunately, Xianxia's all-out attack had neutralized most of the attack. Although the buildings in the mansion were basically destroyed, many experts in the clan had come out to rescue most of the family members. As for the servants or collateral relatives, as well as a large number of womenfolk, they were all annihilated along with the mansion. Bastard! Bastard! Today, no matter who you are, I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Xianxia walked out of the explosion covered in dust. Most of the skin on his body had been charred by the electricity, and there was a thin layer of ice on it. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. The Yingyang clan had stood tall in the Fire Crow Empire for hundreds of years. Never had it been like today, where even the mansion was directly bombarded. Although there were not many casualties among the core members, this kind of humiliation was unprecedented. Moreover, after this incident, even if he crushed the opponent's bones and scattered his ashes, he would definitely not be able to keep his position as the clan leader. If it was serious, he might even suffer from torture. All the elders in the clan attacked together. We must crush these people's bones and scatter their ashes. He roared, soared into the sky, and took the lead to rush forward. Those who could be promoted to the position of elder in the Yingyang clan must be the existence of Wu Zong, and there were only a few of them. Although many people were his enemies, at this moment of life and death for the clan, everyone was united and listened to his orders. Then, from the ruins of the clan, several figures also soared into the sky and flew into the sky. At the same time, they released their chi and immediately locked the 12 chariots in the sky. Even the thunder prison in the center of the chariots gradually calmed down, and the energy inside it became stable. Where are they? Xianxia was shocked. When he scanned the chariots with his divine sense, he found that there was no one on the 12 chariots. After the previous attack, Li Yunxiao and the others had quietly retreated. They even abandoned the chariots and quietly floated in the void. Even the heavenly underworld jade in the thunder prison was abandoned, and it was emitting a strange light. I am angry. He suddenly roared into the sky, and his voice traveled thousands of miles. The unwillingness and humiliation almost burned him up, and everyone in the imperial capital could hear it clearly. Suddenly, an elder of the Yingyang clan looked at the heavenly underworld jade in the thunder prison in horror, and said in shock, Lord Clan Leader. This stone's level is very high. It is at least above rank 7. The reason why he said so was because he could only identify rank 7. Xianxia was shocked, and he looked at the heavenly underworld jade in the thunder prison in disbelief. At this moment, 100 miles away from Shenyang City, a Tiger King chariot was flying in the sky towards Yanwu City. Everyone on the chariot was so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They couldn't believe that they had really done such a crazy thing. They actually led the lightning to attack the Yingyang clan. Even those great aristocratic families that had stood for thousands of years would have to think twice before doing such a crazy thing. Although Li Chunyang was excited, he seemed to be a little worried. He said calmly, I am afraid that the Yingyang clan will go completely crazy this time. Although they won't be able to find out that it was us for a while, we still have to prepare for war. At that time, it will be an earth-shattering revenge. Revenge? Humph. Li Yunxiao showed a trace of ferocity, and said coldly, let's wait until they recover from this attack. When everyone heard this, they frowned, and some didn't understand what he meant. Although the sneak attack seemed to be a huge blow, and the whole Yingyang clan was destroyed in a day, the most important thing was the people, especially those experts, who didn't die or get injured. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he stared at the front and said in a stern voice, everyone, be careful, there is an expert. When he shouted, everyone was immediately alerted, and they all became vigilant. They even released their divine sense, but they didn't feel any abnormality. But no one would doubt his words. Hey, you little kid, you are so powerful. How did you find me? Suddenly, a voice came from the void in front of them, and the air twisted. A white-bearded old man was lying in the sky, yawning and stretching. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and said with a shocked face, you little kid, how is this possible? Are you really only 15 years old? A rank 4 alchemist? Or rank 3? The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. It didn't matter whether he was rank 3 or rank 4. What was important was that the other party was only 15 years old. This was definitely true. Everyone on the chariot was vigilant, because they couldn't feel the old man's aura at all. It was as if there was no one in front of them, and their divine sense directly passed through. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have felt that there was someone in front of them. There had never been such a situation, and the more it was like this, the more nervous everyone was. Li Yinxiao snorted and said with a smile, "This is my business, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, sir? We are in a hurry, please make an exception." "In a hurry? Hee, you are just afraid that the Yingyang clan brats will catch up." The old man yawned and said with a lazy smile, "The strongest are only 3 martial arts grandmasters, and it seems that they have just broken through. TSK, the youngsters these days are more arrogant than the next." Ning Feichen and the others almost fainted, especially Ning Feichen and Xiao Qingwang. If they hadn't broken through to martial arts grandmaster by chance, they would probably have reached the end of their lives. Youngsters, but facing this old man whose strength was unknown, but definitely not weaker than them, they all tensed up and didn't dare to be careless or relax. Li Yinxiao's expression turned cold and he snorted, "I'll say it again, this is our business, and it has nothing to do with you, right? Please move aside." His tone gradually turned cold, and there was a hint of impoliteness in it. The old man was stunned. He didn't think that Li Yinxiao would dare to use such a tone. His eyes turned, and his expression immediately darkened. He said in a low voice, "Nothing to do with me? You bunch of thieves of unknown origins actually dared to commit murder in Xianxia City. You're clearly looking down on us old farts. And now you say it has nothing to do with me? Do you know who I am? I reckon that you are either spies from the Tianxiang Empire or the Muxu Empire." The 2 empires that the old man mentioned were the neighboring Huowu Empire. Together, they formed the 3 great empires of the southern territory of the Tianwu continent, and their strength was similar. He immediately put a big hat on the other party. Even if he killed these little devils, it would be reasonable. Li Yinxiao frowned and said, "Who are you?" The old man's eyes bulged, and he rolled his eyes at him. He said, "Who I am is my business, and it has nothing to do with you, right?" Everyone fainted. Li Yinxiao was also speechless. He said, "What do you want to do? I know that you don't want to capture us, otherwise you wouldn't have said so much nonsense. We definitely can't beat you, so why don't you just say what you want?" The old man was stunned, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of praise. He said, "Talking to smart people is really easy." That. He thought of his identity and seemed to be a little embarrassed. After a long time, he said vaguely, "The formation you made in the sky above the Xingyang family is a little interesting. Although I don't like it, some parts of it feel good. Let me see the formation diagram." "Of course, I don't want your formation. I really don't like it. I just think it's interesting." "Don't like it?" Li Yinxiao sneered in his heart. "Don't like it, your sister. This is one of the 3 supreme formations of the Divine Night Palace that have been passed down since ancient times. When used to the extreme, it can attract the god's thunder of destruction. Even the Holy Region's divine capital will be turned into ashes. You, a little martial emperor, don't like it? Continue pretending." This old man was actually a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm. This kind of strength was definitely a top expert in the empire. Except for the Heavenly Gathering sect behind the Fire Crow imperial family, there was probably no existence stronger than a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm. Even if this old man was not the guardian of the Fire Crow Empire, he must be the kind with frightening power. However, he still pretended to breathe a sigh of relief on his face and said in a relaxed manner, "So Uncle found that formation interesting. However, before we left, the palace lord had instructed us that this is a secret of our sect that cannot be easily divulged. If we leak it, we will definitely be severely punished when we return." "Palace master?" The old man asked suspiciously, "Which sect are you from? Why haven't I heard of any sect that has this kind of lightning attracting technique?" "This?" Li Yinxiao said awkwardly, "Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Our sect has only been in the Fire Crow Empire for a short time and our foundation is still shallow. We cannot compare to those sects that have been established for hundreds or even thousands of years." Today, we ambushed the Yingyang clan. If people find out, it will bring disaster to our sect. The old man quickly calculated in his heart. A sect that has not been established for a long time. Soon, a few suspects appeared in his mind. He deliberately darkened his face and shouted coldly, "How do I know if what you said is true or false? If you are thieves sent by the two empires and we let you go, our Fire Crow Empire will become a big joke." Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and said awkwardly, It's not impossible for us to hand over the formation. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. If there's some compensation, we're more than willing to be punished when we return. Everyone, don't you agree? Yes, everyone immediately understood what Li Yunxiao meant. They nodded one after another, their eyes shining brightly. Yes, if we lose the formation map, the palace master will definitely not let us off easily when we return. That extreme cold energy is frightening. If it enters the body, it will probably be difficult to dissolve for the rest of our lives. The last time Zhang San went on a mission, he lost a dark weapon and caused the palace master to be seriously injured for half a year. Unless we can get corresponding compensation, we will not hand over the formation map even if we die. Cough cough. Li Yunxiao coughed a few times and said helplessly, "Sir, you heard it too. It's not that we don't want to give it to you, but we're afraid. As a martial monarch of the Seven Constellations realm, you can just give us some scrap metal to comfort us." The old man was dumbfounded. How could there be such a logic? He was blocking the road to rob them. He was just too embarrassed to rob them openly. Why were these people so untactful? Despite knowing that he was a martial monarch, he still dared to negotiate with him. As a martial emperor, you can't possibly be thinking of openly snatching and bullying us juniors, right? Li Yunxiao frowned suspiciously. He immediately stopped the old man's thoughts of snatching it. If others knew that he had snatched something from a junior, and one of them was a 15-year-old child, he would no longer be able to show his face in the Fire Crow Empire. Cough cough cough. The old man coughed heavily. His face was full of anger as he coldly shouted, "Who do you think I, Zhu Jin, am? Why would I snatch your junior's belongings? How presumptuous. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation was slightly interesting, I would have just thrown it away after looking at it. Do you think that I, a martial monarch, would study those low-level things? Of course, I won't take it for free. Since you've met me, Zhu Jin, it's your fate. I'll also give you some good things so that you can enjoy them endlessly. I want a rank 5 profound weapon. Rank 6 medicinal pills. Rank 5 battle armor. Earth's ears. Secrets of divine ability. Sacred elixir of transformation." Without waiting for Zhu Jin to speak, everyone started shouting, and every one of them was extremely excited. Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, "You're all a bunch of insensible fellows. I'll just take 200,000 upper-grade primordial stones." "Zhu Jin," he said angrily, "you dare to fool me? Fool you?" Li Yunxiao looked innocent and said in shock, "You're a martial monarch expert. How dare we fool you? Are we tired of living? Don't tell me you don't want to give it or you can't even afford it." "Zhu Jin, cough cough. How can I not afford it? Although these things are precious, I don't care about them. But who would carry a bunch of things on them all day long? Besides, that lousy formation of yours isn't worth this price. How about this, I'll give you 20,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Hurry up and give me the formation map." "What? 20,000? Upper grade or supreme grade? Did I hear wrongly?" Li Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Jin blushed and said angrily, "Then 100,000 it is. I can't go any higher. That lousy map isn't even worth 10,000. Li Yunxiao scoffed, 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones? We respect you as a powerhouse, a senior, but you treat us as beggars and beggars. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Today, we must not tarnish the sect's reputation and lose points even if we have to live and die with the formation map." Zhu Jin flew into a rage and was almost about to explode. He was a dignified martial monarch, and he was actually nagging for so long with this group of juniors. If not for a few divine senses nearby, he would have gone all out and killed them to snatch the map. But now, there were still people watching. If word got out, where would Zhu Jin, put my face? He immediately gnashed his teeth and said, "Brat, don't go too far. Name a price." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. How could he not know that there was fear in his heart? It looked like this Fire Crow Empire's internal strife was endless. Where there were people, there would be strife. It was indeed not wrong at all. He raised 3 fingers and said coldly, 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones. If it's 1 piece less, you can kill us. Tisk. Zhu Jin sucked in a cold breath. Although it was not that he could not take out 300,000, it also made his heart ache. However, when he thought of the formation that could attract lightning, he could not help but feel excited. He cultivated a lightning-attributed cultivation technique, which was very rare. Furthermore, it was abnormally difficult to cultivate. However, if he could attract lightning to assist him at any time, his cultivation realm would improve greatly. Hence, he had to obtain that formation. Good. 300,000 it is. However, if I discover that there is a problem with this formation or that it is not worth this price, just wait to suffer my wrath. Zhu Jin tossed a storage bag over straightforwardly. After Li Yunxiao caught it, he did not even look at it before putting it away. With the other party's movement technique, since he was too embarrassed to snatch it, he naturally would not go back on his word. With a smile, he tossed the modified simple diagram over as well. After Zhu Jin caught it and looked at it carefully, his eyes immediately lit up. He put it away excitedly, and the pain in his heart vanished. He said with satisfaction, "Looks like it's not bad. Interesting. You have given the Yingyang clan such a great humiliation. Take care of yourselves. Don't think that you can hide this from everyone. The Fire Crow Empire is only so big." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Let's talk about it when they still have the strength. Thank you for your generous compensation. See you later." Without saying anything else, he flew a few seals into the war chariot. With a whoosh sound, the chariot was driven to its maximum speed and flew far away. In the sky above the Yingyang clan, Yingyang Yi and a group of elders looked at the heavenly underworld jade in the thunder prison with bewilderment. The power that it emitted made them feel extremely shocked and aghast. Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable, but they could not recognize what it was. They also did not know how to take it out of the thunder prison. "Lord Clan Leader, why don't we keep the 12 war chariots first? The thunder prison seems to be maintained by these war chariots." An elder suggested. "That's right. This stone should be the key to finding the culprit. They should not have been able to keep it in time and directly escaped. Let's start with the stone." Yingyang Yi's face was as gloomy as water. Even if they found the culprit and dismembered them, they would not be able to wash away the humiliation of the Yingyang clan. What was certain was that from tomorrow onwards, this matter would spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Many people would be secretly laughing at this matter. Thinking of this, Yingyang Yi felt like his body was about to explode. He angrily slammed his palm on one of the war chariots. Buzz buzz. As he slammed his palm down, the war chariot suddenly emitted a burst of white light. It was as if the war chariot was being roasted by a high temperature. Then, the other 11 war chariots lit up one after another. It was as if 12 luminous objects were floating in the air, illuminating the surrounding hundreds of meters. This, Yingyang Yi was shocked. A bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. At this moment, the heavenly underworld jade in the thunder prison seemed to have sensed something and became almost transparent. Streams of extremely cold chi shot out from it. Wherever it passed, the air was frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang! One of the elders sucked in a breath of cold air and roared in horror, "Not good. These war chariots are going to explode." Yingyang Yi completely recovered from the shock. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He roared angrily, "Everyone, attack together. Protect the people in the clan. All the disciples of the Yingyang clan, hurry up and run." Not to mention that these 12 war chariots were rank 3 mystic weapons. If they exploded, they could still withstand it. At that time, the heavenly underworld jade in the thunder prison gave him a kind of fear and shock that came from the depths of his soul. Under that kind of cold chi, he felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. If this thing exploded, when he thought about it, he felt cold all over and could no longer stay calm. All the martial ancestor realm experts of the Yingyang clan displayed all their strongest trump cards and blasted them towards the Thunder Prison. At this moment of life and death for the clan, everyone united as one and exerted their greatest strength. But, boom! The 12 war chariots suddenly exploded like 12 small suns exploding in the sky. The white light was so dazzling that it blinded everyone's eyes. The huge force of the breakthrough shook the heaven and earth. But soon, a blue light bloomed and devoured all the white light. Like a huge green lotus, it bloomed in the sky above the imperial city. The whole Xianxia city was illuminated by a pale blue light. This blue light that devoured all light and energy didn't make any sound. But it gave people a feeling of stillness and emptiness. All the explosion sounds were silenced by this blue light. Almost all the experts in Xianxia city turned pale and rushed up to the sky. Zhu Jin watched as Li Yunxia's chariot disappeared into the distance. That was the direction of the Supreme Palace. Could it be someone from the Supreme Palace? Zhu Jin frowned and thought for a while, then muttered to himself, just now, the innate qi that was intentionally or unintentionally revealed from the young man's body was indeed of the yin attribute, and the lightning that fell was also full of extreme yin qi. Among the newly established sects over the years, only the Supreme Palace had such strength. But he pondered for a while and mumbled to himself, why would the Supreme Palace want to become enemies with the Xingyang clan? Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Hee, old monster Zhu, you've swindled something good from a junior. Zhu Jin's expression changed. He snorted angrily, Audica, it's none of your business. Get lost. That lightning-attracting array is at least a 6th-tier treasure. 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones. TSK, where else can I find such a good deal? Audica's voice continued to mock him. Get lost. Zhu Jin raised his middle finger and said angrily, one more word and I'll pull out your tongue right now. TSK. Could it be that I? Audica's voice suddenly stopped in the middle of his sentence. Zhu Jin was stunned. He thought to himself, did I really scare this old monster? That's impossible. It doesn't make sense. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a white light suddenly exploded in the sky above the imperial capital. It was followed closely by a blue light that swallowed the heavens and the earth, almost enveloping the entire Xiangyang city. It was coming from the Xingyang clan. Huh. That's... Zhu Jin sucked in a breath of cold air. That enormous blue light brought him an extremely icy chill. What kind of power could spread so far that even a martial monarch like him could feel his heart palpitate? Whoosh, his expression turned serious as he flew toward the sky above the Xingyang clan. With Zhu Jin's speed, he could cover that distance in an instant. However, at the same time, he sensed a few other powerful forces flying towards him. One of them was Audica, and there were also a few other old monsters who had not come out yet. Although they were all in the imperial capital, it was rare to see them. Bang! Several figures flew over the Yingyang clan at almost the same time. Because their speed was too fast, none of them could stop. They glided in the air for more than 10 meters before they stopped. All of their faces were filled with shock. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. The entire building of the Yingyang clan had been reduced to ashes, and a huge ice sculpture had appeared in front of everyone where the original mansion used to be. What shocked these old monsters who stood at the peak of the Fire Crow Empire was that all the people of the Yingyang family were frozen inside. The expressions on their faces were lifelike. Most of them were fear and shock. They were completely frozen at the moment before they were frozen. The elders of the Yingyang family in the air also maintained the posture of performing the ultimate move. The anger and fear in their eyes were still shocking. Everyone in the Xingyang family was frozen, even the family head, Xingyang Yi, was not spared. Although they were all very lifelike, under this extremely cold aura, it was impossible for them to survive. In other words, the entire Yingyang family, as long as they were in the family, were all dead. Even the chickens, ducks, and pigs kept in the pens maintained the posture before they died. It was extremely shocking. This was definitely a work of art that these old monsters had never seen in their lives. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but no one had the mood to appreciate it. All of them felt a slight chill. Even the powerful true energy could not stop the chill in their hearts. All of their faces were ashen, and they were so shocked that they did not know what to do. In just an instant, a family that had stood for hundreds of years in the Fire Crow Empire had vanished into thin air, becoming a work of art. What is going on? An old monster could not help but gulp and ask with difficulty. Audika's face was ashen. He said in a low voice, "This cold aura is extremely cold and evil. It seems to be some kind of extremely cold and true energy. In the Fire Crow Empire, those who are good at this kind of true energy." Zhu Jin cried out, "Supreme Palace." Audika looked at him coldly and snorted, "Old monster Zhu, you just fought with those people. You have the right to speak now." Whoosh! Everyone's gaze landed on Zhu Jin, causing him to feel uncomfortable. He immediately said angrily, "Old monster Ao, what do you mean by this? Are you suspecting that I am related to those people?" Audika crossed his arms and sneered, "Don't be so nervous. I have no interest in exposing that trivial matter. It's just that this matter with the Yin-Yang family is not a small matter. Not to mention these martial ancestor ants, even if it's everyone here, who would dare to say that they could withstand this kind of explosive power? A power that can threaten a martial monarch, hee. Everyone was shocked. A trace of fanaticism flashed in their eyes. If this kind of power was obtained by any faction, the faction's power would increase by leaps and bounds. One of them said with a cold face, "Zhu Jin, are these people really from the Supreme Palace?" Zhu Jin seemed to be a little afraid of this person. He released his true energy slightly to resist the killing intent emitted by the other party. He said in a low voice, "This is just my speculation. Apart from the Supreme Palace, who else in the Fire Crow Empire can cultivate such a powerful cold energy that can harm people?" The man with the gloomy expression looked coldly at this extremely shocking piece of art. His chest was heaving up and down with excitement. He snorted coldly and said, "The Supreme Palace itself is nothing, but it seems to be inextricably linked to a certain large sect in the northern region. I'm afraid that if we kill the rabbit, we will attract the wolf." Audika's expression changed unpredictably, and he said worriedly, "Many factions in the heavenly martial arts realm are already eyeing the resources controlled by the three southern kingdoms. Is it possible that this incident was done on purpose? As far as I know, the Yin-Yang family doesn't have any relations with the Supreme Palace. Why would they exterminate an entire family for no reason? Humph, with the iron order issued by the Sacred Zone's divine capital, who else in the other three regions would dare to interfere in the southern region?" Zhu Jin sneered disdainfully and said, "At most, this is related to personal grudges. Even if we give them the key to Mount Meru, would they dare to take it?" Audika showed a disdainful look and scolded, "What do you know? Even if the Sacred Zone's divine capital is controlling it, so what? Many super factions don't listen to their orders. In the past, Gu Feiyang slaughtered the entire 8,000 miles of the East Sea and forced the Bo family, the ruler of the Four Seas, to lead hundreds of Jiutian realm sea clans to besiege the Sacred Zone. They asked the Sacred Zone for Gu Feiyang, but the guys in the Sacred Zone opened the formation and didn't dare to come out. They didn't even dare to fart." Zhu Jin flew into a rage and said, "Old man Audika, are you deliberately arguing with me? Emperor Wu, Gu Feiyang, and the ruler of the Four Seas, who are they? They can destroy many factions in the southern region with just a finger. Why don't you give an example of the invincible golden body Emperor Wu, Ao Chong Kong, the ruler of the Four Seas? And the three saints of the divine capital? F***ck. Audika said calmly and coldly, "Humph, even if there are super factions like the Divine Cloud Palace, the Red Moon City, the Beiming Black Palace, the Tian Ling Long family, and so on, can the Sacred Zone control them?" When he saw that Zhu Jin was about to explode in anger, he quickly turned around and said, "Xian Pai, say something. This Fire Crow Empire belongs to your Xian family." Xian Pai thought for a while and said seriously, "Everyone, don't make wild guesses. First, find out who did it. Zhu Jin, you have seen those people. This matter will be investigated by you." He slapped his forehead and said with a headache, "This is troublesome. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Jutian sect. How am I going to explain this to Yin-Yang Hua?" Zhu Jin smiled coldly and said, "At the beginning, all of you wanted to watch a good show and did not care about this matter. Now, things have blown up. The family is gone. I think it will be strange if Xianxia does not go crazy this time. When he goes crazy, no one will have an easy time. Xianpai said angrily, you still have the nerve to say that? As the great elder of the consecration hall, you actually did not carry out your duty and protect the empire. Look at this extreme cold air, it is still spreading. I'm afraid that the area within several miles of the Xianxia family will be affected. It will be impossible for anyone to live in. If this goes on, the entire Xianxia city will be finished. Zhu Jin shook his head and said, it is not so serious. The few of us will work together to set up a large formation and seal the extreme cold air. The strongest among those people is only a one-star martial grandmaster. How would I know it will be so serious? Could a one-star martial grandmaster really be the doing of the Supreme Palace? Xianpai muttered to himself. His eyes were clearly filled with disbelief. He sighed helplessly and said, let's not worry about it for now. Let's work together to seal this area first. Otherwise, the imperial capital will really be finished. A few people spread out under his arrangement and surrounded the ice sculpture. Each of them emitted powerful true energy, forming a circle around the ice sculpture. Xianpai performed an incantation gesture with both hands and murmured something. A huge handprint flew out of his hands and floated above the ice sculpture. It suddenly turned into a circle and spread out. In the middle of the circle was an ancient seal character 4 seal. It emitted a golden light and gradually descended. Everyone poured their vital chi into the seal. Immediately, the golden light shone brightly and became dazzling. In the end, it dissipated into the air. Alright, there will be no problems here for the time being. All of you go back. From now on, pay attention to suspicious people who enter Xianxia City. After Xianpai finished speaking, he disappeared into the sky. The people standing there were all the top figures of the various aristocratic families. All of them shook their heads and went back. However, everyone's hearts were palpitating. An aristocratic family that had been passed down for hundreds of years had been destroyed just like that. Furthermore, it had disappeared so unexpectedly and in such an absurd manner. Everyone felt a sense of sympathy for the loss of a rabbit. Zhu Jin looked at Audica, who was smiling strangely at him. He immediately snorted angrily, turned around, and flew away. Very quickly, the matter of the Xianxia family spread like a spring breeze. Everyone in the imperial capital knew about it. Many people specially came to watch. They were all stunned by the huge ice sculpture. 10 meters away from the ice sculpture, there was a restriction that Xianpai and the others had worked together to set up. No matter how they tried, they could not enter. At first, some ancient martial art practitioners did not believe it. Later on, no matter how they attacked, they could not break it. Only then did they accept it. As there were too many people watching, heads surged and many people were trampled to death. The imperial family quickly sent out the imperial guards to seal off the area. Only then did the people in the city return. However, all kinds of rumors spread like the wind throughout the entire Xianxia city. It was nothing more than saying that the Xianxia family had committed too many evil deeds and were punished by lightning from the heavens. All the aristocratic families in Xianxia city raised their defenses to the highest level and recalled all the experts who were out on missions. Some of the heirs and talented juniors were sent out. This was to prevent a repeat of the Supreme Palace's mistake. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the Supreme Palace. This was because after the people who went to the banquet returned, everyone immediately knew about the hatred between the Supreme Palace and the Xianxia family. Coupled with the effects of the extreme chill, the culprit was obvious. The only one who guessed the truth was Tianyuan Commerce's Ding Ling. What? Miss, you said that this was done by Li Yunxiao? Absolutely impossible. I also went to the Xianxia family to take a look. It was definitely the work of the gods. He killed everyone in an instant. If Li Yunxiao had such power, he would have dominated the Fire Crow Empire long ago. Why would he still be in Yanwu City? Yu Rong's face was full of disbelief as he shook his head like a rattle drum. Although Miss Ding Ling's speculations were rarely wrong, this was too outrageous. He didn't believe it no matter what. Ding Ling sighed, it's not just you who doesn't believe it. Even I don't believe it. But I'm sure that it was done by Li Yunxiao. The strongest person in the Supreme Palace, Ma Tianhe, is only a 3-star martial ancestor. There are only 4 martial ancestor experts in the sect. Even if the entire sect mobilized, they wouldn't be a match for the Yingyang family. Yu Rong said even the Supreme Palace couldn't do it, let alone Yanwu City. Their strongest is only a 9-star martial king. To say that they destroyed the Yingyang family. Haha, this is the funniest joke you've ever told. Ding Ling ignored Yu Rong's words. She had a look of doubt on her face as she muttered to herself, how did they do it? This Li Yunxiao is too mysterious. The information we have gathered is completely useless. There must be a crucial point missing. What is it? Yu Rong smiled in surprise. Miss, you're thinking too much. This is definitely not done by Li Yunxiao. Our investigation organization can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Sky Martial continent. If we want to investigate a playboy from a small country, we can even find out how many times he peed his bed when he was young. No information will be lost. Ding Ling remained silent as she paced back and forth in the hall. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and said, I can't think of any clues. Elder Yu, from today onwards, Yanwu City will enjoy the first VIP treatment here. No matter what the conditions are, as long as we can do it, we will fully support you. Bang! Yu Rong sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, the first honored guest? Miss, do you know what you are doing? He had never doubted Ding Ling decisions, but this time, he couldn't help but question her. Ding Ling smiled and said word by word, of course. This might be the biggest and most successful investment of my life. Yu Rong stared blankly for a moment, then frowned and said with a belly full of suspicion, Miss, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to that Li Yunxiao, would you? Although he is handsome and suave, but his identity an Elder Yu. Ding Ling shouted shyly, what nonsense are you talking about? She stomped her foot and chased Yu Rong out. Yu Rong shook his head and sighed from outside. Sigh, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Sigh, she was so angry that she jumped up and down. After being angry for a while, she suddenly felt that her embarrassment was funny and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiangyang City, Qing Clan. In a grand residence, the Qing clan's current head, Qing Feng, was studying a chess game in the middle of a grand chessboard. Opposite him sat an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. His eyes were smiling, but he didn't say a word. Qing Feng played white and couldn't decide. After a long time, he finally put down the white chess piece in his hand. And sighed, Grandmaster Bai Li's game is too mysterious. Qing Feng has been thinking hard for half a month, but not only can I not solve it, when my mind enters it, I feel a faint sense of fear. It is too profound, please enlighten me, Grandmaster. Bailey Gongjin stroked his beard and smiled, I can't solve this game either. Qing Feng was stunned and asked in surprise, even Grandmaster Bai Li can't solve it? Then this chess game? Bailey Gongjin made a gesture and smiled bitterly, you have been studying it for half a month, but I have been studying it for half a year. This is a game set up by Sovereign Emperor Wu Tingguang. It is called the Heaven and Earth Chess Game. It contains Sovereign Emperor Wu Tingguang's supreme understanding of formations. If someone can solve it, they can inherit his 800 scrolls of formations and become a master of formations. Huh. As the head of one of the 4 major clans of the Huowu Empire, he was shrewd and calm. Even so, he was still shocked and gasped. His face was full of shock. He asked in shock, are you talking about the chess saint, ranked 7th on the Heaven and Earth ranking list, the Emperor Wu Tingguang who was conferred the title of sovereign in the sanctuary? Bailey Gongjin smiled and nodded with a smile in his eyes. Qing Feng looked at the chess game in shock and asked suspiciously, how did Grandmaster Bailey get such a precious thing? Bailey Gongjin looked at his nervous face and laughed, Brother Qing, you don't have to be so cautious. This matter was now known by everyone in the sacred region. There are thousands of people who have studied it, but I have never heard of anyone who can understand the formations. However, many people can understand higher levels of martial intent from it, and it is common to hear that their cultivation has increased greatly. It is a pity that I am not good at martial arts, and it is hard for me to understand. Brother Cheng's strength is amazing. If you focus on studying it, you might be able to understand something. Qing Feng was rather surprised. He smiled bitterly and said, "It was a false alarm. If this is the only one in the chessboard of heaven and earth, then my Qing family will be pushed to the teeth of the storm and may be annihilated at any moment. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, but a treasure is his crime." Although the Qing clan could do whatever they wanted in the Huowu Empire, in the entire Tianwu continent, they were just ants. Don't even think about obtaining such a shocking treasure. Haha, Bailey Gongjin laughed, "If I only had this, I would have died a long time ago." Emperor Wu also wants to take a disciple, but the people who went to take him as their master were not talented enough. That is why he came up with this method. If someone can understand its mysteries, they can take him as their master and inherit the formations, which will bring them great benefits. Even if they can't understand it completely, they can still benefit immensely if they can understand one or two of them. Cheng Feng was slightly surprised and disappointed. He said, "There are many geniuses in the continent who can't understand it, and I don't have any hope." Bailey Gongjin smiled and said, "This is not easy, but it is also about luck. Maybe there is someone in the Qing clan who has a great luck. If they are lucky enough to get it, the Qing clan will be able to stand proudly in the Jiotian continent, and they won't need to stay in this southern country." His words tempted Qing Feng. If he could get Emperor Wu's inheritance, he would be invincible in the Tianwu realm's 3 southern countries. He would even be able to trample on the heaven-gathering sect. Qing Feng immediately decided to gather all his clansmen and have them make copies of the Heaven and Earth chess game. Bailey Gongjin suddenly said, "I suddenly thought of something. Maybe someone can give it a try." Qing Feng asked in surprise, "Who?" Bailey Gongjin said, "Everyone knows that Lord Yangdi left behind a painting in the Tianshui nation. He said that if anyone can understand its mysteries, they can do one thing for him unconditionally. All of us have seen that painting, but none of us could understand it. But recently, a youngster from the Tianshui nation managed to understand it. That youngster's comprehension is very high. You can summon him and give it a try." A smear of displeasure flashed across Qing Feng's face as he snorted, "I've also heard about this matter. Furthermore, that idiot actually gave such a great opportunity to the Wang family to save the princess of the Aqua Sky Nation." As he spoke, he gritted his teeth, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. That idiot probably hit the mark by a fluke and was just lucky. It's said that the answer to the riddle is actually the hidden poem that Gu Feiyang used to scold Yangdi. Bailey Gongjin smiled and said, "Luck is also a part of one's strength. Moreover, Yuan Hao has a very high evaluation of this youngster. Brother Qing, why don't you find him and give it a try?" "Humph. Even if this matter didn't happen, I would have sent someone to find this person." Qing Feng's eyes flashed and he said, "This person is the current Yanwu city lord, Li Yunxiao. Last time, the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce actually dared to kill a disciple of my Qing clan and a successor of the Yingyang clan, Yingyang Jia. I thought that the Yingyang clan would deal with him, so I didn't care. Who knew that the Yingyang clan would suffer such a great calamity that shook the entire capital?" Bailey Gongjin's eyelids suddenly twitched. An absurd thought popped up in his mind and he blurted out, "Brother, do you think that the Yingyang clan's matter is related to Yanwu City or Li Yunxiao?" Qing Feng was stunned for a moment before he laughed, "Haha, Master Bailey, you really have a rich imagination. Speaking of the relationship between the two, there is indeed an irreconcilable enmity. However, Yanwu City is just a small city in the Aqua Sky Nation. Even if the entire Aqua Sky Nation mobilized its strength, it would still be impossible to destroy the Yingyang clan. Moreover, you have seen the ice sculptures of the Yingyang clan. Even a 7-constellation realm martial emperor might not be able to escape in that situation. With such strength, he is definitely not a nobody." Bailey Gongjin gently nodded in agreement and said slowly, "This matter is indeed very strange. Now, everyone agrees that it was done by the Supreme Palace. It is said that Yingyang Ming looted the Supreme Palace's treasury during Ma Feibai's banquet and killed many people from the Supreme Palace before escaping. This was witnessed by the dozens of people who attended the banquet. This caused this matter to take revenge. It is indeed reasonable. I didn't expect the Supreme Palace to have such a huge hidden strength that could destroy the Yingyang clan in an instant." Qing Feng's expression also became solemn and he said worriedly, "The Supreme Palace has only been established for 100 years. The Palace Lord, Ma Tianhe, is only a 3-star martial ancestor. If his origin is a little mysterious, And he seems to be related to a large sect in the northern region. I'm afraid he would have been destroyed long ago. Now, it seems that this is not the case at all. He said with a worried expression, their true strength is far beyond what it seems on the surface. I even suspect that they might have been sent by the northern region's forces. Bailey Gongjin's expression also turned grave as he said in a deep voice, I remember that when the Supreme Palace was first established, the Imperial House of Consecrators had sent people to the northern region to investigate, but they found nothing. The only valuable information was that the Supreme Palace seemed to be inextricably linked to the northern region's Beiming Palace. At first, everyone thought that the Beiming Palace had their eyes on Mount Meru, but there was no movement for over 100 years. Only then did the major forces of the Fire Crow Empire open their eyes and let them develop. That's right. Ching Feng said, that's one of the major forces of the continent, Beiming Palace. Who would dare to take the risk to touch them? Now, there's indeed a problem. But I don't understand why the Xingyang clan would want to steal their treasury. This was absolutely intolerable no matter which power it was. That old fox Xingyang Yi has been in charge of the Xingyang clan for over 30 years. I have a certain understanding of him, and he's definitely not such a fool. There must be another reason. Bailey Gongjin sighed, it doesn't matter whether there is another reason or not. The Xingyang clan has been completely annihilated. There's only Xingyang Fu left. I'm afraid he'll go to the Supreme Palace to fight it out. That's good as well. We can test the Supreme Palace again. I'm afraid Xingyang Fu already has the strength of a peak 9-star martial ancestor, right? Ching Feng said coldly, Mount Meru is about to open, and various forces are getting restless. I'm afraid the Xingyang clan's matter isn't that simple. Everything will be clear in a few months. Bailey Gongjin looked like he was deep in thought. He frowned and said suspiciously, I suddenly feel that the inexplicable rise of Yanwu City isn't simple. Not only did they offend the Xingyang clan, Qing clan, and Zhou clan, but they're also connected to the Wan clan. It's said that they even fought with the crown prince at the Myriad Treasures auction. TSK, the Zhou clan lost the 5 Elements cauldron after the Myriad Treasures auction. Don't tell me they did it? Ching Feng sneered, in this chaotic situation, the only way to protect oneself is to plan and act. Yanwu City stood in the center of the whirlpool. They were either a bunch of fools or pawns pushed to the front by some major faction to observe the direction of the wind. Yanwu City, the most prosperous city in the Aquasky Nation, is undoubtedly a good choice. Bailey Gongjin said softly, I heard that the force behind Yanwu City is the Myriad Treasure Tower. Ching Feng was silent for a while. He pondered for a long time before slowly saying, I even specially asked the Myriad Treasure Tower about this matter. The answer given by the other party was negative. But at this juncture, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Regardless whether it is the Dark North Profound Palace or the Myriad Treasure Tower, they are both not existences that we can afford to provoke. We can only wait and see. After sighing for a while, the two of them began to study the Heaven and Earth chess game again. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Zhou family in Xiangyang City were also discussing and analyzing the annihilation of the Yingyang family. Patriarch Zhou Yangbiao said solemnly, for such a big thing to happen at this time, I'm afraid it's a sign of chaos. The culprit might not be the Supreme Palace or the force behind it. Our Zhou family must not get involved. The matter of Mount Meru is a small matter, and the matter of Jade Mountain is of utmost importance. Nothing must happen at this time. An elder, Zhou Chu, frowned and said, but the 5 Elements cauldron was robbed, and we are still investigating it. I heard that someone saw this 5 Elements cauldron in the hands of Yanwu City's city lord, but we don't know if it's real or fake. Should we send someone to investigate it in detail? A faint layer of frost appeared on Zhou Yangbiao's face, and his expression gradually turned cold as he said, that Yanwu City's city lord, Li Yunxiao, is the one who had a bet with Jade Mountain. Although he has the motive to rob the cauldron, he doesn't have the strength to do so. I suspect that this Li Yunxiao is a puppet pushed out by some big force. From the bet with Jade Mountain to the robbery of the 5 Elements cauldron, it was all planned and premeditated. It was to lure our Zhou family to make a move, and then wait for an opportunity to make a move. Another elder, Zhou Xing, said in shock, just who is it? To actually dare to openly provoke us? Zhou Yongbiao said coldly, we don't know who it is for now, but this Li Yunxiao not only offended us, but also killed Qing families Qing Feiqing and Yingyang families Yingyang Jia. Let's not talk about whether he has the strength or not, just this courage is not something an ordinary city lord can have. If there is no one behind him, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Zhou Chu said in shock, could it be that the Yingyang family's massacre this time is also related to Li Yunxiao? Zhou Yongbiao knitted his brows tightly and said in contemplation, this matter is indeed hard to deduce. The possibility of it being done by the Supreme Palace is higher. But we can't eliminate the possibility of Li Yunxiao's shadow. Who knows, the Supreme Palace and Yanwu City might be in cahoots. Right now, there are also rumors that Yanwu City's backer is the Myriad Treasure Tower. I think the possibility of this is not high. The Myriad Treasure Tower is the #1 merchant association that roams the continent, and its power is not beneath any super forces. But they never participate in the continent's disputes, so it's impossible for them to nurture such a pawn force. Zhou Chu's expression was cold as he said angrily, the most infuriating thing is that this Li Yunxiao actually deciphered the painting scroll that Yang Di left behind, and for a mere country's woman, he gave it to the Wang family. This is really infuriating, it's equivalent to that Yushan brat giving the Wang family a huge benefit for no reason. Why don't we let that girl from Tianshui country become Yushan's concubine right now? In this way, the Wang family will break their promise to Li Yunxiao, and naturally, they won't be able to obtain Yang Di's favor. No. Zhou Yongbiao narrowed his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, right now, more than half of the Wang family's experts are loitering around our Zhou family every day. More than 100 divine senses are sweeping around the residence all day long. Even if a servant persisted for a few seconds while having sex with his wife at night, it's all within their intelligence. Humph, to dare to spy on us so openly, it proves that they have made an iron determination. Once they make any strange movements towards Qin Ruxue, I'm afraid they'll rush in to save her in the next second. Right now is a sensitive time for Yushan's closed-door cultivation, we mustn't make any mistakes. That's right, and the Wang family is only responsible for protecting that girl for 3 months. After 3 months, we'll drag her out and play with her however we want. At that time, let's see what that Li Yunxiao can do. Zhou Xing also sneered, but what should we do about the 5 elements cauldron? If we continue to investigate, we might just be wading into muddy water. If we don't investigate, what about Yushan's side? Zhou Yongbiao's fingers constantly tapped on the table as he said indifferently, I've already found 2 cauldrons for Yushan to forcefully imbue into. It doesn't matter whether he has the 5 elements cauldron or not. Everyone was shocked, and a chill rose in their hearts. The so-called cauldrons were to find 2 experts to consume their own true yuan and forcefully imbue Zhou Yushan to increase his strength. In this way, one could obtain a huge increase in strength in a short period of time. However, this kind of increase was not only limited, but also a large part of it was illusory. How much one could obtain depended entirely on one's own strength. Some people's talent was too poor. Even if they forcefully imbued Zhou Yushan with their cultivation, they might not even be able to stabilize their strength in the end. Moreover, this kind of forceful imbuement could only be performed by someone with cultivation at least 2 realms higher than the cauldron. After using it, the cauldron's true yuan would be completely destroyed, and they would become a cripple. Zhou Yushan himself had the cultivation of a martial lord. In order to forcefully imbue him, one needed to be at least an expert with the cultivation of a martial ancestor. With such a powerful force and 2 people being sent at once, after the imbuement, no matter how much Zhou Yushan's strength increased, the 2 martial ancestor experts would be completely destroyed. Martial ancestor experts, in the southern region of the Tianwu continent, were already heroes who established their own sects and dominated an area. Yet, for the sake of raising the strength of a young person, they were forcefully destroyed. Only the 4 great clans had the strength to do such a thing, no expression could be seen on Zhou Yongbiao's face. Likely, he did not feel much pain in his heart. After all, he was imbuing his own son, so he was probably more than happy. He said indifferently, however, this matter cannot be left like this, and we cannot get involved in it. How about this, send an elder to Yanwu City and the Supreme Palace to investigate. Remember, do not do anything, and report back immediately if there is any news. the opening of Mount Meru this time is perhaps more dangerous than any other. The reason why our Zhou clan has been able to survive for 1,000 years is not only because of our powerful strength, but also because we are cautious. We would rather lose 1,000 times than take a wrong step. Chief Zhou, Elder Zhou Xing, I will have to trouble the two of you this time. Yes, clan leader. The two of them hurriedly stood up to accept the order. Zhou Yongbiao waved his hand, and the two of them immediately left under the complicated gazes of the crowd, heading towards Yanwu City and the Supreme Palace. Li Yunxiao drove the chariot in the direction of the Supreme Palace, then secretly returned to Yanwu City. Xiao Qingwang said worriedly, although we managed to fool them, we do not know if we can fool those clans. The Yingyang clan has an old ancestor who is an elder of the Jutian sect. His cultivation is unfathomable. If he attacks us, the consequences will be dire. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, even if we can fool them, it will only be for a while. If not for Uncle Chen's death, I would not have attacked the Yingyang clan so early. Everyone, there is no need to worry too much. Raising your own strength is the way to go. This time, the Yingyang clan has been annihilated. At least we can intimidate those arrogant clans a little. No one in Yanwu City will have any ideas for the time being. We can make use of this time to raise everyone's cultivation. After that, he arranged for everyone to enter the Universe God Monument. At once, the casual martial artists who had been recruited were completely astonished. The disciples of the Sky Cicada sect were considered to be part of a sect, but in this vast independent space where the spiritual energy was several times denser, they were still shocked. The students of Jiaolan Academy from the Dubhe group had never seen such a miraculous sight before. All of them were dumbfounded. Ning Feichen's face was full of excitement as he said excitedly, no wonder Yanwu City could rise in such a short time. So there is such a miraculous item. It is actually an independent space with spirituality. Young Master Yun, the level of this profound artifact is not low, right? Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded without saying a word. It was not only not low, it was truly something he had never seen before. He smiled lightly and said, Sect Master Neng, the conditions I promised you back then, looks like there is no problem now, right? Ning Feichen laughed loudly and said, no problem, absolutely no problem. With such a profound artifact, in addition to the 9 dragon spirit assimilation formation's endless supply of vital energy, the conditions will only be better than what was promised back then. And I believe that with such resources, Yanwu City will become a super force in the Fire Crow Empire sooner or later. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and declined to comment. He didn't care about the Fire Crow Empire at all. He waved his hand and a cool breeze blew past. The thousands of martial artists all quivered and came back to their senses. Everyone, from today onwards, the Pill Tower will be your cultivation ground. I have divided it into 4 areas. For the first element, second element, third talent, and fourth image as martial artists, I have set 10 times the gravity, 100 times the gravity, 1,000 times the gravity, and 10,000 times the gravity. In the martial monarch cultivation area, there is not only 10,000 times the gravity, there is also an unexpected surprise waiting for you. Hee hee. Gasp. The thousands of martial artists all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was more suitable for martial artists to train in 10 times the gravity, but 100 times the gravity for martial artists was already a very heavy burden. Martial grandmasters trying to train in 1,000 times the gravity was almost the limit of their cultivation, and martial monarchs trying to train in 10,000 times the gravity was simply courting death. Not only that, there was even a surprise. Especially those members of the Heaven's Core team who had tried the surprise, they all shivered. Everyone's expressions fell into Li Yunxiao's eyes. He said loudly, the path of the martial path is like rowing a boat against the current. Why is it harder to break through the later stages? It's not that the difficulty has increased, it's that you can't keep up. A trace of mockery and contempt flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, you still want to go to 100 times the gravity when you are a martial grandmaster, and 1,000 times the gravity when you are a martial monarch? You still want to break through? Let me tell you clearly. You can't break through because you can't break through your limits. It's not because you don't have enough resources or talent. It's all because you don't have enough courage, willpower, and perseverance. Everyone present was successful in their cultivation. Not a single one of them wasn't a tenacious person. When they heard Li Yunxiao's words, it was as if they were suddenly enlightened. That's right. The reason they couldn't break through for so long was because they didn't have enough pressure. If they directly increased the gravity by 100 times or 1,000 times, even if they didn't want to break through, they wouldn't be able to suppress it. It seemed that they hadn't suffered enough, hadn't endured enough. Li Yunxiao's gaze was like ice as he said coldly, I once said that if you follow me, you will have all kinds of resources. In this pill pagoda, as long as you're willing to work hard, medicinal pills, essence stones, profound weapons, martial techniques, you can have it all. Before you start cultivating, each of you can take the pills and primordial stones you need to break through to the next level. I won't set any restrictions. You can take as much as you want. I don't care even if you eat them like rice. However, there is one thing you have to remember. Medicinal pills can only be used as a supplement and cannot be completely relied on. Also, all the resources in the pill pagoda can only be provided for your cultivation. If anyone dares to smuggle it out, kill without mercy. Bang! This time, not only did all the warriors break the pot, even Xiao Qingwang and the others were shocked speechless. Obtaining as many elixirs and primordial stones as one wished was something that was absolutely impossible for any power in the continent. In this way, he didn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. He could put all his energy into cultivation. Especially the members of the Heavenly Jade Group. They were originally scattered martial artists who came and went alone. What they lacked the most was cultivation resources. Fighting to the death for a medicinal pill and half a primordial stone was a common occurrence. Like this kind of limitless supply of resources, it felt like it was completely a dream. Each and every one of them looked at each other in disbelief, seeking affirmation. Ming Feichen was also thoroughly stunned. If their void cicada sect could be so extravagant, they would not have stayed in Qiyun Mountain for thousands of years, living by other people's whims. Xian Duo also opened his mouth and could not speak. He was born in a major faction in the past too. What resources had he not seen before? Apart from those tier 9 medicinal pills, there would not be anything else that could shock him anymore. But at this moment, he was also shocked by Li Yunxiao's extravagance until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, unable to speak. This was completely going to defy the heavens. Li Yunxiao looked at each and every dumbfounded appearance. This was the effect that he wanted. Obtaining the support of large amounts of resources and primordial stones from the Heavenly Essence Commerce and Myriad Treasure Tower, and also took a portion of the Void Cicada sect's several thousand years of savings, and even completely looted the Supreme Palace clean. More importantly, with the full help of Zhang Qingfan and several dozen other arcane masters, with such a powerful supply, he was able to start this kind of limitless supply cultivation mode. Even so, he also understood that this supply method could not be carried out for too long. Otherwise, if this continued, forget about being a first-rate faction within the Fire Crow Empire's territory, even rising to the Sky Martial Continent's first-rate faction was just around the corner. The reason why those super factions on the continent were terrifying, apart from the powerful combat strength that they themselves revealed, was also the accumulation of resources over thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As long as they were willing, they could double or even multiply the power of their sect again in a short period of time. This kind of immeasurable resource advantage was even more terrifying than the combat strength on the surface. The reason why the deity transformation sea could become an existence that transcended the holy region was that it gathered all the most outstanding arcane masters on the continent. All kinds of peak resources were created endlessly, enough to attract the most powerful martial artists on the continent to go and trade. Martial artists mainly relied on talent and opportunities to cultivate, but the existence and continuation of those super factions completely relied on all kinds of resources that continuously accumulated. This method of Li Yunxiao's limitless supply of resources would only be adopted when a certain sect was in danger of being annihilated. This measure of his was the prelude to Yanwu City's rapid rise in a short period of time. Li Chunyang said with some worry, with such a huge expenditure, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sustain for a long time. Once the resources are exhausted, what should we do? He was a veteran of leading troops to war, so he naturally knew the importance of wealth. In war, it was all about money. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, where did our money come from? Isn't it all borrowed from everywhere and robbed everywhere? When we have the strength, we can go borrow and rob again. His words immediately made everyone faint. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's indifferent expressions and said coldly, "You think I'm talking nonsense? These major factions entrenched in the Spirit River Mountains, which one of them was not robbed? Could it be that you think these Spirit River Mountains are distributed according to need? TSK, natural selection, survival of the strong." Everyone immediately fell silent. Although it was a little overboard, it was indeed the case. Why could those various factions enjoy all kinds of natural resources, while they had to run around to obtain a little bit? So, young people, work hard. Resources are dead. The more you consume, the more you obtain. For those who are unable to move forward, sorry, my Yanwu city does not raise useless people. After Li Yunxiao gave the instructions, he directly disappeared on the spot and went to the cave under Fengsuan Mountain. The following matters were left to Ning Feichen and Hong Bing. Everything had been arranged properly, and they just had to follow the plan. As for the Heavens Corps team, it was originally under Qin Daxing's command. After Qin Daxing died, Li Yunxiao intended to let Luo Yunsheng take over, but she was rejected, so he could only hand it over to Yan Meng, who was still lying quietly in the life formation, endless life force pouring into her body. She looked like she was in a deep sleep, peaceful and quiet, but she would not wake up no matter what. Li Yunxiao used his divine sense to check for a while and sighed deeply, muttering to himself, "The soul-nurturing wood is formed from the Kunwa divine tree's life essence in the Kuwei water of the four seas. It is a precious treasure of the sea race, and only the 4 royal clans and the Bo clan have it. There is no hope of getting it, unless I recover the peak strength of my previous life and kill my way in to rob it." A hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes, but it soon dimmed down. Not to mention when he would recover the peak strength of his previous life, Mengwu might not be able to hold on until that day. Looking at that young and delicate face, gentle and elegant with a faint smile under the green energy, Li Yunxiao's heart ached, and he turned his head away. Who outside the formation, the mystic thundercloud shocking roar was still sleeping soundly. Ever since he took the 9 orifices breaking adversity elixir, he had not woken up. However, as he breathed, the demonic energy he emitted became stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao patted his forehead and said softly, "Whether you can break through or not depends on your luck. There was a strict bloodline inheritance in the world of demonic beasts. For example, the mystic thundercloud shocking roar was a rank 5 demonic beast, so it would be a rank 5 demonic beast for the rest of its life. At most, it could only reach the peak of rank 5. This was because of the bloodline inheritance. Although demonic beasts were powerful, they had less hope of leveling up compared to humans. However, there were some special circumstances, such as taking a treasure or undergoing some mutation, which could break through the original bloodline shackles and reach a higher level. However, this kind of situation was 1 in a million. The mystic thundercloud shocking roar's aura was stuck at the peak of rank 5. As it breathed, it was slowly gathering strength, as if it was accumulating for a long time. This aura is... Li Yunxiao suddenly raised his head, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. With a flash of brilliance, he instantly disappeared from the side of the mystic thundercloud shocking roar, and went deep into the cave in an instant. In a karst cave the size of a room, wisps of green aura spread out. The surrounding walls were corroded and melted, emitting an unpleasant smell. F***ck, this guy ate all the poisonous eggs in one go. Li Yunxiao cursed. His essence floated around his body to form a layer of defense before he walked into the cavern. A layer of green appeared on Meng Bai's body as he sat in the middle with his legs crossed. Small blisters appeared all over his skin and he started to rot. Green liquid flowed out from the festering areas, emitting an extremely disgusting smell. There was a broken eggshell at the side, which had been sucked dry. Not bad, eating it raw is more nutritious. The poison skunk's effect is to trigger the poison in your body. However, how long do you need to do this? I'll go get a stronger primer to help you. Li Yunxiao frowned and paced back and forth in the karst cave. After thinking for a while, he left the Universe God Monument and went to the Fire Crow Empire alone. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the best place to supply materials was naturally the place where the strongest refiners in the empire were gathered, the Fire Crow Empire Refiners Guild. After the incident with the Yingyang family, the atmosphere in the Fire Crow Empire became tense and strange. Li Yinxiao completely restrained his divine sense and pretended to be a playful young master as he followed the ordinary people into the city. The people coming and going in the city had a peaceful expression on their faces. The old man selling sweet potatoes, the young master raising birds, the old man and his granddaughter in the tea house, the sun shining on the lazy beggars, everything seemed so peaceful and normal. However, everything was too normal. The entire Xianxia city was the gathering place of martial artists in the Fire Crow Empire. There were many experts, but there was not a single martial artist on the streets. They were all ordinary people. Above the city, there were countless divine senses sweeping here and there. Everyone's every move was under surveillance. The entire capital seemed to have entered a state of high tension. All the major forces restrained their actions, but carried out their intelligence work to the extreme. Tisk. Li Yunxiao sneered disdainfully. He restrained his divine sense. There were people in the Fire Crow Empire who could see through him, but they were definitely not among the people sent to monitor him. He swaggered straight to the Alchemist Guild, like a noble young master going to ask for elixirs and weapons. The Fire Crow Empire's Alchemist Guild was a third rank, with a rank 6 Grandmaster Alchemist. Their strength was far beyond the Aqua Sky Nation's Alchemist Guild. In the Aqua Sky Nation's Alchemist Guild, a rank 3 alchemist was already a top existence, but here, it was just SOSO. There were no martial artists on the streets. Even the entrance of the Alchemist Guild was deserted. Occasionally, one or two figures would go in and out. Li Yunxiao walked in astonishment. It was so quiet that if he did not see a beautiful and sexy woman registering something at the front desk, he would have thought that he had entered a haunted house. Li Yunxiao looked at the hall beside him in surprise and immediately understood. There were many people inside, but there was not a single sound. All of them were looking seriously at the array disc that was emitting white light in front of them. A green sword embryo was floating above the formation plate, constantly condensing. Shu, the beautiful woman hurriedly pulled Li Yunxiao to the side and whispered in his ear, "Grandmaster Bai Qianjin has just advanced to rank 3. This is a teaching conference." "What's the matter?" The lecture conference was a tradition of the Arcane Alchemists Guild. Every arcane alchemist would give a public lecture when he or she was about to break through. When Luo Yunxiang asked Li Yunxiao to become an apprentice, it was during Jia Rong's teaching session. Li Yunxiao only felt that this beauty's breath was like orchids, and her lips were almost touching his ear. A faint fragrance smelled indescribably comfortable. He smiled and said, "May I ask for the beauty's name?" "Glib tongue." The beauty scolded angrily, but there was no anger on her face. Instead, her eyes were constantly sizing up Li Yunxiao. In their line of work, eyesight was the most important. At first glance, she made a judgment on Li Yunxiao. He was a young master of some small aristocratic family, here to ask for pills or weapons. "Young master, are you looking for pills or profound weapons? Fill out a form here. Write down your request and remuneration clearly. I will post it later and see if anyone is willing to accept." The beauty took out a form from the front desk and handed it to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao chuckled and picked up the pen to write on it. He quickly handed it back to the beauty. The beauty took a look and said in astonishment, "Poisonous blood of demonic beasts above rank 4? Price is negotiable?" She sized up Li Yunxiao again and frowned. She said doubtfully, "So young master is only here to ask for materials. These things are very rare and can only be found if you are lucky. Also, the price is not cheap. If you don't put a price on it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to buy it." Li Yunxiao also frowned. In a place like the Fire Crow Empire, demonic beasts above rank 4 were extremely rare. Furthermore, it was indeed difficult to find one with poisonous blood. He actually wanted to meet the president. Such rare materials were probably only known by the upper echelons of the guild. This smell," Li Yunxiao sniffed and looked at the lecture hall doubtfully. He felt a faint wave spreading out. He immediately caught this frequency and said in surprise, "It's about to take shape. I didn't expect it to be scrapped. What a pity." "What did you say?" The beauty was stunned for a moment. She followed Li Yunxiao's gaze and saw that the lecture hall was still quiet. Everyone was watching Bai Qianjin's refinement nervously. There was nothing strange about it. Oh, it's okay. Walk away later in case the explosion inside hurts you. I'll go in and take a look. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the lecture hall. His eyes fell on the small green sword in front of him without blinking. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The beauty stared blankly at his back. She couldn't wrap her head around it. She thought to herself, is he a madman? It doesn't look like it. She posted Li Yunxiao's purchase request and returned to the front desk to busy herself. As for Li Yunxiao's words, she naturally didn't take it to heart. Forcefully refining a third-grade Xian weapon when you just advanced to the third rank. Your courage is commendable, but it's a pity that you don't have enough strength. Li Yunxiao crossed his arms and stood at the back of the crowd. He shook his head slightly and said softly. Although his voice was not loud, it was heard by many people. All of them turned their heads in astonishment, and when they saw that it was a young boy, they all revealed looks of disgust and slight anger. They flicked their sleeves and turned their heads to continue watching seriously. Boy, how do you know that he doesn't have enough strength? I see that he's refining quite well. It's about to take shape. A teasing voice sounded beside him. Young man, don't talk nonsense if you don't have the ability. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Li Yunxiao turned his head. At the back of the lecture hall, an old man leaned lazily against the wall. His eyes were also looking at the refining in front of him. However, his fingers were digging his nose. It was as disgusting as one could imagine. The old man was the one who transmitted his voice to him just now. After all, everyone was focused on the refinement. If he spoke loudly, he would be glared at and angered just like he was in front of him. Li Yunxiao's eyes fell on the old man. His pupils suddenly shrank and then returned to normal. He transmitted his voice coldly, why don't we make a bet? Bet? The old man's eyes lit up. He seemed to be interested. He put his fingers down from his nose and said with a smile, what bet? He was a little suspicious in his heart. He thought to himself, just now, when this boy looked at me, there seemed to be a flash of light. Could it be that he can feel my strength? TSK, how is that possible? I'm thinking too much. If you lose, you'll be at my command for a year. If I lose, I'll also be at your command for a year. Li Yunxiao said calmly. Command for a year? The old man's body straightened from leaning lazily against the wall. He frowned and thought silently. Did he really discover my strength? How could it be? He shook his hand and transmitted his voice, no, although I don't think I'll lose. But if there's a chance, I'll be at your command for a year. My old bones will fall apart. A hint of disdain appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He laughed coldly and said, afraid? Then tell me. No matter what the bet is, I'll accept it. The old man looked at his confident face and looked suspiciously at Bai Qianjin, who was refining in front of him. Although he was sweating profusely and his face was pale, he was calm and composed. He did not look like he was going to have any problems. He immediately said coldly, I'm afraid? TSK. I'll be at your service for a year. I'm afraid that if you lose, your parents will come looking for you. What should I do? He saw that Li Yunxiao was only 15 years old and already had the cultivation of a martial grandmaster. He was definitely not an ordinary disciple of an aristocratic family. He definitely had a good sect supporting him. The corner of Li Yunxiao's mouth curled into a smile. He immediately became spirited as if he had suddenly picked up a great bargain. He grinned and said, even if my family comes looking for you, you're a 7-star martial grandmaster. Would you be afraid? You. The old man's body trembled as his eyes widened in shock. He had used a secret technique on his body. Ordinary people could not sense his cultivation at all. Even those with extremely strong divine senses could at most sense that he was a martial master or martial grandmaster. However, this 15-year-old youth could actually see that he was a 7-star martial grandmaster at a glance. The old man finally could not hold it in and asked in a deep voice, Kid, who exactly are you? He looked at Li Yunxiao's confident look of victory and suddenly had a very bad feeling. Haha, old man, don't be nervous. Relax. I'm not a bad person. Li Yunxiao was in a good mood. He had suddenly obtained the support of a 7-star martial grandmaster. For Yanwu City, which was currently at the heart of the struggle, it was really necessary. The old man fainted and said angrily, "TSK, don't be happy too early. It's not certain who will win or lose." Although he said that, the confidence in his heart began to gradually collapse under the smile on Li Yunxiao's lips, especially when Bai Qianjin's expression became more and more unpleasant. Finally, Weng Weng. After Bai Qianjin imprinted the small green sword with a spell, it suddenly became incomparably violent, giving off a deafening tremor. The buzzing caused everyone's ears to ring, and an extremely uncomfortable feeling surged up. The old man's expression instantly turned ugly. Even a layman like him could feel that the aura coming from the small sword was extremely unstable and violent. The expressions of the spectating arcane masters and arcane apprentices changed drastically as they tensed up. This was the prelude to the explosion of an artifact. Many of them had experienced it before, but it was only the explosion of some ordinary profound artifact, and the damage caused was limited. However, this was a rank 3 dark weapon, and in such a crowded place, if it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Some of the arcane masters in the back of the lecture hall turned their heads in shock as they looked at Li Yunxiao, who wore a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. Their minds were filled with question marks. How did this youth know that it was going to explode? And he knew it so long in advance. Brother Qianjin, don't panic. If you continue to cultivate, as long as it condenses, you can suppress the violent power. Let me lend you a hand. A middle-aged man jumped out from the crowd, and soul power surged from his body. He executed a few hand seals and immediately stabilized the small green sword. It continuously rotated above the formation plate, and the buzzing sound was also somewhat controlled. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief as their eyes lit up. It was rare to see a profound artifact that could save the berserk energy. Everyone opened their eyes wide, afraid to miss a single detail. Bai Qianjin was also overjoyed as he said, "With Brother Xianghua's help, I'll be fine." Xianghua smiled modestly, "Brother Qianjin thinks too highly of me. Now is not the time to talk. Although I've forcefully suppressed the sword with my soul power, it doesn't show any signs of subsiding. Let's use the transformation art together to stabilize the berserk energy and condense it." "Alright." Bai Qianjin shouted as he seemed to have recovered some strength and began to use the transformation art. The two of them made almost identical hand gestures, one left and one right, as they struck the green sword above the formation, as if trying to refine it and condense it. The old man let out a long sigh of relief as he glanced at Li Yunxiao and laughed, "Haha, the road turns around, the road turns around." "Haha. The road turns around?" Li Yunxiao smiled mockingly and said, "Actually, you only needed to use a few moves to dissolve the berserk force. Furthermore, you can continue refining and condensing it. Now that this fool has forcefully suppressed it with his soul power, we can actually use the transformation art together. In just 10 breaths of time, this profound artifact will explode from the berserk energy several times stronger than before." Victory was in his grasp. The old man was stunned for a moment before his expression turned solemn once more. Although he had some doubts about Li Yunxiao's words, he was already deeply convinced by Li Yunxiao's powerful divine sense and vision. He looked towards the front of the hall anxiously and began to pray in his heart. Please don't let Li Yunxiao be right. Li Yunxiao did not use voice transmission, but said it out loud instead. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, as well as all sorts of disdain and curses. The arcane masters who heard his words were all bewildered. 1. Li Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back as he coldly looked at the small sword in front of him. He ignored the gazes and curses of the others as he leisurely began to count. 2. 3. 4. His unscrupulous counting immediately drew the ire of the crowd. A grade 2 alchemist stood up abruptly, pointing at him and shouting angrily, "Where did this brat come from? Is the refinement of a rank 3 alchemist something you can casually criticize and spout nonsense? Who's your master?" The old man also looked at Li Yunxiao. He really wanted to know who his master was. However, Li Yunxiao ignored everyone's criticism and continued to count as though no one was around. 5. This action immediately angered the crowd, and they all stood up and scolded, "Whose child is this? Throw him out. Throw him out? I think it's better to capture him and wait for his master to come and get him. That's right, I'll do it. I'll lock him up in my house. Brother Shiman, this isn't appropriate. You are famous for molesting little boys. Brother Shangguan, you're wrong. I'm just a playboy, but I'm not a pervert. As the saying goes, wind and rain will always blow away the wind and rain. Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to him, his lips lightly spitting out, 6. As the word 6 fell, Bai Qianjin and Zhang Hua's expressions changed at the same time. They seemed to have discovered something unbelievable, their eyes filled with shock. How? Why is it like this? Zhang Hua blanked out and stared blankly at the small green sword. The berserk aura on it gradually emerged and became stronger. Their soul power suppression completely lost its effect and they were forced to retreat. Capture him. Capture this little brat who is trying to mislead people with lies. The alchemist called Brother Shangguan had an excited expression and licked his lips from time to time. He took the lead and charged forward to capture Li Yunxiao. 7. A smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. Everything was under his control. The old man was shocked. He saw the change in Zhang Hua and Bai Qianjin's expressions and knew that it was going to be bad. The shock on his face was unimaginable as he looked at the confident Li Yunxiao in shock. There were 2 rank 3 alchemists in front, yet they could not suppress the sword embryo even after working together. How did this youth see through it so early? Just as Brother Shangguan was about to reach Li Yunxiao, Zhang Hua, who was in front of him, suddenly let out a loud roar. His roar was deafening to the point where everyone nearly fell to the ground. Run! The sword embryo is about to explode. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. The entire place was silent for a moment like a ghost. In the next second, everyone rushed outside in a frenzy. All sorts of squeezing, trampling, and screams could be heard. Everyone, don't move, let the rank 2 alchemist go first. Go first, your mother, if you squeeze me again, I'll cripple you right now, scram. As Brother Shangguan was at the front, he was pushed to the ground by the people behind him. Countless feet trampled on his body, and after a few screams, there was no more sound. No one knew if he was dead or alive. 8. Li Yunxiao spat out lightly and turned to look at the ashen-faced old man. He smiled, how is it? Do you admit defeat? The old man could feel the energy vibrations coming from the small sword, as well as Bai Qianjin and Zhang Hua's panicked expressions. He immediately understood that he was powerless. He sighed and said, how did you know it would explode? It's good that you admit defeat. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and squeezed through the crowd. He said indifferently, there's still 2 breaths of time, it can actually be saved. Zhang Hua was still trying his best to control the small sword to buy more time for everyone to escape. When he saw Li Yunxiao walking over unhurriedly, he immediately shouted in anger, hurry up and retreat. I don't know how you saw it would explode, but the sword embryo structure has been completely destroyed. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried here. Li Yunxiao looked at the 2 of them approvingly, fearless in the face of danger, risking your life to buy time for others. TSK, although the 2 of you aren't very strong, your character is really indescribable. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Zhang Hua and Bai Qianjin, Li Yunxiao lightly patted the array plate. A ray of light rose from the array plate and enveloped the green sword embryo. Ah! The 2 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Hua's eyes bulged as he roared, stop! Do you know what you're doing? What made the 2 of them even more shocked was that the soul power they used to suppress the tyrannical aura on the sword embryo was actually repelled by another soul power. Crazy! You'll... Zhang Hua said angrily, but his voice was quickly restrained, because he was shocked to find that the ruthless aura on the sword embryo seemed to have become gentle. Although it was still abnormally violent, the frequency of the aura it emitted was slowly becoming rhythmic. This is... The 2 of them widened their eyes like copper bells as they stood there in a daze. Li Yunxiao had already begun to move. His feet did not move an inch from his original position, but his body left a series of afterimages. The speed of his hands was so fast that it left one speechless. One after another, the Dharma seals seemed to jump out on their own. They were continuous, one after another, like the surging waters of a great river. They poured into the space above the array disc, completely blocking the small green sword. Astonishment also flashed across the old man's eyes as he stared in disbelief at Xianxia's dreamlike movements. They were as swift as a gust of wind and as fast as a flash. Those complicated movements and a series of well-practiced techniques were definitely not something an ordinary newbie could achieve. He must have gone through thousands and thousands of battles to be able to move as freely as he pleased, moving clouds and flowing water. 10 breaths have passed and it still hasn't exploded. The old man muttered silently in his heart. Although he couldn't see the situation of the sword embryo clearly, the profound level fluctuations emitted from the sword embryo had become peaceful. It was as if a pot of boiling water had suddenly become warm, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. The old man's face was dejected. He did not expect that he would fall into the hands of an inexplicable youth. But in an instant, his eyes burst with light, as if he was very excited. At this time, many arcane masters ran out. After waiting for a while without any results, some courageous ones put on their battle suits and carefully came in to check. Those timid ones at the back anxiously waited for those people to come out and report the situation, but there was no sound at all. Everyone who went in was like a stone sinking into the sea, there was no response. What's going on? What happened inside? It's been so long, why hasn't it exploded? Didn't they say 10 breaths? Why didn't any of those bitches who went in reply? Everyone looked at each other, you look at me, I look at you. Occasionally, someone would pluck up the courage to go in, but there was also no response. Could it be that the sword has produced the legendary sword spirit, and it eats everyone who goes in? Eat your sister. It is rumored that only profound weapons surpassing the 9th rank can have a weapon spirit. Then why don't you tell me what's going on? How would I know? Oh right, Pan, go in and take a look. Everyone's eyes fell on the beautiful woman at the front desk. She also ran out with everyone. She was shocked to the extreme. The young man had actually hit the nail on the head. Being pushed by someone, she immediately jumped in fright and panicked. I am a weak girl, it's so dangerous to go in. Humph, you are just an ordinary girl, what's there to be dangerous about? Do you want us respected arcane masters to go in and take the risk? If something happens to any of us, can you take responsibility? Brother Shangguan is right. Brother Shangguan, you didn't die just now? Fuck, you want me to die, right? I was stepped on at least a few hundred times just now, which one of you did it? Cough cough, let's not talk about this first. Finding out what happened inside is the important matter. Pan, every one of us is more than 10,000 times more respected than you. If you don't go in, who will? Hurry up and go in, don't waste everyone's time. That's right, there are dozens of us, if each of us is delayed for a minute, it will be an hour. Do you know how precious an hour of an arcane master's time is? What are you crying for? Stop pretending to be pitiful, hurry up and go in. It was unknown who forcefully pushed the door, but Pan was directly forced into the hall. She was so scared that she hastily held her breath, her face filled with tears of grievance and fear. She could not afford to offend any of these arcane masters. She could only bite her lips and carefully walk towards the lecture hall. Pan carefully walked towards the lecture hall. A young man's voice came from inside the lecture hall. She could not understand what he was saying at all. Very quickly, a scene that left her dumbstruck appeared before her eyes. The teenager called Xianxia was leisurely talking at the front of the lecture hall. The group of arcane masters who had just entered were sitting obediently below him, each of them attentively listening to him. Even Master Xianxia and Master Bai Qianjin were sitting respectfully below with hungry expressions on their faces. The small green sword that should have exploded was not only undamaged, it also looked like it had already been refined. It spun around Xianxia's fingertips as if it was the tip of a pen. Now, is there anything else you don't understand? His gaze fell on the old man. The old man bitterly smiled. Xianxia fiercely swallowed his saliva and carefully asked with a longing expression, Grandmaster, I still don't understand. Why did it backfire when we worked together to suppress the tyrannical aura? It's very simple. Xianxia threw the small sword on the table like it was a toy and sat down. He crossed his legs and asked, I'm a little thirsty, do you have water? Ah? Water? Xianxia was surprised for a moment. Then, he abruptly saw Pan, who was about to go out to report, and hurriedly asked, "Pan, where are you going? Hurry up and pour water for this Grandmaster. Hurry, hurry." "Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you dawdling? Fuck, you are usually very agile, why are you so slow? What if you make the Grandmaster thirsty? You didn't even prepare water, I think you want to quit." The group of arcane masters who were listening excitedly glared at Pan and scolded her. Some of them were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fire her. Pan trembled as she ran over with a cup of water in her hand. She was on the verge of tears. Grandmaster, please have some water." She carefully placed a glass of water in front of Li Yunxiao, bowed, and was about to leave. There was still a group of arcane masters waiting for her to report. She could not afford to offend any of them. "Where are you going?" "Just wait on the Grandmaster here. Perhaps the Grandmaster will have other instructions for you later." Xianxia frowned and rolled his eyes at her, seemingly extremely dissatisfied. Xiaofeng was taken aback and immediately put on a long face. She lowered her head and stood to the side, not daring to take even half a step forward. Li Yunxiao took a sip of water with a smile in his eyes. His face immediately darkened. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "What's with your attitude?" Xianxia and the others were shocked. They didn't understand why Li Yunxiao had suddenly flipped out. They looked around nervously. Li Yunxiao pointed at Xiaofeng and said, "How could you have the heart to shout at such a beautiful woman? How could you have the heart to order her around? How could you have the heart to say that you want to expel her? I really wonder if any of you are arcane refiners. As a qualified arcane alchemist, you must first have a heart for universal love. Do you have that?" If he treated beauties in such a manner, it would be even more unimaginable for him to treat ordinary people. None of you deserve to be an arcane alchemist. Ah? This? Everyone was stunned. Bai Qianjin was the first to react. He hurriedly waved to Xiaofeng, saying, "Xiaofeng, come and sit here. We were indeed too harsh on you in the past. After the Grandmaster's reminder, it is indeed the case. As an arcane refiner, if you don't have a heart for universal love, are you still an arcane refiner?" He took out a storage bag and handed it over. He amiably said, "I don't have any gold on me. Here are 100 mid-grade source stones. Take it as compensation from the guild." "Ah? 100 mid-grade source stones." Xiaofeng's blood almost burst out of her veins. How much gold was that worth? She felt as if her brain had short-circuited. Xianxia also hurriedly said, "After the Grandmaster's words, I have also been enlightened. I propose to give Xiaofeng a raise." "That's right. I just thought of it. Xiaofeng has worked here for so many years. She has never received a raise, right? Heavens, we were too selfish and inhumane in the past. We only think about ourselves all the time. We don't care about other people's difficulties. No wonder our arcane refinement skills haven't improved after so many years. It turns out that we lack a heart for universal love. Can't we? Everyone, we need to give Xiaofeng at least 10 times her salary." 10 times? The currency has been overflowing for the past few years. We need to increase it by at least 100 times. "That's right," Xianxia said with a serious expression, "at least 100 times. We will propose this to the vice guild leader after this matter is over. If we can't increase it by this amount, everyone will fork out their own money." "Yes, let's do that." Everyone immediately echoed with righteous indignation. It was as if they had a huge grudge against the guild's salary system. Xiaofeng felt her mind turn to stone. She couldn't think at all. Listening to the concerned voices around her, she felt as if she was in a dream. No. This is a dream. All the grievances she had suffered for so many years suddenly came flooding back. Her big eyes held back tears as she looked at Li Yunxiao with unspeakable gratitude. Li Yunxiao lightly smiled and clapped his hands. All right, all right. Based on your performance, it seems you are not hopeless. Let's continue. Where were we? We were talking about why it backfired when we worked together to suppress the tyrannical aura? Xianxia hurriedly and carefully asked. The entire conference hall immediately quieted down. Not a single sound of breathing could be heard. The old man sat in the back row with his legs crossed. Seeing the almighty arcane masters acting so cautiously, he felt an indescribable strangeness and joy in his heart. Haha, you arrogant, lowly arcane masters who look down on humans, never thought you would have such a day. I never thought there would be a day when you would stick to others like bugs. Fuck, where's your pride? Where's your dignity? Fuck. The old man fiercely raised his middle finger in his heart. However, his heart was as clear as snow. He knew that these arcane masters were acting like this because they were completely convinced by this kid's strength and knowledge. It was just like how a martial ancestor or a martial emperor was a high and mighty existence. If a martial saint or martial emperor came, you would have to follow him around and serve him carefully. This caused the old man to become extremely curious. Just which faction could actually raise such a young high-rank arcane master? Even a third-rank arcane master was tamed into submission by him. Just what is this kid's rank? Fuck, he's only 15, and he's a one-star martial grand master. Since when did such a genius appear in the Fire Crow Empire? The old man did not understand the path of arcane masters at all. He kept guessing in his heart. The other arcane masters listened attentively. Their faces were red, and they did not dare to be distracted. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. After lightly wiping her eyes, Xiaofang also carefully sat to the side and waited for orders. She knew that no matter who this youth was, at least her treatment in the future would be completely changed. Although arcane masters were cold, they were all extremely arrogant. They would not go back on their words. Furthermore, her income would increase by 100 times. It was a small matter to these people. It's actually very simple. I've already said that the reason for the failure was because the ratio of copper nightmare stone was too high. Because Grandmaster Bai. Grandmaster, you can just call me Little Bai or Little Jean. Don't call me Grandmaster, it's too much. Bai Qianjin could not sit still anymore and hurriedly interrupted. Oh, because Little Bai just reached the 3rd rank, his realm is not stable. Therefore, in order to increase the success rate, he used an excessive ratio of 3rd rank materials, thinking that it would increase the success rate. Little did he know that this was purely an act of seeking death. If you can't even control a low ratio of 3rd rank materials, how can you control a high ratio? Therefore, during the refining process, a large amount of the material's structure will be destroyed, causing great instability. When I came in, I already felt that as long as I continue refining, the damage will become greater and greater. With Little Bai's strength, he will not be able to stop the damage. Therefore, when I came in, I told the beauty to stay away, lest she be affected by the explosion. Pan blushed slightly and shyly lowered her head. She secretly scolded herself for being as blind as a bat. At first, she thought that the other party was crazy. The other arcane masters were all shocked speechless. Just from the fluctuations of the weapon, he was able to sense it to such a degree. Heavens, just what kind of existence was this Grandmaster? After that, you joined hands to suppress it with soul power. The principle is the same. With the two of them working together, their soul power was strong enough to suppress the tyrannical energy. However, the damage done to the structure would only increase. Unless the two of them were able to surpass the grade of the materials and completely crush the structure to death, they would only explode even more violently if they lost control. You must know that this small sword does not only contain a single 3rd rank material, the copper nightmare stone. There are at least 10 other materials that were destroyed by your joint suppression. Therefore, an explosion is only a matter of time. So that's how it is. Everyone had a look of sudden realization, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. After all, there were many arcane masters who died during the refining process. It could be said that they were a group of people who used their lives to seek the Tao. The more theory and experience he learned, the more chances he had to survive. Therefore, everyone was secretly delighted as they frantically digested the knowledge Li Yunxiao imparted to them. The old man sitting in the back finally couldn't help but ask, "Then how did you suppress the violent aura? Don't tell me that your soul power is strong enough to crush the power contained in these materials to death." Li Yunxiao glanced at the old man and proudly explained, "To control a flood, you have to disperse it, not block it. What I used was to divert it. On one hand, I used various spells to disperse the violent aura. At the same time, I continuously repaired the damaged structure of the material. After completely alleviating the danger of the explosion, I refined the sword. Damaged materials can be repaired? All the arcane masters were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This was already beyond their understanding. An arcane master carefully raised the doubt in his heart: refining is an irreversible process. How can materials be repaired after they are damaged? Nonsense, of course they can be repaired. Li Yunxiao looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot, and said disdainfully, the resources of the Tianwu continent are getting lesser and lesser. If every alchemist was like you, throwing things away when they are broken, how many materials would be wasted? Especially after the higher the level, the 7th, 8th, and even 9th level materials are all hard to find. How can there be so many for you to waste? Damaged artifacts can be repaired, damaged materials can naturally be repaired as well. The key is that you have to have a deep understanding of the materials themselves. The refining process is actually a process of breaking down and recombining. The structure that is damaged during the refining process can be guided and repaired through reasonable seals. It can also enter the normal refining process, and the effect will not be reduced. His words immediately caused everyone to think deeply. Although it seemed to work in theory, in reality, it was such a terrifying and exquisite control. Everyone thought of the dazzling and incomprehensible techniques Li Yunxiao used previously. They were all shocked and their faces paled slightly. Those famous arcane masters in the Fire Crow Empire learned for the first time that arcane crafting process could be controlled so precisely. It was a miraculous skill. To them, it was not just a break in common sense, it was a breakthrough in their awareness and a subversion in their theory. All of them seemed to have received a revolution and their brains short-circuited. Master, Master. I have a question that has been bothering me for many years. When I refine level 3 elixirs, every time I melt the fire. Master. Every time I use the formation, I will be affected. Master, and me, when I refine the ore, I will often. For a moment, everyone loudly asked the question that had been bothering them. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism, afraid that their voices would be too soft for the master to hear. And if they missed this opportunity, they did not know when they would get the answer. Soon, the entire lecture hall was completely drowned by all kinds of voices. All right, enough. Li Yunxiao tried his best to stop them and shouted, quiet down, all of you. His roar immediately caused everyone to shut their mouths. However, everyone's faces and necks were still red. The fanaticism in their eyes did not diminish, and their faces were filled with reverence and respect. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, who do you think I am? You want me to answer your questions for free? I'm very busy. His words immediately caused everyone to become dispirited and distressed. Indeed, the other party was a master of refinement who far surpassed him. To be able to explain those things to him was already a blessing of 3 lifetimes. What right did he have to answer his questions? However, I'm not that unapproachable. How about this, write down all your questions and give them to this beauty. Li Yunxiao pointed at Xiao Feng and said, each person can't ask more than 3 questions, so there's a total of 50 questions. He smiled at the dumbfounded Pan and said, Beauty, these 50 questions are for you to choose and organize. You can submit any topic you want, and just ignore those you don't like. In a few days, I will send someone to pick up the questions and answer them all at once. Ah? Pan was completely dumbfounded. This was equivalent to giving her the right to choose the questions. If these arcane masters wanted to answer their questions, wouldn't they have no choice but to curry favor with her? Whoosh, everyone's gazes immediately fell on Pan. All kinds of light shone from their wolf-like eyes. The atmosphere in the lecture hall suddenly became heavy, like the calm before a storm. They had even forgotten when Li Yunxiao had left, and no one had noticed. Bang, the door outside was immediately kicked open. The group of arcane masters outside watched Li Yunxiao leisurely walk out and then rushed in one by one. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound and that they were all gathered around Xiao Feng, everyone had a look of confusion on their faces. Just what had happened? You little slut, I let you in to investigate, but you just sat there and didn't move. Do you think you're a leader? Fuck. When Brother Shangguan saw Xiaofeng sitting there, he immediately flew into a rage. He walked forward and kicked her. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the kick in shock. Bang, this kick landed solidly on a solid spot. Xianxia had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiaofeng. His back suffered a heavy blow, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Grandmaster Zhang, you. Pan didn't know what to do. Her mind was still blank. A third-rank arcane master had actually used his body to block the attack for her. It's fine, it's fine. This kick was nothing at all. Even if 100 or 1,000 kicks come at me, I can still take it. Pan, I only have 3 small questions. You must help me pass them to the Grandmaster. From now on, you are my big sister, Xianxia slowly said with deep emotion. Ah. Everyone reacted one after another. As for those who came in later, they were all petrified. Their minds stopped working on the spot. They didn't understand what was going on. Shang Guanxiong even raised his leg in the air. His eyes bulged. He actually kicked Grandmaster Zhang. And this atmosphere, he immediately felt the abnormal gazes of the people around him. Soon, he felt a heavy weight on his body. Countless fists and palms landed on his body. Before he could understand what was going on, he directly fainted from the pain. His body was dragged into the hands of an arcane master. Soon, his head was stepped on by another arcane master. He lay on the ground. How to deal with this guy depends on your word, Sister Pan. Whether it's death by 1,000 cuts, dismemberment, or killing his entire family, a word from Sister Pan will do. Killing his entire family is a light punishment. It should be 9 generations. As long as Sister Pan says the word, I will take my sword and exterminate his entire family. Sister Pan is still unmarried, right? My cousin was ranked 4th in the Fire Crow Empire's Superboy last year. He has an illustrious family background and is still unmarried. Get lost. Can his family background compare to the 4 great clans? My nephew is a collateral descendant of the Qing clan. Furthermore, he is very young. He reached Martial Grand Master at the age of 64. Xiaofeng was so crowded that she almost fainted. The entire lecture hall was so crowded that the entire lecture hall was filled to the brim. Li Yunxiao had long since slipped out. The old man followed closely behind him. The two of them walked into a small alley and randomly found a tea house. They ordered 2 pots of tea and started drinking. Li Yunxiao took a sip and carefully tasted it. Green tortoise tea, 2 years old. Mid-grade tea quality. It should have been picked 2 years ago before the March rain. The old man was stunned. He also took a few sips and smacked his lips. He asked suspiciously, really? You can even taste this? Hee hee. Li Yunxiao laughed noncommittally. He tapped 2 fingers on the table rhythmically and said proudly, let me introduce myself. I am Li Yunxiao. You can call me Young Master Yun in the future. I will give you a salary of 100,000 high-grade primordial stones for this year. Do you have any other requests? The old man had a bitter expression and said in disbelief, You are not really planning to let me serve you for a year, are you? I am a 7-star martial ancestor. Don't you have any respect for the strong and the old? Li Yunxiao's gaze gradually turned cold. He snorted and said, You still know that you are a 7-star martial ancestor. Are you going to go back on your word? Your salary is gone. You just need to eat and stay. Don't. The old man hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. You still have to pay me. I was just asking. 100,000 high-grade primordial stones. Even a martial ancestor would be tempted. You want me to listen to you for a year? What do you want me to do? Don't tell me you want to kill someone or set a fire? Kid, which family are you from? The old man asked a series of questions. He was extremely interested in Li Yunxiao's identity. This kid's alchemy skills were really F***king strong. At this age, he would definitely be famous in the future. It would not be a loss to build a good relationship with him now. Li Yunxiao raised his finger and said coldly, I'll say it again. Call me Young Master Yun. You don't have to worry about which family I'm from. You should introduce yourself first, Martial Ancestor Lord. The old man was slightly unhappy. He narrowed his eyes and said, "My name is Duan Yu. You can just call me Elder Duan." "Okay, then I'll call you Xiaoyu," Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly. He thought to himself, "You want to pretend to be old in front of me? F***ck off." Duan Yu was stunned. Then, he sighed dejectedly. He realized that it was difficult to take advantage of this kid. He suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Are you looking for poisonous blood from demonic beasts above the 4th rank?" Li Yunxiao had a sip of tea in his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He looked at Duan Yu's smug expression and snorted. He slowly put down the teacup and pretended to be indifferent. He said indifferently, "I'm looking for some fun." "Why, do you have it?" "I don't," Duan Yu rejected flatly. Looking at Li Yunxiao's indignant gaze, he hurriedly smiled and said, "But I know where you have it." Tisk. Li Yunxiao stared at him as if he was an idiot and said disdainfully, "Do I need you to tell me that? The land of the demonic beasts, the Tiandang Mountains, the ancient wasteland, the golden desert, which place doesn't have it?" Duan Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said gloomily, "Who would dare to go to those places? Even Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandang Mountains. I'm talking about places that are feasible. The probability of obtaining it is very high." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao's interest was immediately piqued. He guessed, could it be that there are 1 or 2 poisonous rank 4 demonic beasts in the nearby mountains? Duan Yu smiled and said, "It's not demonic beasts. It's from the sea." "Sea beasts?" A glint flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "Are you talking about the South China Sea next to the Tianxiang Empire?" "That's right. It's so easy to talk to smart people." Duan Yu seemed to be slightly excited as he said, "There are a large number of sea beasts in the South China Sea, and there are many of them that are rank 4 and above. Killing a rank 4 poisonous beast is a piece of cake." Li Yunxiao slammed the teacup on the table and sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? The sea is boundless, and the part of the sea near the mainland has at most rank 2 sea beasts. If you want to find rank 4 sea beasts, you have to travel at least 1,000 miles into the sea. Not to mention the fact that you can't kill them without a sea map. Even if you have a sea map, you can at most avoid getting lost. Finding a poisonous rank 4 sea beast is also a fool's dream. If you encounter a high-level existence, you and I will both die at the bottom of the sea. That's a high probability of happening." Duan Yu was stunned. He realized that it was really difficult to talk to this young man. How could he know so much at such a young age? It was as if he had been to the sea himself. It seemed that swindling wouldn't work. He took out an ancient beast skin from his ring and spread it in front of Li Yunxiao. He said carefully, "Take a look at this." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. This beast skin was several times thicker than ordinary beast skin. It was obviously the skin of a large sea beast, and it was extremely elastic to the touch. A sea map was drawn on it with a very delicate technique. A triangle was marked with a red mark in one corner, and 2 mosquito-sized words were marked on it, Kunwu. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously grabbed the entire beast skin in his hand. He said in shock, "Kunwu divine tree?" Duan Yu was also shocked. He realized that he couldn't see through this young man in front of him. He said in disbelief, "You know about Kunwu divine tree too?" Li Yunxiao realized that he had lost his composure. He wouldn't care if there was news about Kunwu divine tree under normal circumstances. However, Mengwu was in a deep sleep now, and she needed the soul-nurturing wood. The soul-nurturing wood was a branch of Kunwu divine tree that had absorbed a large amount of life essence of sea beasts. TSK. I'm an alchemist. There are very few materials in the world that I don't know. Kunwu divine tree is just one of the natural treasures. What's there to be surprised about? Li Yunxiao spread out the map again and looked at it carefully. He said softly, "From this sea map, it should be near the coastline of Tianxiang Empire." Although the distance wasn't far, since the Kunwu divine tree was here, there would definitely be high-level sea beasts guarding it. There's a high probability of encountering a few poisonous ones. After a moment of silence, he returned the map to Duan Yu and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do? Also, tell me the various conditions and benefits. Tell me more clearly so that I can be prepared." Duan Yu was stunned on the spot. The other party had actually guessed his thoughts so straightforwardly. Wasn't this youth a little too terrifying? Did he really find the right person? He wouldn't be tricked by the other party, right? What? Don't play dumb with me. Li Yunxiao sneered coldly, you must have a use for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have kept all the benefits for yourself. Why would you be so kind as to share them with me? If you don't make it clear, I'll let this matter go. I'll pretend I didn't know. Gulp, gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Duan Yu bitterly smiled. I'm really doubting your age. Is there an old monster hiding in your body? I do need your help. This time, I went to the Alchemist Guild to find an alchemist. I originally had my eyes on Bai Qianjin, but it seems like he's not strong enough. Li Yunxiao sneered and continued, so you took a fancy to me. You think that I'm young, strong, and easy to trick? Duan Yu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. I did have such thoughts in the beginning, but now, I'm really worried that I've found the wrong person. If I knew that you were so smart, I would have looked for a higher-ranked alchemist to work with. I was originally afraid of being tricked by them, so I wanted to find a younger and inexperienced one. Don't worry, I'm only 15 years old. How can I have any experience? Li Yunxiao said sincerely with an honest look on his face. Duan Yu was speechless. If he didn't understand a little, he would have definitely believed Li Yunxiao's words just by looking at his expression. Now, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Then, he narrated the entire situation in full detail. The Tianxiang Empire was next to the South Sea, so it had abundant sea resources. There was a small town near the South Sea called Qinghai Town. Although it was small and had a small population, it was one of the most prosperous places in the southern territory of the realm of heaven martial arts. The number of people who came here was 100 or even 1,000 times more than the number of people who stayed here. They were all businessmen who came from all over the world. Besides ordinary businessmen, there were also representatives of various factions and members of the merchant union. All of them had a station in Qinghai Town. It was because this place possessed unparalleled marine resources. Besides being extremely rich in natural resources and having an inexhaustible supply of all sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there was even a large number of beast hunters that swarmed over from all directions. All year round, they hunted sea beasts for a living and exchanged them for various resources. Duan Yu was a very famous beast hunter, mainly because he was strong. He usually traveled alone, and the sea beasts he hunted were of a higher level than ordinary people. That was why he was famous among beast hunters. The distribution of demonic beasts in the sea was similar to what Li Yunxiao had described. Within 1,000 miles of the sea, there were at most rank 2 beasts, which was equivalent to human martial masters. However, in the sea beasts could display their unique advantages, while humans were greatly restricted. Under such circumstances, if humans wanted to hunt sea beasts in the sea, they could only look for existences that were one level lower than them. In other words, to hunt a rank 2 sea beast, humans at the great martial master level were required. Normally, as long as they were well prepared and didn't venture into unfamiliar waters or go deeper, they wouldn't be in too much danger. However, because of this, most of the sea beasts in the safe waters had been hunted. Therefore, many beast hunting teams had to take the risk to go deeper in the sea in order to obtain higher profits. Although people died because of this, the profits were too tempting. Many beast hunting teams took the risk. Duan Yu happened to save a beast hunting team that was almost wiped out. The captain of the beast hunting team couldn't repay Duan Yu, so he gave Duan Yu this sea map as a life-saving gift. At first, Duan Yu did not think much of it. However, the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. This was actually a sea map of rainbow fog. The so-called sea rainbow fog was a very special phenomenon in the sea. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored mist appeared on the surface of the sea, covering the entire sea and sky. People in the depths of the mist couldn't even see their own fingers. Even their divine senses couldn't penetrate too far. There were 2 types of rainbow fog. One was that it appeared randomly, and no one could predict it. There was also a fixed type, which was a rainbow mist that could appear at any time in a certain area of the sea. The only similarity between the two was that once the rainbow fog phenomenon appeared, the original sea region would no longer be the original place. This kind of fog would create a spatial channel effect, and people who entered it would simultaneously travel to another unknown sea region. The sea region that the rainbow fog appeared randomly would also be connected to, and the sea region that the fixed rainbow fog would lead to would also be fixed. Therefore, the fixed rainbow fog had great exploration value and was considered a treasure trove. This kind of sea map with the fixed rainbow fog was a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable. It had to be known that the four seas were many times larger than the land. Ordinary martial artists would find it difficult to travel all over the four seas even if they spent their entire lives. Even the royal families of the four seas might not be clear about the various situations in their own territories. Therefore, such a rainbow mist sea map was equivalent to opening up an independent treasure trove. Its value was so great that it made one speechless. Of course, the risk was also great. If it went directly to a place where high-level sea beasts lived, it would be a complete tragedy. After listening to it, Xianxia suddenly understood. Generally, in the place where the rainbow fog was produced, there would be a kind of accompanying thing called pink crystal dust. This crystal dust showed a faint peach blossom pink and did not have any smell. It was scattered in the rainbow fog and did not have any toxicity. However, once it was inhaled into the human body, it would cause great hallucinations and eventually die in the sea. This pink crystal dust could not be dispersed with Xianxia. The only way to disperse it was with a strong soul force. Xianxia took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "You came to me to disperse the pink crystal dust, right?" Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Yu, who was drinking tea to moisten his mouth, spat out the water in his mouth and coughed continuously. He patted his chest with all his might, his eyes filled with shock. He was completely shocked, and his face fell. He only felt weak as he said, "Are you really only 15 years old? Even hunters who hunt sea beasts in the sea all year round might not know about pink crystal dust. Only powerhouses who have reached a certain level would know about it. You are only 15 years old? You have a rank 3 Dao of Alchemy, a 1-star martial Grand Master Cultivation, and you actually know everything. Which power raised a monster like you? In the future, when I have sons and grandsons, I will send them to be trained." Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. Not only did he know about the rainbow fog, but he had also experienced it once. It was said on the continent that he had killed all the sea race within 8,000 miles, and the entire sea was dyed blood red. This was a rumor made by humans because they wanted to save face. In reality, he was chased by the sea race for 8,000 miles. However, he killed countless members of the sea race who blocked his way, and a large area of the sea was dyed red. This was true. Later on, when he was cornered and thought that he was going to die, a rainbow fog appeared. A rainbow mist actually appeared, directly teleporting him to another large sea region. Only then did he escape from death, picking up his life. Although his combat power was very strong, he was faced with tens of thousands of sea race powerhouses. There were also hundreds of Jiutian realm Emperor Wu. Even if the top 10 experts on the heaven and earth ranking list were all here, they would all die. Later on, the Bo clan, who ruled the four seas, could not find anyone. They could not withstand the pressure from the four seas royal families, so they brought tens of thousands of powerhouses to attack the sacred region. Even the sacred region's god capital did not dare to accept the challenge. The sea race people surrounded him for a few months, but to no avail. Only after cursing did they return resentfully. Xianxia recalled what happened back then and felt as if it was a lifetime ago. He smiled and said, "You're a hunter from the Tianxiang Empire, but you came to the Fire Crow Empire to look for someone. Furthermore, you specifically picked young and inexperienced arcane masters. It can be seen that you're an extremely careful and suspicious person. I'm afraid that I'll be swallowed whole by you if I work with someone like you." Duan Yu smiled bitterly, "The world is dangerous. You know how valuable this sea map is. How would I dare to work with someone too powerful? I'm already regretting finding you. I should be the one afraid of being eaten, right?" Xianxia looked at the sea map and licked his lips. He did not care about the value of the sea map. The most important thing was the Wukuan divine tree and the poisonous blood of the sea beasts. He had to get these two things. "Old Duan, you're too humble. Are you a 7-star martial ancestor afraid of a 1-star martial grandmaster like me? You can poke me to death with just a finger. I should be the one who is in fear and trepidation. Tell me, how should we work together? How should we split the benefits? Duan Yu thought about it carefully and said, since you know about the pink crystal dust, you naturally know the power of this thing. First, I want to know how confident you are in dispelling this thing. Li Yunxiao smiled and a confident look appeared on his face. He tapped his index finger on the table rhythmically and said leisurely, if it's just for 2 people to pass, I'm 100% confident. 100%? Duan Yu was shocked. His eyes widened and were filled with suspicion. If it was anyone else who said such nonsense, he would definitely not believe it. However, since the other party knew about the pink crystal dust, he had a certain understanding of it. Since he dared to say that he was 100%, even if he wasn't 100%, he was probably close to it. I didn't expect your soul power to be so strong. Duan Yu nodded slightly and said, that's good. After we pass through the rainbow fog, we'll work together and split the loot 20/80ths. 20 of 80? Are you trying to say you get 80 and I get 20? What do you think? Could it be that I, a 7-star martial ancestor, get 2 and you, a 1-star martial grandmaster, get 8? Don't forget, you still have to listen to me now. Even if I don't work with you and go alone, you still have to listen to me. You, alright, 3-7, you can't add any more. After all, this C map is mine. I'll probably be the one who does the most. Probably? You're using something that might exist but might not exist to distribute the income? Are you willing? You. Don't tell me you're the one who's putting in more effort. I will never agree to a 40/60. Then go and disperse the pink crystal dust yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Just breathing in a little bit of that thing will completely paralyze one's divine sense. Just wait for the sea beasts to excrete it. Alright, 46. My heart hurts. Duan Yu clutched his chest and made a pained expression as he glared at Li Yunxiao. I as, Kuan divine tree in feng as in as. As in as, the tree 4b, he, Yunxiao Yu as in. You can keep the Wu Kuan divine tree and help me kill a poisonous 4th rank or above sea beast. Everything else will belong to you. Choose one. No. Duan Yu jumped up and shouted angrily, don't go too far. 50/50, you're dreaming. As for the Wu Kuan divine tree, it's a treasure of heaven and earth. Its value is immeasurable. It's not even inferior to a 9th rank material. I'll help you kill a sea beast. How about this, I'll help you kill 2 and everything else will belong to me. Pa. Li Yunxiao placed the teacup on the table and said coldly, are you being sincere when you say that? I'm not sincere? Duan Yu's eyes bulged, and he said angrily, 50/50 is a huge loss for me, but if the Wu Kuan divine tree belongs to you, once we reach the other side sea, I'll drown in the sea. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's why I said that when it comes to business, you have to be willing to lose. It's a blessing to lose. Don't forget, you have to listen to me now. I'm already being very kind by giving you a 50/50 share. Duan Yu hit his head with all his might. Damn it, why did I make such a ridiculous bet with this brat? Now I'm in a passive position. After a while, he finally calmed down and said with a pained expression, fine, I'll give you a 50/50 share. But I have a condition. Li Yunxiao looked at his serious face and said calmly, what condition? I'll be frank with you first. I won't agree to it. Duan Yu almost fainted. He couldn't understand how a 15-year-old could be so shrewd. When he was 15, he was still thinking about how to pick up girls. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, my condition is that one day, when you have the strength, you have to help me refine a great void ultimate golden pill. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrunk and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He looked at Duan Yu from head to toe and nodded, fine, I promise you. Really? Duan Yu was overjoyed and almost lost control of himself. Then, he asked suspiciously, do you know about the great void ultimate golden pill? He was afraid that Duan Yu didn't even know about this pill and was just making a promise. After all, this pill wasn't something he could come into contact with at his level. He was afraid that if he said he didn't know about it and went back on his word, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Although Li Yunxiao was only at the 3rd level of Formula Dao, for some reason, he believed that the youth in front of him would definitely become famous in the deity transformation sea in the future and become an amazing refinement master. It was definitely a wise move to ask for a promise now. TSK. Isn't it just a 30% increase in the chances of a peak 9 stars martial emperor breaking through to a martial venerable? Li Yunxiao said disdainfully. Duan Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that. He could tell the attributes of the pill. However, when he heard the other party's disdainful tone, this kind of pill that was extremely difficult to obtain and would definitely cause the various major powers to break their heads, was actually so disdainful in his words. Duan Yu was instantly infuriated and said angrily, F***ck. But that's it? A 30% chance of breaking through. Do you know what rank this pill is? Do you know how difficult it is to refine? Do you know what a 30% chance means? Humph. Li Yunxiao looked at him disdainfully as if he was looking at a pauper holding a bun and shouting. He snorted and closed his eyes, saying, Grand Void Ultimate Golden Pill, Grade 8. It's made with 3 main ingredients, Hollow Hunting Tooth, Rock Serpent Grass, and Phoenix Bloodless Blood, plus a 9th rank ingredient, Broken Dragon Sand Wind, and 10,720 supplementary ingredients. When refining, it needs 12 formations and a total of 360,000 hand seals. Not only does the refiner need a soul power of the 8th rank, which is the minimum requirement, but he also needs 3 backup soul recovery pills of the 7th rank so that he can make up for it when his soul power is insufficient. Otherwise, even a venerable rank alchemist would find it hard to refine it. There was an eerie silence at the tea table. Other than the sound of Li Yunxiao closing the lid of the tea, there was no other sound. Duan Yu seemed to have been petrified and turned into a real mummy. He sat there in a daze, unable to move. After Li Yunxiao drank a few mouthfuls of tea and changed the tea leaves, he came back to his senses. Ha, ha. Duan Yu foolishly tapped his fingers and pointed at Li Yunxiao with a smile, saying, Fake, it must be fake. You must be spouting nonsense. You're so humorous. You even know the recipe for an 8th rank medicinal pill and said it so casually. Do you think you're one of those divine transformation sea elders? Haha. Although his mouth was full of disbelief, his stiff expression and shocked expression showed that he completely believed it in his heart. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed in his heart. This old man actually guessed his identity correctly several times. Under this 15-year-old appearance was the soul of Jiutian Emperor Wu, and his identity in his previous life was indeed an honorary divine transformation sea elder. He smiled and arranged the tea set properly. He smiled and said, There's no time to lose. Let's go now. I have something very important to do and can't delay for too long. Oh? What is it? Duan Yu was a little curious. This young man had a calm expression as if nothing in the world mattered to him. How could he have something very important? We'll talk about it when we come back. I'll need your help then. The two of them left the tea house. Li Yunxiao took out an artifact. Duan Yu's eyes lit up and he praised enviously, Tiger King Chariot? That's a 5th rank good item. But it's not suitable to take it out here, right? I don't know which mysterious expert in Xianxia City destroyed the Yingyang clan in an instant. It's simply sensational. Right now, the entire imperial capital is in a state of level 1 alert. If you take out the Tiger King Chariot, I'm afraid you'll be targeted by hundreds of divine senses. Li Yunxiao smiled and said disapprovingly, This is the effect I want. Under Duan Yu's shocked gaze, he directly threw the Tiger King Chariot out. It immediately enlarged in the air and soon a shadow appeared on the street. Kid, you're really not afraid of anything. Duan Yu watched speechlessly as Li Yunxiao jumped onto the chariot. He had no choice but to follow suit. Li Yunxiao laughed heartily as he patted the chariot's control array. Immediately, the entire chariot transformed into a streak of amber light, flashing across the sky above Xianxia City, heading in the direction of the Tianxiang Empire. It's not that I'm not afraid, but this is the effect I want. As the chariot appeared and disappeared, countless divine senses frantically tried to probe in. However, they were all blocked by an even stronger divine sense, unable to enter. The scouts were all shocked. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the sky of Xianxia City and ran in different directions. Zhu Jin, who was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber somewhere in the courtyard, suddenly had a thought. His expression changed and he shouted in surprise. "It's him." In the next moment, he appeared hundreds of meters in the sky. Seeing the amber light disappear into the horizon, he immediately shouted in anger. He didn't know whether to chase or not, so he could only return resentfully after a while. Angry curses came from the courtyard, but no one dared to make a sound. It took a few minutes for the place to quiet down. Li Yunxiao's goal was to distract the factions in Xianxia City and buy more time for Yanwu City. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. Yanwu City wasn't strong enough to challenge any faction in the Fire Crow Empire. But since he had already made a move, he might as well make it more chaotic. With this action, he immediately entered the intelligence network of the major forces. Some factions even sent chariots to chase them for thousands of miles before returning. But they were sure that they were going to Tianxiang. As a result, a series of movements in the Tianxiang kingdom entered the sights of the various major powers. "Aren't you afraid of those old monsters in Xianxia City? With you here, why should I be afraid? Those are all old monsters at the martial emperor realm. You block them for me. With the Tiger King chariot's speed, I can escape. F***CK. As the two of them cursed, the Tiger King chariot sped through the sky. Soon, it entered the territory of the Tianxiang Empire. The Tianxiang Empire was the strongest among the three empires of the heavenly martial arts realm's southern region. More than half of the martial artists in Qinghai town were gathered there. Although it was just a small town, it was much larger than an ordinary city. It had at least several tens of millions of people, and its prosperity was second to none within the empire. From far away, a large number of hover chariots could be seen in the sky above Qinghai town. This was a scene that couldn't be seen in any other city. Most of them were third-rank Cyan Wolf chariots, but there were also many Tiger King chariots. There were also many larger war chariots that floated in the air like phoenix feathers. Simple and heavy artifact intents were emitted from these war chariots, and several enormous formations were engraved on the chariots, emitting a faint light, giving off a magnificent feeling. These were the sixth-step Azure Phoenix war chariots. Li Yunxiao was also surprised. Although sixth-rank chariots were only one rank higher, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Precisely speaking, a sixth-rank Cyan Phoenix chariot was as powerful as a warship. Even a sixth-rank alchemist couldn't make one by himself. At least 5 sixth-rank alchemists had to work together to make one. But in the realm of heaven martial arts, which faction had more than 5 sixth-rank alchemists? Even in the other 3 regions, sixth-rank warships were very rare. "Hee, kid, have you broadened your horizons?" Duan Yu was overjoyed when he saw the surprised look on his face. Ever since they had met, Duan Yu had always been calm and indifferent. He had wanted to beat him up for a long time. An eye-opener? Li Yunxiao burst out laughing, his tone filled with disdain. "I'm just looking at the crudeness of this Type 6 battleship, a waste of materials. This is the first time I know that the Azure Phoenix battleship can be turned into such trash." "You." Duan Yu was furious. Although he had not liked these battleships in the past, the main reason was that he did not have one. However, at this moment, he was obviously on the other side. He said fiercely, "What do you know, kid? Do you know which faction these 2 Azure Phoenix battleships belong to?" The one on the left belonged to the Thousand Crane Pavilion. It was said that they had spent an astronomical amount of primordial stones to get it from the deity transformation sea. You should know about the Thousand Crane Pavilion, right? Their status in the Tianxiang Empire was equivalent to the Jutian sect's status in the Fire Crow Empire. As for the one on the right, it was even more incredible. It belonged to the Constellation sect of the Eastern region. Do you know of the Constellation sect? Look at your ignorant face, I know that you don't know. Let me tell you, the Constellation sect. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and interrupted him unhurriedly. The Constellation sect mainly cultivates the Raging Waves technique, which requires a large number of demonic cores of sea beasts as support. Therefore, they have a huge demand for sea beasts. No wonder they pay so much attention to Qinghai town. But according to what I know, their main forces are concentrated in the East Sea's Deep Heaven City. That is the place with the most abundant sea beasts in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, the constellation sect's old man loves 13 or 14-year-old girls, and they must be virgins. He can't sleep if he doesn't do a few every day. Their constellation sect had even specially built a palace for that old man to use as a captive little girl. After being defeated by the constellation sect's old man, the ones he likes will be kept as maids. Those he doesn't like will be killed or let go. So evil? Then he should be killed. Duan Yu cursed in a daze. He didn't know why the constellation sect needed sea beasts, nor did he know what Deep Heaven City was. As for the name of their sect master, he didn't know what his hobbies were. He only knew that the constellation sect was very powerful. Duan Yu couldn't say anything after being interrupted by Li Yunxiao. He swallowed his saliva and said angrily, "I don't believe that you know everything in this world." Li Yunxiao laughed proudly, "There are many things that I don't know, but they are all beyond your understanding." Haha, comparing intelligence with me, you're just adding to your troubles. Duan Yu was so angry that he ignored him. He realized that when he was with Li Yunxiao, he was like a child. "Let's go down and take a look, I want to buy something." Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped the Tiger King war chariot and floated above Qinghai town. He looked down at the flourishing city below, and his eyes lit up. Haha, a child will always be a child, still trying to find something new. Duan Yu immediately laughed loudly. He finally had something to use against Xiaochen. He mocked, "A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin, inexperienced. It's good to take a look around Qinghai town. When I return, I can brag to my family." Li Yunxiao ignored him and landed on a huge plaza below. There were many hovering war chariots parked here, it was a special landing spot. Due to Qinghai town's unique ocean resources, the originally small town had undergone countless expansions. Now, it was no smaller than any city. Furthermore, there were cultivators with essence energy fluctuations on the streets. Furthermore, more than half of the Tianxiang kingdom's martial forces were stationed here to maintain order. After taking a few steps, Xiaochen ran into a patrol team of more than 20 people. The team leader was actually a martial king, and the lowest-ranked member was a martial grand master. What made Li Yunxiao even more puzzled was that there were many such teams in Qinghai town. This greatly moved him, and he secretly decided that in the future, Yanwu City's strength must surpass Qinghai town's. F***ck, you have a martial king as your team leader. In the future, my Yanwu City will have martial zones as members. After walking around Qinghai town for a while, he had a basic understanding of the situation here. Many merchant associations and factions in the southern region relied on the ocean resources to make a living. Even 3 of the 7 ordinary members of the merchant union had opened branches here. The 1,000 Treasure Tower was one of them. Although the shop front was not too conspicuous, no one dared to belittle its existence. Not only was it the largest merchant association in the Tianwu continent, but it was also one of the super factions. "Two esteemed guests, please come in. Is there anything you need?" A beautiful lady with a graceful figure came forward to welcome them. On her exposed waist was a number plate with the number 17 written on it. She looked at the 2 of them with a flowery smile, and her gaze finally landed on Duan Yu. There were people coming and going inside, and there were more than 20 beauties in special uniforms. Most of them were greeting customers, and the rest were standing neatly in front of the counter, waiting for the next batch of customers. Duan Yu hurriedly pulled Li Yunxiao and said, "Kid, don't be fooled by the small shop front. Let me tell you, do you know what this symbol represents? This is the symbol of the continent's largest merchant association, the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Those who can conduct transactions here are not ordinary. Sorry to trouble you. Get your highest person in charge out here." After listening to a few words, Li Yunxiao directly flicked Duan Yu's hand away. He did not hide the look in his eyes as he said one word, "embarrassing." He looked like he did not know him. Highest person in charge? Li Yunxiao's words not only stunned Duan Yu, but also the number 17 beauty. When the 2 of them came in, she instinctively felt that Duan Yu's aura was extraordinary, so the focus of her inquiry fell on Duan Yu. Now, she began to size up Li Yunxiao again. The 1,000 Treasure Tower accepted a lot of business every day, but it was rare to encounter someone looking for the highest person in charge as soon as they came in. Moreover, most of them were sent by the superiors to inspect the business. She could not help but reevaluate Li Yunxiao's identity. Could it be that the extraordinary old man was this young man's servant? Duan Yu's face gradually turned green. Although the Thousand Treasure Tower was open for business, it was also a super force at the same time. If he was purely looking for trouble, he might not even know how he died. The number 17 beauty was still calm. After all, she had seen all kinds of customers. She immediately put away her casual attitude and a dignified and pleasant smile appeared on her face. Young master, may I know why you are looking for our tower master? Do you have something to rely on? I want to do a business with you worth 1 million upper-grade primordial stones. Li Yunxiao looked around the shop a few times and said casually. 1 million upper-grade primordial stones. The number 17 beauty was shocked. A trace of panic flashed across her face, but she was more overjoyed. She hurriedly said, Young master, please come in. I'll go and call the tower master. She brought Li Yunxiao and Li Yunxiao upstairs. The rest of the sales ladies all had looks of envy on their faces. They were all extremely jealous. They were responsible for greeting customers and had a sales commission. If a deal worth 1 million upper-grade primordial stones was completed, they would definitely not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. After the two of them were brought to an exquisite reception room, the number 17 beauty hurriedly bowed and retreated to inform the tower master. Duan Yu looked at Li Yunxiao, who was leisurely admiring the murals on the wall, and he was extremely nervous. Hey, I said stop messing around. Are you for real or are you faking it? If it's fake, it's not too late to run now. Calm down, of course it's real. Otherwise, how would I dare to come here and behave atrociously? Li Yunxiao said disdainfully. Duan Yu was finally relieved. He had been in Qinghai town for too long, so he naturally knew how terrifying the forces behind them were. After a while, he heard a loud voice coming from the door. Distinguished guests, please excuse me for not going out to greet you. An old man walked in with a smile. His long robe was the typical attire of the person in charge of the Thousand Treasure Tower. The number 17 beauty carefully followed behind the old man. I'm Yu Kongshen, the tower master of the Thousand Treasure Tower's Qinghai town branch. May I know the names of the distinguished guests? Yu Kongshuan's gaze swept past Duan Yu and landed on Li Yunxiao. He had already heard about their situation from number 17 and had also confirmed that Li Yunxiao was the master and this martial ancestor was the follower. It was rare to see a martial ancestor as a follower in a place like the southern mountain range. Hence, his attitude became even more respectful. I don't dare to. I am Li Yunxiao. Tower head, you can just call me young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said in surprise, I didn't expect Tower head you to be a martial ancestor. Usually, only the top-level branches of the empire would have a martial ancestor. For example, the Fire Crow Empire had 2 martial ancestors. And Qinghai town was just a city in the Tianxiang Empire. It was clear that the situation here was very complicated. Yu Kongshen laughed and said hurriedly, I don't dare to. I was lucky to break through to a 1-star martial ancestor. I think I will stop at this level for the rest of my life. Compared to this, sir, the difference is like comparing a candle to the sun and the moon. He could not see through Duan Yu's cultivation, but that hidden aura gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At the very least, Duan Yu's cultivation was above his. Xiaoya, hurry up and take out my treasured top-grade tea leaves. Number 17 hurriedly bowed and retreated. Very quickly, she set up the tea set. A gush of spring water flowed out and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Both of you, please have a taste of my 1000-year deep-sea black tea. It is produced in the depths of the South Sea and cannot be bought with gold coins. Even if you buy it with primordial stones, it is definitely priceless. Yu Kongshan had a proud look on his face. If not for the fact that the other party seemed to have some background, he would not have taken it out to treat his guests. Xiaoya served the brewed tea to everyone. Li Yunxiao smiled and took a sip. Instantly, his eyes lit up and he praised, TSK, I have not tasted such top-grade tea in many years. This Qinghai town is truly a fertile land, Tower Lord Yu really knows how to enjoy life. Yu Kongshan smiled and did not say anything. He gently blew on the tea leaves. In order to fight for the position of the branch master, he had spent a lot of money. However, after all these years, he had already earned back his capital and interest. Young Master Yun, you flatter me. Guarding this clean place, I have to worry about my life every day. How can I enjoy myself? I wonder what kind of business young Master Yun wants to discuss this time. It's actually worth 1,000,000 high-grade primordial stones? Although Qinghai town was rich in natural resources and often had large business transactions, it was still rare to see a transaction worth more than 1,000,000 upper-grade primal stones. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, put down the teacup, and said leisurely, actually, it's nothing much. I just want to borrow a batch of things worth 1,000,000 high-grade primordial stones from your myriad treasure tower. Silence. In an instant, there was complete silence. Clang, the teacup lid in Xiaoya's hand fell to the ground in a daze and shattered into pieces. Pooh. Pooh. Yu Kongshan and Duan Yu spat out a mouthful of tea in an instant, followed by violent coughs. Both of them were choked by the tea and their necks turned red. Bam, Yu Kongshuan's face turned green, and he slammed the table. Immediately, everyone quietened down. His gaze gradually turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Young Master Yun, your words are really humorous. Duan Yu was also completely dumbfounded. It turned out that a business worth 1,000,000 actually required him to borrow 1,000,000 from others. Yu Kongshan had just finished speaking when he clearly felt a surge of aura outside. At least dozens of people instantly surrounded this place, and a faint killing intent began to pervade the air. As the saying went, there were 4 great tragedies in life, and one of them was meeting an old friend in a foreign land, borrowing money. Even if an acquaintance wanted to borrow money, they would fall out, let alone a stranger. Duan Yu was secretly furious. He really shouldn't have listened to this brat. He was full of cunning tricks. Looking at him, he didn't look like he had a business to do at all. This time, he was screwed over by him. Tower Lord Yu, you're too impatient. Sit down and talk slowly. It'll be a pity if you don't drink good tea when it's cold. Li Yunxiao acted as if there was no one else around and minded his own business and drank his tea. Xiaoya was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly cleaned up the broken tea lid and replaced it with a brand new one. However, there was a deep resentment in her eyes. Even she could see that the commission was going to be ruined. Yu Kongshuan's expression was uncertain. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seemed like he had nothing to fear. Could it be that he was deliberately sent by some faction to cause trouble? That didn't seem right. If he was just here to cause trouble, there was no need for him to cause trouble like this. He forcefully suppressed his temper and slowly sat back down. However, his expression was no longer as gentle as before. He said coldly, Young Master Yun's words are so profound. Please enlighten me. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower is a big business, my capabilities are really limited. If you want to borrow 80 to 100 yuan, I can still personally sponsor you, Young Master Yun. As for the number you mentioned, I'll just treat it as a joke. I'm not joking at all. Li Yunxiao said word by word with a faint smile in his eyes. Yu Kongshuan's expression turned cold again, and his eyes exploded with torrential anger. Duan Yu immediately felt dizzy when he saw this. He began to quickly calculate the strength of the experts around him. He had already made plans to forcefully break through and leave if the situation was not right. Li Yunxiao took out a token from his ring and threw it over. He said with a smile, How much credit can I borrow with this token? An exquisite small golden token spun on the table. It was engraved with complicated patterns and emitted a faint golden glow as it spun. It was the VIP card that Yin Zhaoyang gave him. Yu Kongshuan's pupils shrank. He held the token and carefully examined it for a while. It was indeed not fake. This token definitely represented a VIP of the Myriad Treasure Tower, and its level was above his authority. Only then did he reveal a shocked expression and return it to Li Yunxiao with both hands. So Young Master Yun is a first-class VIP of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made this old man nervous for nothing. Yu Kongshuan's expression immediately eased up and became incomparably amiable. He said enthusiastically as if he was an old acquaintance, This is a first-class VIP proof of identity. You can enjoy an extremely preferential price in any Myriad Treasure Tower. Chamber of Commerce, but the matter of borrowing money. He was slightly troubled. There has never been a precedent. Those who could become first-class VIP of the Myriad Treasure Tower were all powerhouses or people in charge of large forces. Who would come to borrow money? One had to know that there would not be more than 10 identity cards of this level in the entire southern region. Even he was not qualified to issue them. Duan Yu's eyes widened in shock. Although he did not know what this token represented, he immediately understood that it was something incredible when he saw the speed and attitude of Yu Kongshan change. He cursed in his heart, F***ck, why didn't you take out the good stuff earlier? Are you deliberately fooling me? A first-class VIP of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Damn it, who is this kid? He only heard first-class VIP and thought that it was the most awesome VIP. But this was just a trick in the Myriad Treasure Tower's classification to make the cardholder think that his card was very high level. Li Yunxiao knew that there were at least 4 more levels above this so-called first class. The highest level was just an inconspicuous small wooden token, which was called a Supreme VIP. There were no more than 5 of those in the entire Tianwu continent. Although he did not have a Supreme card in his previous life, he had a Jade card of a lower class, which was also in existence like a phoenix's feather. Li Yunxiao was expressionless. He turned the golden token around on his fingertips. After playing with it for a while, he sighed and said, if that's the case, I won't make things difficult for Tower Master Yu. I can only take this golden token outside and sell it for as much as I can. I estimate that I can still sell it for at least hundreds of thousands of high-grade primordial stones. He said to himself, which immediately gave Yu Kongshan a fright. His face immediately turned green. One had to know that every level of the Myriad Treasure Tower's VIP card was extremely distinguished. If one did not have the corresponding identity and status, or had a great favor to the Myriad Treasure Tower, it would never be issued easily. The Myriad Treasure Tower's VIP card was divided into a total of 8 levels, namely the upper 4 cards and the lower 4 cards. The lower 4 cards were from the lowest level 4 to level 1. Even he was only qualified to issue a level 3 VIP card, and the authority was only limited to 1 card. And the upper 4 cards were divided into Red card, Black card, Jade card, and Supreme card. Even he had never seen it before. In the entire southern domain region, there would not be more than 5 upper 4 cards, and only the Red card existed. Therefore, a first-class VIP card was already a top-notch existence in the southern domain region. If it was taken out to sell, it would definitely be crazily fought over. A first-class card could enjoy a 30% discount in any Myriad Treasure Tower. If it was bought by other chambers of commerce and caused trouble everywhere, the prices of the entire southern domain would probably be disrupted. At that time, it would really be a big mess. It would definitely arouse the wrath of the superiors. If the inspector came to pursue responsibility, he did not know if it would implicate him. Thinking up to here, cold sweat immediately seeped on Yu Kongshuan's forehead, cursing wildly in his heart. Which goddamn person gave a first-class card to this kind of person? This is the rhythm of something big happening. Li Yunxiao looked at his nervous appearance and immediately smiled and said, why not, Tower Lord, you go and buy it, I'll sell it to you cheaply. No, no, no. Yu Kongshan hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand and said, young Master Yun, this matter can't be joked about. This concerns the credibility and reputation of my Myriad Treasure Tower. If first-class VIP cards can also be bought and sold at will, then wouldn't my Myriad Treasure Tower's VIP become a huge joke? To the Chamber of Commerce, this is a huge humiliation. At that time, even if young Master Yun's abilities are exceedingly high, it will also be hard to escape my Myriad Treasure Tower's pursuit of responsibility. When he said to the back, his tone was abnormally solemn and solemn. Duan Yu understood the seriousness of the matter and felt dizzy in his head. What kind of person did I follow? I won't invite trouble to myself, right? There should be no problem for me to go to the Rainbow Mist with him, right? A series of question marks emerged in his mind. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, look at how nervous you are. He crooked his finger, and Yu Kongshan put his ear over with a puzzled look and listened to him speak softly. Suddenly, his originally dark and turbid eyes flashed with a bright light, and his entire expression suddenly became radiant as if he was injected with chicken blood. Really? Yu Kongshan was completely stunned for a moment, and his eyes flickered. He only said in disbelief, is what you said true? Of course. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled. Tower Lord, you can take your time to think about it. I will stay in Qinghai town for a few days and visit Tower Lord Yu after a period of time. Yu Kongshan was a little dazed. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was about to leave, he hurriedly bowed and led the way. He said, since young Master Yun has invited me, I really have to think about it carefully. Oh, right, in this Qinghai town, our myriad treasure tower is also considered a somewhat reputable existence. If young Master Yun encounters any difficulties, just casually send a servant to inform us. I'll have to trouble you then. Li Yunxiao agreed straightforwardly. Then, he chuckled meaningfully and said, Tower Master Yu is in his prime. Your future is limitless. Yu Kongshan shuddered and smiled awkwardly. It's all thanks to young Master Yun's good fortune. He looked at Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu's disappearing silhouettes and felt like he was in a dream. He stared blankly at Li Yunxiao for a while before turning to Xiaoya and saying, I'm going to the Tianxiang Empire's branch and will be back soon. You guys can make your own decisions here. If that young man comes again, try to satisfy all his conditions. If you can complete this task, your salary will be increased tenfold in the future. Tenfold. Xiaoya was shocked and watched Yu Kongshan leave. Her mind went blank and she mumbled to herself, what did that young man say to the tower master? Suddenly, Yu Kongshan's voice came from afar, interrupting her thoughts. That's right, anything except borrowing money. Xiaoya was speechless. On the way to Haikao, Duan Yu couldn't help but ask, Kid, what did you say to him in the end? Li Yunxiao rolled her eyes at him and drawled, curiosity kills. You just follow me obediently. Don't ask anything you don't understand. F*CKU. Duan Yu was so angry that he wanted to punch him to death. He didn't let himself have a good time along the way. His curiosity was getting stronger and stronger, and he was about to explode. But this kid just ruined his appetite. Damn it. Xiaoyu, you're familiar with this place. Lead the way. When they arrived at Haikao, they saw a large number of martial artists coming and going with different expressions. It was as if they were rushing to a wet market. The sea was calm and there were no clouds in sight. You're begging me to? Duan Yu was instantly energized. He walked to the front with a radiant face as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He raised his head and swaggered to lead the way. Duan Yu seemed to be quite famous in Qinghai town. Many people looked at him with fear and avoided him. The more it was like this, the more he felt that he was awe-inspiring. He had finally shown off in front of Li Yunxiao. Senior Duan? Suddenly, a voice cried out in surprise. A middle-aged man dressed in silk looked at Duan Yu with a smile on his face. He hurriedly bowed and said, I haven't seen Senior Duan in the past few days, so I had to send people to look for you. Duan Yu turned around and frowned, Ma Wendy, why are you looking for me? Ma Wendy was a disciple of the Tianxiang Empire's flying sword sect. He spent his days wandering around Qinghai town, and loved to play tricks. Of course it's something big. Ma Wendy glanced at Li Yunxiao. His cultivation as a one-star martial grand master allowed him to ignore Li Yunxiao's existence. He pulled Duan Yu aside with a mysterious expression and said, recently, I discovered something good. I am planning to organize a big operation. I wonder if Senior Duan is interested in participating? Not interested. Duan Yu directly flicked his hand away and rejected the offer without hesitation. The so-called good stuff referred to rare sea beasts. Usually, when they encountered a higher-level sea beast, they would organize a team to hunt it. The benefits would all be discussed before they set off. Ma Wendy was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, Hey, don't be in such a hurry to reject me. Senior Duan is famous for being an expert. There are all kinds of large-scale hunts, and you will always be there. I won't let you suffer a loss this time. I'm not interested. I've fallen in love with acting alone recently. Move aside, I'm going out to sea now. He was in a hurry to search for treasures in the rainbow mist, so he was not in the mood to participate in a large-scale hunt. This is not your style, Senior. This time, we are going to hunt a rank 6 beast. Ma Wendy said in a low voice, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Rank 6. Duanyu was shocked and said in horror, "You are courting death. What kind of sea beast is it? Who is going to participate?" A rank 6 sea beast was equivalent to a human martial ancestor. Because it was out at sea, only a martial emperor could contend with it. As a lone ranger, Duanyu had always been a lone wolf in Qinghai town. He liked to participate in large-scale hunts like this because the rewards were much higher than if he acted alone. As soon as he heard that it was a rank 6 beast, his interest was piqued. Hee hee. Ma Wendy smiled proudly and said in a low voice, "Jackdaw Palace's old man Jackdaw, for Wei Temple Shi Hong Kai, Tiger Slayer Sex Xian Feiyue, Sidu Xing, his wife, and my little brother. Including you, there will be a total of 7 people." "Oh, you want to use the 7-star glorious sun formation, right? If it's just these people and the 7-star glorious sun formation, then we can give it a try." "What kind of sea beast is it?" Duanyu muttered to himself. Ma Wendy's expression turned serious as he spat out word by word, "Purple-striped 9-infant dragon." "What? Are you crazy?" Duanyu's expression changed, and his eyes filled with terror. "Where did you find that thing?" "That's a rank 7 beast." Behind him, Xianxia's pupils constricted, and his eyes flashed. Could it be a young purple-striped 9-infant flood dragon? "Eh? You know about it too?" Ma Wendy looked at Xianxia in surprise. "That's right, it's a young one. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to target it even if we had the courage of the heavens." He egged Duanyu on. "This thing is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Think about it. It's only a rank 6 beast, but its treasures are as valuable as a rank 7 beast's. Where else can you find such a good thing? If you miss this one, there won't be a next time." Duanyu's expression changed slightly, and he looked hesitant. Xianxia said softly, "It's said that purple-striped 9-infant flood dragons have the bloodline of an ancient true dragon. When they're young, they're at the rank 6. When they mature, they automatically evolve to the rank 7. If they can live for more than 500 years, they can evolve to the rank 8. A 1,000-year-old purple-striped 9-infant flood dragon can even break through to the rank 9 realm. After the rank 9, if it can experience the heavenly tribulation, it can transform into a dragon, recover its ancient true dragon bloodline, and enter the 10 directions divine state." Ma Wendy was stunned. He didn't know much about these things. He only knew that purple-striped 9-infant flood dragons were usually rank 7 sea beasts, and they were extremely rare. At this moment, he started to size up Xianxia and said in surprise, "Since this little brother has such knowledge, you must have an extraordinary family background, right?" Although he was asking Xianxia, he was still looking at Duanyu. He guessed that Duanyu was Duanyu's disciple or something. Duanyu said unhappily, "Who knows his family background? Ask him." Ma Wendy was stunned. He looked at Xianxia a few more times in surprise, and then ignored him. Instead, he said to Duanyu enthusiastically, "Senior, can we do this business?" Duanyu was also very tempted. If he missed an existence like the purple-striped 9-infant flood dragon, he might not be able to see it again in his lifetime, let alone a young rank 6 purple-striped 9-infant flood dragon. He turned around and looked at Xianxia, asking for his opinion with his eyes. This detail was noticed by Ma Wendy. She was extremely shocked and her eyes were filled with suspicion. Xianxia laughed softly, "The blood of the purple-striped 9-infant flood dragon is extremely poisonous, and it's exactly what I need. But how will it be distributed after I succeed?" Ma Wendy looked at Duanyu and saw that he was also asking for an opinion. He then suppressed his doubts and said, "It will be divided into 8 portions, and I will take 2. Each of you will take 1 portion, and I will compensate everyone 50,000 upper-grade primordial stones. What do you think, Senior?" This distribution method was more common. Usually, the organizer would get an extra portion, and at the same time, some primordial stones would be compensated to the other participants. The distribution was also carried out by the organizer, but he would be the last to take it. This way, it could ensure the fairness of the distribution. As for the order of distribution, some people would get it according to how much effort they put in, while others would get it according to their cultivation. Most people would choose according to the latter. But as long as the person who got it was the last to take it, no one would object. Xianxia was very concerned. May I know how strong Elder Duan is compared to these people? Duan Yu snorted coldly and said proudly, apart from that jackdaw old man, who is about the same level as me, the rest are nothing to me. Li Yunxiao said happily, if that's the case, then you can participate. In any case, our business depends on luck. There's no need to rush. The rainbow mist appeared at irregular times. If one was lucky, they would encounter it as soon as they went. If not, it could take years or even decades. Huh. Alright. I'll make a trip and see just what this legendary purple-striped 9-infant flood dragon is. Duan Yu was also very happy. He was an experienced beast hunter to begin with. This rare sea beast was extremely attractive to him, and it was within his ability to kill it. Ma Wendy was shocked. She sized up Li Yunxiao again. Duan Yu was a famous martial ancestor. Many powers wanted to subdue him, but he actually listened to this immature youth. Since he wasn't his disciple, could he be his illegitimate son? At such a young age, he was already a one-star martial grandmaster. It was very likely that he was an illegitimate son. Ma Wendy secretly made this judgment. At the same time, she was overjoyed. Duan Yu had always been a loner. He did things according to his own preferences. Without great benefits, it was very difficult to invite him. But now that he had an illegitimate son, it would be much easier to break through him in the future. Young people were always inexperienced and easy to control. That's good. There's no time to lose. Senior, please follow me. The others have already been waiting for a long time. I originally planned to find a random martial ancestor to replace you if I couldn't find you. What a coincidence. Ma Wendy made an inviting gesture, her face full of joy. Duan Yu revealed a satisfied smile. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being in the limelight in front of Li Yunxiao. Maybe it was because he had been suppressed for too long. The three of them sped towards the estuary. They saw an exquisitely decorated Tiger King war chariot floating in the air. There was a huge flying sword engraved on it. It was the symbol of the Flying Sword sect. The three of them rose into the air and turned into 3 rays of light, flying directly into the Tiger King war chariot. Ma Wendy shouted in a loud voice, "We can go out to sea." After Ma Wendy's shout, the huge chariot began to move slowly towards the sea. There was no end to the sea, but there were also many hovering war chariots scattered around, all of them hunting beasts out in the sea. Please come in. Everyone is waiting in the house. Ma Wendy said with a smile. Then, he led the 2 of them into the Tiger King chariot's cabin. Suddenly, several sharp gazes were directed at them. The cabin was very spacious and luxuriously decorated. It was unknown what kind of sea beast's skin was on the floor, but it was still intact. It was soft and comfortable to step on. There was a large round table in the middle of the cabin. There was a lot of exquisite food on the table. There were also many spirit fruits that emitted faint spirit energy. A circle of people gathered around the round table, and all eyes fell on the 3 of them. Old freak Duan, I thought you were swallowed by a sea beast. A skinny old man with a strange hairstyle sitting at the head of the round table said expressionlessly as he smoked a pipe in his hand. Haha. Duan Yuehong roared with laughter. Old Jackdaw, who was the one who swallowed the 100 embroidered iron frog last time? Haha, I thought you were already digested, haha. He walked over casually and pulled out 2 stools. He sat on one and gestured for Li Yunxiao to sit down. His action immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all revealed surprised gazes as they sized up Li Yunxiao. Seeing that Xiao Chen was only a 15-year-old 1-star martial grandmaster, although they were shocked at his talent, they did not pay too much attention to him. They all guessed that he was his disciple. Old monster Duan, you're courting death. Old man Jackdaw's eyes flashed with coldness, and he gripped his pipe tightly. Waves of vital energy spread out along with the smoke. When he was swallowed by the rank 600 embroidered iron frog, he became the laughingstock of everyone. It was just that they were afraid of his strength and didn't dare to laugh at him. This matter was also a thorn in his heart. Duan Yu wasn't afraid of him. He sneered. You and I know each other's ins and outs. You can't beat me, and I can't beat you. We're about the same, so don't put on an act in front of me. Old man Jackdaw froze. He knew he'd been snubbed and immediately fell silent. He gloomily smoked his pipe, and the smoke dissipated. Li Yunxiao's nose twitched, and his lips curved into a smile. He knew that this old man wasn't smoking an ordinary pipe, but rather, he was smoking a very precious spirit herb that was very beneficial too. Let me introduce them to you. These are all reputable people in Qinghai town. They are all 6 combination realm martial ancestor realm experts. Duan Yu began to introduce them to Li Yunxiao. Ma Wendy knew about their relationship and smiled without saying a word. She moved a chair to the side and sat down. The smoking old man was old Jackdaw, and he liked being old Jackdaw. And Ma, Jackdaw man you was. There was also a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. He wore a scholar's scarf on his head. He was for Wei Temple Xianxia. For Wei Temple was a sect that mainly cultivated Confucian righteousness. Therefore, everyone was dressed like a refined scholar. There was also a young man covered in a scarlet light. He was tiger-slaying sect Xianxia. The color of their skin was closely related to their cultivation technique. The remaining couple looked to be in their 20s. The man wore a white brocade robe, and he looked fresh and handsome. The woman wore a golden crabapple silk dress. She looked petite and cute. They were Situ Xing and his wife, Tang Xiaoqiao. Both were famous martial ancestor experts in Qinghai town. They liked to pretend to be in their 20s, but they were actually 80 or 90 years old monsters. Martial ancestor experts lived far longer than ordinary people. It was normal for them to live to 300 years old. 80 or 90 years old was considered young among martial ancestor experts. Greetings, everyone. I've heard of your great names. Li Yunxiao politely greeted everyone. Apart from old Jackdaw, who coldly snorted, everyone else responded. After all, he was old monster Duan's disciple. They couldn't be too rude. Duan Yu laughed inwardly when he saw him spouting nonsense with a serious expression. He was sure that Li Yunxiao had never heard of any of their names. He immediately felt childish and deliberately made things difficult for Duan Yu. Oh? You've heard of their famous names, right? I wonder what this Xianxia from Four Wei Temple has done. When he asked this, everyone looked at Li Yunxiao curiously. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He didn't expect Duan Yu to make things difficult for him. He cursed inwardly and greeted all the women in his family. Then, he smiled and said, rumor has it that Lord Shi is not only gentle, elegant, and knowledgeable. His overwhelming righteousness technique has been cultivated to the 7th layer. Furthermore, it's supported by metal-type martial techniques. He's rarely seen in the South Sea. His words were extremely perfect and could be used on anyone. As for the 7th layer of the overwhelming righteousness technique and metal-type martial techniques, they were deduced from the fluctuations of primal qi around his body and the faint layer of golden light that appeared on his hands. Duan Yu was stunned. Xianxia really did cultivate metal-type martial techniques. From his shocked expression, he could tell that the 7th layer of the overwhelming righteousness technique was also correct. Damn, how did a brat like you know? Could he have really heard of these people's names before? No, that can't be. Even I don't know to what extent Xianxia's overwhelming righteousness technique has been cultivated. After all, Confucian techniques are very rare, and few people practice them. He didn't know that Li Yunxiao had absorbed a large amount of overwhelming righteousness and had a certain understanding of this technique. Duan Yu's powerful divine sense immediately detected Xianxia's cultivation. Xianxia was also stunned for a moment. He said in disbelief, "Little brother, where did you hear this from?" "My overwhelming righteousness technique just broke through to the 7th layer last month and I haven't fought with anyone yet." This? He didn't think that it was Li Yunxiao who could tell. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "There are many strong people in Qinghai town. Maybe it was a senior expert who unintentionally discovered it and casually told others." Xianxia frowned when he heard this. Although this explanation was a little far-fetched, it seemed to be the only explanation. There were too few people who cultivated the overwhelming righteousness technique. The person who could see through his cultivation was definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe it was really someone who unintentionally discovered it and casually told others. These people all fell silent. Although they were powerful martial arts grandmasters and were awe-inspiring, they were still extremely fearful in front of some higher beings. The stronger they were, the more they realized how insignificant they were. The martial way was endless and unfathomable. Duan Yu was the most depressed among them. He originally wanted to make things difficult for Li Yunxiao, but he didn't expect him to resolve it. He was speechless and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Ma Wendy, where is the purple-striped nine-headed dragon? Let everyone see the sea map." Ma Wendy then took out a huge sea map and spread it out on the round table. She pointed to a place marked in red and said, "It's here. It's about 30 degrees from Qinghai town and 2,700 miles away." Duan Yu's heart thumped wildly and his pupils shrank. This place was actually in the same direction as the rainbow mist. Moreover, the two places were within 100 miles. He immediately knew that this was bad. If these people discovered the rainbow mist, he would be in trouble. He raised his head slightly and looked at Li Yunxiao seriously. However, he saw that Li Yunxiao was calm and expressionless, as if he didn't know anything. This little brat was actually so shrewd. Duan Yu cursed inwardly and pretended to be fine, doing his best to calm himself down. However, his shocked expression had already been seen by others. Puzzled, old man Jackdaw asked coldly, "Old freak Duan, is there a problem with this place?" "Fuck. This old ghost really has the mind of a woman. He even caught my inner thoughts. Fuck. But I can only blame myself. I can't even compare to a child's shrewdness. Damn it, is this brat really a child?" Duan Yu cursed inwardly, then frowned in confusion. "What do you mean, old freak Jackdaw? Stop pretending, old ghost." Old man Jackdaw stared coldly at him, his face filled with extreme dissatisfaction. "When Ma Wendy pointed in this direction, I clearly saw your expression change, but you quickly recovered. Right now, we're all in the same boat. Our lives and deaths are linked together. If there's something you're not willing to share, then this operation is going to be dangerous." As soon as he said this, everyone stared at Duan Yu in shock and nervousness. They were all part of the sea. Naturally, they knew that aside from sea beasts, there were many other inexplicable dangers. Even martial emperors and martial sovereigns wouldn't dare casually set foot in such a place. Going there was no different from throwing their lives away. Therefore, every bit of information they had was a chance of survival. Since old man Jackdaw said this, Duan Yu definitely knew about this place. Ma Wendy frowned. "Senior Duan, you know about this place? But what's wrong? Senior Jackdaw is right. We're all in the same boat. If there's danger, it's best to be honest." Beads of sweat appeared on Duan Yu's forehead. How was he supposed to answer? Which one of the people present wasn't an old monster that was as shrewd as a fox? How could a lie that was casually made up be able to fool these people? "Old man Duan, is this where you got the bloodfish mushroom last time?" asked Li Yunxiao, his face filled with shock. The bloodfish mushroom. Everyone's expressions changed. Old man Jackdaw's eyes lit up. "The bloodfish mushroom," he cried. "Don't tell me this is the legendary bloodfish mushroom that can be consumed directly to increase one's strength?" The bloodfish mushroom was an extremely special type of natural treasure. It was shaped like a small fish covered in blood, but it was a natural spiritual herb. If consumed directly, one could completely absorb its power. Even a martial ancestor would be able to increase their strength by 1 star after consuming a 100-year-old bloodfish mushroom. It had to be known how difficult it was to advance by 1 star at the martial ancestor level. To any cultivator, this was an enormous temptation. Swallowing the bloodfish Ganoderma had no side effects and could directly advance 1 star. It was a fatal temptation for any martial ancestor realm expert. Therefore, when Li Yunxiao said it out loud, everyone was abnormally shocked. This temptation was even greater than the purple-striped 9-headed flood dragon. Duan Yu heaved a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. This kid is still alert. But on second thought, he was actually not as good as this kid, and even far worse. His face suddenly became dejected. In the eyes of everyone, he immediately thought that he was acquiescing. Duan Yu also sighed, his eyes seemed to flash with many memories, and said heavily, "For the sake of this bloodfish Ganoderma, a total of 7 people went out to sea last time, but only I came back." Everyone's expression changed. Although this time there were more than 7 people going out to sea, 7 people were arranged to take action. Why is it so inauspicious? Jackdaw old man's eyes flickered with doubt. Old monster Duan, when I met you, you were already a 7-star martial ancestor, and now I am still. If you get the bloodfish Ganoderma, will you eat it yourself? Yes, everyone was stunned, and all of them were suspicious. No matter how valuable the bloodfish Ganoderma was, no one would sell it. It was a treasure that could directly advance one by one. Duan Yu's eyes revealed a warm expression, looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Isn't it for this kid? The bloodfish Ganoderma has already been given to him." What? Everyone was shocked. Tang Xiaoqiao coldly snorted, "Old Duan, don't joke. With this kid's cultivation, if he doesn't die from eating the bloodfish Ganoderma, his dantian will burst, and he can still stand here so lively?" That's right. Situ Xing also said coldly, "Besides, who is this kid to you? You are actually willing to give him a bloodfish Ganoderma." Duan Yu laughed in his heart, thinking to himself, "See how I deal with you this time." His face showed a look of love, and he used his hand to caress Li Yunxiao's head, like an extremely kind elder, and said gently, "Don't guess my relationship with him. In short, I divided the bloodfish Ganoderma into more than 1,000 parts, and gave him one every day. Otherwise, how could he reach the level of martial grandmaster at the age of 15? TSK, which family can find such an outstanding disciple?" He looked at Li Yunxiao, who was suppressing his anger and whose face was stiff with anger. He almost burst out laughing in his heart, but he still forced himself to put on a loving expression. A 15-year-old martial grandmaster. Everyone immediately fell silent. Apart from those super forces, very few sects could nurture such a talent. Ma Wendy's eyes flickered. He had already determined that Li Yunxiao was Duan Yu's illegitimate son. Now that he heard Duan Yu's words, he was even more certain. Otherwise, who would waste a bloody fish Ganoderma to improve someone else's strength? Now everyone had the same thought. They firmly believed that Li Yunxiao was Duan Yu's son. With this preconceived notion, no matter how they looked at it, they felt that the two of them looked very similar. What a pity! Yan Feiyue's face was filled with disappointment as he said, "After the bloodfish Xianxia is cut, a large amount of energy will be lost. Moreover, this thing is very difficult to preserve. You've divided it into more than 1,000 portions and consumed it every day, so you've lost at least 80 to 90% of its effectiveness. What a pity, what a pity. What a waste." Duan Yu was laughing in his heart. He used one hand to seal the acupoints on his thigh with vital energy. He was afraid that he would burst out laughing, so he put on a loving expression and said, "In this world, many things are more important than cultivation, including family." "Brother! Stop talking!" Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted with tears in his eyes. He said in a sobbing tone, "I'm just your half-brother, but you treat me like your biological brother." "Brother, stop talking." Ah? Everyone was shocked. Half-mother but different father? Duan Yu was at least 100 years old. How old was his mother? Did she give birth to a 15-year-old half-brother? Everyone looked at the two brothers in shock and astonishment. Duan Yu let out a muffled groan. A mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat, but he forced it down. It immediately swam into his internal organs and squeezed out his internal injuries. Blood qi even rushed into his brain, causing his mind to buzz and almost go blank. Ruthless. You're really ruthless. If word of this gets out, how can I, Duan Yu, show my face in Qinghai town? He glared at Li Yunxiao venomously. His breath was filled with the scent of blood. The blood in his body was surging and his face was flushed red. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a fierce, bone-chilling light. "Humph. Face is lost by rubbing it on your face. You're still too young to compete with me in terms of intelligence." The two of them looked at each other, then fell silent. Everyone else's foreheads were drenched in cold sweat. Ma Wendy laughed awkwardly. "We're brothers who beat a tiger. This time, Senior Duan and Ling Di will advance and retreat together. Everything will be smooth sailing." "Yeah." Duan Yu let out another muffled groan. He clutched his chest and swallowed the blood in his mouth. Jackdaw old man hurriedly said, "Let's not talk about family matters. Let's not talk about family matters. Come, come. Let's study the sea map and the battle plan together." Brother Duan, what danger did you encounter last time? Let's talk about it. Duan Yu calmed himself down and murmured to himself, rainbow mist, for the sake of the rainbow mist, I'll let this kid go for now. Actually, it's nothing much. I just encountered a whirlpool at the bottom of the sea. I was lucky enough to escape alone. Luckily, I didn't encounter the purple-striped nine-headed dragon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return. He said bitterly. The rest of them were stunned for a moment, then they all had a look of realization on their faces. The whirlpool at the bottom of the sea was a force of nature. It could be big or small. If it was too big, even Emperor Wu would be sucked into it. It was said that in the center of the East Sea, there was a huge whirlpool. Its surface area was even bigger than the entire Xianxia Empire. No one knew where such a large amount of water was sucked into. I see. Then it's not something that can be controlled by humans. Ma Wendy said calmly, this time, we used the 7-star brilliant sun formation to deal with the purple-striped nine-headed dragon. Everyone should be very familiar with this formation. The only thing we lack is teamwork. It will take us at least 1 day and 2 hours to reach our destination. Why don't we practice a few times here? The 7-star brilliant sun formation was an extremely common teamwork formation. It was one of the few formations that the beast-catching team in Qinghai town often used. It was simple but powerful. As long as they worked well together, it would not be a problem to trap a sea beast that was 1 realm higher than them. However, the people on the chariot were all martial-grade ancestors who were usually aloof. When it came to teamwork, they were not as good as ordinary people. When the few of them thought of the purpose of this trip, the purple-striped nine-headed dragon, they did not have much confidence. Hence, they obediently practiced under Ma Wendy's instructions. Li Yunxiao was not interested in their teamwork. He stayed alone in the cabin next door to practice. Ever since he broke through to 1-star martial grandmaster, he had not been idle. There was no change in his cultivation realm. This was the first time he was cultivating in seclusion. He took out several upper-grade primordial stones and shattered them all. A large amount of primordial chi dispersed in the air and was enveloped by a Dharma seal. He took a deep breath and absorbed all the primordial chi into his body like a whale swallowing a mouthful of primordial chi. The primordial chi turned into streams of true chi and circulated in his meridians. Throughout the entire process, a large amount of essence was consumed. However, it was also absorbed by his physical body and bones. The remaining essence continued to circulate endlessly, gradually sinking into his dantian and becoming his own quintessential chi. After his physical body absorbed the essence, it started to glow. His entire body started to become transparent, and his bones and blood vessels could be seen clearly. After the hegemonic heaven body tempering art entered the first layer, the body like colored glass, he could cultivate it together with his quintessential chi. 1 day later, the chariot arrived at its destination. It floated above the boundless sea. Below it was a vast expanse of color, it was quiet and serene. Everyone stood at the front of the chariot and released their divine sense without restraint. Aside from a few ordinary fish, they didn't find anything. Even Li Yunxiao couldn't sense the aura of any sea beasts. Ma Wendy, are you sure? Jackdaw old man couldn't help but ask, could it be that the purple-striped nine-headed dragon is no longer here? Si Kongxing shook his head. It can't be. Sea beasts are the same as demonic beasts. They all have their own territories. Since the purple-striped nine-headed dragon is here, it won't leave unless it's been driven away by a stronger sea beast or is already dead. Brother Sikong, you're right. A smile appeared on Ma Wendy's face as she clapped her hands. Immediately, 6 men in identical attire walked out of the chariot. Each of them had a flying sword tattoo on their arms. Moreover, the 6 of them had similar cultivations, they were all martial lords. The 6 said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Ma." Ma Wendy said softly, "Let's begin." Yes. The 6 shouted and walked to the front of the Tiger King chariot. They tossed an item from their hands, which rapidly expanded in the air. Unexpectedly, it was a hovering flying board. The 6 leapt onto the flying board and flew off in 6 different directions with the Tiger King chariot as the center. This kind of hovering board was a simple flying device used to travel tens of thousands of kilometers. However, it couldn't be used effectively in battle. It was the lowest grade of hovering weapons. After the 6 of them flew several hundred meters, they stopped and stood on the flying board. They took out a small bottle with grave expressions and poured the light green liquid inside into the seawater. The bottle was actually a storage space. Large amounts of green liquid trickled out of it. When it came into contact with the seawater, it quickly spread out. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the seawater within a radius of several hundred kilometers was pale green and emitted a strange smell. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Snake prairie liquid? Ma Wendy was stunned. He looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment and said with a smile, "Young Master Yun is truly amazing. You can even identify such a rare and remote spirit herb." The others were also astonished. This kind of ability to identify spirit herbs could only be specially trained by arcane masters. Could this kid be an arcane master? Only Duan Yu had a disdainful expression. He thought to himself, this is nothing. If you knew this kid's talent, it would be strange if you didn't smash your head against a wall and die. Li Yunxiao said calmly, the snake Hatuinia extract is the favorite scent of serpent-type demonic beasts. It's the best way to lure them out. However, this purple-striped 9-headed dragon is already a half-dragon creature. With the diluted smell of the seawater, it might not be able to be lured out. Lord Ma should have a backup plan. Ma Wendy was truly shocked. From Li Yunxiao's youthful face, he seemed to have sensed that he was different from other youths. His eyes flashed and he smiled at Duan Yu, your little brother is indeed talented. Duan Yu was seething with anger. He wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the sea. However, he could only laugh dryly. A wave of hatred shot out from his eyes, almost piercing through Li Yunxiao's heart. At that moment, the 6 disciples from Flying Sword sect who were standing far away threw away the small bottles in their hands and began forming hand seals. One after another, dark-colored seals flew out from their fingertips. The 6 of them did the exact same thing. Soon, all of them were surrounded by clumps of light and their figures could no longer be seen. Just as the light grew bigger and bigger, several rays of light flew out from it. They were like rainbows piercing through the sun. They connected the 2 light rays and formed a huge hexagram. Strange tadpole characters appeared around the hexagram and started to sink into the sea. Everyone was shocked. It was their first time seeing this kind of formation. The Flying Sword sect was indeed a big sect with extraordinary strength. Ma Wendy took in everyone's expressions and felt a burst of pride in her heart. Only Li Yunxiao had a calm expression on his face as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He asked suspiciously, does young Master Yun know about this formation? Li Yunxiao's smile did not change. No one could tell what he was thinking. I don't know. Please explain it to me, Lord Ma. Ma Wendy smiled and said proudly, this is our Flying Sword sect's ancient cloud-drooping formation. It can detect all kinds of life within 1,000 miles. As long as the purple-striped 9-headed dragon is still here, it won't be able to escape. Ancient my ass. Isn't this the cloud-drooping formation from the 800 volumes of Array Dao? F***ck. It was more like fooling these country bumpkins, Li Yunxiao cursed inwardly. Back then, as a level 9 alchemist, he had once sought guidance from Throne Emperor Wu Tingguan on the Dao of formations in order to seek a stronger formula Dao. The 2 of them talked for 7 days and both benefited a lot from it. Throne Emperor Wu's soaring light array formation had 800 chapters, and there were 12 introductory array formations. The Cloudfall formation was one of them. The reason why he said he didn't understand was because he didn't want to attract too much attention. The rest of the people remained silent as they stared at the grand formation in silence, deep in thought. The strength of a sect was reflected in its ultimate strength. The sect they were in was obviously inferior to the Flying Sword sect. After Ma Wendy finished speaking, she looked at everyone's contemplative expression and felt extremely pleased. The only thing she was unhappy about was that Li Yunxiao still had that indifferent expression, as if she wasn't listening to her at all. Suddenly, the originally calm surface of the sea began to surge with waves, and the formation also began to become unstable under these waves. Everyone's expression changed as they tensed up and stared unblinkingly at the surface of the sea. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and faint sounds of thunder and lightning could be heard. The seawater was also tumbling more and more violently, and the waves were getting higher and higher. An ancient demonic aura gradually spread from the bottom of the sea, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The seawater seemed to be boiling in an instant, and a large amount of water vapor rose up, causing the entire surface of the sea to become misty, making it hard to see. Li Yunxiao's eyes focused, and he said in a deep voice, soaring in the clouds, "It really is a flood dragon." Although the purple-patterned nine-headed flood dragon was only a level 7 sea beast, this kind of demonic beast with the ancient true spirit bloodline was always extremely precious. Everyone was shocked as they suddenly saw a huge water column rising from the sea. It was surrounded by white mist, and it was hard to identify. Within the water column, there was a faint purple color that appeared and disappeared from time to time. "It's out, let's do it." Ma Wendy shouted anxiously, and took the lead to rush out. The sword in his hand danced, and circles of dazzling white light rippled out. The other 6 people also flew out from the war chariot. Duan Yu said in a deep voice, "Drive the war chariot further away and hide. This is not a battle you can watch." Although he usually wanted to kill Li Yunxiao, he was still worried for him at this moment. He was afraid that the energy of the battle would spread to them. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly, and he saw 7 figures suddenly appear around the water column. According to their practiced coordination, they stood in their respective positions, and executed the formation with solemn expressions. The purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon in the water column seemed to have discovered something, and it let out a thunderous roar. The huge purple figure shuttled through the water, revealing a huge head with 2 milky white horns, and charged in the direction of Ma Wendy. Ma Wendy was shocked, and he hurriedly sped up his movements. His sword swept across the air, and a scorching sun slashed out. The purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon's huge eyes revealed a trace of ridicule, and it charged forward without dodging or giving way. The scorching sun's sword light shattered like a bubble, and the flood dragon's head opened its mouth wide and swallowed. Old Man Jackdaw quickly circled around the water column. His hands formed an incantation gesture, and he raised his hands high above his head. Eyes wide with anger, he roared, "7 stars shine on the sun, open." The incantation gesture in his hands suddenly expanded, then shot into the sky. A gap suddenly appeared in the dense black clouds, and a beam of golden light fell from above, illuminating Old Man Jackdaw's body. His hands rapidly formed an incantation gesture, and the beam of golden light spread out with him at the center, illuminating all 7 of them. Ma Wendy immediately relaxed. Sneering, he grabbed out with both hands, and the beam of golden light appeared in his hands. He gently pushed it out. Boom, the purple-striped 9-headed Hydra dragon collided with a huge golden shield. It let out an angry roar and its huge body retreated into the water column. As if it had been humiliated, it sped up in the water. The water column that shot into the sky gradually became thinner and thinner. Large amounts of seawater condensed in the air as the purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon spun around, forming a huge ball of water. Its color was faint purple, and strange patterns appeared on its surface. The faint sound of thunder could be heard. The 7 of them stood in different positions, forming a link between the golden light and the purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon, trapping it within. The golden light and the blazing sun in the sky reflected each other, and a steady stream of power poured down from the sky. "Everyone, be careful. This beast is going to use its innate divine ability, Water Dragon Lightning." Ma Wendy's expression tensed, and he solemnly shouted, "We've already severed its connection to the seawater. As long as we can withstand 3 attacks, it will die without a doubt." Old Man Jackdaw also roared with power. "Don't worry. No matter how strong it is, it's only at the 6 Directions realm. We've already trapped it with our formation. Even if we have to exhaust it to death, we have to." All 7 of them were martial ancestors at the 6 Directions realm. With the power of the formation, they didn't believe that they couldn't withstand 3 attacks from the beast. Furthermore, the water resources that the purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon could use were limited, so its attacks would definitely weaken with each attack. In the distance, many flying sword sect disciples on the Tiger King chariot, including the 6 martial ancestors who had gone to the front lines to lure the flood dragon, were all watching nervously. They might not get to see such an earth-shattering battle many times in their lives. Li Yunxiao stared at the huge ball of water created by the purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon. It was hundreds of meters wide, and arcs of electricity crackled around it. The flood dragon's body shuttled back and forth as it prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Water dragon lightning? It's actually awakened its innate divine ability. If it doesn't die this time, it should be able to break through to rank 7. Can they block it? Li Yunxiao frowned. He wasn't sure, but he knew that it wouldn't be so easy. It's coming. Be careful. Duan Yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the blood vessels in his body opened up. A terrifying aura spread through the formation. Before the waves arrived, the 7 stars illuminating sun formation began to shake. What's going on? Everyone, hold on. We can't be thrown into disorder. Ma Wendy cried out in alarm. The might of the purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon's attack exceeded his expectations. The huge water ball, which was over 100 meters in diameter, suddenly exploded. It was like a placenta that was pregnant with countless lives. The entire 7-star sunshine array was filled with dazzling purple and blue colors. Countless streams of blue seawater actually condensed into water dragons, and under the illumination of the purple lightning, they rushed in all directions. Roar! The purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, charging toward Old Man Jack Crow. All the purple lightning in the sky gathered around him and pressed down. Ah! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as a chill surged from the soles of their feet to their spines. The visual impact of the indiscriminate attacks of the lightning dragons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was simply too shocking. Everyone's hair stood on end. They poured all of their true energy into their hands, then extracted the sun's golden light to strengthen the formation's defenses. Old Man Jackdaw's face fell, and his face turned ashen. His hands formed various hand seals, and he performed one magical incantation after another. The sun in the sky seemed to erupt with even greater golden light, which sprinkled down. The entire surface of the sea flickered with golden light. Purple and blue intersected. Countless water dragons charged into the golden light, nibbling away at it bit by bit. The purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon's body carried the power of thunder as it ruthlessly smashed into Old Man Jack Crow. Boom! All sorts of lights intersected, and the entire sky was thrown into chaos. In the distance, everyone on the Tiger King's war chariot panicked. They opened their eyes wide, trying to see what was going on, but everything was a blur. One of the flying sword sect's disciples gulped down a mouthful of saliva and suddenly cried out in surprise, "Where is Senior Duan's younger brother?" Another disciple recovered his wits. He looked around and snorted. He's running around in such a dangerous place. Does he think he's a martial ancestor? Why does he care? Even if he falls into the sea and dies, it's none of our business. Amidst the rolling water vapor in the sky, all kinds of violent auras filled the air. The 7 stars illuminating sun formation had already been destroyed. The purple-patterned 9-headed flood dragon's enormous body soared above the sea, its eyes shining brightly as it searched for traces of its enemies. Suddenly, the purple-striped 9-headed dragon's eyes emitted a murderous aura. It stared fiercely at the fog in the air and rushed forward. Before its body arrived, a bolt of purple lightning struck it. Boom! With a loud explosion, the phantom in the fog was directly dispersed. It was a fake. A white light suddenly bloomed behind the purple-striped 9-headed dragon, illuminating the entire sea fog. It was as white as a wheel. In the center of the white light was a bronze-colored heavenly halberd. It flashed with light and emitted a strong weapon will. The one who raised the heavenly halberd was Duan Yu. He poured all his true energy into the halberd and laughed loudly. A beast will always be a beast. Even a small camouflage trick can fool you. His eyes brightened. He roared and swung the heavenly halberd down. White flame ghostly kill, 6 extremes halberd. Go to hell. Streams of cold white flames appeared around the halberd, illuminating a part of the world in the sea mist. Although it was fire, it seemed to cause the surrounding temperature to plummet. It gave people a bone-chilling feeling. Roar! The purple-striped 9-headed dragon roared angrily. Its body was too big, so it was difficult for it to circle around in an instant. It twisted its body in the air and lifted its tail fiercely. It spun a few rounds in the air and swung its tail at Duan Yu. Bang! The heavenly halberd hit the purple-striped 9-headed dragon's tail. The collision of the two forces created a huge shockwave that blew away the sea fog within 1,000 miles. The sun shone down and a human and a dragon appeared clearly in the air. However, they were both sent flying in opposite directions. The purple-striped nine-headed dragon's body was huge. It stopped after flying for a few hundred meters. The purple scales on its tail turned into a scorching white color. The scarlet blood dyed the white color. It rolled in the air in pain and roared nonstop. The rage and demonic aura in its eyes soared into the sky as it stared at Duanyu, who had been sent flying several kilometers away. With a roar, it twisted its huge body and soared into the sky. Lightning crackled around its body as it vowed to tear the person who injured it into 1,000 pieces. Duanyu was sent flying with a single strike. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back uncontrollably for a few miles. His internal organs were clogged with blood, and his energies were flowing chaotically, nearly causing him to fall into the ocean. His eyes were filled with fear and shock as he muttered in disbelief, "How could he be so powerful? He's clearly only at the 6th order." His pupils constricted, and the shadow of the purple-striped nine-headed dragon grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. The huge demonic aura locked down the entire area. The seawater in the sea evaporated again, and lightning flashed. The entire sea and sky were filled with the power of the purple-striped nine-headed dragon, as though a sea god had descended. Duanyu smiled bitterly. It's over. He's actually this powerful. Where did those 6 bastards go? Could it be that they're already dead? He tried to mobilize the energy in his body, and it was not difficult to maintain flight. However, the space around him was locked down by the demonic aura of the purple-striped nine-headed dragon, and it was extremely difficult to break through and escape. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he calmed down. There was no expression on his face. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well kill this beast. Kill your sister. Come over if you don't want to die. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Xianxia was standing on the Tiger King chariot behind him. He grinned and scolded, "You're still calling them bastards? They're smart. Once the array was broken, they all hid and escaped. Only you foolishly hid and waited for a sneak attack." What? Duanyu's eyes widened, and he said angrily, "They actually escaped when the array was broken?" He was originally surprised by Xianxia's actions, but when he heard this news, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. He roared, "These bastards, I'll definitely crush them. Hurry up and come up. Can you stop wasting time? You're like a sissy. You're an idiot and you're blaming others." Xianxia patted the chariot, and it started to move slowly. Duanyu lightly jumped onto the chariot, and looked at the purple-striped nine-headed dragon charging at him. He said with a grave expression, "This 5th-ranked chariot is not as fast as the purple-striped nine-headed dragon. You should leave first. I can buy you some time." Xianxia said expressionlessly, "Oh, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll have to trouble you to buy me some time. I'll leave first. F***ck. I was just saying it casually. Don't you F***king think of leaving me behind." Duanyu's eyes bulged, and he glared at him fiercely. He then swaggered over to a nearby chair and sat down. This Tiger King chariot belonged to Xianxia. The chariot that Ma Wendy brought was still parked 1,000 miles away. The Flying Sword sect people had not figured out the situation here, and did not dare to leave. "Hey, but really, what do you plan to do? It's about to catch up." Although Duanyu tried his best to look relaxed, his divine sense did not leave the purple-striped nine-headed dragon's shadow. Although the Tiger King chariot was extremely fast, it was still inferior to this kind of sea beast with a true spirit bloodline. "Let's find someone to block it. Since you're not willing to help, we can only find them." Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed. The Flying Sword sect's Tiger King chariot appeared in the distance. "Good idea. That bastard Ma Wendy serves them right for being unlucky." Duanyu's face was filled with the joy of revenge. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Get ready." He forcefully gathered his chi, grabbed Xianxia, and instantly changed his figure in the air. He rushed towards the Flying Sword sect's Tiger King chariot at lightning speed. "Who's there?" The people on the Flying Sword sect's Tiger King chariot were shocked by the two people who rushed up. They looked carefully and exclaimed, Duan, Senior Duan. Senior, what's the situation inside? The group of disciples were all surprised. The fog on the sea was too thick, and they could not see anything. Even their divine sense was blocked by a force and could not penetrate an inch. Humph! Duan Yu coldly snorted. His gaze swept across the group of disciples, scaring them into taking a few steps back. Their faces were pale and they did not dare to speak. Li Yunxiao stared coldly at the fog. His divine sense was so strong that it was enough to break the seal of the purple-striped nine-headed dragon's demonic power. He could see the purple figure clearly. When he got close to the abandoned Tiger King chariot, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He made a hand seal and shouted, Explode! Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the chariot was blasted dozens of meters away. What's going on? The Flying Sword sect disciples panicked. Where's Senior Duan? And his brother, where are the two of them? In the next second, they heard a furious roar. A purple figure flew across the sky, and everyone was scared out of their wits. Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu had already boarded another chariot and were 1,000 meters away in an instant. Duan Yu heard the screams from afar and immediately clapped his hands happily. Haha, they deserve to die. How dare they set me up? You should have detonated their chariot and injured the purple-striped nine-headed dragon again. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, Do you think I'm a Tier 9 Emperor Tier alchemist? With my current soul power, I only managed to detonate the chariot because I placed a divine seal and restriction on it. Even so, I have already expended a lot of soul power. Duan Yu looked at Li Yunxiao, who was as calm as water, and finally could not help but praise him. I'm really convinced now. You are a one-star great martial master, and yet you can remain calm in such an environment. Furthermore, you saved me from the purple-striped nine-headed dragon. I'm really convinced. I owe you a life this time, I'll remember it. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and snorted. Don't celebrate too early. This isn't over yet. If I were you, I would do my best to heal my injuries now. He tossed out a small bottle and said, Swallow all these elixirs. You might need to attack later. How can that be? Duan Yu looked at the purple figure in the distance and asked suspiciously, With our current distance, it shouldn't be a problem to escape at full speed, right? Li Yunxiao looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. He looked at Duan Yu in confusion and said embarrassedly, Why? Did I say something wrong? Li Yunxiao looked in the direction of the purple-striped nine-headed dragon and said coldly, Who said I'm going to escape? Pfft! Duan Yu gasped in shock. He cried out involuntarily, What? What did you say? Don't tell me you're going to kill the purple-striped nine-headed dragon? He looked at the smile in Li Yunxiao's eyes and felt that it was absurd. It was as if he was dreaming. A one-star martial grandmaster was going to kill a 6th-grade purple-striped nine-headed dragon? You're crazy. You're definitely crazy. Duan Yu shook his head like a rattledrum. Even if you don't want to live, I still want to live. If you want to go, go by yourself. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, Who said I'm going by myself? Then you're... Duan Yu was confused. He suddenly realized that he, a martial ancestor, was like a child in front of Li Yunxiao and was being played around. Li Yunxiao had a confident look on his face as he sneered, Ma Wendy is really vicious and merciless. Even after seeing his own sect members being annihilated, he can still hide like a mountain. I'd like to see how long you can hide. Duan Yu's expression changed and he said in shock, You mean to say that the 6 of them didn't leave but hid instead? Li Yunxiao nodded and said with a cold smile, Do you think everyone else is a fool like you? The 6 of them used a secret technique to hide above the sea and waited for an opportunity to make a move. Everyone was hoping that someone else would make the first move and they would be the last to reap the benefits. Only a fool like you was the first to rush out excitedly. When you rushed out, the 6 of them must have been so happy. Those 6 bastards. Duan Yu gritted his teeth and cursed, When I recover my strength, I won't let them off. He was an experienced beast hunter, and he valued credibility and rules very much. Because of this, many teams liked to invite him to go out to sea with them, even if it was very expensive. He had always hated those who fled in the face of battle. Stop complaining. You can only blame yourself for being stupid. Hurry up and adjust your vital energy. You will need to make a move later. Li Yunxiao looked quietly at the war chariot that had exploded in the distance, as well as the purple-striped nine-headed dragon that had rushed out and was chasing after him. There was not a single trace of emotion on his face. The corners of his clothes fluttered in the sea breeze. He was like an old monk in meditation. There was nothing in the world that could tug at his heartstrings. Duanyu was shocked. This calm demeanor was definitely not faked. It was the kind of extremely calm instinct that had returned after experiencing hundreds and thousands of tempering and experiencing the vicissitudes of life. With the wind and clouds in my hands, the world is mine. The shock in Duanyu's heart could not be any greater. He could not understand how a 15-year-old, a one-star martial grandmaster, could have such a domineering aura. This was a strong aura that the martial emperors and even martial venerables did not possess. How was he going to deal with it? Duanyu could not figure out what Li Yunxiao was planning. He could only pour out the bottle of pills and swallow them all. A cooling sensation entered his stomach, and he immediately felt refreshed. Traces of energy nourished his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the chaotic true qi in his body also began to gradually straighten out. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. One must know that he was a 7-star martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. There were very few pills that could work on him. Basically, only a 5th-level pill would be effective. Even a 4th-level pill would have a negligible effect. However, the pills that he had swallowed earlier were obviously not rank 5. He did not even know what rank 4 pills were. What kind of pills were these? He was once again extremely curious about the mysteriousness of Li Yunxiao. He was also slightly more at ease about him dealing with the purple-striped 9-headed dragon. This brat's methods were always unexpected. Perhaps he really had a way to deal with this beast. The purple-striped 9-headed dragon was extremely fast. Li Yunxiao's war chariot was floating a few miles away and it caught up very quickly. After receiving an all-out attack from Duanyu, and then being injured by the explosion of the Type 5 war chariot, coupled with the disciples of the Flying Sword sect risking their lives, even with such a strong body, he was covered in wounds, and the purple patterns on his body were flowing with fresh blood. Just when the purple-striped 9-headed dragon was within 100 meters of him, Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and shouted. The 5-element cauldron was released from his hands, and under his control, it rapidly grew bigger. The image of a purple cauldron that connected the sky and the sea suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. When the purple-striped 9-headed dragon rushed into the image, a fire cloud imprint suddenly flashed on his forehead, and an image of the true phoenix fire appeared on the 5-element cauldron, as if it wanted to melt the entire cauldron. Roar! The purple-marked 9-headed hydra, which was shuttling through the illusionary cauldron, suddenly roared in fear. Its frightened eyes stared at the power coming from above the cauldron that made its heart palpitate. The serpent dragon was a water true spirit, so it was naturally afraid of fire. Not to mention the virtual fire, which also had the aura of the true spirit fire phoenix. Although the power was not huge, the suppression of the level made it extremely frightened. It was as if it had seen the existence of the true dragon clan. Even if it was very weak, there was an uncontrollable fear in its bloodline. This was the suppression of the level between demonic beasts. Seeing this, Li Yunxiao immediately understood what was going on, and was overjoyed. Originally, he only wanted to use the 5-element cauldron to temporarily trap the purple-striped 9-headed dragon, but he did not expect the true spirit aura of the phoenix virtual fire to make such a powerful sea beast tremble in fear. If he could use the complete true fire phoenix fire, Li Yunxiao was confident that he could completely subdue this beast, but the power of the flame was too strong. He could only create an illusion, and he was afraid that he would not be able to trap it for too long. When the purple-striped 9-headed dragon adapted, it would break out of the cauldron. Withdraw! He shouted softly, and the 5-element cauldron, which was in the void, suddenly shrank rapidly and became one, trapping the entire purple-striped 9-headed dragon within it. Once again, he formed a seal with one hand, and several fire phoenix aura shot out from between his eyebrows. They turned into runes and imprinted on the body of the cauldron, trying to trap it for a little more time. Swoosh! After the 5-element cauldron subdued the purple-striped 9-headed dragon, it returned to its normal size and flew back to Li Yunxiao's hand. The entire process fell into Duanyu's eyes, and he was completely dumbfounded. His mind was completely blank. A 6th grade sea beast that he could not kill even if he risked his life was actually subdued so easily? Moreover, it looked like he had effortlessly subdued the purple-striped 9-headed dragon into the cauldron without any bloodshed. This? Just when his brain stopped working, and he could not think. Suddenly, several rays of light shot over from the distant sea, and a few figures landed on the war chariot. It was Ma Wendy and the others who had disappeared. There was a total of 6 of them, and no one was missing. Haha. Congratulations, Brother Duan, young Master Yun. The two of you really are amazing. You actually subdued that purple-striped 9-headed dragon. This is truly worthy of celebration. We didn't come here in vain. Ma Wendy was the first to brazenly laugh. His gaze fell on the purple cauldron in Xianxia's hand, and his expression was one of bewilderment. He could tell at a glance that the purple cauldron was only 5th grade. How could it possibly subdue the purple-striped 9-headed dragon? Even he was a little dumbfounded. But no matter what, he couldn't just watch as the two of them took the dragon away. When Duan Yu saw the 6 of them and heard Ma Wendy's words, he was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Did you come here in vain? What do you have to do with us? Now that we're going back, please scram back to where you came from. Haha. Brother Duan, you're wrong. Did you forget about us well-diggers after drinking some water? Old man Jackdaw shouted in a strange voice. He moved his feet lightly, instantly blocking Duan Yu's path. True energy flickered in his hands, clearly ready to attack at any moment. Well-diggers? Bah! Duan Yu was so angry that he almost fainted. He really admired how shameless these people were. Seeing the 6 of them move quickly and block off their paths, he knew that there was no way he could escape. He immediately stopped talking and took the time to recover his primordial chi. Situ Xing sneered. If the 7 of us hadn't joined hands to lay down the 7-star ephemeris formation and greatly depleted the strength of the purple-striped 9-headed dragon, how could you, Duan Yu, survive a blow from it? And your little brother, a 1-star martial master, wants to subdue it? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Tang Xiaoqiao gently leaned on Situ Xing's arm. With a charming look, she giggled. Duan Yu, let's be straightforward. According to our previous agreement, we'll split it into 7 portions. If worst comes to worst, I'll let you pick one first. What? 7 portions? Ma Wendy's expression was faintly angry. Auntie Tang, didn't we agree on 8 portions? My flying sword sect will take 2 portions. When did it become 7 portions? When Tang Xiaoqiao heard what he said, her face immediately turned pale with anger. She angrily smiled and said, 8 portions? That's because your flying sword sect has the biggest contribution, so you'll be given an extra portion. Now everyone can see that apart from luring out the purple-striped 9-headed dragon, you have no contribution at all. Why do you have the cheek to ask for an extra portion? You. Ma Wendy was so angry that his face turned ashen. A murderous aura suddenly bloomed from his body. The purple-striped 9-headed dragon was a rare creature that only appeared once in 100 years. The difference between 1 and 2 portions was too big. Yan Feiyue also coldly said, Brother Ma, don't be impatient. We should pay attention to fairness in the distribution. I think what Miss Xiaoqiao said is very reasonable. Tang Xiaoqiao suddenly showed a charming smile and gave Yan Feiyue a coquettish look. It gave Yan Feiyue goosebumps all over his body. Although Tang Xiaoqiao's appearance was petite and cute, everyone present knew that she was an old woman in her 70s or 80s. No one could stand the thought of an old woman giving you a coquettish look. Jackdaw Old Man and Shi Hong Kai also voiced their agreement, making Ma Wendy tremble with anger. But he also knew that if he angered everyone, let alone 2 portions, he wouldn't even be able to get one. He could only swallow his anger with an ashen face. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's expression and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He smiled and said, what everyone said makes sense. I also think it should be fair. I trapped this purple-striped 9-headed dragon with a cauldron. I wonder if I can get a share. When he said this, everyone was suddenly stunned. In terms of contribution, there was no doubt that Li Yunxiao, who caught the purple-striped 9-headed dragon, had the biggest contribution. But to give a share to this martial Grand Master, everyone would absolutely not agree. You? Xianxia showed an exaggerated expression of surprise and said sarcastically, "Little brother, you don't think that just because you used a fifth-rank cauldron to subdue the purple-striped nine-headed dragon, you think it's your own contribution? If we didn't set up the seven-star ephemeris formation, do you think that with your strength, you would be a dish to go with wine? Hee, a person must be down to earth. You must not be arrogant." Right. Everyone quickly echoed. Tang Xiaoqiao said with a smile, "By the time you subdued it, the purple-striped nine-headed dragon was already weak beyond recognition. Let alone you, even a martial master could easily subdue it. How about this, little handsome brother, quickly come over. Big sister has a third-rank profound weapon here. Consider it your reward." Xianxia was speechless. He waved his hand and said, forget it. This purple-striped nine-headed dragon is not something that I can be delusional about. Being too delusional will be harmful. TSK, so understanding at such a young age. Brother Duan, you really have a good little brother. No wonder you were willing to give him something as precious as the bloodfish Xianxia. Jackdaw old man praised with a strange smile. Duan Yu coldly snorted with a face full of anger. He turned his face away and did not speak. Instead, he secretly recovered his true qi. Xianxia said with a faint smile, but the previous division method was for a dead purple-striped nine-headed dragon. Of course, there's no problem. But now, my purple cauldron has trapped a living purple-striped nine-headed dragon. Don't tell me you want to divide it? This? The 6 people were immediately stunned. That's right. Don't tell me you want to divide it? At first, no one thought that they could catch a living one. Of course, they could just divide it. But a living purple-striped nine-headed dragon was worth several times more than a dead one. Especially this kind of existence that had a true spirit bloodline and could advance on its own in the future. It was completely a priceless treasure. For a moment, everyone's thoughts raced as they tried to figure out how to seize the violet-marked nine-headed flood dragon. Situ Xing and Tang Xiaoqiao squeezed each other's hands. Although they weren't the strongest, their hearts were connected. If they joined forces, they wouldn't fear anyone. Of the 2 strongest, Duan Yu was already seriously injured. There was nothing to fear. Only Jackdaw old man remained. The eyes of the 6 of them flickered constantly, seemingly aware of the current situation. Ma Wendy, Yan Feiyue, and Xianxia exchanged glances. The 3 of them were the weakest. When the time came, they'd be at a disadvantage. All of a sudden, Jackdaw old man, who'd originally been the strongest, became the weakest. Jackdaw old man suddenly laughed. Haha. What are you all doing? Don't forget our agreement when we went out to sea. Integrity is the most important quality for a beast hunter. If a person doesn't have it, then they're not fit to be a human. His face filled with righteous indignation, he said sternly, although this violet-marked nine-headed flood dragon is precious, we can't lose our moral character. At the very least, I, Jackdaw old man, would never do such a treacherous thing. Everyone present was a wily old fox. They all sneered at his performance. Ma Wendy sneered. Then what's going on with the previous agreement of 8 becoming 7? Jackdaw old man's expression changed. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, that's what everyone agreed on. What can I do? That's a different matter. In truth, this isn't something difficult to accomplish. As long as one of you can come up with a satisfactory price, my share will go to him. That was a good idea. But, Xianxia sneered. I'm afraid none of you here are that rich to take out something as valuable as the violet-marked nine-headed flood dragon. Jackdaw old man said, that's not necessarily true. If someone is willing to offer a price, then someone else might. Then the person who offers a price will get the other party's share. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Everyone fell silent. Yan Feiyue suddenly said, I have a 6th grade ancient spirit talisman made by the talisman sect. As long as one is a martial grandmaster, they can activate it. It's a defensive talisman that can block a 1-star martial emperor's all-out attack. It was refined by an old elder of the talisman sect. Its value is immeasurable. Which one of you is willing to part with it? Level 6 ancient spirit talisman, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yan Feiyue to have such a treasure on him. This kind of ancient spirit talisman was a secret technique of the talisman sect. It forcefully suppressed the cultivation of the talisman maker into the talisman. It was a consumable item. Furthermore, after the talisman was completed, the cultivation of the refiner would be completely destroyed. What was worse was that the success rate was extremely low. Even in the talisman sect, such a thing was extremely rare. Only some experts who were about to die would use this kind of secret technique to refine talismans, and then bestow it to their direct descendants. It was equivalent to having an additional life-saving method. This kind of talisman that could block the full power attack of a one-star martial monarch was extremely valuable even to martial ancestor realm experts like them, not to mention ordinary martial warriors. A martial grandmaster was able to block the full-powered strike of a one-star martial monarch. Such a temptation was something that the disciples of the major powers could not resist. No matter how high the price was, there would be people willing to buy it. This kind of thing had always been priceless. Even Xianxia was slightly moved. Even he didn't know how this kind of ancient spirit talisman was refined. The talisman sect had always been a mysterious sect on the Tianwu continent. They rarely interacted with outsiders. This is indeed a good item, but for people like us, we have no use for it. Who knows how much we can sell it for? Situshing said coldly. He was clearly not tempted. Yan Feiyue looked displeased, but he didn't say anything. He remained silent. Suddenly, Jackdaw Old Man chuckled. I wonder if anyone here has an underworld stone? If you do, I'll exchange it for mine. Everyone frowned. An underworld stone was a kind of stone that absorbed large amounts of the aura of the dead to produce extreme yin and cold energy. It was also very expensive. Furthermore, it was closely related to Jackdaw Old Man's cultivation technique. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. Underworld stone and otherworldly mysterious underworld stone were the same type of item. However, the underworld stone was of a much lower grade than the otherworldly mysterious underworld stone. On the other hand, the otherworldly mysterious underworld stone was of the highest quality. Unfortunately, the only piece he'd stolen had exploded when he destroyed the Yingyang clan. Even experts like Emperor Wu would risk their lives to obtain the otherworldly mysterious underworld stone. Someone at Jackdaw Old Man's level couldn't possibly come into contact with it. His greatest hope was to obtain an underworld stone to cultivate with. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, they all shook their heads. Ma Wendy impatiently said, if this goes on, how long will it take? Why don't we just use primal stones to trade? As long as the quantity reaches a certain level, I'm sure someone will accept it. His words were reasonable, but no one would accept less primal stones, and they couldn't bring out more in a short time. Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at the five elements cauldron. He could clearly sense that the violet-marked nine-headed flood dragon had already adapted to the phoenix aura suppression. It wouldn't be trapped for much longer. He hurriedly said, Your Excellency Yan, I'll give you your ancient spirit talisman and 100,000 high-grade primal stones for my brother's share. Yan Feiyue's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. Really? His gaze fell on Duanyu, who was recuperating. Duanyu coldly snorted. He no longer had a good impression of these people. He coldly said, he said it. He has full authority to represent my opinion. Yan Feiyue was overjoyed. He hurriedly took out the ancient spirit talisman and a bag of primal stones and handed them to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao faintly sensed the aura of the ancient spirit talisman and knew it wasn't fake. This kind of refining method was extremely attractive to him. In his previous life, he'd studied with those old farts in the spirit transformation sea, but he hadn't been able to figure out how to refine it. Now that my brother's share has been transferred to Your Excellency Yan, this cauldron, I'll give it to you for safekeeping. Li Yunxiao reluctantly threw the purple cauldron to Yan Feiyue. With a pained expression, he said, This purple cauldron is also a peak rank 5 profound artifact. It's extremely valuable. I'll give it to you as well. Yan Feiyue happily received the purple cauldron. When he heard Li Yunxiao's words, he immediately felt around his body in embarrassment. Finally, he took out a pair of bronze hoops and threw them to him. This pair of dragon and phoenix hoops was my weapon when I was a martial king. It's also a rank 5 artifact. Take it as compensation for this purple cauldron. Li Yunxiao was rather surprised. He smiled and accepted the hoops. At the same time, he patted his ring. A ray of light shot out and another Tiger King war chariot appeared beside the war chariot. The two war chariots floated side by side. Since we've already handed over the items, your distribution has nothing to do with us brothers. Everyone, we'll meet again. This Tiger King war chariot will be a gift to everyone. He smiled politely. He waved at Duanyu. The two of them jumped onto the other Tiger King war chariot and drove it away. Of the 3 Tiger King war chariots he obtained from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, one was destroyed to deal with the violet-marked 9-headed flood dragon. Now, another one was thrown away. The one they were riding on now was the last Tiger King war chariot. The surprise in Duanyu's eyes grew. Where did you get so many rank 5 war chariots? These aren't some street goods. These are genuine rank 5 Tiger King war chariots. Every one of them is worth a fortune. Li Yunxiao said disdainfully, you poor bastards will never be able to understand this brother's life. Rest well and recover from your injuries. I've already said that you'll probably have to make a move later. Duanyu was startled. He snorted. Don't act rich in front of me. I've seen all those rich rank 7 and rank 8 arcane masters. He suddenly remembered that Li Yunxiao was an arcane master. He was instantly speechless. He realized that no matter what he said, he wasn't a match for Li Yunxiao. He immediately said dejectedly, what's there to make a move for? Aren't we going back now? His eyes lit up. He immediately became excited. Right, we're going to the Rainbow Mist. We've been delayed here for a while. I forgot about it. Li Yunxiao looked at the Tiger King war chariot that was getting smaller and smaller. He sneered. We must go to the Rainbow Mist. However, I must get that violet-marked 9-headed flood dragon too. They've rested for so long. It's our turn to rest. He drove the war chariot into a huge white sea mist and hid it. At the same time, he cast a few spells and set up a restriction around the war chariot. It could block normal divine sense detection. Moreover, with such a long distance, it would be difficult for those people to discover him. Duanyu was shocked. You mean they'll fight over the distribution? Li Yunxiao smiled. I don't know about that. However, I think it's about time. What about time? Can you make yourself clear in one go? Duanyu was confused by him. He got angry and was about to scold him when he suddenly heard an explosion from afar. Following that, a roar soared into the sky. It was the violet-marked 9-headed flood dragon. Eh? The violet-marked 9-headed flood dragon broke free? Duanyu was shocked. Did you do it on purpose? F***ck. Aren't you being too ruthless? He immediately laughed. Haha, the 6 of them will have it easy now. Li Yunxiao was also laughing happily. He leisurely reclined on the chair and crossed his legs to admire the sea view. He said proudly, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm a 1-star martial grandmaster. What ability do I have to subdue a rank 6 violet-marked 9-headed flood dragon? Even with the rank 5 cauldron, it's impossible. I just used a secret technique to temporarily trap it. If not for the fact that there's not enough time, do you think I would return it to them with just an ancient spiritual talisman? And a cauldron and war chariot? Tisk, it's a pity for my 5 elements cauldron. Duanyu was in a good mood. His spiritual sense could not reach so far in this foggy sea. He smiled happily. It's just a broken cauldron. Didn't Yanfei compensate you with a pair of dragon and phoenix rings? I know that pair of weapons very well. I fought with him when he was still a martial king. It's very powerful. What do you know? Li Yunxiao cursed with heartache. That purple cauldron of mine contains the complete 5 elements Dao fruit. It's the most valuable rank 5 treasure in the Tianwu continent. Otherwise, even if you had a rank 6 cauldron, you wouldn't be able to trap the violet-marked 9-headed flood dragon. Furthermore, this cauldron is already one with my mind and has been completely refined by me. This time, my combat prowess is greatly reduced. I hope this violet-marked 9-headed flood dragon doesn't get killed by them. That way, it'll be more valuable. A complete 5 elements Dao fruit? Duanyu was startled and suddenly cried out, could it be that the 5 elements purple cauldron that Gu Feiyang refined at the Myriad Treasure Tower auctioned some time ago? Li Yunxiao said in surprise, eh? How did you know? Duanyu smiled bitterly and said, at that time, I was already scouting for arcane masters in the Fire Crow Empire. I naturally also saw the brochure that the Myriad Treasure Tower sent out. I didn't expect that it was actually bought by you. Just this short period of time, a tier 5 treasure, how can you possibly completely refine it? Even I might not be able to do it. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, this is the gap between you and me. Recuperate in peace. It seems to be very intense over there. Only then did Duanyu close his eyes and recuperate. Li Yunxiao had his eyes half shut. It was also unknown whether he was cultivating or investigating the battle situation. On the other hand, the 6 of them had already fallen into a great predicament. Huge amounts of energy were constantly spreading out. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all of them were covered in blood and gasping for breath. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and fury. That purple-patterned 9 neonate flood dragon was not much better either. The wounds all over its body were ghastly to look at. It went berserk in the sea air. One wave after another rushed up from the sea surface and exploded, turning into streams of water arrows that shot out in all directions. Furthermore, those water arrows even carried traces of lightning power, making the 6 people dodge here and there, in a very sorry state. Damn it, that brat must know this kind of situation. If your father sees him again, I'll definitely tear him apart alive. Yan Feiyue dodged rapidly in the sea air, cursing nonstop as he roared. Just now, when the 5 elements cauldron exploded and the purple-patterned 9 neonate flood dragon broke free, he was the first to be seriously injured. Now that he was covered in blood all over, how could he still have the strength to attack? Just dodging was too late. The other 5 people were not much better either. They were caught off guard by the purple-patterned 9 neonate flood dragon's escape. Now, with the combined power of the 5 people, they were merely holding on and not losing. But it was getting harder and harder. Fighting with same-rank sea beasts on the sea was a matter of risking one's life to begin with, let alone the purple flood dragon clan with true spirit bloodline. Now, even if they wanted to escape, the surrounding space had already been completely sealed by the demonic power of the purple-striped 9-headed dragon. They could only bitterly fight. I didn't expect Duanyu to be so cunning and vicious. He even has a good reputation for himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him join us no matter what. Ma Wendy's complexion was terrifyingly gloomy. Under this dual attack of thunder and arrows, although dodging wasn't a problem, it would still consume a great deal of true essence. He wouldn't be able to sustain it in the long run. Old man Jackdaw gnashed his teeth. I knew this guy wasn't a good person. For the sake of a little profit, he's willing to disregard his most basic moral character. Damn it, he thinks he's a human. Situ Xing and his wife were also livid. Tang Xiaoqia's beautiful face was also covered with blood. She was in a sorry state. She said hatefully, what's the use of complaining? The most important thing is to kill this beast together, otherwise we will all die. Ma Wendy agreed. It's already at this point. If anyone still wants to hide their strength, then let's gang up on them. Yan Feiyue replied solemnly, all right. Since everyone is being open and honest, I won't drag you down. Suddenly, their auras erupted, immediately pushing away the purple-striped 9-headed dragon's demonic aura. The entire situation changed dramatically. A pair of giant scissors appeared in Old Man Jackdaw's hand. Unsealed, the scissors transformed into a crocodile the length of 3 people. It jumped in the air like a living creature, emitting a terrifying and fierce aura. Strands of gray vital energy revolved around its body. Shi Hongcai's eyes widened in anger. A majestic righteous aura broke out of his body, and the image of a sage quietly appeared behind him. In a trance, the vast sound of 100 schools of thought contending could be heard. It stood alone in a corner of the world. Situ Xing and his wife combined their swords into one. An enormous sword image appeared above their heads, emitting an enormous blue aura. It pushed away the sea mist, making it seem as if a giant sapphire had been embedded in the sea. Ma Wendy and Yan Feiyue also used their ultimate moves. One stood on the left and the other on the right, above the purple-striped 9-headed dragon. One shone with golden light, like a blazing sun, while the other swallowed vital energy like a whale. It was like a black hole, devouring the surrounding vital energy and forming a terrifying force that hovered in the sky. The 6 of them used their full strength, trapping the purple-striped 9-headed dragon in the sea. It couldn't go up, but it couldn't go down. It roared and struggled incessantly. In the distance, Xianxia coldly snorted. What a motley crew. If they had worked together like this when the 7 stars' shining sun was broken, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Sure enough, pig-like teammates are the most terrifying. Duan Yu, who was recuperating, also sensed the enormous auras in the distance. He sneered and said, "These 6 people are all sly and cunning experts. They are all counting on others to make the first move. Even if we can kill the purple-striped 9-headed dragon this time, it will be too much for them to handle. We can just wait to take advantage of them." He couldn't help but ask, "What elixir did you give me just now? The injuries on my body are almost healed." Xianxia's expression changed slightly. His eyes were filled with doubt as he stared into the distance. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling welled up in his heart. He spread his divine sense to the maximum, but he didn't find anything. However, that uneasy feeling surfaced in his heart. With his current soul power cultivation, this uneasy feeling wouldn't appear for no reason. This is a little troublesome. What kind of danger is it? Even my divine sense can't detect it. Could it be that there are even stronger sea beasts? Xianxia muttered to himself. With a grave expression, he said, "Old Duan, be prepared to escape at any time. I'm afraid that something might happen." Something might happen? Duan Yu was confused. Isn't the situation very good now? Everything is as you expected. He suddenly stopped speaking. His pupils constricted as he looked into the distance in shock. A powerful force suddenly appeared in the sky, suppressing the auras of Ma Wendy and the others as well as the purple-striped 9-headed dragon. That powerful aura could be felt even though it was so far away. In the sky above Ma Wendy and the others, a huge hover chariot suddenly appeared. A figure stood quietly on it and looked down coldly. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He grabbed with one hand, and a ghostly claw-like weapon suddenly enlarged in the air. It was pulled by a huge metal chain and made a clanking sound in the air. The ghostly claw was frightening. After it landed, it grabbed fiercely. The hearts of the 6 of them trembled. It felt as though space was being grabbed by it. A powerful force spread out. The purple-striped 9-headed dragon was directly grabbed by the ghostly claw. It struggled with all its might and was pulled up by the man. Haha, it really is the purple-striped 9-headed dragon. The man's eyes shone. After the purple-striped 9-headed dragon was grabbed by his profound weapon, it rapidly shrank and disappeared into his hand. It was unknown what profound artifact he had used to store it. Ah! The 6 of them were all furious. Their eyes widened, but the man's powerful aura made them not dare to say anything. Furthermore, they were all heavily injured. Ma Wendy was furious to see the fat meat in his mouth fly away. He said in a low voice, "My lord, this dragon, scram." The man spat out. He looked at Ma Wendy with disdain. His sharp gaze was like a sharp knife, causing Ma Wendy to tremble and quickly shut his mouth. "You're from the Constellation sect." Jackdaw Old Man's eyes shone brightly. "Although your aura has the aura of the 7 constellations, it's faintly discernible. You should be a peak 9-star martial ancestor. As far as I know, aside from Martial Emperor Su Feng, there are 2 other 9-star martial ancestor protectors in Qinghai town. Are you one of them, my lord?" The man grinned. "Haha, Jackdaw Old Man, you're quite knowledgeable." "That's right, I am one of the Constellation sect's 2 protectors in Qinghai town, Heng Yuan. If you know what's good for you, scram and I'll leave you alive. If you don't know what's good for you, hee, this sea isn't a bad place to be buried." Jackdaw Old Man's expression became extremely unsightly. With great difficulty, he said, "Protector Heng, Martial Emperor Su Feng and I, enough." Heng Yuan cut him off impatiently. "Don't try to curry favor with me. If you don't scram, then die." Without any warning, he punched out. The wind from his fist tore through the air, instantly punching the defenseless Jackdaw Old Man, leaving a huge hole in his body. The entire sea fell eerily silent. Everyone stared at Jackdaw Old Man in disbelief. A 7-star martial ancestor expert had died in such an inexplicable and useless manner? Jackdaw Old Man stared at the hole in his chest in disbelief. Finally, in a fit of despair and rage, he fell from the sky and into the sea. A shadow slowly swam across the surface of the sea. It was a large fish. It swallowed Jackdaw Old Man whole, then sank to the bottom of the sea. Ah! The other 5's expressions changed, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. An uneasy feeling of death rose up in her heart. Ma Wendy's pupils constricted, and she pushed her true energy to the limit. She transformed into a streak of light and fled toward the horizon. The other 4 came to their senses and hastily used their true energy to flee in every direction. Humph. You think you can escape? A sinister smile appeared on Heng Yuan's face. Ma Wendy, who was the first to flee, suddenly ran into an invisible force and was sent flying back. His face turned pale with fright, and his heart filled with endless fear. Unexpectedly, the enemy had long since made preparations to catch them all in one fell swoop. That meant they'd made all sorts of preparations. Furious, he hastily pulled out his sword and slashed at the invisible force. Humph. With your current strength, you want to kill me? A figure slowly walked out of the formless void. He easily raised his hand and deflected Ma Wendy's attack with a single punch. A cold sneer appeared on his face. Who are you? Ma Wendy turned pale with fright, and his heart sank. Constellation Sec Su Feng. I am Li Yuanyu, a subordinate of His Excellency the Martial Monarch. I have been ordered to take your lives. At the same time, the few people who were fleeing in the other 4 directions were also intercepted. Judging from the auras they emitted, they were all genuine martial ancestor experts. Heng Yuan looked mockingly at the few people who were in despair and sneered, "The purple-striped 9-headed dragon is such a treasure. Is it something that people like you can enjoy? My Constellation sect leader, Constellation Old Man, will be celebrating his 500th birthday in a month." Lord Su was worried about not being able to take out something good. This purple flood dragon's demonic elixir can be used to nourish the old man's body. Ma Wendy's face darkened as he said angrily, "Take the purple flood dragon. Why are you killing us?" A murderous look flashed across Heng Yuan's face as he said coldly, "I'm trying to avoid trouble. All of you are martial arts grandmasters. You are all respectable people in Qinghai town. Lord Su Feng does not want trouble." A murderous look flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Li Yuanyu, I'll leave this place to you. Finish them off quickly. There are 2 ants that escaped. I'll go and take care of them." By the time he finished speaking, he was already 100 meters away and was flying towards Li Yunxia's chariot. Li Yuanyu took out a strange-looking weapon and said coldly, "Do it." Above the sea, a few beams of light shot up and started fighting to the death. Li Yunxia's eyes glowed as he smiled bitterly, "We're finished. We actually ambushed a peak martial arts grandmaster." He quickly executed a few techniques and the Tiger King chariot was driven to its maximum speed. It turned into a beam of light and escaped into the horizon. Duanyu's expression was tense and he was terrifyingly sullen. He was a 7-star martial arts grandmaster and naturally knew that in the 6 directions realm, 1 star was like heaven and earth. Although the difference was only 2 stars, it was an insurmountable gap. It would be easy for the other party to kill him. Furthermore, his injuries had not healed. What puzzled him the most was that Li Yunxiao clearly knew that he was almost done for, but there was no trace of panic or fear on his face. At this moment, Duanyu was truly convinced and was completely in awe of him. To remain calm in the face of death, what kind of determination and cultivation was this? Although the Tiger King chariot was fast, it was nothing to a 9 stars martial arts grandmaster. Heng Yuan's speed might not be as fast as the purple-striped 9-headed dragon on the sea, but he could easily catch up to the martial king chariot. Very quickly, he closed the distance to within 500 meters and caught up in the blink of an eye. "Pay attention," Li Yunxiao suddenly said in a serious tone, "How confident are you that you can injure him if you attack with all your strength?" Duanyu frowned and pondered, "If I can hit him head-on, even if I can't kill him, I can at least heavily injure him, right? But how could he just stand there and let me hit him?" "That's enough." Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. When he's 10 meters away from the war chariot, I'll stop him for a split second. That's the time for you to make your move. When he's within 100 meters of you, you can start accumulating power. What? Duanyu was shocked and said, the other party is a peak martial ancestor realm expert. You can suppress him for a moment? Are you kidding me? Monstrous waves surged in his heart. No matter what, he couldn't believe it. But at this moment, he didn't have the time to think too much, because Hing Yuan was already within 100 meters of him. Clang, the heavenly halberd appeared in Duanyu's hand. He said softly, unseal. An ancient aura was emitted from the heavenly halberd. The entire halberd instantly expanded to more than 3 times its original size and floated in front of Duanyu. He quietly closed his eyes and gripped the hilt tightly with one hand. He was feeling the surrounding wind and tides, wanting to borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth. When a martial artist cultivated to a certain realm, they could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. They could communicate with the elements that made up the world, earth, water, fire, and wind. From there, they could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Back in Jialan Academy, Li Yunxiao's floating life seal had borrowed the power of heaven and earth. The Tiger King war chariot had a spirit. Under the battle intent released by the heavenly halberd, it began to sway, as if it was afraid. Humph, how can the candlelight compete with the sun and moon? Duanyu, on account of your extraordinary strength, I'll spare your life as long as you join my constellation sect. Heng Yuan crossed the air and also felt the powerful force. He was secretly shocked. Even he did not dare to take the full blow of a martial arts grandmaster of the 7-star martial arts grandmaster easily. Therefore, he provoked him with words to destroy his power and break it easily. Even if you don't think for yourself, this young man should be your illegitimate son, right? At least think about his life. As a father, don't you want to protect your own son's life? 10 meters. I'll protect your sister. Send my greetings to all the women in your family. Heaven and earth soul suppressor, forbidden amplification. Li Yunxiao shouted. Instantly, an invisible ray of light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the air. His divine sense seemed to have a physical form. It was like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, spreading out in circles. Under this ray of divine light, the entire space became slightly distorted. Heng Yuan was shocked and his mind buzzed. Instantly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky and stared at him with a demonic look. Ah! He was shocked. It was actually an illusion. Who was this kid? How could he be affected by it? He could not remember how many years it had been since he had been affected by an illusion that he had always looked down on. Insignificant tricks. How can a mere illusion do anything to me, a 9-star martial grandmaster? Boundless heaven and earth, morning thunder holy palm. Break for me. Break. Break. Heng Yuan spat out the word break 3 times and struck out with his palms. The entire distorted sky instantly returned to normal. The misty color and the demonic eyes disappeared completely. The entire sea and sky were still clear. However, the sky that had just returned to normal twisted again. It was swept up by a huge force. It was as if space was being pressed down from all directions. In the center of the sweep, a huge halberd exuded a monstrous battle intent. Waves of white flame seemed to burn from an endless distance as they pierced through the air. White flame ghost kill, 6 extremes halberd. Duanyu's 7-star martial grandmaster attacked with all his might. The moment Li Yunxiao's illusion was broken, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was shocked and his mind was attacked by the divine sense. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground with an extremely pale face. With his soul power, it was already extremely lucky that he was able to stun a 9-star martial grandmaster for a moment. He did not have much confidence before this. Fortunately, Heng Yuan was not prepared. Under this quick, accurate and ruthless attack, he was dragged into the illusion for a moment. However, he also suffered great damage. Duanyu. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Heng Yuan was instantly submerged by that earth-shattering blow. The sea under the sky was also triggered by this huge force, and an astonishing pillar of water soared into the sky. The entire sea and sky were covered in mist, and it had the power to overturn rivers and seas. Heng Yuan was directly knocked into the sea by the wave. He felt as if his body was about to explode and his physical body was injured beyond recognition. He hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it. His eyes were filled with pain and hatred. Although he was seriously injured, his divine sense was still locked on to the two of them. In this exchange, the Tiger King chariot that the two of them were on had traveled a distance of tens of miles. He gritted his teeth and dragged his seriously injured body to speed up the chase again. He was sure that the power of Duan Yu's attack was comparable to that of an 8-star martial grandmaster. At this moment, he must be extremely weak. Although his quintessential vitality was injured, as long as he caught up, he would definitely be able to kill those two ants. Moreover, he had just consumed a 6th-grade healing medicine that he had kept for a long time. The injuries in his body were instantly stabilized. He had paid a huge price to obtain it. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it. He should have kept it for future use. Previously, when he was seriously injured, he did not think clearly and consumed it. Now, he was still feeling the pain. After chasing for a while, his expression suddenly changed. The two people that he had been locking on to had actually disappeared into thin air in front of him. This kind of disappearance was not out of the range of his divine sense. It was out of thin air and suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Heng Yuan was shocked and muttered to himself in doubt, could it be that they broke through space and escaped? F***ck, how is that possible? Could it be another illusion? He took a deep breath and instantly sped up. Soon, he entered above a sea and was shrouded in fog. He could not see anything and even the range of his divine sense was extremely limited. This is? Heng Yuan carefully touched the sea fog with his hand and felt a slightly strange feeling. He sneered and said, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still die. Whoosh! He directly flew in and used his extremely limited divine sense to search inside. Gradually, he felt that something was wrong. This fog seemed to be endless and did not seem to be formed by ordinary means. He had been in Qinghai town for many years and knew the tens of thousands of miles of Linhai like the back of his hand. He had never known that there was such a strange fog here. Finally, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, dots of pink smoke and dust began to appear on the fog. Only then did his expression change and he cried out in shock, "Rainbow fog!" This time, he was really scared. Although the rainbow fog was magical, he had experienced it and knew what it was like. In a moment of desperation, he hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and spread it around his body to form a soul power shield, isolating himself from the pink smoke and dust. At this moment, Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu were also miserable. The two of them ran with all their might but inadvertently entered their original destination, the rainbow fog. If Li Yunxiao was not injured, it would be fine. With his divine sense, it would not be easy to open a path, but it would not be too difficult. But now that his soul power was exhausted, he felt as if his entire body had been sucked dry, and he was lying on the ground weakly. This time, it was completely relying on the soul power shield that Duan Yu forcibly put up to block the pink smoke and dust. If he was alone, although he would not be able to open a path, he would have no problem protecting himself. Now that he had to take care of Li Yunxiao, it suddenly became a little difficult. Haha, little brat. You're always acting all high and mighty, but now you're finally defeated. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. Duan Yu suddenly laughed out loud. Looking at Li Yunxiao's appearance, he was happy even though he was also having a hard time holding on. After using all his soul power, he was completely exhausted, but fortunately, his divine sense was not damaged. One of them had used up his soul power, while the other had used up his origin power. Both of them were lying on the war chariot motionlessly, allowing the war chariot to float forward. Li Yunxiao was sprawled on the ground in agony and couldn't be bothered with him. If he had the World God tablet with him, he would definitely be able to recover faster. At that moment, he could only visualize the great divine evolution technique and nourish his dried-up consciousness. He knew that it would be extremely difficult for Duan Yu to keep the two of them floating in there with his soul power. Moreover, the rainbow mist appeared at an uncertain time. If it dispersed this time, he didn't know when it would appear again. Therefore, he had to recover as soon as possible and find the right way to find the Kunwa divine tree. Hey, kid. I'm quite impressed by you. What rank of alchemist are you? Don't tell me you're at level 4? Duanyu didn't mind that Li Yunxiao was ignoring him and started talking to himself, a 15-year-old level 4 alchemist. TSK, even Tianxiang Empire's Master Luo Ku and Fire Crow Empire's Master Yang Di don't have such talent. Which organization nurtured you? After Li Yunxiao recovered some of his soul power, he took out some elixirs from the ring with much difficulty and ate them like rice. He couldn't even open the storage ring when his soul power was depleted. Seeing Duanyu's shocked expression, he scoffed, as a 7-star martial ancestor, don't tell me you don't even have some elixirs to recover your vitality? Duanyu gulped and smiled bitterly. I've always been alone and rely on hunting sea beasts to exchange for resources. How can I compare to alchemists like you? All of you are extremely wealthy. You even have a bunch of Tiger King war chariots, let alone ordinary elixirs. I only have a few level 4 healing elixirs on me. Pauper. Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and said in disdain. He then closed his eyes and started to regulate his breathing. Hey, if you have more elixirs, give me some to recover my vitality. You won't be able to use them now anyway. Duanyu felt uncomfortable being scolded. He took out the few level 4 healing elixirs he had and wanted to swallow them, but he couldn't bear to. Moreover, his vitality was depleted and he wasn't injured, so there was no point in swallowing them. He couldn't help but ask Li Yunxiao for them. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly and snorted, can't I keep it if I don't need it? If you want it, that's fine. Bring something to exchange for it. F*CK, no way. Duanyu's eyes bulged fiercely as he cursed, why are we in the same boat? Our lives are tied together, yet you're still so stingy? If I had money, I wouldn't have asked you for it. Li Yunxiao said, don't pretend to be poor in front of me. Since you hunt sea beasts every day, you must have a lot of beast cores, right? Yao cores of the 4th level and above, 1-for-1 chi gathering pill. Are you robbing me? Duanyu said angrily, the chi gathering pill is the most basic tier 3 recovery pill. What right do you have to exchange it for a tier 4 inner core? Moreover, tier 3 medicinal pills aren't very useful to me. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, I haven't charged you for the pills you ate before. As for whether they are effective or not, you should know very well since you've eaten them before. Duanyu was speechless. The healing pills he had taken earlier were indeed tier 3, but they were more effective than the tier 4 medicinal pills he had on him. He said embarrassedly, but it can't be so expensive, right? I can only hunt a dozen or so sea beasts at most when I go out to sea, but it takes me more than a month. And there aren't many tier 4 ones. I still need a few days to refine a single pill. If you don't want to trade, then shut up. I don't have time to argue with you. Li Yunxiao cursed, then closed his eyes to regulate his breathing and ignored him. Duanyu thought for a while with a gloomy expression after being given the cold shoulder. Then, he took out a storage bag and looked at it with a pained expression. He threw it over and said, there's a total of 76 tier 4 Yao cores. I'll exchange it for 100 chi gathering pills. Don't tell me you're going to haggle with me over such a small difference. Li Yunxiao counted and threw out a storage bag as well. Duanyu took a look and almost fainted from anger. There were exactly 76 chi gathering pills, not one more, not one less. He turned around angrily and sat down with his back to Li Yunxiao, stuffing chi gathering pills into his mouth in a fit of pique. He stuffed the chi gathering pills into his mouth in a fit of pique, but he tried his best to cover the two of them with his soul power. The two of them sat back to back and recovered their strength. The Tiger King chariot drifted in the rainbow mist for an unknown period of time. The pink smoke and dust gradually thinned, and the mist slowly dissipated. After a period of time, the sky gradually cleared up. The two of them opened their eyes slightly and saw a clear sky. The sea and sky were one, and it was abnormally peaceful. Duanyu stood up and looked at the sea with a solemn expression. After a while, he said in a low voice, this is no longer the sea around Qinghai town. Li Yunxiao also raised his eyes and looked back at the rainbow mist that was gradually dissipating. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this good? This kind of fixed rainbow mist spatial passage is also fixed. Since we can come out, it proves that this is the place with the Kunwa divine tree. Duanyu looked at him in surprise. Seeing that his face was rosy and radiant, he said, "You recovered so quickly?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. "More or less. If I had known, I would not have recovered." "Why?" Duanyu was shocked. It was common knowledge that arcane masters needed a very long time to recover their soul power. But how long had it been? He immediately attributed the credit to the pills that Li Yunxiao had consumed. Only then did he feel relieved. "Why would you rather not recover?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered. "Because when I released my divine sense, I realized that we were already surrounded. Ignorance is bliss. Look at how happy you are when you don't know anything." "Ah." Duanyu was shocked. He looked around in shock. The sea was abnormally quiet. There wasn't even a hint of sea breeze. There was a faint oppressive feeling, but he didn't find any traces of enemies. But now, he was extremely impressed by Li Yunxiao's abilities. He raised his guard to the highest and was abnormally careful. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. "Relax. It's useless to resist. They are all at the bottom of the sea. This should be somewhere deep in the sea. We have entered the territory of a sea race tribe." Just as he finished his sentence, water splashed on the surface of the sea. It was like a series of cannonballs had exploded, creating holes on the surface of the sea. Hundreds of sea race members broke through the surface of the sea and soared into the sky. In an instant, they were densely packed and surrounded the entire Tiger King war chariot. Duanyu was dumbfounded. These sea race members were all standing in the air. Each of them was stepping on a giant bubble, and it seemed like they could control them at will. This made Duanyu heave a sigh of relief. Initially, when he saw the hundreds of people standing in the air, he thought that they were hundreds of martial ancestor realm experts. He was almost scared out of his wits. "Damned humans, how dare you come here?" Among the hundreds of sea race members, a man with a smaller stature stood in the middle and said coldly. Their bodies and appearances were not much different from humans, but they had some scales on their arms and a fin on the back of their heads. "Are you going to surrender or force us to attack?" The aura emitted by this sea race member had reached the level of a 5-star martial ancestor. Although Duanyu was not afraid, there were too many of them. There were also many martial ancestor realm sea race members scattered among them. There were no less than 10 of them. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and said loudly, "My lords, please forgive us. We accidentally entered your territorial waters when we were running for our lives. We are not trespassers. I hope my lords will understand." "Humph, you still want to argue? Furthermore, I don't care how you came here. As long as you have entered the territory of the Flaming Fish clan without permission, you will have to surrender and let the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan deal with you." There was a cold gleam in the man's eyes. As he spoke, he raised his golden fork high, as if he was going to attack if there was any disagreement. Li Yunxiao looked at the 100 or so Flaming Fish clan members who were brimming with killing intent and broke out in a cold sweat. The battle between these sea race members had always been very intense. Their killing intent was extremely strong and they were unreasonable. This was especially so when they were dealing with humans. They would kill them indiscriminately and take pleasure in doing so. Otherwise, he would not have killed his way through the 8,000 kilometers of territorial waters and dyed the seas red with blood when he was being hunted down by the 4 Seas royal clans and the Bo clan. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Li Yunxiao smiled apologetically and said, "Brothers, we have no ill intentions. If you want to capture us, just capture us. However, you have to spare our lives no matter what." He and Duanyu immediately gave up on resisting and allowed the Flaming Fish clan members to come forward and tie them up tightly. Li Yunxiao struggled gently and realized that the rope was made of an unknown sea beast's tendon. It was extremely elastic and could not be broken at all. "Humph, at least you two are obedient. I will leave your corpses intact later." The man sneered and said, "Let's go, bring them to see the chief." The 2 of them were immediately dragged to the bottom of the sea. Li Yunxiao was stunned and said, "Leave our corpses intact? Hey, are you serious? We have already surrendered and you still want to kill us? Do you have any credibility at all?" One of the Flaming Fish clan members took out 2 beads and stuffed them into their mouths. Once they entered the sea, they immediately felt a strange feeling. It was as if they were on land and they could breathe and talk at any time. Only then did the two of them realize that they had been fed water-repelling beads. It was a treasure that could allow land creatures to move freely in the water. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. Since they wanted to kill the two of them, why did they feed them such a treasure? Water-repelling beads were extremely rare among humans and were very expensive. Although there were a lot of them among the sea race, there was no need to waste them. Duan Yu appeared to be calm and seemed to be different from before. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well and he seemed to have a plan in his mind. Li Yunxiao looked at him and was slightly stunned. He seemed to have understood something. Hundreds of Flaming Fish clan members dragged the two of them and swam for an unknown period of time. They were extremely fast at the bottom of the sea and were much faster than martial arts grandmasters flying in the air. However, they did not seem to have a deep understanding of profound-level weapons and did not take their storage rings. Moreover, over 100 Flaming Fish clan members pushed the Tiger King war chariot and followed behind them. "Big brother, where are you bringing us? Why do you have to kill us? As the saying goes, it is fate that brings us together. Let's be friends." Li Yunxiao smiled and said to the 5-star martial arts grandmaster from the Flaming Fish clan. "Friends?" The Flaming Fish clan member revealed a mocking expression and said with disdain, "Do you humans deserve to be friends with the sea race? You really know how to flatter yourself." Li Yunxiao cursed in his heart, "Praise your ass. If I wasn't captured by you, I wouldn't be friends with you fish-headed people. F***ck. Looking at you guys, I won't be able to eat fish heads anymore. Damn it, it's so disgusting." Although the Fire Fish race member didn't want to talk to Li Yunxiao, he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority when he saw Li Yunxiao's apologetic smile. It seemed like he didn't hate this human that much, so he patiently talked to him. "Earlier, a human expert intruded into our Fire Fish clan's territory and injured 3 of our leaders. Now, the entire clan is enraged. The clan leader has already given the order to capture that human. We haven't seen any traces of humans here for hundreds of years. How could several of them appear at once? If you say that you have nothing to do with that person, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." "Damn it, I actually took the blame for Heng Yuan," Li Yunxiao said angrily, "of course it's related. Big brother Flaming Fish, I have an irreconcilable hatred with that person. How is he now? Are you hurt?" The Flaming Fish warrior looked at him suspiciously, then snorted coldly and said, "Under the joint attack of the 3 leaders, of course, he ran away with his tail between his legs. He's probably hiding somewhere to recuperate." To be able to injure Heng Yuan and injure himself, it seemed like the 3 leaders were 8 or 9 stars martial arts grandmasters. He just didn't know how strong their patriarch was. As long as there were no martial monarchs, there was still hope for him to escape. Let's see what they're up to. It would be best if they don't make a move. "Big brother, what rank is your Fire Fish clan?" Li Yunxiao asked. He knew that because the sea race was too large, even the 4 sea kings couldn't count how many there were. Thus, according to the strength of the race, the sea race was divided into 7 ranks to make it easier to manage. The most powerful of the sea race was the Bo clan, the ruler of the 4 seas. They were in existence at the very top and were revered as gods. They were not ranked, and their status was incomparably sacred. They were even above the sacred divine capital of the humans. The first level was the 4 Seas royal family, which was managed by the 4 great oceanic clans. They were the Guang family, Qin family, Shun family, and Run family. They were also known as S-class superpowers. Apart from the kings of the 4 seas, there were also quite a number of oceanic species that had reached the S rank. However, they were still managed by the kings of the 4 seas in name. The second level was A level, and the clan must have 10 powerhouses of the same level as Emperor Wu. He was also an overlord of the 4 seas. The third level was level B, and as long as there was a powerful Emperor Wu, it could be promoted to level B. The fourth level was the sea level, which required a martial venerable to oversee it. The fifth level was the D level, which required the clan to have a martial emperor. The sixth rank was rank E. They only needed a martial ancestor realm expert. They were similar to the Fire Crow Empire's upper vassal states. The last level was F level, and only martial king realm experts could enter. In addition to these 7 classifications, there were also a large number of sea tribes under these 7 classifications. The term sea tribe was not allowed, and they were all collectively referred to as sea tribes. For example, if the strongest person in the Fire Fish clan was only a martial lord, then they were not allowed to be called the Fire Fish clan. They could only be called a school of fire fish. Among the sea tribes, the hierarchy was very strict. Although Duanyu had lived in Qinghai town for many years, there were no real sea tribes in the tens of thousands of miles of the sea around Qinghai town. The sea tribes usually lived in the deep sea, and they were very far away from the human mainland. Therefore, he was not very clear about the classification of the sea tribes. When he heard this, he immediately became interested and pricked up his ears. A hint of vigilance flashed in the eyes of the Fire Fish clan man, but when he saw Li Yunxia's pure and innocent expression, he relaxed and said proudly, "Our Fire Fish clan is a D-class sea tribe. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, only our clan is respected." Li Yunxia's expression changed slightly, and he knew that this was bad. Since it was a D-class sea tribe, then there must be a martial emperor realm existence. Otherwise, according to the strict rules of the sea tribes, they were not allowed to arbitrarily use the ranks. However, after the Fire Fish clan man said this proudly, a hint of deep melancholy flashed in his eyes. The sea tribes were relatively simple, unlike humans who were scheming and liked to hide their inner emotions. Li Yunxiao asked suspiciously, "Brother, is there something wrong? Why are you so worried?" The Fire Fish clan man was shocked, and he immediately rebuked, "Why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to find out information about our Fire Fish clan?" Duanyu's face darkened. "You are such a big fool, and you still want to find out information? You have already said everything you need to say. What else is there to find out?" Li Yunxiao revealed a shocked expression, "Of course not. I saw that you were worried, so I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. We have a common enemy, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We are already friends." "Ah?" The Fire Fish clan man was stunned, and he blinked his huge fish eyes. He did not understand how they had become friends. However, his words seemed to make sense. He then sighed and said, "Our clan leader is a 1-star martial emperor expert, but unfortunately, his lifespan is almost up. The strongest leader, Tai Fan, has just advanced to 9 stars Wuzong not long ago. Originally, the clan leader planned to use a secret technique to raise Tai Fan to the pinnacle of 9 stars at the cost of his lifespan." As he said this, a trace of anger appeared in his eyes, and he said with a murderous look, "But the human expert who broke and recently injured Tai Fan severely. It is already fortunate that his realm has not dropped. It is impossible for him to use a secret technique to reach the pinnacle of 9 stars Wuzong. As for Tai Xian and the Iron Arm leader, they only have the strength of an 8-star martial lord. If they want to advance to a 9-star martial lord, they will need at least 50 years, or even 100 years, and the old clan leader can't wait that long." A worried look appeared in the eyes of the Fire Fish clansman. He said painfully, "If leader Tai Fan can't break through to martial emperor before the old clan leader returns, then our entire Fire Fish clan will fall to E-class." This was something that none of the Fire Fish clansmen could accept. "Therefore, we must capture that human expert and tear him to pieces." Duanyu's face darkened when he heard this, and he secretly scolded the Fire Fish clan for being stupid. In just a few words, the Fire Fish clan had been exposed. The Sea clan were really stupid, Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. Tai Fan, a 9 stars Wuzong and 2 8-star Wuzongs, had been seriously injured. It seemed that this battle had been quite tragic. Although Heng Yuan was a 9 stars Wuzong, he had also been seriously injured by Duanyu's all-out attack. It was impossible for him to recover in such a short period of time, and he would definitely be seriously injured after the battle. The 3 leaders of the Fire Fish clan had been injured, and the strongest among them should only be a 7-star Wuzong. Their only pillar of support was the clan leader, who was a martial emperor. Li Yunxiao was calculating in his heart. Very soon, the 2 of them were escorted to the place where the Fire Fish clan lived. A series of buildings appeared at the bottom of the sea, and the Fire Fish clan people were wandering around. It was as if they had come to a human city. Li Yunxiao was fine, but this was the first time Duanyu had seen such a scene, and he was dumbfounded. He had spent most of his life at the coast of the South Sea, but he had never known that the Sea Clan lived like this. He had thought that they were like sea beasts, swimming around all day in search of food. Many of the Fire Fish Clan men and women, young and old, mainly the old and weak, women and children, were carrying large baskets with purple crystals in them. They walked around the city. There were also some other Sea Clan members, and they seemed to be very busy with their work. Li Yunxiao looked at Duan Yu's bumpkin appearance as he entered the city, and laughed as he explained, "Those purple crystals are called essence crystals. They are similar to the essence stones of humans, and they are used by the Sea Clan to cultivate. Because the resources at the bottom of the sea are too rich, ordinary Sea Clan members don't have to worry about food and clothing. They are the same as our human sex, and the most important thing for them every day is to cultivate. The old and weak, women and children are responsible for transporting the essence crystals. Those strange Sea Clan members you see are the existence of some other weak Sea Clan members, and they are under the control of the Fire Fish Clan." Duan Yu listened with great interest, but he still showed a disdainful expression, and snorted, "I have lived in Qinghai town for most of my life, how can I not know such common sense? Do I need you to tell me?" The Fire Fish Clan member was shocked. "I didn't expect you to have a certain understanding of our Sea Clan." Soon, everyone landed in the city. The Fire Fish Clan member was clearly the leader of this operation, and he pointed at the Tiger King war chariot. "This chariot is very good, send it to Taiyu, and let him transport the essence crystals. One time, it can be used to transport hundreds of times." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and he bid farewell to the last Tiger King war chariot. The Fire Fish Clan member said to the two of them, "Come with me to see the clan leader. If you can really prove that you are not that person's accomplices, maybe the clan leader will spare your lives." Along the way, he talked with Li Yunxiao for a while, and he had a good impression of him, and it seemed that he was not so determined to kill them. Because the two of them were tied up by the sea beast tendons, the Fire Fish Clan member was not afraid that the two of them would run away, and he alone led them to the biggest palace. The guards on both sides all retreated to the side, and it was clear that this Fire Fish Clan member had a high status in the clan. The Fire Fish Clan's palace was almost built to imitate the humans, but there were many beautiful corals and treasures, and all kinds of shiny things inside, so it was much more beautiful. On the top of the palace, there was a flame totem carved, and it was incomparably demonic. Li Yunxiao felt that it was a little strange. Normally, Sea Clan members were afraid of fire, and he didn't understand why the Fire Fish Clan had a flame totem, and even had the word fire in their name. "Tai Fei, who have you brought with you?" An old voice sounded slowly in the palace, and the treasures in the surroundings seemed to become brighter. The entire palace flickered with light, and it gave people a dim feeling. It was as if they were like the high and mighty Fire Fish Clan leader, who was already in his twilight years. The Fire Fish Clan member hurriedly knelt on one knee, and said, "Lord Clan leader, we have captured 2 humans outside." The old clan leader's murky and dim eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of light, as if a sleeping lion had suddenly awakened, and an extremely strong pressure spread out. Tai Fei's expression was nervous, and this 5-star martial arts grandmaster expert was like a child who had done something wrong, and he lowered his head, not daring to speak. Under this pressure, Duan Yu's expression changed drastically. Large beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Even he was trembling in the face of the might of a martial emperor. Although Li Yunxiao's face was also pale, he gritted his teeth and stared coldly at the clan leader of the Flaming Fish Clan. There was no fear in his eyes. His eyes flickered with arrogance and unyieldingness. As someone who had once been at the pinnacle of Emperor Wu, how could he lower his head to a mere martial emperor? Wouldn't that be a great joke? The clan leader of the Flaming Fish Clan was stunned. He slowly withdrew the pressure from his body and asked in his old voice, "What is the relationship between these 2 humans and that person?" Tai Fei thought for a moment and replied, "Clan leader, the 2 of them said that they have an irreconcilable feud with that human." "Oh?" The clan leader of the Flaming Fish Clan stared at Li Yunxiao for a while and snorted. Coldly, "Excuses. None of the humans are good. Drag them out, kill them, and feed them to the fishes." Tai Fei was stunned, but he still obeyed. He glanced at Li Yunxiao with pity. "Feed your sister." Li Yunxiao did not expect this old fish to kill as soon as he arrived. He immediately cursed angrily, "Stop pretending in front of me." Believe it or not, I will destroy your flaming fish clan. He opened his hands, and with a clang, the sea beast tendon, which was strong enough to restrain a martial ancestor realm expert, broke without a sound. You. Taifei was shocked and roared furiously, how dare you speak so rudely to the clan leader? Die. You're the one who's going to die. As soon as Taifei threw a punch, the seawater in the hall surged. However, it was suppressed by an even stronger force. Duan Yu stared at him with a grave and stern expression. He gently broke his fist and struck out with a backhand move. He compressed the water within a radius of several meters into a ball and pressed Tai Fan inside, making him unable to move. Although the sea beast tendon was very stubborn, Li Yunxiao used his phoenix virtual fire to burn it. On the other hand, Duan Yu's attack was condensed with an extremely and extremely cold incandescent flame, so it easily burned the tendon rope. How dare you? The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan roared. His aura burst forth once again, forming an extremely strong pressure that spread out in the main hall. Aren't the two of you afraid that I'll tear you into pieces? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, I told you to stop pretending. It's true that you're a martial emperor, and you do have the ability to kill us with a single move. His gaze gradually focused, and he said coldly, but only once. Your physical condition does not escape my eyes. You only have one breath left. If you make a move, you'll definitely die. What? Taifei, who was trapped in the water ball, was shocked as he looked at the old chief in shock. There was a flash of shock in the eyes of the clan leader of the Fire Fish clan. Suddenly, he seemed to be so old that he was about to die. He panted and said, Human, you're right. I can't hold on for much longer. I'm trying to use as little energy as possible. But if you threaten the Fire Fish clan, I won't hesitate to kill you. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, We have no ill intentions. It's all because you wanted to kill us and feed us to the fish. *CK, I hate being threatened the most in both of my lives. If you don't show some sincerity and apologize, we'll kill Taifei first. Then, you'll kill us. Let's see what other experts the Fire Fish clan has to hold up the facade. You. How dare you? Taifei was enraged in the water ball. He suddenly found out that the clan leader's condition had worsened to such an extent. It made him feel as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. He could only see darkness in front of him. He immediately activated his vital qi without caring about anything else, instantly breaking the water ball. Although he was a 5-star martial arts grandmaster, he could unleash his abilities at the bottom of the sea, while Duan Yu was restricted. There was not much of a difference. Once Taifei came out of the water ball, he immediately charged at Li Yunxiao furiously. Taifei, stop. The voice of the clan leader of the Fire Fish clan was not loud, but it was very powerful. Taifei's body immediately stopped in midair, and he forcefully retracted his fist. He glared at Li Yunxiao furiously. Human, since you have no ill intentions, then leave. Don't ever come to the territory of the Fire Fish clan again. The clan leader seemed to be very tired. If not for the fact that his birthday was approaching, he would not have let the two of them off. Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu looked at each other, but they stood there without moving. Taifei said furiously, the clan leader has already mercifully let you off. Hurry up and scram. Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently. I've followed you all the way here, and I feel that you are rather loyal. You are a good member of the Sea clan. However, I want to say two things. First, your clan leader let me off because he weighed the pros and cons. It was not a merciful decision. Second, I don't want to leave for now. I want to make a deal with you. We are not interested in making a deal with you. Hurry up and leave. Other than me, there are many people in the Fire Fish clan who can make you stay. Be careful that I don't go back on my word. The clan leader of the Fire Fish clan waved his hand impatiently, revealing a look of disgust. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, the Sea clan has always been so arrogant. I have experienced it myself. What if my condition is to give you another 100 years of lifespan, and let the heavily injured Tai Fan advance to a martial emperor? What? The clan leader bounced up from his throne as if he had been electrocuted. He shouted in disbelief, what did you just say? Say it again. Even Taifei was so shocked that his fish eyes almost popped out. Duan Yu also frowned slightly. He could believe that this old fish could live for a few more decades, but he could not believe that he could live for 100 more years. Furthermore, he could let a martial arts grandmaster who had just stepped into the 9-star martial arts grandmaster realm advance to the martial emperor realm. Moreover, this 9-star martial arts grandmaster was currently seriously injured. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and repeated himself. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Only small fishes could be seen swimming around and blowing bubbles from time to time. Gulp. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "Human, if you are lying, I swear that I will kill you. Tell me, how exactly are we going to make a deal, and how can I trust you?" Regardless of whether it was him living for another 100 years or Tai Fan advancing to a martial emperor, it would be enough to solve the current crisis of the Flaming Fish clan. How could he resist? Haha, a deal is easy. Actually, this is helping you and us. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and his eyes flickered. He enunciated each word clearly. "Clan leader, you should know about the Kunwa divine tree, right?" Pfft. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan gasped and cried out involuntarily, You are actually thinking about it." Taifei's expression also changed greatly and he revealed a shocked expression. "Why? Is there a problem?" Li Yunxiao frowned in confusion and said, "With it, not only can it help the clan leader extend his life for another 100 years, but it will also be enough for Tai Fan to advance to a martial emperor." The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, "So, you are here for it. Taifei, please explain the situation to these two humans." He seemed to suddenly deflate and become old again in an instant. Taifei's expression didn't look good, and his eyes were filled with hatred. This Wukuan divine tree was originally a sacred relic that my clan guarded. Now, it has fallen into the hands of the Black Razor clan race. Li Yunxiao was surprised and said, "This Wukuan divine tree should be in the nearby sea region. Didn't you say that your Flaming Fish clan rules the sea region within 10,000 miles? A look of shame flashed past Taifei's face as he said angrily, "That's right. We are a D-class sea clan, and the Black Razor clan race is only an E-class existence. However, they have 3 9-stars martial arts grandmasters. Unless the clan leader personally takes action, our overall strength is inferior to theirs. The Wukuan divine tree has been the treasure of my clan for tens of thousands of years. Consuming the leaves of the Wukuan divine tree can not only nourish one's life force, but it can also increase one's cultivation. Because of this, the Black Razor clan race didn't hesitate to fall out with us. Perhaps they know about the clan leader's situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to take action against us." Consuming the leaves of the Kuan Wu divine tree, Li Yunxiao fainted. "These ignorant and idiotic fish heads," he humphed and said, "since they lost it, why don't they snatch it back? Since they have fallen out with you, there is no room for negotiation. They have 3 9-stars martial arts grandmasters. If you wait for the clan leader to pass away, your entire clan will be in danger." The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan also revealed a look of deep worry and said in a deep voice, "How could I not have thought about what you said? However, unless I personally kill the 3 9-stars martial arts grandmasters, even if I invade my entire clan, we won't be a match for them." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "Since the Kuan Wu divine tree has been under your control for tens of thousands of years, is there any way to enter the interior of the divine tree?" The Kuan Wu divine tree wasn't the size of an ordinary tree. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and when spread out, it wouldn't be smaller than a city. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan frowned and thought for a while, then said, "We can't sneak in, but if we forcefully break through their blockade, it will be difficult for them to find us after we enter." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "If that's the case, it will be easy. Clan leader, please lead the way. As long as we rush in and hide for 10 days to half a month, I guarantee that you will recover 100 years of your lifespan and come out." Taifei was shocked and said, "No. Clan leader can only attack once. What if you are in danger? Let me bring you in." The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan shook his head and said, "The Razor Clam clan values the Kuan Wu divine tree very much. Their 3 9-stars martial arts grandmasters are nearby. With your strength, you won't be able to break through. Let me bring you in. However, human, don't forget your promise to us. You have to let Tai Fan successfully enter the martial emperor realm. Li Yunxiao started to admire this old man slightly. The older one got, the more one was afraid of death. Looking at him, he was prepared to sacrifice himself. Since that's the case, let's bring Tai Fan along. As long as he can enter the interior of the divine tree and stay for 10 days to half a month, I have a way to let him break through to the martial emperor realm. The reason why he was so confident was because of his understanding of these natural treasures. These underwater clans occupied a large amount of resources, but they wasted natural treasures. This was also a kind of fairness in creation. Humans had extremely high intelligence, but they were crowded in a continent that lacked resources. If a sea region like the Flaming Fish clan was in the Sky Martial continent, it would definitely be fought over by the first-rate factions. Patriarch, Xiao doesn't want to listen to his nonsense. A loud and clear voice came from outside. A torrent shot over, and a man who looked about the same as Tai Fei suddenly appeared in the main hall. With a savage expression, he said, "These humans are all full of tricks. Patriarch's current state is not suitable for you to make a move. Let me kill them." The man didn't say anything and an ordinary steel fork appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a whirlpool was formed and pressed towards the two of them. A cold intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. With such a casual wave, the water around the two of them was sealed, leaving them with nowhere to run. It was the 9 stars Wu Zong, Tai Fan, Duan Yu's pupils constricted, and he stood in front of Li Yunxiao with a loud shout. His heavenly halberd spun and created a huge vacuum, swallowing the whirlpool. It formed a huge undersea current that shook the great hall. Tai Fan, stop! The patriarch of the Flaming Fish clan shouted with a hint of anger on his face. Tai Fan was shocked and said hurriedly, "Patriarch, don't be fooled by these two humans." The patriarch snorted angrily, "I have my own plans. Just listen to them." Tai Fan's face was full of anxiety, but he had to be respectful. He swallowed his anger and said, "Yes." However, he glanced over and stared at Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu. "Father, big brother Tai Fan is right. Don't be fooled by these two humans." A clear voice came from outside and a young Flaming Fish clan member swam in. He was wearing a phosphorescent shawl. If it wasn't for the fin on the back of his head, he would be considered very handsome among humans. "Tai Ling, you shut up too." The patriarch of the Flaming Fish clan was furious. His eyes flashed and he said, "All of you know the current situation. Perhaps this is the last chance of our Flaming Fish clan. If we don't seize this chance, I'm afraid we will be swallowed by the Razor Clam clan sooner or later." Tai Ling was unconvinced and said, "What are you afraid of? Wait until I advance to rank 3 Sea Refinement Master. Who in this sea region will dare to touch our Flaming Fish clan?" A loving expression appeared on the patriarch's face and he said with heartache, "Linger, do you think it's so easy to become a Sea Refinement Master? If not for a rank 3 Sea Refinement Master by chance, do you think you can advance to rank 2 at such a young age? Within the 4 seas, which rank 3 Sea Refinement Master is not at least a few hundred years old? If you want to advance to the next rank, it will take at least 100 years. The Flaming Fish clan has a clan. The lifespan of the sea race was incomparable to that of humans. Normally, they could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. There were also some strange races that had existed for tens of thousands of years. However, there were many with extremely short lives and could only live. Sea Refinement Master. To sea to humans. Sea refiners were equivalent to human arcane refiners. They were existences that could decompose and recombine various materials. Their status was abnormally respected. This was because sea refiners were much rarer than arcane refiners. T2. To people of people to warriors. To people. Even to Ling to sea cultivators people. If this kind of steel fork was brought to the mainland, even warriors would not want it. Tai Ling snorted coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? At worst, our race will hide. As long as we endure for 100 years, big brother Tai Fan will advance to martial monarch, and I will become a rank 3 Sea Refinement Master. We will snatch back everything that the Black Razor Clam race stole with interest." Tai Fan looked at Tai Ling with a bitter smile and sighed, "Tai Ling, you are too naive. The Black Razor Clam clan won't let us hide quietly for 100 years. Think about it, for the past 20 to 30 years, they've been getting closer and closer. They've almost replaced us as the rulers of this sea region. Tai Ling said anxiously, are we not going to care about the Bat Spray clan? The Bat Spray race was a sea-class marine race, and they ruled over a higher region of the sea, which included the Fire Fish race. Usually, if there was a conflict in the sea, they would come forward to mediate. This was an order given by the Bow family to prevent the sea race from killing each other. Manage? Hee, do you remember what the patriarch of the Bat Spray clan said when the Razor Clam clan first arrived 30 years ago? They said that the Black Razor Clam clan had contributed to the sea race, and they wanted us to give them a place to rest and live in harmony. The patriarch of the Fire Fish race bared his teeth and said, these years, the Bat Spray clan must have received many benefits from them. Tai Ling was surprised. If so, why don't you go to the B-class marine race and sue them? Everyone present was speechless. Tai Fei sighed, Tai Ling, you are too young. This world does not care about reason, but strength. If we are stronger than the Black Razor Clam clan, any side will stand on our side. On the other hand, the weak can only drag out an ignoble existence. Tai Ling immediately said angrily, if that is the case, then what is the use of the South Sea King's decree? Everyone's expression changed. The patriarch of the Fire Fish race shouted angrily, don't talk nonsense. If these words reach the ears of other races, not just you, even the entire race will be implicated by you. Children, move aside. Li Yunxiao looked at this handsome Fire Fish man and felt that he was naive and cute. He asked in surprise, from what you said, the Black Razor Clam clan migrated from other seas? Tai Fan said hatefully, not just other seas, they came from other seas. They were originally a race of the East Sea, and they were A-class existences in the East Sea. The Black Razor Clam clan's talent far surpasses ours. I'm afraid that in a few years, they will be lying on top of us. A-class? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Wouldn't there be more than 10 Emperor Wu powerhouses in the A-class? How could such a powerful race fall to E-class and migrate? Did they offend an S-class existence? It should be known that besides the 4 Sea King clans, S-class existences were very rare. The patriarch of the Fire Fish race sighed, I am not clear about the specific situation. Last time, I heard from the patriarch of the Bat Spray clan that 30 years ago, they were ordered by the master of the East Sea, Guan clan, to surround a human. In the end, many other A-class existences of the sea species died. I heard that at least 100 Emperor Wu existences died. The Black Razor Clam clan's existences above the Martial Emperor realm all died. This led to a great reduction in their strength, and the other sea species took advantage of the situation and seized their sea. To avoid their enemies and recuperate, they migrated to the South Sea. F***CK. Which human is so ruthless? More than 100 Emperor Wu powerhouses. Duan Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes brightened. Could it be, Li Yunxiao was covered in cold sweat. 30 years ago. East Sea, that's right. It's that human called Gu Feiyong. The patriarch of the Fire Fish race said hatefully, this is a name that brings shame to the entire sea species. Duan Yu quickly shut his mouth. Looking at the indignant faces of these people, he knew that if he continued to speak, he would be courting death. Li Yunxiao was even more dumbfounded. He didn't expect that killing a large number of sea species would have such an impact today. He said embarrassedly, it's been so many years, that Gu Feiyong might have died long ago. What's the point of holding a grudge? We have to look forward to the future. Humph, even if he's dead, we have to find his descendants and kill them all. We must find his descendants and kill them all. Only then can we wash away the shame of our sea race. Tai Fan was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. The sea race's sense of honor was quite strong. Li Yunxiao felt dizzy, he was speechless and said, I heard that he died before he was even married. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about how to enter the Wu Kuan divine tree. Everyone remained silent, as if they had tacitly agreed to Li Yunxiao's suggestion. Everyone knew that this was a great opportunity for the Fire Fish race. Only Tai Ling snorted, why should I believe you? You said that after entering the Wu Kuan divine tree, my father's lifespan can be extended by 100 years, and Big Brother Tai Fan can become a martial emperor. Shouldn't you at least show some ability? Everyone listened and felt that it was indeed reasonable. They couldn't just believe whatever you said. Li Yunxiao smiled, "You're a grade 2C refiner?" Tai Ling proudly puffed up his chest, "Really? I'm the only grade 2C refiner within a 10,000 li radius." "Very well, I happen to be an arcane refiner. Why don't you compete with me? If you win, I will listen to everything you say. If you lose, I will be the leader of this operation, and you will listen to everything I say. How about it?" Li Yunxiao's gaze shifted between the Fire Fish Race's patriarch and Tai Fan. He also wanted to use this opportunity to subdue the Fire Fish Race's people, lest they develop rebellious thoughts during the operation. The Fire Fish Race's people were startled, as they didn't expect Li Yunxiao to be an arcane refiner. Their gazes towards him became respectful. As if he was stung by Li Yunxiao's provocative gaze, Tai Ling snorted, "Let's compete then." "Who's afraid of who? What do you want to compete with? Make the rules." Duan Yu laughed in his heart, but he didn't say a word. He didn't know Li Yunxiao's arcane level, but at least he could suppress these fish heads. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled, "You make the rules, the one who is stronger than you. Other than swimming, anything else is fine." "Humph, you damned human, how dare you look down on me?" Tai Ling roared, "Let's compete in forging. Let's see who has the highest quality." Li Yunxiao laughed, "Are you sure? Don't go back on your words if you lose." At the same time, he sighed in his heart. The sea race's intelligence really needed to be improved. They fell into his trap so easily. "I will lose? Haha, you must be joking." Within 10,000 miles. Tai Ling was so angry that he laughed. "Tai Ling." The chief of the Flaming Fish clan interrupted him, "This is not the time for you to be the hero. Competing with humans concerns the reputation of my Fire Fish clan, as well as the reputation of the entire Sea clan. Let's see who's the best at controlling fire." What? You want to compete in controlling fire?" Tai Ling was stunned for a second. His face showed a little bit of resistance, as if he was very disdainful. Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu were also very surprised. Logically speaking, the people of the sea race were most afraid of fire. Even when sea refinement masters were refining, they would try their best to find other elements to replace the fire element. But according to the chief, this Tai Ling's strongest skill was controlling fire? Wasn't he afraid of being roasted? Hee, human. My son wants to compete with you in controlling fire. Do you dare?" The chief of the Flaming Fish clan smiled. He was obviously very confident in Tai Ling's control of fire. Li Yunxiao was also very curious. He squinted his eyes and said, Okay. Let's compete in controlling fire. I also want to see how you play with fire. Just the conditions you mentioned earlier?" The chief of the Fire Fish clan chuckled, "No problem. As long as you can defeat Tai Ling, you will be the leader of this operation." Tai Fan and Tai Fei also had a relaxed expression on their faces, which made Li Yunxiao feel very interested and curious. They seemed to have victory in their hands. Duan Yu looked at the fish heads and asked worriedly, "Young Master Yun, is there a problem?" Li Yunxiao snorted and said with disdain, "If I lose, I will eat these fish heads." "Wow, I was just asking. You don't have to swear such a cruel oath, do you? You are too cruel to yourself." Duan Yu raised his finger and praised. He was finally relieved. He knew this kid's strength. He would not boast if he was not confident. Tai Ling looked at him coldly and said sarcastically, "Let's compete in this hall. You decide the rules." Li Yunxiao said, "Controlling fire is just a competition of precision and strength. How about this, I will make a few movements. If you can imitate them, you win. If I can't, then I win. How about it?" Tai Ling made a gesture of please with a mocking smile on his face. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He was actually being looked down upon by a bunch of fish heads. He could not help but feel a little angry. He laughed coldly to himself and thought, "Let's see if you fish heads can still laugh later." He was slightly angered by Tai Ling's contemptuous and provocative look. He thought to himself, if I don't show you what I'm capable of, you fish heads will still think that you are my dish. He thought for a moment, then stretched out his right hand and said coldly, watch carefully. Bang! A cluster of flames rose up in his hand. He used his yuan qi to protect the flame and pushed away the water around it, revealing a vacuum. However, the air under the sea was not as abundant as on land. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He realized that it was very difficult to control fire under the sea. He did not dare to be careless and began to control it carefully. Under the control of his true qi, the cluster of flames in his palm slowly grew bigger and thinner. It grew longer and longer, like a small sapling the size of a thumb. It began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had the thickness of an arm. The details of the small tree also gradually emerged. The trunk, branches, and even the leaves began to slowly grow. The clan leader of the Fire Fish clan, Tai Fan, and the others gradually widened their eyes. They looked at the artistic operation in shock and disbelief. Duan Yu was even more dumbstruck. He had also cultivated the fire element, but he had always been constantly increasing its power. He had never thought of controlling it in such a fun manner. Heavens, this was no longer a joke, this was simply abnormal. God, what did I just see? He was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Li Yunxiao's cinder tree had already grown to a height of 4 to 5 meters, and its trunk was so thick that it would take half a person to wrap their arms around it. Now, even the bark had materialized. One could even see the distinct wrinkles on the surface of the bark, and on the leaves, there were actually meridians. Bang! Everyone took a few steps back in shock. Heavens! Is he still human? This is simply a work of God. Even the god of fire could not control fire to such an extent, could he? Looking at everyone's petrified expression, Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and clapped his hands. Instantly, the huge cinder tree was extinguished by his clap. The entire hall suddenly became much darker. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Looking at Li Yunxiao's appearance, they were already completely convinced. Tai Ling's face was also livid, and his face was filled with shock. Brat, look carefully, right? It's your turn. Human alchemists are indeed powerful. I have never tried such a detailed simulation, but it's not impossible. Tai Ling clenched his teeth and walked to the center of the hall. His expression was unusually solemn. He began to imitate Li Yunxiao by creating a cluster of flames in his hand. Then, he slowly imitated Li Yunxiao's actions. However, halfway through, he frowned and extinguished the fire, falling into deep thought. After a while, his eyes finally revealed a trace of enlightenment. A small cluster of flames began to grow in his hand. Imitating Li Yunxiao's process, he did not give up halfway this time. Instead, he persisted until the end. Gradually, it became a 2 to 3 meters tall tree. Although it was not as full of spiritual energy as Li Yunxiao's, it was considered to have taken shape. Pa! Tai Ling clapped his hands, and the cinder tree disappeared. He lowered his head in silence. Although he had successfully simulated it, the quality was obviously not as good as Li Yunxiao's. The clan elder of the Flaming Fish clan was cunning. He was afraid that Tai Ling would be shy and admit defeat. That would be troublesome. Therefore, he said shamelessly, haha, not bad. Tai Ling should be considered a success. Human, what other tricks do you have? Just use them all. Li Yunxiao was not displeased. He just looked at Tai Ling in shock. He nodded and praised, you can do this in your first attempt. Your talent in controlling fire is extremely strong. In terms of talent, I am not as good as you. Try the next one. This time, I will show you the highest level of controlling fire. If you can do it, I will lose. Tai Ling hurriedly retreated to the side. His face was slightly hot. He was a proud member of the Fire Fish clan. After taking advantage of Li Yunxiao, he felt that he had lost all his face. He looked at Li Yunxiao with respect. Duan Yu and the clan elder of the Flaming Fish clan heard this and became nervous. The result would be decided at this moment. However, judging from Li Yunxiao's previous tricks, it was not likely that he would lose. Li Yunxiao walked to the center of the hall again. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and pondered for a while. Then, he focused his eyes. A huge surge of spiritual energy was emitted from his body. With a bang, a huge flame rose around him. It burned fiercely as if a sea of fire was about to be formed. "Watch carefully," Li Yunxiao shouted. The sea of fire around him suddenly began to change and spread out. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with a sea of red flames. Even the guards outside the door were startled. However, Tai Fan waved his hand, and the guards retreated in shock. "This is?" Everyone was shocked. They saw that the sea of fire actually began to change, and the scene of a forest appeared. Ah! The people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. It really was a forest. Although the imitation of each tree could not be as accurate as before, there were a lot of them. Moreover, the shape of each tree was different, and it was very lifelike. Suddenly, the cry of a bird rang out. A small red bird suddenly flew out from the forest. It kept chirping and flapping its small wings in the forest. It was very lifelike. Just when everyone was completely petrified and their brains short-circuited, a large number of chirps came from the forest. In an instant, all kinds of birds flew out and began to chase and play in the fire forest. This scene completely shocked everyone to the point that their minds went blank. Was this still fire control? Even the fire god could not do this, right? Oh my god, am I dreaming? The clan leader of the Fire Fish clan watched as a little fiery bird flew past him. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It's not over yet. Everyone, open your eyes wide. Li Yunxiao shouted coldly, I want to imitate 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Now that I have 100 birds, I only lack a phoenix. Tai Ling, watch carefully. If you can do it, I will admit my defeat. Oh my god, it's not over yet? The people of the Flaming Fish clan almost fainted. They all screamed in their hearts, it's over, it's over, it's all over. Tai Ling was also dumbfounded. The Flaming Fish clan was named after fire. They were proud of the ability to control fire that was passed down from generation to generation. However, the skill that he was most proud of was like a stone compared to a pearl in front of his opponent's performance. At this moment, all his pride and confidence collapsed. He mumbled to himself numbly, it's not over yet. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath. His face turned pale instantly, since it's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, I need a real phoenix. His eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. He was going to win this competition. Even if Tai Ling could imitate a forest or hundreds of birds, he would never be able to imitate a real phoenix. True phoenix fire, condense. He shouted fiercely, and the fire cloud mark between his brows suddenly appeared. The long cry of a phoenix seemed to resound from the endless void. Everyone in the entire hall was suddenly shocked, and they looked around in shock. A virtual image of a phoenix flew out from between his eyebrows. With a faint red color, it danced in the fire forest. Can I still only condense a virtual body? Li Yunxiao was a little disappointed. The true phoenix fire was too powerful. Even with his current peak strength, he could not condense a real fire. He could only condense a wisp of the real fire. Even so, it was enough to show disdain for other fires. After the virtual image of the phoenix appeared, the whole fire forest and the 100 birds immediately retreated in fear. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. They all fled to the two sides of the hall. All their forms were destroyed in an instant. With the appearance of the virtual image of the phoenix, Li Yunxiao's body began to turn into a glazed body and gradually became transparent. Unfortunately, it still could not meet the ideal requirements. He sighed softly and clapped his hands. All the flames disappeared and the whole hall suddenly became dark. Suddenly, he felt a throbbing feeling rising gradually from his body. A surge of surging real core began to flow in his meridians. Oh, a 2-star great martial mentor? That's really slow. Li Yunxiao felt his advancement and said with a faint smile. In fact, his speed was already against the natural order. However, compared to his own requirements and expectations, it was still far from enough. What? What are you guys doing? He raised his head and was immediately shocked by their petrified expressions. He saw that Duan Yu and the 4 people from the Flaming Fish clan had completely stiffened and turned into statues. Moreover, all of them had their mouths wide open and their eyeballs protruding out. Compared to the shock of his fire control, his advancement to a 2-star great martial mentor was completely ignored by everyone. Li Yunxiao yelled at them and knocked Duan Yu's head a few times. Only then did Duan Yu come back to his senses. He was almost crying as he yelled, "Young Master Yun, you really are a god. I really want to kneel in front of you." Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, the patriarch of the Flaming Fish clan directly knelt down before him. "Hey! Clan leader, what are you doing?" "I was just joking." "Are you really going to kneel?" Duan Yu was shocked and quickly dodged. Although the clan leader was old, he was still a martial royal realm expert. He could not accept such a kneel. Li Yunxiao was also surprised. "Clan leader, what are you doing? Even if you admire me, you don't have to bow to me at your age." "Clan leader." "Father." Tai Fan, Tai Ling, and the others finally came to their senses. They hurried to help the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan up. However, the clan leader pushed them away and shouted, "The 3 of you, kneel down too." The 3 of them were dumbfounded. "What the hell is going on? It's embarrassing enough for you to kneel. Now you want us to kneel too?" Li Yunxiao was also dumbfounded. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan said excitedly, trembling, "Sacred messenger, sacred messenger. You are the sacred messenger. *T? Li Yunxiao was speechless. "Father, what are you talking about? Get up." Tai Ling hurried to help the clan leader up. However, the clan leader punched him in the head and he jumped away in pain. The patriarch yelled at them, "Why aren't you greeting the divine envoy yet?" Tai Ling was speechless. "Old fish head, hurry up and get up. Speak clearly. Look at the 3 of them. They look like they are going to swallow me." Li Yunxiao hurried to help the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan up. The patriarch glanced at the 3 fuming men and snorted coldly. Then, he grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand tightly and said in a sobbing voice, "Lord Divine Envoy, I never thought that I would be able to see you again in my lifetime." "Well," Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, "let's exchange addresses and contact information. There will be many opportunities for us to meet in the future." The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan was excited for a while. Then, he said slowly, "Maybe the sacred messenger doesn't know the reason." He said to the other 3, "You too. Do you know the origin of the Flaming Fish clan?" "Origin? What else could it be?" Tai Ling was stunned. The patriarch of the Flamefish clan spoke in a low voice, "Humph. Even though our Flamefish clan can't compare to the descendants of the true spirit realm, we're not nameless either. Do you know the origin of Kunwa Divine Tree?" Everyone was at a loss. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and he said as if he had understood something, "The Kunwa Divine Tree was the dwelling place of the true phoenix in the ancient times. After being burned by the nirvana fire of the phoenix, it was reborn together with the phoenix, thus becoming the Kunwa Divine Tree." He seemed to have understood something. There really was the true phoenix fire in his body. "That's right. No wonder you are the holy messenger." The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan had an excited look in his eyes as he said repeatedly, "In ancient times, our Flaming Fish clan was just an ordinary shoal. It was in this sea that a true spirit phoenix underwent nirvana on the Kunwa Divine Tree, and its nirvana flame accidentally burned one of our ancestors. That ancestor had thought that he was definitely going to die, but who would have thought that not only did he not die, his body would undergo a huge transformation under the burning of the divine fire. From then on, not only did he become very sensitive to fire, his body also became very suitable for cultivation. Later on, this ancestor even stepped into the martial emperor realm and made our High Kun the king of this area." "Is that so? Then why hasn't anyone from the Flaming Fish clan been able to break through to the Jiutian level for tens of thousands of years? Not only the Jiutian level, but even the Bahuang province has never heard of such a thing. A few thousand years ago, there was an ancestor who managed to break through to the top of the Huangqi layer, but he was also unable to break through to the Huangqi layer." Asked Tai Fan, he didn't understand. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan sighed and said, "I've been thinking about that for a long time, and I finally understood. This was the gradual weakening of the power of the bloodline. In the past, the nirvana fire of the true spirit phoenix changed our ancestors' blood, but ever since then, our blood has been getting weaker and weaker. Now, our blood is not strong enough to break through to the Bahuang province. If it goes on like that, it will be more and more difficult for us to become emperors of the Huangqi layer. I'm worried that one day, our clan will become like a sea again. Tai Fan and the others were astonished and said, "Then, what should we do?" The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan's eyes were twinkling. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said, "Don't be afraid now. The Saint's envoy is here to help us." Just now, when Madame Divine Envoy simulated the Phoenix Phantom, I felt an extremely warm and longing power. The ancient power that was originally dormant in my bloodline seemed to be slightly awakened. "Lord Divine Envoy, you must have the divine fire of Phoenix, right?" The others were also staring at Li Yunxiao. Duan Yu was even more shocked. The true spirit fire Phoenix was a legendary ancient existence. Whether it was real or not had yet to be verified. Now, he had actually encountered a group of mermaids who had been transformed by the true Phoenix fire. The divine fire of the Phoenix was a divine item that was said to be able to incinerate everything. Li Yunxiao hadn't expected that either. He was astonished for a while and then nodded. "Ah." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at him in shock. Only the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan was happy. He knelt down again and cried. He kept shouting, "Thank God, thank God, thank God." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Even if I have the divine Phoenix fire, how can I help you? I can't burn all of you, can I?" That's the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan was also stunned. He thought for a while and said, "When the saint summoned the divine Phoenix fire, I felt the awakening in my blood. I think the saint must have a way. Since God sent you here, it must be to help our Flaming Fish clan," he said confidently. Even Tai Fan and the other two looked at Li Yunxiao with respect. Tai Fei hurried forward and knelt down on one knee. "Please punish me, saint." Li Yunxiao felt a little dizzy. He said, "Don't be so polite. I'm not used to it. I don't know how to help you, but if we can enter the Kunwa divine tree, at least the 2 points I mentioned before will not be a problem." "That's right." The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan said, "Our ancestors were contaminated with the nirvana fire in the Kunwa divine tree. The divine tree must be the key to the revival of our clan." The clan leader's words quickly resonated with Tai Fan and the others. In addition, Li Yunxiao's ability to control fire had already deeply convinced them. Immediately, they all firmly believed that he was a saint sent by the heavens. What happened next was simple. Since everyone had the same goal, they went straight to the Kunwa divine tree. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan wanted to hold a reception for the whole clan to pay respect to the saint, but Li Yunxiao stopped him. Li Yunxiao, Duan Yu, the clan leader, Tai Ling, Tai Fan and the other 2 leaders, plus Tai Fei, quietly departed from the territory of the Flaming Fish clan and went in the direction of the Kunwa divine tree. 10,000 years ago, the Kunwa divine tree was included in the territory of the Flaming Fish clan. However, they found that the vicinity of the divine tree was not suitable for living creatures, so they gradually moved out. They only sent people to pick the leaves of the divine tree from time to time for their clansmen to eat. Only when it was occupied by the Black Razor clan did they completely give up. With the Flaming Fish clan leading the way, they quickly entered a sea area. Li Yunxiao felt a strange fluctuation. The sea area here was abnormally quiet. There was not even a small fish to be seen. It was like a dead sea, but the sea water was full of vitality. He finally understood why the Flaming Fish clan would migrate. This should be the sea area where the Kunwa divine tree was located. The strange power in the sea water seemed to make the living creatures in the sea uncomfortable. "Who is in front? Everyone stop." A loud shout came from afar and spread in the water. A few members of the sea race swam over. Their bodies were almost the same size, and their limbs were very slender. They were muddy black in color. Their 2 bean-sized eyes revealed a fierce glint as they stared at Li Yunxiao and the others. "This is the Black Razor clan?" Li Yunxiao was stunned. He thought for a while and said, "I seem to have some impression of it." The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan was stunned and asked in astonishment, "Saint, have you seen the Black Razor clan before?" "Oh, no. I have seen a similar group of sea creatures." Xianxia was a little vague. Back then, he had been running away and was invincible. God knew how many members of the sea race he had killed. Those Jotian realm members of the sea race weren't his match. Therefore, although the Black Razor clan had sent a large number of people to stop him, he didn't have much of an impression of them. He just felt that they looked a little familiar. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan replied with an "oh" and asked, "Saint, should we charge over or, of course, charge over?" Li Yunxiao analyzed and said, "With the power of our people, even if we meet a 9-star martial arts grandmaster, we can charge through them. Unless we meet 2 9-star martial arts grandmasters at the same time. However, this sea area is so big. We can't be that unlucky. After killing these people, we will speed up. Since there is a defense, the Kunwa Divine Tree shouldn't be far away." Saint is indeed wise. The Kunwa Divine Tree is about 150 miles ahead. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan revealed a murderous look. He looked coldly at the few members of the Black Razor clan that were swimming over and said coldly, "Tai Fan, kill them instantly. Don't waste Saint's time." "Yes." Tai Fan suddenly bent his body and shot out. His speed was even faster than the birds flying in the sky. The few Razor clansmen of the Razor clansmen didn't understand what was going on. They just saw their upper and lower bodies being separated. After that, their consciousness disappeared. They didn't even make a sound. "Speed up and charge into the Kunwa Divine Tree in one go." Li Yunxiao shouted softly. The 8 of them instantly turned into a sharp arrow and flew forward at high speed. The sea area was vast and boundless. Apart from the few members of the Black Razor clan from before, they didn't meet any other marine creatures. Very soon, Li Yunxiao's consciousness discovered a huge tree that supported the sky. It was terrifyingly coiled at the bottom of the sea. It was like a huge ancient city, giving people a shocking feeling. Since this Kunwa Divine Tree is the place where the real Phoenix underwent nirvana, why is it at the bottom of the sea? This question suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask. The clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan said, "Lord Saint, back then, this divine tree was indeed on an island. Later on, the sea changed into mulberry fields, and it changed countless times before it sank to the bottom of the sea." "I see. Everyone pay attention and be alert. There are many members of the Razor clan race in this divine tree," Li Yunxiao warned. His consciousness was the strongest, and it instantly covered half of the divine tree. "Everyone, follow me. As long as we enter the divine tree, they won't be able to find us." The patriarch of the Flaming Fish race was very confident. He led the way, and the 8 of them sped up. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Suddenly, a strange force pressed down on the 8 of them. It was as if they had entered a highly concentrated liquid. Their bodies became sticky, and a large number of bubbles kept rising to the surface, making it difficult for them to move forward. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, felt a strange power in this liquid. It made his true essence feel like it was boiling. It was very comfortable. "This is..." The patriarch of the Flaming Fish race suddenly changed his expression. He roared, "Ah, these bastards. This is the sap of the Kunwa Divine Tree. They actually destroyed the tree. With so much sap, how much damage did they do to the tree?" He was completely mad. This was the sacred relic of his race. Originally, he wasn't too angry when the Razor clan race took it. After all, the sacred relic was still there. As long as his race was strong enough, they could take it back sooner or later. But now, they started to destroy the sacred relic. Once it was destroyed, it would be lost forever. How could he not be mad? How could he explain to the ancestors of the Flaming Fish race? "Patriarch, don't be angry. Since it has been destroyed, it is too late to stop it. We should figure out the situation first, and then we can plan. If I am not wrong, they are using the sap of the Kunwa Divine Tree to increase the power of the entire race. The talents of the Razor clan race are stronger than your Flaming Fish race. If they can directly absorb the power of the Kunwa Divine Tree, it will be troublesome." Li Yunxiao said worriedly, "There are a few strong forces in this divine tree. Because they are dormant, I can't tell the situation. I am afraid it has been destroyed for a long time. Let's go inside the divine tree first. As they were about to swim in, a cold voice came, "Who is it? To actually dare barge into my Black Razor Clam clan's forbidden land, courting death?" The seawater in front of everyone rolled up and spun continuously. 7 members of the Black Razor Clam clan appeared in front of them with steel tridents in their hands. One of them gave off an aura that was clearly that of a martial arts grandmaster. The sea race all had a special characteristic. Their favorite weapon was the steel fork. No matter what race they were from, the most common weapon they saw was the 3-pointed steel fork. Apart from the fact that it was an imitation of the bow family's divine weapon, the steel fork was also a weapon that required a lot of materials and was easy to use in the sea. Whoosh, this time, there was no need for Xianxia to give the order. Apart from the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan, the 7 of them attacked at the same time. Before the other party could react, their heads were separated from their bodies. The martial ancestor realm expert was shocked by the aura that erupted from the other party. He immediately shouted, You are. Ah. The 7 of them were instantly annihilated. Who are you? This finally alarmed the experts of the Black Razor Clam race. An overbearing voice came from the Kunwa divine tree, and that aura was gradually approaching. Don't bother. Let's go in first. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. He took the lead and dashed into the giant Kunwa divine tree, instantly disappearing. The other 7 people also followed closely behind. The Kunwa divine tree was an ancient divine item. It had its own heaven and earth inside. Every branch was unknown how many meters long. Standing on it was like standing on flat ground. Moreover, it was so interconnected that it was dazzling. Even the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan had to ponder every few steps. The most urgent thing for Li Yunxiao was to find the soul-nurturing wood. This item was nourished by the Kunwa divine tree after it absorbed a large number of lives and souls. Normally, it would only be found near the core of the Kunwa divine tree. The simplest method was to cut open an opening along the way. However, the Flaming Fish clan obviously wouldn't agree. Moreover, it would easily attract enemies. The more the clan leader of the Flaming Fish clan walked in, the uglier his expression became. This place was filled with a large amount of the original sap of the divine tree. It was extremely concentrated. It was obvious that the divine tree had been severely damaged. After walking for about 10 minutes, he stopped. The clan leader looked at a huge section of broken wood. His expression was so gloomy that a large amount of original sap was still seeping out of the cut. An extremely strong smell assailed his nostrils. When Li Yunxiao smelled this smell, he felt that the realm he had just broken through in his body was faintly rising. The true phoenix fire hidden in the depths of his soul also seemed to sense something. It began to become active. Even his body became extremely hot under the beating of this fire. His entire body was faintly red. Young Master Yun, are you all right? Duan Yu was the first to notice his abnormality. I'm fine, Li Yunxiao said calmly. However, the look in his eyes became more and more fierce. He gently brushed his hand over the broken section of the divine tree's branch. The art of creation with one breath absorbed the almost solid original sap into his body. A refreshing and comfortable feeling flowed through his body. The endless yuan qi contained in the original sap turned into a stream of true qi that circulated around his body. Finally, it sank into his dantian and turned into his own strength. What made him even more happy was that the cluster of flames in the depths of his soul seemed to be nourished and became somewhat active. He had been unable to control the true phoenix fire all this time. He could only summon a shadow to project it. If he could borrow the power of the Kunwa divine tree to completely control the true phoenix fire, it would definitely be an unimaginable benefit to him. It really is a natural treasure. His eyes flashed with cold light. He was also slightly angered. Such a natural treasure was actually destroyed like this. These people really deserve to die. The Fire Fish clan leader said solemnly, Lord Saint, the Kunwa divine tree is divided into the outer 3 layers and the inner 3 layers. This is already the junction between the inner and outer layers. If we walk further in, we will reach the inner 3 layers. We haven't seen the Black Razor Clam race along the way. They are probably hiding in the inner 3 layers to cultivate. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "That's right. I can already feel many powerful presences inside. They must be trying to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. They want to use up the Kunwa divine tree's power in one go to increase the power of the entire race. I don't know how long it has been going on. I'm afraid that the Black Razor Clan race's power is beyond our estimation." The Fire Fish Clan leader said in shock, "How can this be? What should we do now?" Li Yunxiao said, "Humph, let's see who can snatch it first. If they snatch it, we will snatch it too. Let's see who surpasses the other first." "Kiki, good idea. What a pity that you don't have this life." Suddenly, a Black Razor Clan race member appeared above them. It was the one who had been chasing them. He looked at them with an arrogant expression and mocked, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash of the Fire Fish Clan. You actually dared to come back. Our race occupied your divine tree, and that is your supreme glory. How dare you not know what's good for you?" The expressions of the Fire Fish Clan members changed greatly. They were originally a clan-level existence, but they were actually looked down upon as a group. This was already a great humiliation. Within the sea race, this kind of humiliation was a hatred that would not be resolved until one side was dead. The clan leader gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "We, the Fire Fish Clan, have been tolerating and retreating, but you want a yard after giving us an inch. This time, even if we have to use our entire race's power, we will fight you to the death." "Fight to the death?" That Black Razor Clan race member seemed to have heard a funny joke and sneered, "With just you? If it wasn't for the fact that we didn't want to make too much noise, would you shrimps have survived until now? You always thought that the C-Class sea race was protecting us. Actually, it was protecting the lives of you shrimps. Pay." The clan leader was furious. "When you first came to the South Sea, the strongest was only a peak 9-star martial ancestor. If I had made up my mind, none of you would have survived. Now, I hate myself. It's all because of my indecisiveness that led to today's situation. Humph, none of you would have survived? Such arrogance. When our race was in the East Sea, we had over 1 million sea areas. Even the king of the East Sea had to be courteous when he saw us. You shrimps aren't even fit to carry shoes for our race. Today, you are fortunate enough to offer the divine tree to our race. It is your greatest honor. How dare you make irresponsible remarks? You deserve to die." Haha. Tai Ling couldn't help but laugh coldly. "You were indeed impressive in the past. All the experts above Martial Emperor were killed by a human. You ran to the South Sea with your tail between your legs. Amazing, really amazing." This was the sore spot of the Black Razor Clan race. That person was instantly enraged and roared like a madman, "You are looking for death." He abruptly opened his hands, and 2 huge forces were drawn out of thin air. He put his 10 fingers together, and 2 vortexes suddenly appeared in the water. They spun together, stirring up all the seawater in the surroundings. They condensed into a huge force that pressed down like a drill, and the branches of the divine tree in the surroundings all cracked under this force. 9-star martial ancestor. Tai Fan was shocked. It seemed like what Lord Saint had said was true. We have underestimated the power of the Black Razor Clan race. They must have advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time since they obtained the Kuan-Wu divine tree. This Black Razor Clan race member was not the leader they had seen before. He actually had the power of a 9-star martial ancestor. "Tai Fan, move away," the patriarch suddenly said in a deep voice. He released a strong force and pushed Tai Fan aside. Tai Fan paled and said in shock, "Lord Patriarch, your body, I am fine." The patriarch's face was ashen. The aura on his body began to rise steadily. A terrifying aura spread in the surroundings and instantly blocked the descending whirlpool. He said coldly, word by word, "I will not die until I kill all these bastards." "You. This power." The Black Razor Clan race member was shocked. Looking at the patriarch's murderous face, he lost his voice and said, You are the patriarch of the Fire Fish Clan." "Humph, since you know, then die." The aura of the Fire Fish Clan patriarch exploded, and a frightening force locked onto the Black Razor Clan race member. The seawater in all directions suddenly pressed down. The Black Razor Clam Race member hurriedly tried to escape, but how could he escape? His entire body started to twist in jealousy. He even kept rolling in the water as if he was going to twist into a fried dough twist. He shouted in fear, "Lowly Fire Fish Clan, you dare to attack me? Are you not afraid of the anger of my Black Razor Clam Race?" "Humph, anger? Now is the time for your Black Razor Clam Clan to bear the anger of my Flaming Fish Clan." The chief of Flaming Fish Clan roared, "Star Jade double kill, die." He clasped his hands together, and two currents surged up, engulfing the Black Razor Clam Clan member who was already twisted beyond recognition. "Ah! You will die a horrible death. All of you will die a horrible death. Lowly sea creatures, wait to be wiped out by my Black Razor Clam Clan." "Ah!" That Black Razor Clam Clan member let out a blood-curdling scream and was instantly engulfed by the current. He was crushed into minced meat that was washed away by the seawater. "Chief, are you okay?" Tai Fan supported the chief with grief and indignation. After the chief of Flaming Fish Clan killed that person, he lost his spirit, and his body aged instantly. He looked shriveled. Tai Fan's eyes were red, and he said with hatred, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault that I didn't cultivate diligently. I couldn't even take care of a mere 9 stars Wuzong, and I made Chief have to make a move." Father, you will be fine." Tai Ling's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged the chief and cried loudly. Lord Divine Envoy." The chief of Flaming Fish Clan grabbed Li Yunxiao with his trembling hands and pleaded, "Lord Divine Envoy, I entrust the future of Flaming Fish Clan to you. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the core of Kunwa Divine Tree. Tai Fan will bring you there." Li Yunxiao frowned and raised his hand. A thin and long golden needle was clamped between two of his fingers. He quickly poked the body of the clan leader of the Flaming Fish Clan several times. Then, he took out a medicinal pill and made him swallow it. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't act like you're going to die. It's just that your life force is about to be exhausted. This is the inner part of Kunwa Divine Tree, the place with the densest vitality in the world. Even if you want to die, it won't be that easy." And? After the chief of Flaming Fish Clan swallowed the elixir, he instantly felt the tiredness fade away, and he began to regain his spirit. He looked at his body in shock. What is this? Quickly lead the way." Li Yunxiao looked at him with a smile. Yes. Thank you, Lord Divine Envoy." "Haha, you don't have to die." The eyes of the patriarch of the Fire Fish Clan shot out a ray of light. His face was full of joy. He turned around to look at the tearful faces of Tai Ling and the others and snorted, "What are you crying for? I am not dead yet. Do you want me to die earlier?" "Humph. Ah?" They were all dumbfounded, not understanding what Li Yunxiao had done. Tai Ling himself was a sea refiner. Thinking of Li Yunxiao's golden needle technique, his eyes lit up with desire. Li Yunxiao suddenly transmitted his voice, "Patriarch, I've only temporarily suppressed the exhaustion of your body. When we reach the core region, I'll set up a grand formation that will increase your lifespan by 100 years. But before that, you must not attack again. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." The patriarch of the Fire Fish Clan trembled slightly. He turned around and looked at Li Yunxiao gratefully. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Don't look at me with such ambiguous eyes. Let's go quickly. I can sense a few powerful auras approaching." The eyes of the patriarch of the Fire Fish Clan flashed as he sped up. After a while, more than 10 people appeared on the ground where the Black Razor Clan man had turned into minced meat. They were all the members of the Black Razor Clan man. One of them had a faint yellow glow on his body. His aura was completely above the other 10 people. He looked around coldly and said in a frosty voice, "There are 8 different auras. The weakest is a martial Grand Master. There is also a martial monarch." "What?" One of the Black Razor Clan man was startled. He said in astonishment, "There is a martial monarch expert. Delay, what should we do? Should we inform the other lords?" "No need. They're cultivating in seclusion." Delay said seriously, "From his aura, this martial monarch isn't strong. He should be a 1-star martial monarch. The other 7 are nothing to be afraid of." It's getting more and more chaotic these days. I don't know how long this divine tree can support our clan's absorption. The Black Razor Clam Man said with a smile, this Kunwa divine tree is the biggest I've ever seen in my life. I'm afraid it can absorb for another 100 years. The Fire Fish Clan is a low-level race indeed. They have such wealth, but they don't know how to use it. Harumph. Such a treasure. Everybody can enjoy it. Delay sneered. If we have another 100 years, even if our clan can't recover to the peak of 30 years ago, it's possible that we can have 1 or 2 Emperor Wus. At that time, we will kill our way back to the East Sea. We will kill all those ungrateful and cowardly clans. The Black Razor Clam Man laughed and then asked, Delay, what should we do with the 8 intruders this time? Delay thought for a while and then snorted. If there are martial monarchs among them, let them go. This Kunwa divine tree is too big. If the Bat Spray clan doesn't support us, we can't swallow it. Everyone has a share. As long as they don't affect the plan of our clan, it's okay to let them have a share. Yes. Delay, you're wise indeed. The Black Razor Clam Man immediately flattered him. It was said that flattery wouldn't work no matter how many times it worked. Even if he was a hotshot, he couldn't help but feel happy. Delay seemed to enjoy this flattery. He harumphed and then led his people, disappearing from where they were. Under the guidance of the patriarch of the Fire Fish clan, the 8 people of Li Yunxiao's group arrived at a place with complicated routes. The space was getting smaller and smaller. Branches were everywhere, and the vitality inside was thicker. The patriarch of the Fire Fish clan was happy. Saint Emissary Sir, this is the core area. Although it looks small, it has many caves with different sizes. We just need to find one and we can get in to cultivate. Not bad. Li Yunxiao said calmly. He bent his finger and pointed at a tree trunk beside him. Immediately, a ball of green liquid burst out. The tree trunk rapidly expanded towards the 2 ends, revealing a cave. Is this the cave you were talking about? The patriarch of the Fire Fish clan gawked. He was astounded. How did Saint Emissary Sir do that? Although there are many caves here, it's hard to find them. Although the tree trunks here are fragile, they can block the soul consciousness. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything, directly swimming into the cave. He didn't know why he knew there was a cave nearby. Perhaps it was related to the phoenix flame in his body. This cave was as big as a basketball court, surrounded by the branches of the Kunwa divine tree. Li Yunxiao checked around and said with satisfaction, not bad, it's here. I'm going to arrange a formation to make you guys feel good. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he started to set up the formation. From time to time, he would ask Tai Ling to help him, while the rest of them carefully waited at the entrance of the cave. Soon, a simple formation was formed in the cave. The surroundings were filled with various types of crystals, which were used to provide Yuan power for the formation to operate. Saint Emissary Sir, what kind of formation is this? A few of them seemed to violate some of the basic principles of the formation. Tai Ling couldn't help but ask. In the process of arranging the formation, he was sure that Li Yunxiao's knowledge was much higher than his. Besides, with Li Yunxiao's current status, he didn't dare to question him too much. However, he couldn't help but ask because he was a sea refiner. Not bad. You observed it carefully. This formation is a simplified version of the Great Formation of Creation. It can absorb the spiritual energy in the universe's treasures and turn it into your own genuine chi. It's an ancient formation. As the universe's treasures in the realm of heaven martial arts become less and less, this formation has gradually disappeared. However, there are still many treasures in the 4 seas. When we get out of here, I'll teach you this formation. He liked this young man, Tai Ling. If they weren't from different races, he would have taken him as his apprentice. Really? Thank you so much, Saint Emissary Sir. Tai Ling thanked him excitedly. The clan leader of the Fire Fish clan and the others were immediately alerted, and Duan Yu looked at the complex array formation on the ground with a dizzy expression. He could only recognize the shimmering vital crystals. Young Master Yun, can this array formation help us make a breakthrough? Everyone else also wore expressions of anticipation and doubt. Yes, don't underestimate this great formation. It's a formation often used by the almighty people in ancient times. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of the universe is getting thinner and thinner. Apart from the sea, where can we find such amazing universe's treasures to use this formation? Guys, you don't need to doubt it anymore. Go into the formation. The others hurried to squeeze into the formation and sat cross-legged. Li Yunxiao sent out a few hand seals and the essence crystals immediately burst out with a bright light. They continuously provided essence to the array from afar. The energy contained in ordinary crystals was much stronger than that of source stones. This was also the reason why the sea was so rich. Soon, a strange feeling started to spread in the hollow. This feeling of spiritual energy. The Fire Fish clan's chieftain was the first to brighten up. He said happily, "Haha, it's so powerful. It can directly absorb spiritual energy and turn it into vital energy. Gosh, Saint Emissary, you're indeed the Saint Emissary." The others also gradually felt the overwhelming and rich qi, and they were all shocked to the extreme. Tai Ling said excitedly, "With such rich spiritual energy, if we cultivate here for a year and a half, it's not impossible for us to break through to venerable martial artist or Emperor Wu." Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's excited expressions and smiled in his heart. No matter how many Kunwa divine trees there were, they couldn't withstand the absorption of his creation energy formation. If the 8 of them used it at the same time, they might not even be able to withstand it for half a month, let alone a year and a half. Moreover, this formation directly extracted the spiritual energy from the universe's treasures. If the spiritual energy was lost, it would turn into an ordinary item. Its destructive power was stronger than the Razor Clam clan's cutting liquid. As long as the tree wasn't killed, it could recover after being cut. However, this kind of extraction of spiritual energy was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Unless it experienced tens of thousands of years or even longer, the Kunwa divine tree wouldn't be able to recover to its previous state. If he told them the situation, he didn't know what the Fire Fish clan would think. However, at this moment, Li Yunxiao couldn't care less. Even he couldn't help but be tempted by such a shocking spiritual energy. Soon, he started to absorb it crazily. As time passed, the few of them were immersed in great joy. The chieftain of the Fire Fish clan clearly felt that his body was glowing with vitality again. The long-lost feeling of youth had returned. The 3 leaders, led by Tai Fan, were all injured. After absorbing the qi in the formation, they recovered and began to break through to a higher realm. Tai Fei and Tai Ling were also overjoyed. The speed at which their qi grew made them dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao had also benefited greatly. When he was activating the array formation, he had made a mental note that he was sitting at the center of the array formation, where the spiritual qi was the most majestic. He, who had just become a 2-star martial grand master, quickly reached the peak of 2-star and began to break through to the 3-star martial grand master. After a while, he opened his eyes slightly and smiled. 3-star martial grand master? What a delightful speed. Duan Yu, who was beside him, also noticed his advancement. He smiled bitterly and sighed with a frown. "Old Duan, what's going on? Why is there no change in the qi in your body?" Li Yunxiao suddenly frowned. His pupils constricted slightly as he stared at Duan Yu's body, as if he wanted to see through it. Duan Yu pondered for a while before saying awkwardly, "There's a seal in my body." "What?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. He hurriedly stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Wherever the palm wind passed, the clothes on Duan Yu's upper body were instantly torn apart, revealing his firm body. There were 3 tadpole-like dots on Duan Yu's chest, forming a circle. "This?" Li Yunxiao was instantly dumbfounded. He cried out, "Triple Ghost I Curse Seal." Duan Yu's body trembled violently as if he had recalled something terrifying. His eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, he was even more shocked that Li Yunxiao recognized the curse seal. He asked in horror, "How? How do you know about the Triple Ghost I Curse seal?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He gulped and asked, "Who sealed you?" "Who? Since you recognize it, can't you guess?" Duan Yu asked curiously. "Are there many people who know how to use this seal?" "I've looked for many alchemists, but they couldn't do anything." He was stunned for a while before saying, "Young Master Yun, is it possible to remove this seal?" "Hua Qianshu." Emo Xiaochuan? Jun Ruyun? Or young Emperor Hao Lian? It can't be Yang Di. He doesn't have that kind of ability. Li Yunxiao counted his disciple's name, then smiled and said, your strength in the past must have been more than a 7-star martial lord, right? Once this triad ghost eye curse mark was applied on the body, not only would it be impossible to absorb any essence qi for cultivation, but it would also be impossible to absorb any essence qi. Moreover, his cultivation would be constantly devoured by the curse seals, gradually weakening. TSK, what kind of strength did you have before? 9 stars Wuzong? Or a martial monarch? Duan Yu was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if recalling something, he said bitterly, the person who sealed me was Mercenary City's gentle Song Forest's young queen Hao Lian. Back then, I was a mercenary in the Singing Forest, but I offended young Emperor Hao Lian because of something. He originally wanted to kill me, but in the end, he chose to seal me. This can be considered a kind of kindness, right? All these years, I've been trying to break through this curse, but I've never succeeded. Right now, I'm working so hard to earn money in Qinghai town so that I can gather enough chips to go to the deification sea and find a higher-ranked alchemist. He paused for a moment, then asked expectantly, young Master Yun, since you recognize this seal and can name so many people who used it, then you must know how to break it, right? So it's that little brat, the young emperor. A strange expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He muttered to himself and cursed, these little brats only know how to cause trouble for me. What? Duan Yu was confused. Young Master Yun, can you break it or not? A teasing smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face as he nodded repeatedly. Of course you can, and the method is very simple. You can do it yourself. Really? Duan Yu was overjoyed. He grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand, unable to contain his excitement. Hurry up and tell me, young Master Yun, I beg of you. Don't you know that I can't sleep well because of this curse? The method to break it is very simple. You just have to castrate yourself, and the seal will automatically break. The cave immediately fell silent, haha. Tai Ling burst into laughter. He clutched his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. The other members of the Fire Fish clan also tried to hold back their laughter. They felt that laughing in front of a sage was an extremely inappropriate thing to do. Their faces twisted in anger. Duan Yu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Young Master Yun, I'm already in such a miserable state, and you're still in the mood to joke around. Li Yunxiao looked at him quietly and said in a serious tone, I'm not joking. This seal is an ancient one. It was discovered by Gu Feiyang, young Emperor Hao Lian's master, by accident. He then modified it slightly. He left the opportunity to break the seal to the person who sealed it. It all depends on whether he or she is determined to do so. Back then, Gu Feiyang had used this method to seal many people, and most of them had vanished without a trace, never to show their faces again. Emperor Wu, Renbubi, forcibly castrated himself and finally broke the seal. The expressions of the members of the Fire Fish clan changed drastically. They didn't have a good impression of Gu Feiyang the moment they heard his name. Ah? Duan Yu's mouth fell open. He had heard of Renbubi before. He was an extremely eccentric expert who killed people like flies. He was also an abnormal pervert who only liked handsome men. He didn't expect this to be the case. He was completely dumbfounded. Wah! This Gu Feiyang is AF** king beast. He actually invented such a cruel method to torture people. He will die a horrible death, a horrible death. Duan Yu cursed crazily. In this way, either his cultivation level would decline or he would become a eunuch. How could he not go crazy? The hope that he had built up over the years was destroyed in an instant. He was on the verge of collapsing. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly as he said in a cold voice, Gu Feiyang is the person I respect the most. Not only is he invincible in the martial Dao, but his literary talent is also unparalleled. He is a peerlessly handsome man that has not appeared for 10,000 years. If you dare to slander him again, you will have to be prepared to castrate yourself. Wretch! Tai Ling couldn't help but vomit. He looked at Li Yunxiao's murderous eyes and hurriedly closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. He didn't dare to speak. The Fire Fish clan leader and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect the saint to admire Gu Feiyang so much. Then Duan Yu heard this and immediately rushed forward to grab Li Yunxiao. Young Master Yun, according to what you said, the seal can be broken without castration, right? Yes, that's right. However, someone seems to be disrespectful to Lord Gu Feiyang. How could it be? Lord Gu Feiyang is an invincible warrior in the realm of heaven martial arts. He is the savior of the human race. He is the shining moon in the sky. He is a peerless handsome man. Wretch. That's enough. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt nauseous. He hurried to stop him. Okay, I will tell you the truth. The triple ghost eye curse seal can only be broken with the blood of the caster. However, I can teach you a secret method that can help you break the seal for 1 hour every day. So, I need young Emperor Hao Lian's blood? Duan Yu immediately felt a sense of despair. He said bitterly, young monarch Hao Lian is a bona fide martial venerable. He is probably only a step away from becoming a martial emperor. If I had the ability to get his blood, I would have caught him and broken the seal for me. However, when he heard that he could break the seal for 1 hour every day, he felt slightly relieved. Breaking the seal within a limited time was better than not breaking it at all. Moreover, if he could recover his strength, even if it was only 1 hour, he could do a lot of things. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you follow me obediently and listen to my orders, I will ask young Emperor Hao Lian to extend his neck to you. At that time I will ask young Emperor Hao Lian to extend his neck to you respectfully for your blood. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, now, you just need to learn it carefully. Moreover, if you practice this technique, it won't affect your practice. It won't make much difference whether you have a seal or not. Humph. You are bragging. If you had the ability to make young Emperor Hao Lian extend his neck to you obediently, would you still stay in the Fire Crow Empire? Duan Yu looked disdainful, but he still listened to Li Yunxiao's teaching nervously. Soon, a technique appeared in his mind. He frowned and started to comprehend it slowly. Li Yunxiao smiled and entered his cultivation state once again. He did not expect Duan Yu to have the triple ghost eye seal. In that case, if he wanted to completely remove the seal, he would have to stay by his side. Unintentionally, another expert appeared. Young Emperor, you have helped me a lot. In the distant mercenary city, the gentle Song Forest. Within a luxurious bedroom, the sounds of making love could be heard constantly. The golden bed with the carvings of dragons and phoenixes constantly trembled, producing a hard knocking sound against the ground. The sounds of several women moaning could be heard from within the curtains. All of a sudden, all the voices quieted down. All that could be heard was the coquettish voice of a woman, Senior Hao Lian, why did you suddenly stop? I still want more. That's right, that's right. I want more. The chattering women were unwilling to give up, each one revealing a look of desire. A man sighed. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of my master who died a long time ago. Senior Hao Lian's master? He must be very powerful, right? A woman blinked her eyes and smiled meaningfully. Hee hee. The man laughed evilly as he grabbed and caressed her body, causing her to go limp. My master's way of picking up girls is to walk through 100 flowers without leaving a single leaf on him. Humph, in my opinion, there's nothing more stupid than that. Unlike me, who takes in every girl I see and then makes a big mess of them. That's the right way. Hee hee. Everyone in the bed immediately burst into laughter and scolded, Lord Hao Lian is so naughty. You should be his master. One of the women gasped, yes, yes. Senior Hao Lian, you're so powerful. Your master can walk through 100 flowers without leaving a single leaf on him. Don't tell me that's because he can't do that? Hee hee. The bed curtains burst into laughter once more. Then, everything fell silent. A faint chill spread through the bed curtains. The man's voice was as cold as ice, I'll forgive you this time. If you dare to speak ill of my master again, I'll kill your entire family. His voice was extremely calm and emotionless, but the group of women felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. Each and every one of them trembled in fear. A naked man walked out of the tent and casually put on a coat. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, in a few months, it will be Master's death anniversary. When I break through to the Jiutian realm, I must go to the Tiandang mountain range to find out the truth. The man turned his head and looked at the bed drapes. As the light gauze fluttered in the wind, one could vaguely see the boundless spring scenery, which made one's imagination run wild. However, he said indifferently, I'm not in the mood today. If you want anything else, go to the kitchen and get some cucumbers. After he finished speaking, he instantly disappeared from the bedroom. Far away at the bottom of the South Sea, Xianxia was immersed in the pleasure of the rapid growth of his vital energy. Even in his previous life, he had never been so extravagant. After a few days, the vital energy accumulated in his body became restless again, showing signs of breaking through to 4 stars. I was wondering why the spiritual energy in the divine tree was gradually becoming strange. So it was your doing. A figure suddenly appeared in the hollow and looked at them with a cold gaze. He said coldly, hand over the formation diagram, and I will let you have a whole corpse. The few of them were shocked and opened their eyes suddenly. The inside of the Kunwa divine tree could block spiritual senses, so no one actually noticed when this person had entered. Demeng. The chief of the Flaming Fish clan said in shock, You are actually a martial monarch. Demeng was the chief of the Razor clan. He looked at the chief of the Flaming Fish clan coldly and said, Taiji, if you know what's good for you, hand over the formation diagram. It seems that you have the power of a martial monarch, so I can forgive the crimes of the Flaming Fish clan. However, from now on, you will submit to the Razor clan and listen to my orders. The chief of the Flaming Fish clan, Taiji, said angrily, You robbers, how dare you damage the divine tree to this extent? The Flaming Fish clan will not coexist with you. Humph, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to the capable. This divine tree has been with your Flaming Fish clan for tens of thousands of years, but you are only a D-grade clan. How embarrassing. How long have we had it? The strength of the entire clan has already increased by leaps and bounds. When I came from the East Sea, I was only a 9-stars martial ancestor. It was all thanks to this divine tree that I could advance to 2-stars martial monarch. I hate it so much. Taijin said through gritted teeth. If he had steeled his heart and fought with the Razor clan race back then, he might have won. Right now, his opponent had already advanced to become a 2-star martial monarch. Furthermore, he was in the prime of his life. As for him, he was only a 1-star martial monarch. Furthermore, he was getting old. He no longer had any chance of victory. Suddenly, he heard Li Yunxiao's voice. Patriarch, try your best to hold him back. Taifan is already on the verge of breaking through. As long as he can break through, the two of you will have a chance of winning if you work together. Taiji was pleasantly surprised. He turned his head to look at Taifan and saw that his forehead was covered in sweat and his face was in extreme pain. It was obvious that he was struggling at the entrance. On the other hand, Tai Bai and Tai Xian had already broken through to the 9-star martial arts grandmaster realm. Although they were only at the beginner level, their essential chi was still increasing. His sense of responsibility immediately increased. The future of the Fire Fish clan rested on these people. Even if they had to die today, they had to protect them. Damon. If you want the formation diagram, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Taiji suddenly stood up and dashed out of the cave. He said sternly, Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Damon looked coldly at Taifan and the others and sneered. Are you trying to stall for time? Even if this brat has broken through to the martial emperor realm, he will still be courting death. Since you are so stubborn, I will teach the Fire Fish clan an unforgettable lesson. He suddenly glanced at Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu indifferently and scoffed. I didn't expect the two of you to be colluding with humans. The person who barged into this place a few days ago must be your accomplice. After he finished speaking, he slowly swam out of the cave and stared at Taiji mockingly. Li Yunxiao's heart jumped slightly. He exchanged a glance with Duan Yu. The two of them had the same thought. The person that Damon was talking about must be Hing Yuan. Unexpectedly, he had also entered the Kunwa divine tree. That guy was originally a peak 9-star martial arts grandmaster. After staying in the divine tree for a few days, he had probably already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Boom! Loud sounds of explosions came from outside the cave. The two of them had already started fighting. Although Taiji was old and 1 star lower, he was determined to protect the future hope of the Firefish clan even if he had to die. He immediately ignited his lifespan. With every attack, he exploded with power that surpassed his limits. He actually gained the upper hand in an instant. Taifei had already advanced to the 6-star martial arts grandmaster. When he felt the fluctuations outside, he said excitedly, "Lord Clan Leader is so strong. He is actually suppressing a 2-star martial emperor." Tai Ling's face was filled with worry. "Will my father be fine?" Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What are you all doing? Hold your breath and focus. Try to increase your strength. Lord Clan Leader is risking his life outside to buy us more time." Of course, he knew Taiji's current situation. The more power he displayed, the faster his lifespan would be depleted. It would be difficult for him to hold on for too long. Taifan also understood this situation. He was very anxious and the quintessential origin energy in his body surged even more violently. He knew that if he could not break through, even if he rushed out, he would not be a match for Damon with the power of a peak 9-star martial arts grandmaster. Relax and guide the chi back to the origin. When the heart is destroyed, the demon is destroyed. It will be done naturally. Li Yunxiao calmly recited the 12-word proverb. It was like a spiritual spring ringing in Taifan's ears. Suddenly, he felt like he had been enlightened. He immediately guarded his mind and the aura in his body started to change. The spiritual energy that the great formation of creation was absorbing crazily seemed to be swallowed by him at this moment. It was like a bottomless pit. When Duan Yu saw this, he looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. He actually guided a peak 9-star martial arts grandmaster to break through? Even if he was a few realms higher than the other party, it was impossible for him to do this. It was as if he was casually guiding his own students, so casual. Li Yunxiao looked at Taifan and smiled. He continued to close his eyes and started to break through to the 4-star martial arts grandmaster. In the entire Tianwu continent, there were very few people who could surpass him in terms of comprehension of the martial way. Every breakthrough required a deep understanding. This was also the reason why he could break through directly as long as he accumulated enough essence. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from Taifan's body. His entire aura changed drastically in an instant. Tai Xian and Tai Bai looked at each other in astonishment. Their faces were filled with shock and joy. There was even a hint of fear on their faces. The aura that exploded from Taifan's body caused them to feel extreme fear and pressure. "Many thanks." Taifan gratefully spat out these 2 words before his entire person disappeared into the hole. Tai Ling and the others were shocked and overjoyed. However, when they saw that Li Yunxiao still had a calm expression and did not show any fluctuations in his emotions, they immediately quietened down and did their best to absorb this shocking spiritual energy. They also knew that they might not experience this again in their lifetime. Being able to absorb for a second longer was good. The battle outside was abnormally intense, but it did not affect everyone's state of mind. Li Yunxiao successfully broke through to the 4-star martial grandmaster. He opened his eyes slightly. Not only was he not happy, but he was extremely worried instead. "Everyone, let's prepare to leave. The chief in Taifan will probably not be able to hold on for much longer. Furthermore, the battle outside has caused too much of an impact. It probably startled the other Black Razor clan race long ago." Tai Ling said worriedly, "Lord Sacred Envoy, are my father and big brother Taifan alright?" Suddenly, a voice said indifferently, "You can rest assured and continue cultivating. Leave the rest to me." The few of them were startled. A bright light appeared in Duan Yu's eyes as he looked gratefully at Li Yunxiao. Then, he took a step forward and immediately left the hole. A bright light flickered in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He muttered in joy, "It is indeed a martial monarch." Outside the hole, Taiji and Taifan were covered in blood. The two of them panted heavily as they stared at Demeng. Their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. Despite being severely injured, their fighting spirit increased. The surrounding divine tree branches had been destroyed long ago. 100-meter-wide vacuum appeared. The seawater was filled with tree branch fragments and liquid. Although Demeng was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he said coldly, I originally planned to keep your race alive to be used by my race. Since you don't know what's good for you, then all of you can die. A ball of silver light appeared in his palms and spun around his palms. It was like a Milky Way and gave off a terrifying aura. The one who is going to die is you. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Demeng was shocked and turned his head. He saw a shirtless man floating quietly behind him. There was a circular sigil on his chest. It was like 3 tadpoles connected from head to tail. It was very strange. Just you? 7-star Martial Grandmaster? Demeng let out a cold smile. However, for some reason, he felt uneasy in his heart. Duan Yu raised his head slowly and formed a sword with his fingers. He shouted softly, open. The 3 tadpoles that appeared on his chest immediately retracted their tails. Only 3 black spots were left on his chest. A powerful aura appeared on Duan Yu's body and rose steadily under his cold gaze. 8-star Martial Grandmaster. 9-star Martial Grandmaster. Demeng was stunned as he muttered to himself. Duan Yu's aura had risen by 2 levels, but it was still rising explosively. Peak of 9-star. This is Martial Emperor. Roar. Duan Yu raised his head to the sky and roared like a wild beast. It was as if he had been suppressing himself for too long. After returning to the Martial Emperor realm, all the depression he had accumulated over the years suddenly erupted. The seawater around him was attacked and a vacuum appeared. Ah! Demeng was not the only one who was shocked. Taiji and Taifan were also shocked. Duan Yu's aura did not stop even though he had advanced to the Martial Emperor realm. It continued to rise. 1-star Martial Emperor, peak of 1-star Martial Emperor, how is this possible? Demeng was shocked. Although Duan Yu's aura was stuck at the peak of 1-star Martial Emperor, his power continued to surge violently. He felt like he was about to break through. Boom! The suppressed True Chi finally rushed to the last checkpoint, and the entire seabed calmed down after a moment of violent turbulence. Phew! I've finally returned to my peak and had a breakthrough. Duan Yu quietly felt the flow of vital energy in his body. He seemed to be in disbelief. The seal that had been suppressing him for so many years was finally released for a short time. Not only did his strength not deteriorate, but it had also increased. Heavenly Halberd. He said calmly and extended his hand. Suddenly, a ray of light elongated in his hand and condensed into an ancient halberd of fighting spirit. It spun in his hand. The tranquil seawater began to distort as it spun. Bastard! Demeng was furious and yelled, where did this human bastard come from? Even if you've broken through to 2-star Martial Emperor, your realm is not stable. Let's see how you're going to fight me. The Milky Way in his hand instantly bloomed like a long river. It spread out from afar and poured down. Cleansing the Milky Way, demonic flash of the heavenly sea. The silver light illuminated the bottom of the sea as if it was daytime, drowning Duan Yu. Taiji and Taifan were shocked. Their eyes were in so much pain that they could not open them. Humph, insignificant skill. Incandescent fire, burn the heavens and destroy the demons. A ball of cold white flame suddenly appeared in the Milky Way. Under the nourishment of powerful vital energy, it gradually burned and ignited the entire Milky Way, turning it into a white sea of fire. Demeng turned pale with fright and hurriedly pushed his hands out. The white Milky Way immediately left his hands and burned to ashes. Duan Yu's cold face quietly appeared in the flames as he looked at him mockingly. Impossible. You're just a lowly human, and this is the ocean. Even if we're both 2-star Martial Emperors, I'm still better than you. Demeng was furious. The white flame made him feel a sense of extreme danger. If his real body were to come into contact with it, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a long howl. Oh no, he's calling for reinforcements. Hurry up and kill him. Taiji said angrily. Haha, there are many people from my clan nearby. There are even 5 or 6 Martial Emperors. No matter how strong you are, you'll definitely die. Demeng laughed coldly. Humph, no matter how many bastards there are, they're still bastards. Duan Yu sneered disdainfully, since you think that you have an advantage in the sea, what about now? He opened his mouth abruptly and streams of energy shot out from the sky. A huge amount of seawater was instantly pushed away in all directions by the sound waves. A vacuum zone quickly appeared at the bottom of the sea, enveloping Damon, Taiji, and the other two. Soon, the four of them stopped in the air without water, like a huge steam drum. TSK. Damned human. Damon cursed angrily and hurriedly ran towards the sea in the distance. He wasn't even a match for this person in the ocean. Now that he was exposed in the vacuum, he was at the mercy of this person. White Flame Ghost Slaughter, 6. Extreme Halberd. Killing intent flashed in Duan Yu's eyes. The ancient halberd in his hand rapidly pierced through the air. Streams of incandescent flame swirled around the halberd like auspicious clouds, descending from the sky. Wherever it passed, it was as bright as day. Ah! Bastard, you can't kill me. I won't die. How can you kill me? Damon was instantly locked on by the ancient halberd. A sense of death surged in his heart. He could even see reinforcements rushing over from afar, but it was too late. Boom, the ancient halberd smashed Damon into pieces. The surrounding seawater instantly lost its support and surged toward the center. A huge undercurrent of energy washed away all of Damon's remains. Taiji and Taifan swayed left and right as they were pushed away. They looked at Duan Yu in disbelief, who was like a god of war. More than 10 members of the Black Razor clan had yet to arrive when they were swept over by the seawater and washed away. These people were all low-level Black Razor clan members. The strongest among them was only a martial king expert. Suddenly, Xianxia's figure quickly appeared and charged in one direction. A calm voice was heard, "Kill all the members of the Black Razor clan. Kill as many as you can. Don't worry about me." Duan Yu was stunned. He didn't understand why Xianxia would suddenly say such a thing. Xianxia didn't look like someone who would kill. However, since he had said that, his cold gaze instantly fell on the dozen members of the Black Razor clan who still didn't know what was going on. Taiji and Taifan didn't care too much. Xianxia's order was exactly what they wanted. Their eyes revealed a crazed desire for revenge. Xianxia's expression was grave as he moved quickly under the sea. Everywhere he passed, he would smash the divine tree branches with his palm. He seemed to be chasing after something. Very quickly, he swam several miles. Moreover, there were more and more branches, and they were getting denser. He simply took out the Tiger Fang sword and slashed his way through. Finally, he arrived at an extremely wide cave. The most eye-catching thing inside was a huge piece of wood that propped up from the bottom of the sea. The color of the huge wood was different from the Kunwa divine tree branches. It was a faint brown. Haha, so it's here. Xianxia looked at the huge piece of wood and laughed out loud. Such a huge piece of soul-nurturing wood. Although it isn't fully formed, it should be enough for Mengwu to use. Let's wait for a while and let Duan Yu and the others kill all the Black Razor clan members. After this piece of divine wood absorbs their souls, the effect will be better. Just now, he had sensed the direction that Demang's soul had flown to after his death. Thus, he followed it and finally found the core of the Kunwa divine tree. Originally, after absorbing over 10,000 years of wandering souls, it should have evolved. However, because its size was too big, it became a half-mature existence. After waiting for 10,000 years, my chance has finally come? Just as Xianxia was praising it, an old voice echoed in the cave, giving him a fright. Xianxia spread out his divine sense in shock, but he didn't find anything. An existence that could avoid his divine sense made his heart turn cold. Hee, don't be afraid. The voice echoed again. This time, Xianxia found the right direction. He focused his eyes and found that the voice came from the half-finished piece of soul-nurturing wood in the middle. To his astonishment, he saw an old man gradually appear on the soul-nurturing tree. He was looking at him with a smile. You are. Xianxia looked at the figure in shock and said in horror, "You are the tree spirit of this Kunwa divine tree." The old figure was also stunned. He stared at Xianxia and said in surprise, "What a strange boy. His strength is not strong, but his soul power is so pure. He doesn't look like a teenager. I feel that he is more than 100 years old." Xianxia was shocked, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. This tree spirit was the first one to discover the secret of his soul. He said in horror, "No wonder the soul-nurturing wood didn't form after tens of thousands of years. It was all absorbed by you." Suddenly, he felt a chill. You don't want to devour my soul, do you?" The tree spirit was taken aback, and then he laughed. "Haha, don't worry. I can only absorb the soul power of dead creatures without consciousness. Unless you are dead, I can't take your soul. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you." "A favor?" Li Yunxiao frowned. "Do you want me not to take the soul-nurturing wood?" "Sorry, I can't do that. My friend is waiting for it to prolong his life." Hee hee. The tree spirit laughed. "If it were someone else, I might say so. But not with you. Because I don't need the soul-nurturing wood after meeting you. Look at my body, it has been damaged beyond repair by these people. And that damn formation of yours has almost drained my spiritual qi. Even with the soul-nurturing wood, I won't live for long." Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. He clenched the tiger fang sword even tighter, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. "Are you trying to take over my body?" "Your body?" The tree spirit paused for a moment, then snorted with disdain. "You humans think your bodies are so wonderful, but in my eyes, the body of a tree is the most wonderful thing in the world. Although this body of yours is somewhat magical, in my eyes, it is not even comparable to those high-level members of the sea tribe." He said word by word, "I want you to help me rise from the ashes." "Rise from the ashes?" Li Yunxiao was shocked and said in shock, "You mean, you want the true phoenix fire in the depths of my soul to help you rise from the ashes?" He sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know how to do that. Besides, the true phoenix fire is not something I can control. I don't want to accidentally burn myself to ashes." "Haha, kid, don't worry. Isn't this also an opportunity for you? With my help, you will have no problem controlling the true phoenix fire. Don't forget, I've seen the real nirvana of the phoenix with my own eyes." The tree spirit chuckled. "As long as you help me, I promise to teach you how to refine the true phoenix fire. The benefits it will bring you are self-evident, aren't you? Also, before the nirvana, I can pour all the remaining spiritual energy in this body into your body. It's not impossible for you to become a martial monarch." Hee hee, these are two great benefits. Think about it carefully. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Whether it was controlling the true phoenix fire or becoming a martial monarch, they were both extremely tempting. He thought for a moment and asked, "Will there be any discomfort when I help you?" The tree spirit smiled. "What a cautious kid. Don't worry, it will only be of great benefit to you if you are reborn together with me. If I'm not mistaken, you have cultivated a domineering body-tempering art. After the nirvana, your body-tempering art will at least reach another level." Li Yunxiao was shocked. The tree spirit's eyes were so sharp that he could even see through his tyrannical physique refinement technique. The tyrannical physique refinement technique was divided into 3 levels. If he could reach another level, his body would be several times stronger. That was undoubtedly a great temptation. He smiled bitterly. "You've put it this way. How can I say no?" "Haha." The tree spirit laughed. "I knew it would be hard for you to say no. I have one more thing to ask of you. After my nirvana, I will return to the state of a seedling and sleep. When that time comes, I hope you can take me away and plant me in a deserted place with abundant spiritual energy. Remember to find a safe place." The tree spirit seemed to be afraid that Li Yunxiao would not fulfill his promise. "As long as you do this for me, I will give you a great reward when I wake up again." "What great reward?" "Don't try to fool me. You will be penniless by then." "Do you want me to eat you?" Li Yunxiao said disdainfully. But soon, greed appeared in his eyes as if he had seen a piece of fat meat. If this divine tree could be reborn, it would be a great nourishment. The tree spirit was startled and quickly said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. If you can protect Anren and wake up again, I will give you a strand of Tai arcane qi." "What?" Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed in shock, "Tai arcane qi? You can cultivate Tai arcane qi?" Tree spirit smirked and said, "I only have a tiny bit of primordial arcane qi, and I've refined it into my natal energy. If I can be reborn, I can cultivate a second strand and a third strand. I will give you a strand as a thank you. Do you have a deal? Of course. Of course. Li Yunxiao nodded desperately. Tai arcane qi was born from chaos when the world was just born, before yin and yang were separated. After that, the Tao turned into one, and then into yin and yang. Everything in the universe, including earth, water, fire, and wind, all evolved from Tai arcane qi. If he could obtain a strand of it, he would have a great chance of entering the immortal state. Moreover, he also knew that only those primordial true spirits that had already disappeared could give birth to supreme profound qi. This Kuan Wu divine tree must have been influenced by the phoenix, and in addition to tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it was able to refine a trace of it. If that's the case, then let's not waste any more time. The tree spirit said nervously, I will teach you how to use the true phoenix fire now. Strange characters appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind. They were all made up of ancient golden tadpole characters. He would have been dazzled if he had not studied them. Li Yunxiao was silent for a long while. How is it? Have you mastered it, or is there anything you don't understand? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, There's nothing I don't understand. It's just that even I won't be able to control the true phoenix fire at this rate. Will I lose my life as well? Overcautious, why are you so afraid of death? If you die, I'll be swallowed by a sea monster after my nirvana. The tree spirit was impatient. I'm doing this for myself. I won't hurt you. In that case, I'll give it a try. But I have to put this soul-nurturing wood away first. He grabbed the tiger fang sword and fiercely slashed a few times. Immediately, the broken tree fell down. He grabbed it with his 5 fingers and kept it in his storage ring. The tree spirit began to perform hand seals as well. He channeled a large amount of spiritual energy from his body into Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao sat down with his legs crossed and quickly performed complicated hand seals. His aura continued to rise as the spiritual energy poured into his body. Soon, the fiery cloud mark appeared between his brows as if it was about to break out of his body and burn. His hands began to move slower as if the hand seals had reached a very complicated level. He had to think for a while before each seal was made. A simple and incomprehensible symbol emerged from his hands and gradually floated in the sea. Soon, another one appeared. 10 minutes later, a total of 9 tadpole symbols of different shapes and sizes appeared around Li Yunxiao, spinning ceaselessly. The tree spirit watched nervously as he performed the hand seals. His heart almost jumped out of his throat when the ancient symbols appeared. When all 9 tadpole symbols appeared, the tree spirit heaved a sigh of relief and a look of joy appeared on his face. His hand seal sped up as well. The speed at which he extracted the spiritual energy was even faster than Li Yunxiao's creation energy formation. The spiritual energy poured into Li Yunxiao's body. After all, he would soon no longer need this body. It would be a waste if he did not extract it. Moreover, by forcibly reminding Li Yunxiao of his strength, he would have a higher chance of his nirvana rebirth. 5-star Martial Grandmaster, 5-star Martial Grandmaster, 6-star. Just as Li Yunxiao was about to break through to 6-star Martial Grandmaster, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. I was wondering why something was wrong. So it's you. Compensate me for my realm. A figure suddenly burst in. It was Heng Yuan. In just a few days, the aura he exuded was actually that of a 1-star martial emperor. Bastard. Bastard. Unforgivable. I'm trying to break through to 2-star martial emperor, but the spiritual energy in this divine tree is getting weaker and weaker. Now, it's almost gone. So it's you who's messing with me. Give me back my primordial qi, give me back my realm. When he saw the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around Li Yunxiao, he was stunned. He came to his senses in an instant and almost went crazy. Such spiritual qi, such spiritual qi. You're just trash of the 3 talents realm, how dare you enjoy such spiritual energy? Give me spiritual energy. I want to break through to 2-star martial emperor. Heng Yuan rushed over crazily. He had only been in the Kunwa divine tree for a few days, but he had already obtained such great benefits. This was something that he had never dared to imagine in the past. Not only did he successfully break through to Martial Monarch, he even smoothly advanced to peak 1-star Martial Monarch. If he succeeded, when he returned, the Constellation Sex branch in Qinghai town would have to respect him. At the crucial moment, the divine tree that provided him with an endless supply of spiritual energy suddenly shriveled and lost all its spiritual energy. How could he not go crazy? At this moment, as long as he could obtain half of the spiritual energy around Li Yunxiao, no, just 1/3, or even a quarter, it would be enough for him to break through to 2-star Martial Emperor. Brat, you're not worthy of this spiritual energy. Go to hell. He rushed over with a roar, his fists faintly crackling with vital energy. To him, it was like a delicious cake being gnawed on by a mouse. It made him feel disgusted and sad. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes indifferently. Under the pressure of a martial emperor, there was not a single trace of emotion in his eyes. Instead, he formed the final seal with his hand in an unhurried manner. Immediately, the 9 golden tadpole inscriptions that were floating around him flew into his palm, forming a complicated and difficult-to-understand formation with the final inscription. Born of water, return to fire. Karmic cleansing flame, void returning to nothingness. Li Yunxiao muttered an incantation and pushed with his palms. The formation immediately spread out with him as the center. The fire cloud symbol between his eyebrows suddenly left his body and turned into a ball of flame, spreading in all directions. The shadow of the tree spirit seemed to tremble slightly under the illumination of the flame. He muttered to himself, has it finally begun? Heng Yuan rushed in front of Li Yunxiao and was about to attack. Suddenly, a wave of heat hit him in the face. The flame that could burn everything made his soul tremble. The breath of death came to his heart, and he was scared out of his wits. He forcefully stopped himself, and with a tap of his feet, he quickly fled outside. Spiritual energy was good, but his life was more important. He was not stupid. With Li Yunxiao as the center, the phoenix flame quickly spread and soon covered the core of the Kunwa divine tree in a sea of fire. He sat down cross-legged and revealed his colored glaze real body. He let the flame burn his body and kept chanting. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the Kunwa divine tree was almost used up. All the clansmen of the Razor clansmen came out of the hole and looked around in confusion. Oh no, there are enemies over there. They killed many of our clansmen. What? Who is so bold? How dare they provoke our Razor clansmen? I don't know. It seems that the loss of spiritual energy has something to do with these people. Let's go and take a look. Damn it, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Die. 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 A large number of Razor clansmen swarmed toward Duanyu's group. Although Duanyu's group was Martial Emperor realm, they were tired. Moreover, there were some Martial Emperor realm experts among them, but they were all killed. The 3 of them started to feel tired. Looking at the Razor clansmen coming unceasingly, they smiled bitterly. Outside a hole in the Kunwa divine tree, Delay knelt down anxiously. Sir Weishi, some outsiders have intruded and killed many of our clansmen. Even Patriarch Domain died in their hands. I hope Sir Weishi can help us. Humph. A disdainful snort came from the hole. Your clansmen were killed. What does that have to do with me? The condition was that I would help you get the Kunwa divine tree, and you would help me break through. Since when did I become your fighter? We don't dare. Delay was frightened. He seemed to be afraid of the person inside. He said with a trembling voice, Sir Weishi, the divine tree is badly damaged by those people. If we don't deal with them, when the divine tree dies, you won't be able to cultivate anymore. I was wondering why the spiritual chi seemed to be running out. Damn it. That man thundered. Delay was happy. He knew the person inside was about to take action. Indeed, while he was thinking, a man suddenly appeared in front of him, gazing at him with cold eyes. Delay felt like 2 sharp blades were stabbing into his body. He was so scared that he didn't dare to lift his head. Weishi looked at Duanyu's group and then snorted disdainfully. Your Razor clansmen are really trash. You can't even deal with some Martial Emperor realm experts. Alright, I will help you deal with these trashes. Delay was so happy. He hurried to thank him. Thank you, Sir Weishi. Thank you, Sir Weishi. Under your mighty power, they can only turn into ashes in just a blink of an eye. Subordinates' respect for you is like the surging sea. It's endless. All right. Wei Shi felt nauseous. He interrupted him. Anyway, I can't do it for nothing. When I was cultivating to the critical point, the spiritual qi was suddenly cut off. It made me a little bit unhappy. How can you compensate me? Compensate? Delay was surprised. How? Humph. Wei Shi's eyes sparkled with ferocious light. He snorted coldly. I don't think you can compensate me. Anyway, you have the power of the martial emperor realm. You should be honored to be my primer. Let me absorb all of your profound qi. Haha. Wei Shi suddenly burst out laughing, showing his two sharp fangs. He walked step by step towards Delay, who was shivering in fright. After killing batch after batch of Razor Clam tribesmen outside the cave, Duan Yu, Tai Bai, and Tai Fan gradually became exhausted. Tai Bai looked old again as he panted, Tai Fan, Mr. Duan, take Tai Ling and the rest and retreat first. I will stay here and wait for Lord Saint. He looked at the endless stream of Razor Clam tribesmen and was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. If they were all wiped out, it wouldn't be worth it. It was best to take the hope of the Flaming Fish clan away while the other two still had strength. Duan Yu's expression was slightly grave and he couldn't help but scold, where did that brat go? He dropped the ball at such a crucial moment. Don't tell me he's already dead. Lord Saint definitely won't die. Tai Ling suddenly appeared behind everyone, along with Tai Bai and Tai Xian. The three of them emitted a fierce energy, giving people a feeling that they were no longer the same as before. Tai Ling, you? Tai Bai was shocked. He could faintly feel the aura from him. Tai Ling grinned, Father, I've already advanced to a 3rd grade C refinement master. Huh. Tai Bai inhaled sharply and widened his eyes. He was instantly overjoyed, haha, it's true. He has the same aura as the great sea refinement masters I've seen before. Haha, our Flaming Fish clan finally has a great sea refinement master. Clan leader. Tai Fan also said happily, look at Tai Bai and Tai Xian, they've also advanced to 9 stars martial ancestor realm. Tai Bai's gaze fell on Tai Bai and Tai Xian again. He instantly cried tears of joy and mumbled, God is blessing our Flaming Fish clan. Lord Saint was indeed sent by God to help us. Duan Yu frowned and said unhappily, since you've reached 9 stars martial ancestor realm, why not stay inside and break through? If you miss this chance, it'll be impossible for you to advance to martial emperor realm without dozens of years of cultivation. Tai Bai was also shocked and suddenly came to a realization. He said angrily, get back to cultivating. We'll hold this place. Don't come out until you advance to martial emperor realm. Tai Bai and Tai Xian looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Tai Ling said with a face full of regret, Father, I don't know why, but there is no spiritual energy inside. The formation set up by Lord Divine Envoy can no longer absorb any spiritual energy. What? Everyone was astonished. Tai Ji said in astonishment, how could this be? Although the Kunwu Divine Tree has been severely damaged, it shouldn't have lost all its spiritual qi. Duan Yu asked worriedly, could the loss of spiritual qi be related to that kid? Who is it related to? Suddenly, a voice boomed out. It seemed to be extremely far away, but it also seemed to be approaching in an instant. TSK. Who is it? Everyone was greatly alarmed. Just the might of this voice alone was enough to make everyone's hearts tremble and feel a chill run down their spines. All of them began to feel terrified. In an instant, a black figure leisurely appeared in front of them and said in a cold voice, the Kunwu Divine Tree suddenly lost all its spirit qi. Was it your doing? Tai Ji looked at the incomer, his pupils contracting as he cried out in shock, Lord Wei Shi. You are Lord Wei Shi. Wei Shi looked at him lazily and said coldly, Tai Ji, if you know what's good for you, tell me the truth about the disappearance of the spirit qi. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Tai Ji couldn't help but tremble in front of his aura. He finally mustered up his courage and almost roared, I understand now. No wonder you stood on the Black Razor Clam race's side when they occupied our divine tree. So you were also in cahoots. Humph, such a divine item belongs to those who are capable. You fire fish race occupied it for so many years, but you only know how to eat leaves. The black razor clam race just arrived, but the strength of the entire race increased by more than a few levels. Even I benefited a lot. You still have the face to say this? Hurry up and get the spirit chi back. Otherwise, not only will I kill you today, but I will also exterminate the entire fire fish race. Wei Shi's expression became savage. The benefits he obtained from the Kunwa divine tree were unparalleled, but they were destroyed by these bastards in front of him. How could he not be angry? Taiji was shocked and instantly smiled bitterly. Lord Wei Shi, I don't know why the spirit chi disappeared. If you want to kill, just kill me. Please let the others go. Our fire fish race has been respectful to your bat spray race for 10,000 years, and we have never stopped offering tributes. I hope that Lord will show mercy. So much nonsense. Your tributes added up for tens of thousands of years can't even compare to a day's worth of my time here. If you don't want to say it, then I'll start with you, you old fart. Wei Shi wasn't willing to listen to any of his explanations. In his eyes, these were all excuses to not hand over the spirit chi. He grabbed out with his palm and instantly lifted Taiji into the air. He said coldly, last chance, speak. Taiji hurriedly shouted at the people behind him, don't move, none of you are his match. Duan Yu looked at the curse mark on his chest. The 3 black dots grew a long tail again and formed a circle. His cultivation instantly dropped, and he returned to a 7-star martial grandmaster. Taifan was very anxious, but he didn't dare to go forward. Humph, at least you know your limits. Wei Shi revealed his ferocious fangs and laughed coldly. You have the cultivation of a martial emperor. If you don't speak, then you can be my tonic. Let him go. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. Let him go, and I'll tell you the reason for the loss of spirit chi. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, but they all revealed a hint of joy. Who? Who is it? Wei Shi's expression changed drastically. With his cultivation, he actually didn't notice anyone, and he didn't know where the voice had come from. Who I am is not important. You want spirit chi, right? Alright, I'll give it to you. Let's see if you have the life to take it. The voice sounded again. Suddenly, the space distorted slightly, and the scene in front of them became a little blurry. Boom. Suddenly, a huge wave of flames surged out of nowhere. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and instantly rolled down like a mountain collapsing, enveloping everyone. Ah! Wei Shi gasped in shock. The monstrous sea of flames came crashing down like a raging river. What made his heart palpitate even more was that there was a sense of helplessness within the flames that he couldn't resist. How dare you trick me? He angrily threw the iron rod away. His entire body instantly protected with his vital energy, and he shot up into the sky like a cannonball, wanting to charge out of the sea of flames. Ah! His body had just charged into the flames when he immediately let out a horrible shriek. He was horrified to discover that his protective vital energy had been instantly melted. The flames directly seeped into his skin, burning his internal organs and limbs. Ah! Impossible, how could this be? Absurd, this is too absurd. Wei Shi roared angrily, unwilling to give up. I am a martial honor, and I have ruled over this sea for over 400 years. I am an invincible existence. How could I possibly die here? What kind of fire is this? Ah! No. The entire process only took a few seconds before Wei Shi's body was completely burned to ashes, completely disappearing into the sea. Ah! Duan Yu also gasped. Looking at the sky full of flames descending, he hurriedly shouted in horror, Hey, hey, be careful, don't burn us. We'll die if we touch these flames. He was also an expert in controlling flames, but under the divine flames, he felt a suffocating tremble. It was a feeling of submission from the depths of his soul. He immediately understood that this was the true phoenix fire. Boom! The flames descended directly, but they immediately dispersed above the few of them, forming a circle that isolated them. Then, with the few of them as the center, it began to burn in all directions, turning everything it passed into nothingness. Divine fire, is this the divine fire that our ancestor once obtained a great opportunity from? Tai Fan looked at the majestic flames quietly, as if he was the ruler of this part of the world. The surrounding seawater also retreated, revealing the entire Kunwa divine tree under a vacuum. He began to endure the baptism of the flames. Tai Ling was also greatly shocked, but after being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly began to treat Tai Jin. Tai Jin's lifespan was already at its end. Coupled with the excessive consumption of vital energy and the torture from Wei Shi, he was already on the verge of death. Hurry up and run, the fire is burning. F***ck, why is there a fire? Who's so careless? Why are you running? Hurry up and extinguish the fire. Extinguish my ass. Our clansmen are all dead. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. No. It can't be. I'm a martial king expert. Why did the fire burn the moment I touched it? All sorts of screams and sounds of people fleeing could be heard from the Black Razor clan. However, the speed of the divine phoenix fire seemed to be able to break through space directly. Very soon, it enveloped the entire Kunwa divine tree. All the members of the Black Razor clan were burned to death. The raging fire continued to burn at the bottom of the sea. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a true spirit fire phoenix entrenched in a vacuum. Its entire body was a bright red flame, and it looked very lifelike. In the depths of the South China Sea, tens of thousands of miles away, there was a sparkling crystal palace. An old man was sitting cross-legged. A rainbow-colored light continuously revolved around his body. Under the seal of his hands, various golden tadpole-like characters were formed. He seemed to be cultivating some kind of powerful magic. All of a sudden, he clasped his hands together and stopped his cultivation completely. His eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of light shot out. He looked at the endless depths of the South China Sea in shock, as if he wanted to see through all the void. What's going on? What's going on with this feeling? Could it be that some powerful person has come to our South China Sea? The old man murmured to himself and stood up. His expression was solemn, and his eyes revealed deep doubt. He shouted resolutely, "Where's the sea patrolling Xianxia?" In the middle of the crystal palace, the seawater gradually bubbled. Gradually, a dark-skinned member of the sea race appeared. He slowly walked down and knelt on one knee in front of the old man. "Your subordinate is here." The old man said seriously, "I order you to quickly go to the north and investigate. Find out who exactly is showing such great magic in our sea. After you find out, quickly report back. Remember, do not offend that person." "Yes." The Xianxia responded. Then, he gradually became absent-minded and finally disappeared from the crystal palace. In the area of the Kunwa divine tree, a huge phoenix formed from flames lay dormant at the bottom of the sea, slowly burning. The surrounding seawater retreated crazily. At least a few kilometers deep in the sea was a vacuum. Even the seawater surrounding this vacuum was boiling rapidly, emitting a large amount of white steam and bubbles. It was a vast expanse of whiteness that was blinding to the eyes. Although the flames could not touch Duan Yu and the others who were surrounded by the flames, the huge heat almost completely cooked them. All of them tried their best to create protective barriers to block the heat waves, but their bodies gradually turned red. Not only did the fire alarm the master of the South Sea, but all the living creatures within a 10,000-kilometer radius also came out in shock. A power that made their hearts palpitate uncomfortably rippled in the seawater. They all swam far away, not daring to get close. The flames burned for an unknown period of time. Duan Yu and the others were almost roasted dry. Blood flowed from their lips, and their skin cracked. Moreover, all of them were expressionless as they worked together to create a protective barrier to withstand the heat waves. Moreover, the barrier was getting smaller and smaller, and they gradually felt like they could not hold on. "If this goes on, we will definitely die. How long has this fire been burning for?" "A few days, right?" "What the hell is that brat doing? Did he burn himself to death?" Duan Yu looked at the seal on his chest, sighed deeply, and retreated. Tai Fan let out a loud roar and went up to continue holding up the defense. Tai Mei was already extremely weak. He panted and said, Lord Divine Envoy will be fine." Tai Ling also said, "That's right, Mr. Duan. If something had happened to Lord Divine Envoy, these flames would have burned him long ago. How could he control them so well? Duan Yu thought about it and agreed. However, if they continued to burn endlessly, they would die sooner or later. Ever since this brat burned Wei Shi to death, he had not made a sound. Moreover, he had kept in contact with them. The fire is getting smaller. Tai Ling was suddenly startled. He immediately cried out in joy, "Look, the fire is getting smaller." The flames outside the barrier started to recede at a speed visible to the naked eye. The area rapidly shrunk, as if they had burned to the end. Phew! Tai Fan heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, he still did not dare to release the barrier. After all, the heat waves outside were still too strong. He was afraid that if he released them, they would immediately be roasted by the heat waves. The flames in the sky shrunk rapidly, like the receding of the sea. Everywhere it passed, there was only darkness. The original Kunwa divine tree had long since disappeared, and not even a trace was left behind. It was as if it had never appeared. After the fire subsided, Li Yunxiao's figure gradually appeared. When the phoenix fire retreated to his body, it transformed into a beautiful fire phoenix. It circled around his body and chirped non-stop. In the end, the man formed a hand seal, and an ancient golden tadpole rune appeared on his palm. The phoenix fire spirit was immediately attracted and flew into the space between his eyebrows. "Who are you? How dare you spy on me from the void? Get out here." Li Yunxiao opened his eyes abruptly. Two balls of flames danced in his eyes as he gazed into the distance. The pressure of the true spirit fire phoenix instantly spread out, and it seemed as if it wanted to lock down this part of the world. "My lord, please calm your anger." Above the empty space, a crack appeared in the air, and a sea race member with a pitch-black body walked out. His eyes were full of shock and suspicion. Looking at Li Yunxiao below, he clearly said, "I wonder which expert has shown his abilities in my South Sea." When Li Yunxiao saw the person who came, he was greatly shocked in his heart. However, a hint of a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. "So it's the patrolling Yiksha. Get the hell back." He was originally a great master at the peak of Emperor Wu. On his body, he had the atmosphere of a lord looking down on the world. In addition, the phoenix fire was still dancing in his body, and the pressure he emanated from the divine realm made people's hearts tremble. The patrolling Yiksha gulped with difficulty. In his eyes, the cultivation of the person in front of him was only a mere martial lord, but the atmosphere and pressure he unintentionally revealed was enough to make his soul tremble. He secretly pondered in his heart, this person's strength of a martial lord is definitely only on the surface. Just this pressure and that destructive divine fire just now is enough to prove that this person's strength is far above mine. He even recognizes me as the patrolling Yiksha. Moreover, Lord clearly said that I cannot offend this person. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Lord, please tell me your name so that I can go back and explain to my lord." When he said those words, he suddenly discovered that his hands were full of cold sweat. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes, and his gaze gradually became cold. "If you want to know who I am, let Qin Ming ask him himself. In 3 breaths of time, if you don't get the hell out of here, then you will stay here forever." The flames in his eyes instantly turned into 2 phoenix shadows. It was as if they were going to soar into the sky, and their aura was monstrous. The patrolling Yiksha's soul suddenly trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand, and instantly tore open a crack in the empty space. Half of his body stepped into it. These peerless experts were all people with strange tempers. It was a common thing for them to kill someone if they didn't agree with them. If he was blind enough to offend this person, even if he died, the Sea King might not help him get back at him. After he thought of this, he immediately escaped into the crack in space. He even left behind a sentence, "Lord, please calm down. I will go back and report to the Sea King." The Qin Ming that Li Yunxiao mentioned was the king of the South Sea of the 4 seas. Once the patrolling Yiksha left, the crack that appeared in the air immediately closed up, as if it had never appeared. It was a dark and gloomy empty space at the bottom of the sea. Ah! Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly relaxed, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect that helping the Kunwa divine tree to undergo nirvana would cause such a huge commotion. Even that person from the South Sea Crystal Palace was alarmed. Fortunately, the true phoenix fire had not returned to his soul, and it was still beating in his body. The artistic conception that he emitted was the 10 directions realm that was contained in the divine fire. Otherwise, it was really unknown whether he could scare off the other party. He hurriedly calmed his heart, and the divine fire gradually returned to the depths of his soul. Finally, it became calm. Just at that moment, lines of cracks appeared on his body that was overflowing with light, and it started to shatter. However, Xianxia's face was abnormally calm. There was not the slightest trace of fear, and instead, there was a slight smile. Bang! The skin on his entire body finally shattered, and it became rays of light that dissipated in the air. It felt as if starlight was fading away. After shattering, a layer of blinding white light appeared on Xianxia's skin. It flickered like a diamond, and his entire body was within the light. One could not look at him directly. Overlord Body. The second level of the tyrannical body refinement technique, Overlord Body. The third level of the tyrannical body refinement technique, Glass-like Body, Overlord Body, Indestructible Golden Body. Xianxia was overjoyed. Looking at the light on his body, and feeling the surging power in his body, he was immediately wild with joy. With his current body, even if he didn't use his true energy, he could still fight against a martial lord. Besides, after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy from the Kunwa divine tree, and in addition to being roasted by the divine fire, he had also reached the realm of one-star martial lord. Haha, for Symbol's realm martial lord, I'm finally back bit by bit, Xianxia said to himself in joy. Suddenly, he raised his brows, and discovered that a few people were rapidly flying over from afar. Huh? What are you doing? Why do you look like you're being roasted? After Xianxia saw them, he immediately jumped in fright. All of their bodies were completely red, with hints of black within the red. Other than their eyeballs which were still white, they could no longer return to their previous appearance. They all stared at him with resentful gazes. Duanyu said angrily, "Isn't it all because of you? You made such a huge commotion, why aren't you running? Look at the vacuum around us. If the seawater surges in, it will definitely form a huge underwater whirlpool. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." Xianxia looked at the gloomy seawater above him. After being forced away by the power of the true phoenix fire, it actually didn't fall straight down. It was still floating above, but it gave people a feeling of oppression that was getting stronger and stronger, as if there were signs of the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing. That's right, run. If the seawater surges in. Not to mention me and old Duan, even you fish might not be able to survive. Lord Messenger. Tai Jin, who was almost shriveled, suddenly said, "Lord Messenger, was the one who appeared in the sky just now the Lord patrolling Xianxia from the Crystal Palace?" His voice was extremely hoarse, and there were even traces of blood in it. What's wrong? That black and swarthy thing is the patrolling Xianxia. Xianxia said in surprise, "Why do you still have the mood to ask this at a time like this?" Ah. Although they had already guessed it, after hearing Xianxia's confirmation, the Fire Fish clan members trembled even more. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they were all quite frightened. Tai Jin said while trembling, Lord, that Lord patrolling Xianxia is rumored to be an expert in the realm of Jiutian. Also, the Xianxia clan is an existence only inferior to the royal clan in the Four Seas. They are also S-rank experts of the Sea clan. He actually ran away after being yelled at by you. What? An expert of the Emperor Wu. Duan Yu was quite frightened as well. He cried out involuntarily, no wonder he came and went without a trace. He actually tore open a crack and traveled through space. Brat, you are truly audacious. You actually used the Phoenix Fire to scare away an expert of the Emperor Wu. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Although he was shocked, he quickly understood the crux of the matter. It must have been the might of the divine fire that scared him away. Otherwise, with his current cultivation of a martial lord, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block one finger. Martial lord? When Duan Yu thought to that point, his pupils suddenly jumped. His eyes exploded with radiance as he stared fixedly at Xianxia, as if he saw a ghost. Abruptly, he madly yelled, "Why you, he fiercely swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, as if someone had grabbed a duck by the throat, and quacked, "Martial, martial monarch. You actually directly stepped into a realm and became a martial lord? F***ck, 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 am I dreaming? Quickly hit me and see if I'm dreaming or not." Bang! Li Yunxiao punched out mercilessly. The air at the bottom of the sea was thin, but it still produced a sharp, oppressive sound. It landed directly on Duan Yu's face and sent him flying. Hee, the tyrannical physique is indeed not bad. He looked at his fist with satisfaction and chuckled. He did not use any vital qi in this punch. He had relied purely on his physical strength to send a martial emperor flying. Wah, it hurts. Duan Yu covered his face and almost cried as he ran over. I asked you to hit me, but you actually hit my face. Wah, what's wrong with you, kid? You've defied common sense. With your cultivation speed, how are those so-called geniuses and demons supposed to live? How are ordinary people like us supposed to live? The heavens are so king unfair. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. Let's go quickly. If we delay any longer, the seawater will pour down. When that Yiksha returns to report, Qin Ming might tear the space and come here. By then, everyone will be finished. Hearing the Yiksha and Qin Ming, Tai Ling and the others from the Fire Fish clan trembled uncontrollably and quickly turned to leave. Although the seawater pouring down was terrifying, they believed that they could withstand it. However, the thought of the Yiksha and the Sea King made their legs go weak. This was also the suppression of the Sea clan's ranks for countless years, causing their souls to tremble. Duan Yu did not dare to cause any more trouble. The 8 of them opened a huge bubble together and flew towards the endless seawater like a chariot. After all, Li Yunxiao, Tai Ling, and Tai Fei could not fly in the air. With everyone's help, they quickly rushed into the seawater. It seemed to have triggered the seawater that was already at the edge. After they rushed in, the seawater from all directions surged into the vacuum zone, forming a huge underwater whirlpool. The expressions of the 8 of them changed drastically. Li Yunxiao took out all the elixirs he had and let everyone take them to recover their strength so that the huge bubble would not explode. Boom! The whirlpool gradually expanded, and no one knew how many miles of the sea was swept into it. The sea race that was not far away were also affected by the force. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to, and they were all sucked in. This whirlpool seemed to spread endlessly at the bottom of the sea. After an unknown period of time, it gradually calmed down. However, everything within a radius of several hundred miles was destroyed in an instant, leaving only huge traces of silt on the seabed. Pooh! A figure drilled out from the mud and spat out a few mouthfuls of sand. The mud on his body peeled off bit by bit, and soon, a smooth and clean body was revealed. It was Li Yunxiao. Although the impact of the vortex was so strong that even their bubbles burst, it did not cause much damage to their bodies. It seemed that the strength of the overlord body was beyond his expectations. He looked at the endless seabed and immediately spread out his divine sense to search for the rest of the people. Although the whirlpool's power was strong, Tai Fan and the others were still part of the sea race, so they wouldn't be harmed. The only one they had to worry about was Chief Tai Ji. He might not be able to withstand such an impact. Eh? This is... He raised his gaze slightly and looked at a spot several hundred meters away in the mud. A person was struggling to get up, looking very miserable. After that person struggled out of the mud, he floated quietly in the sea, gasping for breath. He recalled what had happened earlier, and his eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and a tiger's roar came from the seabed. A scarlet tiger turned into a sword light and roared at him. F***ck, the person cursed and instantly shot out, dodging the sword light. However, the other party did not let him off. He chased after him and slashed at him. Thousands of green lotuses flickered at the bottom of the sea, enveloping him. Brat, don't be ungrateful. I am a 2-star martial monarch. Killing you is like killing a dog. If you know what's good for you, scram. This person was Heng Yuan. He had struggled out of the whirlpool, but he had used up most of his quintessential origin energy. His body was also severely injured. In addition, the Phoenix True Fire Li Yunxiao had unleashed earlier had frightened him. As a result, he was now focused on dodging. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because I'm injured. There was a difference of 3 realms between us. He kept threatening him, but realized that the other party ignored him. His attacks were extremely sharp, and the more he attacked, the more ferocious he became. Heng Yuan was completely speechless. He dodged unwillingly as he roared, "You're an idiot. I'm 3 realms higher than you, and you're still fighting? Do you know the difference between a martial monarch and a martial lord? Have you lost your mind?" What made him even more furious was that he, a martial monarch, had been heavily injured by that whirlpool. Yet, this mere martial lord was completely unharmed. Eh? What? He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in shock, You're actually a martial lord. A few days ago, you were clearly a 1-star great martial master." In his shock, he reacted half a beat too slowly. Immediately, Li Yunxiao's tiger fang sword pierced his thigh. Blood spurted out. The pain in his thigh brought him back to his senses. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn around and run. Heng Yuan knew that in his current state, not to mention a martial lord, he was not even a match for a martial great master. If he killed Li Yunxiao by relying on his damaged cultivation, he would definitely not be able to return to the surface of the sea in this savage sea. You want to run? You're 3 realms higher than me, and you're still running? Are you stupid? Li Yunxiao's words were unforgiving as he chased after him. Heng Yuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. A wave of shame and anger surged up, but he could only grit his teeth and run with a dark face. His life was especially precious. Furthermore, he had just become a martial monarch not long ago. He had yet to enjoy that kind of supreme status. He could not die in this ocean just because of a moment of anger, just to kill an ant. "Lord Divine Envoy, come and see my father. My father is dying." Tai Ling's voice came. In the distance, he was holding Tai Ji in a puddle of mud. His whole body was covered with mud. Tai Ji's breath was extremely weak. Li Yunxiao looked back and immediately distanced himself from Heng Yuan. Heng Yuan was overjoyed. He took the opportunity to forcefully raise his genuine qi and quickly distanced himself from Tai Ling. Only then did he feel relaxed. He turned around and laughed wildly, "Boy, I'll remember your appearance. When we get back to Qinghai town, I'll take good care of you. I'll show you the difference of being 3 realms higher." Haha. He laughed complacently and swam toward the sea. Li Yunxiao looked at him regretfully and sighed slightly. He did not want to kill this person, but Heng Yuan still had something he valued, the purple-striped 9-headed fierce dragon. If he went back to Qinghai town, he would not have any hope of getting it back. He immediately swam toward Tai Ling. This sea race youth's face was already full of tears. He was crying so hard that he almost couldn't take it back. Tai Ling laid in his arms with a shriveled body. His vitality was intermittent. He seemed to have aged decades and was at the end of his life. "Lord Divine Envoy, you're the envoy sent by the heavens. You must have a way to save my father, right?" Tai Ling cried and pulled on Li Yunxiao's sleeves, asking hopefully. Li Yunxiao sighed awkwardly, "Heaven's way is constant. It doesn't exist for the good or die for the evil. Your father is really at the end of his life this time. Unless I have another Kunwu divine tree, I can't bring him back." Life and death were inevitable for people. He did not want to lie to Tai Ling, so he told him the truth. Tai Ling immediately fell into despair. His heart turned cold. Not to mention this 10,000 miles of sea, even in the entire South Sea, there might not be a second Kunwu divine tree. He bit his lips tightly and hugged the metal frame tightly. "Ah, silly child. Everyone will die one day. I've lived long enough." Tai Ji smiled faintly and said with a weak breath, "I've been the chief of the Flaming Fish clan for hundreds of years and I've let my people down. Not only did I fail, I almost dragged the clan into eternal damnation. If the heavens didn't send Lord Divine Envoy, I, Tai Ji, would not be able to atone for my sins even if I died 10,000 times. Chief, Lord Divine Envoy, sob sob. You're the best chief we have. Lord Divine Envoy, you can't die. The Flaming Fish clan still needs your guidance." Unbeknownst to them, the others had appeared at the bottom of the sea and surrounded them. Tai Fan and the others gathered in a circle, crying loudly. Duan Yu was silent. He stood next to Li Yunxiao with an indifferent expression. Cough, cough. Tai Ji coughed violently and smiled in relief. I'm really happy to see you all grow to this extent. I now officially appoint Tai Fan as the chief of the Flaming Fish clan. You must do your best to assist him. No, no way. Tai Fan rejected flatly. Lord Divine Envoy, your position should be taken over by Tai Ling. He's a rank 3C refinement master, and his prestige is far above mine. Tai Ling cried. Big brother Tai Fan, this is my father's last wish. Don't reject it. Do you want my father to die with everlasting regret? Yes, big brother Tai Fan, this is the order of the chief. You cannot reject it. Tai Xian also said. Tai Ji looked at Tai Fan's troubled expression and smiled. Tai Ling, Tai Xian, Tai Bai, you three will be the elders of the Flaming Fish clan. You must do your best to assist Tai Fan. Yes. Lord Divine Envoy, we will do our best to assist big brother Tai Fan. Tai Xian and Tai Bai replied with tears on their faces. Tai Ji reached out with difficulty and grabbed towards Li Yunxiao. Lord Divine Envoy, thank you. My Flaming Fish clan will have to rely on you in the future. Li Yunxiao frowned and revealed a troubled expression. Lord Divine Envoy, after this matter, I'm afraid I will have to return to the Sky Martial continent immediately. I don't know when we will meet again in the future. But if we are fated, I will take good care of the Flaming Fish clan. Tai Ji smiled bitterly. This old one hoped that Lord Divine Envoy could stay for a few more days. After all, Tai Fan and the rest are still young. If we have Lord Divine Envoy, we will definitely make fewer mistakes. Li Yunxiao sighed. I'm sorry, Lord Divine Envoy. I can't do it. Duan Yu frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the anger of Tai Fan and the rest starting to burn. Tai Ji hurriedly said, in that case, if we are fated to meet in the future, I hope that Lord Divine Envoy will take good care of us. Li Yunxiao nodded. I will. Then I can rest assured. Tai Ji heaved a sigh of relief and said to Tai Fan and the rest, all of you must remember, no matter when and no matter what happens, Lord Divine Envoy will forever be a friend of our Flaming Fish clan. All of you must treat him with the most honorable respect. He could also feel the few people's dissatisfaction towards Li Yunxiao. He was afraid that there would be a conflict, so he warned them. Yes, Lord Divine Envoy. Lord Divine Envoy will forever be a friend of our clan. The few of them replied while crying. A faint smile appeared on Tai Ji's face. His pupils finally dilated. A Sea clan expert who had lived for hundreds of years, a martial monarch expert, and the leader of a clan had finally reached the end of his life and passed away peacefully. Clan leader, father. Tai Fan, Tai Ling, and the others knelt in front of Tai Ji and cried loudly. Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu stood quietly at the side. They bowed slightly with solemn expressions and began to mourn for Tai Ji. Tai Ji's body gradually became softer and lighter. In the end, it actually lit up and burned in the air. Tai Fan and the others were crying without any expression of surprise. It seemed like they knew this would happen. It was probably because his bloodline was baptized by the Phoenix Nirvana flame. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. He didn't expect the Phoenix True Fire to be so powerful. It directly changed the bloodline power of a clan for tens of thousands of years. Soon, Tai Ji's body turned into nothingness under the flame and completely disappeared in the sea. Tai Fan and the others also gradually stopped crying. One by one, they stood up, not saying a word. Li Yunxiao was the first to speak. Everyone, this matter is over. Let's part ways here. A trace of hatred flashed in Tai Fan's eyes as he said angrily, don't think that you can be above the Flaming Fish clan just because you are the Divine Envoy. Before the clan leader died, he begged you to stay. Even if you lied to him, let him leave in peace. Li Yunxiao stared at him and said word by word, the future of the Flaming Fish clan is in your hands. Do you want to entrust your future to an outsider? Tai Fan was startled and frowned. You are the Divine Envoy. Of course, we believe you. Li Yunxiao snorted. Since you believe me, I naturally cannot lie to you, including the clan leader. This. Tai Fan instantly became silent. Divine Envoy. Tai Ling walked forward and looked at Li Yunxiao with anticipation. He said shyly, I want to learn the art of sea refinement from Divine Envoy. Li Yunxiao smiled. Tai Ling is indeed talented. He thought for a moment and said, how about this? Your father just passed away. You are the new elder of the Flaming Fish clan. There are many things for you to handle. Once the Fire Fish clan has settled down, you can come to Yanwu City to find me at any time. I can teach you everything I know about alchemy. Yanwu City? Tai Ling opened his eyes wide and became nervous. Although the sea tribe could also live on the land, he had never been to the land of humans. That's right, I'm the governor of Yanwu City, Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao lovingly patted his forehead and said with a smile, Yanwu City is in the southern part of the Tianwu continent, in the Tianshui country near the Huowu Empire. No matter when, as long as you come, you can see me. Tai Ling clenched his fists tightly and said resolutely, after the Flaming Fish clan's affairs have stabilized, I will definitely return to Yanwu City to find Lord Saint. I want to learn all of Lord Saint's sea refinement techniques and become a sea refinement master. Li Yunxiao smiled, I will wait for you to find me, and also wait for you to become an outstanding sea refinement master of the 4 seas. Surpass Haas, surpass Shelley, surpass Anson. Tai Ling was shocked, Lord Saint, do you know these 3 legendary sea refinement masters? Tai Fan and the others were also shocked. The 3 names that Li Yunxiao mentioned were the most outstanding sea refinement masters of the 4 seas. They were respected by thousands of people. They were like gods, above the clouds, and their status was not lower than the kings of the 4 seas. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, the 3 of them are just 3 old fogies. Tai Ling's talent is not any worse than theirs. Tai Ling was completely stunned. He had never dared to imagine such people above the clouds. Li Yunxiao's words were like a dream seed, deeply buried in his heart, waiting for the day to sprout. Tai Fan sighed, Lord Saint, since you have made up your mind to leave, let Tai Fei take you. After all, this sea is too big, and I am afraid that you will get lost. Li Yunxiao nodded his head slightly, and Tai Fei hurriedly led the way in front respectfully, bringing the 2 of them to swim above the sea. When he came, he used a rope to hold the 2 of them, but when he left, he was respectful, not daring to slack off. Tai Fei was also extremely grateful. Because he had brought Li Yunxiao this opportunity, he had also gained great benefits. In the Kunwu Divine Tree, he had directly risen by 3 realms, and was now an 8-star martial arts ancestor expert. In the entire Fire Fish clan, he was second only to Tai Fan and the other 2. If he had cultivated normally, it would have been impossible to achieve this without 70 to 80 years. The 3 of them advanced rapidly in the sea, and very soon, they rushed out of the sea, and finally saw the clear sky. Tai Fei knew that Li Yunxiao's strength had not reached the martial arts ancestor level, so he could not stand in the air. He specially formed a seal with his hands, and a water bubble appeared. He dragged it under Li Yunxiao's feet, so that he could stand in the air steadily. Lord Saint, this is where we met. I wonder how Lord Saint is going to return. Li Yunxiao looked around at the endless sea, and stared at a protruding island in the distance, and said, let's go to that island to rest first. I don't know when the rainbow fog will appear again, so we can only wait. It was a small deserted island, but it was dozens of miles long and wide. After the 3 of them landed, Li Yunxiao let Tai Fei go back. Tai Fei raised his hands above his head, and bowed deeply 3 times. He said gratefully, after today, I don't know when we will meet again. Lord Saint, take care. After saying this, he closed his eyes, afraid that he could not help but be reminded of the scene. Then, he dived into the water, and disappeared into the vast sea. Li Yunxiao also sighed slightly. Although he had come into contact with the Sea clan many times, he did not have a good impression of them. Furthermore, he did not know how much blood of the Sea clan had stained his hands. This was the first time he was so close to a race. Duan Yu suddenly laughed and said, are you reluctant to part with me? I see that you look like those fish heads. Why don't you stay and marry them? I can guarantee that you will be able to choose the most beautiful fish head in the entire clan. Perhaps in a few hundred years, you will evolve to look exactly like them. Haha. Li Yunxiao stared at him contemptuously and said coldly, what else can you do besides fantasizing and looking for pleasure all day long? You. Duan Yu choked on his breath after being contradicted by him. He was so angry that he could not breathe. He secretly cursed himself for provoking this malefic star again. During this period of time, he had never been taken advantage of by this kid. Not only did he not learn from his lesson, but he also provoked him. Wasn't he courting death? He turned around angrily, sat down, and began to cultivate. In the past, no matter what method he used, he could not feel the growth of his true qi at all. However, after using the technique taught by Li Yunxiao, although most of the time it was still sealed, he could clearly feel that his true qi was growing steadily. As long as he was unsealed, his cultivation would improve greatly. Li Yunxiao looked at his back and was secretly amused. He said, there seem to be a lot of low-level demonic beasts and sea beasts on this island. The highest one is actually a 4th-rank demonic beast. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go and vent your anger. Duan Yu turned around and rolled his eyes at him, then instantly disappeared from where he was. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly. A light flashed in his hand, and a spiritual light suddenly appeared. He carefully held it with both hands and saw a young sapling floating in his palm. 9-colored divine light surrounded it, and a dense aura rose faintly. It was full of spiritual qi. I really can't help but have the urge to swallow it. Such magical spiritual qi, if I swallow it, I'm afraid my cultivation will increase by at least 3 levels. Li Yunxiao gulped and immediately put his hand into the storage ring. He sighed and said, bear with it, you must bear with it. No matter how much spiritual qi there is, it can't be compared to the great one Xianxia. This sapling was the Kunwa divine tree. Originally, no living creature could survive in the space storage artifact of nothingness. They would definitely die if they entered it. However, after communicating with the tree spirit, it actually said that it could be placed in the storage artifact at will, but it couldn't grow. Li Yunxiao carefully tried it and couldn't help but secretly exclaim that it was really so. This Kunwa divine tree, even among the treasures of heaven and earth, was probably a very top existence. Whoosh! The seawater in front of them suddenly exploded, and a group of people from the Fire Fish clan appeared in the air, stepping on bubbles. The leader was Tai Fei. He smiled and said, greetings, Lord Messenger. I almost let go of your treasure. The seawater gradually separated, and a large number of people from the Fire Fish clan pulled the Tiger King chariot out of the sea. A huge Tiger King chariot floated in front of Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you still remember. Tai Fei smiled embarrassedly. Once again, he led a group of people into the water and disappeared. Li Yunxiao scanned the chariot with his divine sense. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. He jumped up and landed on the chariot. Suddenly, his mouth opened so wide that a watermelon could be stuffed in it. The chariot was filled with shining purple yuan crystals and all kinds of treasures from the bottom of the sea that were full of spiritual qi. Although the spiritual qi emitted from the chariot was not as amazing as that of the Kunwa divine tree, it was still substantial and nourished every pore of his body. It was indescribably comfortable to breathe. These guys. Li Yunxiao was moved and said, I really regret that the other 2 chariots were scrapped. Otherwise, they would have confiscated them as well. How great would that be? He simply divided these treasures into categories and put them all into his pouch. Then, he made a few incantations and put away the chariot. Only then did he return to the beach. Occasionally, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the desolate island. However, they soon died down. The entire island was covered by Li Yunxiao's divine sense. The strongest was only a rank 4 demonic beast. They were not a match for Li Yunxiao at all. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the boundless sea. He saw the surface of the sea distort slightly, becoming somewhat blurry and unreal. He exclaimed in joy, rainbow mist. At this moment, Duan Yu also appeared beside him. He also looked into the distance with an excited expression. However, there was an additional smell of blood on him. It looked like he had gained a lot. However, he had missed the part where Tai Fei presented the treasures. Otherwise, he would have grabbed Li Yunxiao and split the spoils equally. At the very least, he would have gotten 40 to 60% of the spoils. I can finally go back. Duan Yu's face was flushed. Although this trip out to sea was very dangerous, he had gained a lot. Not only did he break through to 2-star Martial Monarch, he even found the method to break the seal. He had to go back now. He felt a sense of urgency. A pink color slowly appeared on the distorted surface of the sea in the distance. From afar, it looked like thousands of peach blossoms were dotted between the sea and the sky. The two of them waited quietly. The pink color increased, and the color deepened. The entire surface of the sea presented a psychedelic pink visual, causing one's mind to be in a trance. It's actually so strong. Duan Yu was shocked. The pink crystal dust could actually affect his spiritual sense from so far away. It was much stronger than the pink crystal dust they had encountered when they came here. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. His current soul power had reached the level of a grade 4 alchemist, so it would not be a problem for him to pass through it safely. Let's go now? Duan Yu urged. No, let's wait a little longer, Li Yunxiao said decisively. Wait. Duan Yu was a little confused. The more pink crystal dust there was, the more stable the spatial tunnel would be. If it faded, the tunnel would also become unstable. This was the best time to enter. That's right. Li Yunxiao nodded. His eyes were fixed on the rainbow mist, not relaxing for a moment. When the pink crystal dust was the most abundant, the spatial tunnel was the most stable, but it was also the time when one's spiritual sense was the most depleted. They had to use their soul power to open up a path, and the consumption was extremely high. Even an alchemist would be in danger. If not for the fact that there was very little crystal dust, they might not have been able to arrive safely. Suddenly, a ray of light shot toward the pink crystal dust and quickly entered it. Duan Yu's pupils constricted, and he said angrily, "It's that bastard from the Constellation sect. He's been hiding nearby." Li Yunxiao also shouted, "Now's the time. After him." Apart from waiting for the pink crystal dust to dim, his other important goal was to wait for Heng Yuan to appear. Duan Yu grabbed Li Yunxiao and instantly stepped into it. He traveled 1,000 miles with a step and shrank the ground into an inch. In an instant, he rushed into the rainbow mist. Although he was only a grade 7 martial ancestor, he could unseal himself at any time and recover the power of a grade 2 martial emperor for an hour. It was enough to fight Heng Yuan. Oh! What a powerful crystal dust. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a pink aura assaulting his senses, causing him to feel dizzy. Duan Yu turned pale with fright. He hurriedly covered his whole body with soul power to isolate the pink crystal dust, but he found it extremely difficult to do so. Although Heng Yuan had entered a little earlier than them, a hazy figure was still moving forward with great difficulty. He did not go much further than them. At this moment, he was moving forward step by step with great difficulty with a gloomy face. It was obvious that he was also feeling an enormous pressure. "My friends from the Constellation sect, please wait." Li Yunxiao called out coldly. Heng Yuan was startled and turned around, only to see a blood-colored tiger shadow roaring down, wanting to swallow him whole. He hastily made a move and struck out with his palm, instantly dispersing the tiger feng sword qi. His face revealed a terrified expression as he angrily said, "You madman! Don't you know what this place is? If you don't want to perish together with me?" Li Yunxiao revealed a look of realization and said, "Oh, that's right. This is the rainbow mist." Heng Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, you're not too stupid. If we fight here, although I will be under a bit more pressure, it won't be a problem to kill the two of you and pass smoothly. I just want to give you a fair chance. When we return to Qinghai town, then." "Hey! Are you crazy? Do you understand what I'm saying?" Halfway through his words, he saw Li Yunxiao's face full of ridicule. Then, a large amount of pink crystal dust was attracted over under his soul power control. "Humph, you're the same as that old monster from the Constellation sect. Will you die if you don't brag?" Li Yunxiao said coldly. His hand seemed to have produced an endless suction force. The pink crystal dust in the surroundings was sucked into a ball by him. There was a sizzling sound in the center of his palms, and it actually rolled into two pink balls. They looked like snowballs, very beautiful. Hey! What are you doing? Hurry up and stop. Heng Yuan was shocked. His opponent could actually grab the pink crystal dust in his palms. Although he could do it with all his soul power, there was no way he could pass if he did that. Moreover, Duan Yu was watching from afar with a sneer on his face, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with him, but when the two pink balls became the size of soccer balls, he suddenly pushed with his hands and used his soul power to shake the crystal balls away. Immediately, a passage was opened, and the two small balls quickly spun and rolled toward Heng Yuan. Lunatic, a complete lunatic. Mother asterisk cur. Heng Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but found that the small balls were too fast. He couldn't dodge in time, so he could only gather his soul power in his palms and push out fiercely to shake the small balls away. A sinister smile appeared on Li Yunxia's face. He put his palms together, then suddenly clenched his fists and pulled them apart. As if he was pulling dough, an invisible light exploded in his hands, and the two small balls that were rushing toward Heng Yuan suddenly exploded, turning into countless crystal-like crystals that shook in all directions like two blooming flowers. Heng Yuan had just pushed out his palms when he saw the crystal balls explode, and a large amount of pink crystal dust shot toward him. He was so scared that he was drenched in cold sweat. He had originally been holding back, but he hurriedly poured all his soul power into his palms to form an invisible defense in front of him. But what scared him out of his wits was that the originally granular pink crystal dust had turned into sharp needles under Li Yunxia's control. Tens of millions of them had directly pierced through his soul power defense and shot toward his body. Bastard! Heng Yuan roared. He was incomparably angry and agitated. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a diamond-shaped white stone suddenly appeared in his palms. Under the pressure of his yuan qi, it suddenly emitted rays of white light and suddenly exploded. After the diamond-shaped white stone exploded, it emitted a pale yellow light that unexpectedly blocked all the pink crystal needles, causing them to freeze in the air. Heng Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were filled with pain. His eyes were filled with pain. It was obvious that the white stone had a great origin. It's actually the stone of 3 lives? Li Yunxia was also shocked. His eyes widened, and he furiously said, "You should have told me that you had the stone of 3 lives. So what if I spared your life? I'm so angry. You actually blew up such a precious treasure. Even 10,000 deaths aren't enough to compensate for it." The stone of 3 lives was a very strange stone that contained endless soul power. It was said that in the past, there was a mortal who found a stone of 3 lives. After returning home, he placed it next to his pillow. When he slept at night, he dreamed of his past life, his present life, and his next life. There were a total of 3 lives, and that was how it got its name. Its value was even higher than that of the purple-striped 9-headed dragon. Obviously, Heng Yuan did not know the origin of this stone. He just accidentally bought it from a chamber of commerce. He sensed that it contained a powerful soul power, so he kept it by his side to study it. Just now, he only extracted the soul power from it and escaped with his life. After the stone of 3 lives exploded, a large amount of soul power spread out and blew away the pink crystal dust around Heng Yuan, forming a safe area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just when Heng Yuan was relieved, he heard a sharp spinning sound. He looked up and immediately gasped. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He saw Li Yunxiao with a gloomy face, as if he was going to eat him alive. On the fingertip of his right hand, a pink crystal ball the size of a basketball was constantly spinning, and it was getting bigger and bigger. It made an ear-piercing sound, which made his heart sink to the bottom. "Young man, let's talk this out. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Everything must be reasonable. It is fate that we met. Don't do things without a way out, so that we can meet again in the future." Heng Yuan was completely scared out of his wits. There was no way he could withstand the pink crystal ball. He immediately began to speak. When he saw that Li Yunxiao was still unmoved, he immediately wailed, "Hero, please let me go. I was wrong in the past. I kowtowed to you and gave you whatever you wanted. I just beg you to let me go. Duanyu was dumbfounded and scolded, you coward. You're a fucking disgrace to the Emperor Wu. Yes, I'm a coward. I've really disgraced the Emperor Wu. I deserve to die. Heng Yuan hurriedly said, Lord Duan is right. Please plead for me and spare my life. I can't thank you enough. When I go back, I will definitely follow Lord Duan's lead and run errands to serve you. Duanyu, seeing this, Li Yunxiao felt nauseous. He had seen many martial artists who were scared to death, but this was the first time he had seen such a despicable one. So fucking disgusting. As expected of someone from the Constellation sect. He can compete with that old monster of yours. Eat my meteor fireball. The pink crystal ball in his palm gradually floated up into the sky. An extremely powerful burst of soul power shot out from Li Yunxiao's forehead. It was as if a hammer had struck the crystal ball, and it was immediately sent flying like a baseball. Sharp screeches rang out everywhere it passed, causing Heng Yuan's heart to sink into the abyss. Damn you, little bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Heng Yuan gritted his teeth in despair. His eyes were filled with hatred. You want the purple-striped nine-headed dragon? Dream on. He took out a jade bottle and poured his soul power into it. Immediately, there was an explosive sound. A huge purple figure appeared in the rainbow mist. Heng Yuan was holding its head tightly, and it was struggling non-stop. Die. Heng Yuan unwillingly crushed the purple flood dragon's head. The purple flood dragon's huge body twitched in pain as it was thrown into the air. You want to kill me? You won't get anything. At the same time, he took out his storage ring and exploded it with all his might. Bang! Li Yunxiao's pink crystal ball directly hit Heng Yuan's arm and exploded. Countless pink crystal needles shot out and pierced Heng Yuan's body like a hedgehog. The power of the pink crystal needles was not strong, but they penetrated into Heng Yuan's body the moment they touched his skin. In an instant, Heng Yuan's whole body turned pink. His pupils gradually dilated, and he revealed a look of extreme fear. Heng Yuan floated in the air in a daze. He seemed to have calmed down. Other than his whole body turning pink, there seemed to be nothing strange. Li Yunxiao and Duanyu looked at each other and observed with vigilance. They had never seen what happened to anyone who inhaled the pink crystal dust. Heng Yuan's expression became abnormally sluggish and gradually began to change. All of a sudden, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a strange and cold smile. It shocked Li Yunxiao and Duanyu. Ha ha. Heng Yuan suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha. He laughed for a few minutes before he gradually calmed down. He looked at Li Yunxiao and Duanyu with a strange gaze and snorted softly. He said in a hoarse voice, a sealed martial emperor? A rank 4 alchemist? 2 ants. Li Yunxiao and Duanyu's expressions changed drastically, and they became vigilant in shock. A look of contempt appeared in Heng Yuan's eyes. He then turned into a red rainbow and directly shuttled through the rainbow mist, flying into the distance. Wherever it passed, the pink crystal dust would make way for it. What's going on? Duanyu was dumbfounded, and his heart was pounding. The pressure that Heng Yuan gave him just now was too great. Just that gaze alone almost made him collapse. Li Yunxiao looked in the direction where Heng Yuan had disappeared. His expression became unusually serious as he said word by word, he has been possessed. What? Possessed? Duanyu was shocked and lost his voice. Is there really such an evil technique in this world? I always thought it was something made up. Li Yunxiao was silent for a while before he said, the person who took over Heng Yuan's body clearly has a very strong soul power. Look at the pink crystal dust that he passed through, and he's pushed it more than 10 meters away. Even I can't do that. Duanyu was shocked. Li Yunxiao's soul power had definitely reached the rank 4. That meant that the person who possessed him had at least a rank 5 or above soul power. He gulped and said with difficulty, could that person be an alchemist? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, it's very likely. Usually, only alchemists would cultivate this kind of possession technique. This is because only their soul power is strong enough to leave their physical bodies and exist independently. He immediately thought of himself. After he perished in the Tiandang mountain range, he actually reincarnated into the Aqua Sky Nation. However, that should be due to the divine evolution technique. The heavenly martial arts realm was so vast, and it was hard to guarantee that there weren't any techniques more miraculous than the great divine art of evolution. That person gave Li Yunxiao a very threatening feeling. Fortunately, that person disdained to deal with the two of them. Unless he had the strength of his previous life, he probably wouldn't be able to return. Li Yunxiao sighed. That person must have been residing in the pink crystal dust in the form of a soul until he entered the human body and took over the body. The world is big, and there are all sorts of strange things. We've been looking at the sky from the bottom of the well. The more Duanyu heard, the more shocked he became. Then, could there be souls residing in the dust? Who knows? Li Yunxiao cursed under his breath. He quickly flew forward and said, "Don't worry so much. It's fine as long as we don't bump into each other. Hurry up and find the corpse of the purple-striped nine-headed dragon. That's a great treasure." Duanyu was shocked when he saw him leave. He hurriedly flew forward and followed. Along the way, he was on tenterhooks. It felt like wandering souls were staring at him from all directions. Not far away, Li Yunxiao finally found the corpse of the purple-striped nine-headed dragon. Its head had completely exploded, and only its body was left. Furthermore, its body was covered in a pink color. He didn't dare to touch it with his hands. He directly formed a few hand seals and kept it in his storage ring. The two of them carefully traversed through the rainbow mist. After that, nothing happened. Soon, they came out of the mist and saw the azure sea. Phew! Duanyu let out a deep breath and roared in a carefree mood, "Haha, I'm back. I'm finally back." His voice spread out along with his aura, causing huge waves to rise on the surface of the sea. The repressed emotions he had been feeling for the past few days had finally been vented. "Who's making a ruckus here? How dare you disturb the immeasurable sex hunt?" A loud voice was heard. Gradually, 7 or 8 green wolf chariots appeared on the surface of the sea. There were many martial artists standing on them, and all of them looked angry. The immeasurable sect? Haha, it really is Qinghai town. I'm finally back. Duanyu was elated and laughed unscrupulously. A man said angrily, "How dare you laugh? Do you know how much effort we put into hunting the Xianxia golden bull? We prepared for more than 3 months, and we used countless materials and secret techniques. Now that you've shouted at us, everything is for naught. How are you going to compensate us?" Compensate? Duanyu's eyes turned cold, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The other man was shocked. He couldn't sense Duanyu's cultivation level at all. This meant that Duanyu's strength was far above his. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He went forward to pull the first man back and gave him a look. He said nervously, "Senior, please be magnanimous. Don't be calculative with him. It's just that we did put in a lot of effort to hunt this Xianxia golden bull. It's indeed a little painful. But it has nothing to do with you. We can only blame our bad luck." Humph. The first man seemed to be unconvinced. He said angrily, "To hide these 10 chariots, we bought tens of thousands of concealment talismans." Duanyu's expression changed. An overbearing aura burst out of his body and covered the entire sea, enveloping all the people from the immeasurable sect. The people from the immeasurable sect panicked. This person's aura was even stronger than they had expected. The man who spoke retreated in fear. A long sword appeared in his hand and was instantly unsealed. The others didn't stay idle. They quickly ran toward the chariots. They planned to use the chariots to work together to increase their chances of winning. They had practiced their joint attack countless times to kill the Xianxia golden bull. As long as they could return to the chariots, they could save their lives. Whoosh! A white light pierced through the sky. It instantly surpassed everyone's speed and landed gently on a green wolf chariot. Duanyu's back was facing everyone. He raised his hand high. Gradually, a white flame appeared in his palm. It slowly elongated and turned into a heavenly halberd, emitting a terrifying aura. Ah! One of them gasped and said in horror, "Oh no, he's going to destroy the chariots." The other man's face darkened. He said angrily, we don't know you. Why are you trying to kill us? Duan Yu turned a deaf ear to him and pressed down with his right hand. Instantly, the ancient halberd transformed into a beam of golden light that shot down and exploded on the surface of the sea. It was as if a golden lotus had bloomed in the sea, opening up a vacuum tunnel that led straight into the depths of the sea. The disciples of the immeasurable sect widened their eyes in horror. They looked at this man in fear. They didn't know what he was going to do. Moo. The sound of a sea beast came from the bottom of the sea. It was accompanied by a large amount of demonic energy and cries of pain. Humph, you're quite stubborn. White ghost flame, explode. A murderous look flashed in Duan Yu's eyes. He made a hand seal with one hand, and a huge explosion came from the bottom of the sea. The sea seemed to be boiling at this moment. A large amount of smoke came out, and the whole sea was covered in white smoke. The disciples of the immeasurable sect were all terrified. The strength of the man in front of them was terrifying. They had foolishly wanted to join forces to fight. Fortunately, they didn't rush. Otherwise, they would have been turned into ashes. There were traces of blood in the white smoke. The sea breeze blew away the smoke, revealing a huge golden bull sea beast. It was floating in the sea. There was a huge wound on its chest that was still bleeding. It had been dead for a long time. Ah! He killed the Xianxia golden bull that was hibernating at the bottom of the sea with just one move. What is the cultivation level of this senior? With his identity as a senior, he shouldn't make things difficult for us, right? Maybe. Some experts are just sick and like to torture people. Shut the *CK up. If you anger this person, I'll kill you first. The people of the immeasurable sect became restless as they waited for the trial. Take this Xianxia golden bull. That should be enough to compensate you, right? Duan Yu grinned and pointed at the sea beast. What? One of the disciples of the immeasurable sect was stunned. He quickly waved his hand and said, Senior, you must be joking. You killed it on your own. You just need to let us go. Duan Yu frowned and said angrily, I, Duan Yu, am not someone who bullies the weak. Just take it. Hurry up and pack it up and get lost. Duan. You are Senior Duan Yu? The disciple of the immeasurable sect was stunned. He asked suspiciously, didn't you die in the sea? What? What nonsense? Duan Yu said angrily. No, no. The disciple panicked and quickly covered his mouth. He cursed himself for talking too much. If he died here today, he deserved it. In the distance, Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. He floated over on the waves and said softly, speak clearly. What is going on? The disciple looked at Duan Yu nervously. Duan Yu said in a deep voice, speak. He was so frightened that he said bitterly, a few days ago, there was news about Senior Duan Yu and a few martial arts grandmasters in Xianxia town. It was said that all of them died when they joined forces to kill the purple-striped nine-headed dragon. There were 7 of them and they were all martial arts grandmasters. Naturally, this caused a huge commotion in Xianxia town. The Flying Sword Sect, Tiger Slaying Sect, and Four Directions Temple, which Senior Ma Wendy, Senior Yan Feiyue, and Senior Shi Hong Kai were from, sent out experts to investigate. In the end, they found nothing. Damn it, it must be. Duan Yu cursed angrily. However, he was interrupted by Xianxia. Where did the news come from? Xianxia stared at the immeasurable sect disciple and calmly asked. The disciple was extremely shocked in his heart. Duan Yu was a famous martial arts grandmaster, yet the young man in front of him was even younger than him and only had the cultivation of a 1-star martial lord. Yet, Duan Yu seemed to follow his lead. Could it be that he was a disciple of some big power? The disciple confirmed the thoughts in his heart and did not dare to be slow. He quickly said respectfully, it was said by an expert from the Constellation sect. It said that person watched the entire process from afar. Luckily, he was far away, so he managed to keep his life. Xianxia said, so that's how it is. Thank you for telling me. You can take this bowl back. Seeing that the disciple was about to refuse, he said coldly, if you continue to refuse, we might turn hostile and kill you. The immeasurable sect disciples looked at each other and finally put away the golden bowl happily. After thanking him profusely, they quickly left. Kid, what do you think? Should we tell the others about the Constellation sect killing our fellow cultivators? Duan Yu turned to Li Yunxiao and asked. He had already subtly regarded Li Yunxiao as his core. Although he was still unconvinced, after a series of interactions, he was completely in awe of this young man. Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, Kid? Call me young Master Yun. F***ck. Duan Yu cursed. Can you have a little bit of respect for your seniors? No matter what, I am still a 2-star martial monarch. In the Tianqiang Empire, I can be considered a reputable existence. How can you be so disrespectful to me and shout at me like this? You're making me lose face. Do you want to know what we should do next? Yes. Then call me young Master Yun. Duan Yu was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, That's more like it. Although the Flying Sword sect, Tiger Slayer sect, and Four-Way Temple can't compare to the Constellation sect, they are still big shots in the Tianqiang Empire. Triggering their conflict is indeed a good thing. We can take the opportunity to steal the Azure Phoenix warship. That's true. Duan Yu nodded. When he heard the latter part, his eyes suddenly widened and he said in shock, What did you say? Steal the Azure Phoenix warship? Are you crazy? That's a grade 6 warship. It's like a palace, unstoppable. Forget about the fact that we can't take it away. Even if we do, the Constellation sect will chase us to the ends of the earth. TSK, you underestimate the Constellation sect. A single Azure Phoenix battleship isn't enough to put them in their eyes. Even if they send people to hunt us down, it would at most be a matter of face. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. I've lost 3 Tiger King warships to save you this time, and you've done nothing. Now that I'm asking you to compensate me a little, you're making a big fuss over nothing. Then I'll think of a way to get you 3 Tiger King warships. Duan Yu's face paled slightly. The Constellation sect was too powerful for him. Li Yunxiao said disdainfully, I heard from Heng Yuan that the strongest person from the Constellation sect in Qinghai town is just a 1-star martial monarch called Su Feng. You have an hour to unseal yourself, which is more than enough time to kill him. As for the Azure Phoenix battleship, I will think of a way to control it. Duan Yu's expression flickered as he said, If we really kill Su Feng and snatch the warship, we will completely offend the colossus that is the Constellation sect. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be no place for us in the entire Sky Martial continent. Don't joke around. You'd better think twice. Li Yunxiao said, Don't forget, the Constellation sect wanted to kill you in the beginning. Now that Heng Yuan is missing and you're not dead, even if we don't offend them, they will come looking for you. The one who wants the power is not me, but you. These words immediately tempted Duan Yu. When the Constellation sect sent people to surround and kill them, they were very efficient. Why couldn't he counterattack? Furthermore, if he was alive, the Constellation sect would not let him go. However, he was still afraid and said, It's said that the Azure Phoenix battleship can gather the power of heaven and earth. A full power attack from it can even kill a martial monarch in an instant. Li Yunxiao smiled confidently, You can deal with Su Feng without worry. The peak Azure Phoenix battleship does have such power, but it needs 6 rank 3 alchemists to control the formation. Only then can it sweep away an army of 1,000 and be invincible. Unfortunately, the one from the Constellation sect in Qinghai town is only a defective product. It can be used to scare people, but to use its full power is no different from a fool's dream. Duan Yu's eyes flickered as he listened. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, All right. I'll go all out and do this with you. The Constellation sect was heartless first, don't blame me. Li Yunxiao took out a green wolf chariot. The 2 of them stood on it and turned into a green ray of light that flew over the sea. Half a day later, the news of the Constellation sect sending people to kill Ma Wendy and the others and snatch the purple-striped 9-headed flood dragon spread like wildfire throughout Qinghai town. Lord Ma Wendy and the others were actually killed by the Constellation sect. TSK, things have gotten out of hand. 7 martial ancestor realm experts, every one of them was a hero, but all of them died. That's a big deal. I'm a little suspicious. Although the Constellation sect is powerful, their roots are not in the southern region. They wouldn't offend 3 local tyrants like this, right? That's too unwise. Tisk. What's wise? A petty man is not a gentleman. That's wise. That's wise, that's perverted. It's said that the sect leader of the Constellation sect is a pervert. He's already a few hundred years old, but he still preys on 12 or 13-year-old girls. Shoo. Keep your voice down. How dare you say that? Are you crazy? Do you want to die? What did I say? I didn't say anything. Let's drink, let's drink. This kind of killing and robbing was the biggest taboo in Qinghai town. Almost all of the warriors here were hunters, and the thing they were most afraid of was the aureole behind them. If someone found out about this, then they would be despised by the entire Qinghai town. Moreover, after the news spread, the Flying Sword sect, the Tiger Slayer sect, and the Four Directions Temple sent a large number of experts to Qinghai town in just half a day. It was said that there were martial emperors among them. Although the Flying Sword sect and the other 2 sects could not be compared to the Constellation sect, which was one of the top sects in the continent, they were still a powerful force. They could not tolerate being bullied. Furthermore, the one who had died was a strong practitioner of a martial arts grandmaster realm. This was already an existence that was equivalent to the pillars of the sect. The situation in Qinghai town suddenly became tense. The various sects began to retract their activities. Even the scattered hunters began to rest and rarely went out to sea. An atmosphere of calm before a storm enveloped the entire Qinghai town. For a moment, even the number of people on the streets began to decrease. 2 days later, Qinghai town, on the rank 6 Azure Phoenix warship of the Constellation sect. Several arcane masters were repairing several formations. All kinds of precious materials were continuously being transported in. The entire Azure Phoenix warship was like a miniature mobile city. Its surface area was countless times larger than the Tiger King warship. It floated above Qinghai town, enough to block out the sun. Ever since the news of the Constellation sect's aureole killing their comrades had spread, the Azure Phoenix warship had become busy. Large amounts of resources had been transported up, and the number of arcane masters had suddenly increased, repairing the various damages on the warship. On the other hand, the other Azure Phoenix battleship was the exact opposite. It began to become quiet, as if it was lifeless as it floated there motionlessly. No one could be seen for an entire day. Due to the huge size of the Azure Phoenix warship, even if there were any problems, it would be difficult to repair it in time. Furthermore, the Constellation sect's warship was a defective product. It was mainly used to keep up appearances. The inside was even more damaged. Now that it suddenly began to use a large amount of resources to repair it, it immediately made people's imaginations run wild, adding to the tense atmosphere. These arcane masters were in charge of repairing the offensive formations. The Constellation sect was a supreme existence in Qinghai town. These offensive formations had been neglected for too long. Now that they urgently needed to be repaired, the arcane masters were already exhausted. There were also many arcane masters scattered around to repair the formations. The entire warship seemed to be in a hurry. This Azure Phoenix warship is too perverse. The 4 of us used so many materials and only managed to repair one formation. Just think about how powerful the arcane master who made this Azure Phoenix warship must be. Nonsense. Even a 6th rank zone level arcane master needs several people, or even dozens of people to make it. If not for the formation diagram, do you think we can repair the formation with just the 4 of us? Tisk TSK, crafting an Azure Phoenix warship, what a grand and exciting scene. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Hee, you all have good potential. You will have the chance in the future. The arcane masters suddenly paused and turned around. The last sentence was not spoken by them, but by a smiling youth standing not far away. One of the arcane masters changed his expression and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in?" The expressions of the 4 cultivators in the room also changed. They immediately surrounded the youth and took out their weapons with vigilance. The 4 of them were all 8-star martial lords, yet they did not discover the youth's traces. Although his aura was only that of a one-star martial lord, the four still did not dare to underestimate him. This place was the central control area of the Azure Phoenix warship. Not only was there a floating main formation, there were also over 300 auxiliary formations. They were all interconnected and were extremely important. The Constellation sect sent 4 martial lords to guard this place. They were mainly responsible for directing the transportation of resources. They simply did not expect someone to barge in. Inside the warship, there were already all sorts of experts guarding it. Even a fly would not be able to fly in. I remember you. You're the brat from the Mando Merchant Association who transported the origin crystals. An arcane master suddenly shouted. Li Yinxiao had snuck in just like that. Hee, good memory. That's why I said that your talent is not bad. Work hard and try to make a living in the deification sea. Now, please move aside. I want to study your main formation. Li Yinxiao smiled and walked towards the main formation source. At the center, there was a huge formation engraved on a beautiful stone. Outside the formation, there were complicated tadpole characters that radiated outwards, connecting the countless formations in the surroundings. This was the core of the entire warship, the place that provided all of the energy. Halt! A martial lord shouted. Light flashed in his hand and a sharp sword cut through the air, sweeping towards Li Yinxiao's neck. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. His first attack was full power. The other 3 martial lords also took out their own weapons. A spear, a warhammer, and a chain. From 3 directions, they locked onto the space around him. He could not defend or dodge. This was the core area, so the 4 of them knew the severity of the matter. Experts above the Martial King realm were all sent out to guard the various passages of the warship, so no one expected an enemy to sneak in. Luckily, it was only a 1-star martial lord. Clang. Li Yunxiao faintly smiled, then unhurriedly raised his hand. He flicked his index finger and it struck the sword. With a clear and long hum, the sword bounced away. He took 2 steps and easily dodged the spear. His fist broke through 500 kilograms and fiercely smashed onto the body of the spear. The martial lord was shocked. He almost lost his grip on the spear and was about to let it go. Li Yinxiao threw out 2 more punches and the spear left his hand. He grabbed it and swept it towards the chains around him. Clang 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 clang. A series of sparks flew in all directions. Where the spear swept past, the silver chains instantly lost their light and became dull gray. The martial lord's pupils shrunk. Suddenly, he gathered his true energy on his palms and slammed them down. Li Yunxiao sneered. The spear danced and became a spear ray that shot out. As fast as lightning, it went straight for the martial lord's throat. It scared him so much that he quickly retracted his palms and used both of his hands to clamp the spear tip. He was actually sent flying dozens of meters away by the huge force and blood flowed between his hands. At that instant, the warhammer suddenly fell down. It expanded to more than double its original size and fiercely smashed onto the back of Li Yunxiao's head. Clang. As if it smashed onto an iron weapon, the warhammer actually buzzed from the shock. The martial lord was shocked. He threw out a few hand seals and gathered true energy on his hands to fiercely slap onto the warhammer. He wanted to suppress Li Yunxiao. The warhammer originally weighed 10,000 kilograms. In addition, he poured all of his true energy into it. It was as if a small mountain was pressing down. Crack. With a cracking sound, the ground beneath Li Yunxiao's feet started to crack, and cracks started to spread outwards. The surrounding people's expressions changed. The ground was crushed, yet this person was fine. The martial lord was also greatly astonished, as if he felt a bit ashamed and angry. With a loud roar, he continuously slammed his palms down. The huge warhammer actually started to spin, and like a mountain-splitting drill, it crazily probed downwards from Li Yunxiao's back. What was even more shocking was that a large amount of sparks were produced, as if it had hit an indestructible rock. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge the force of this hammer. It was just that the overlord body had just been formed. He also wanted to test how sturdy it was. The full-powered strike of an 8-star martial lord only caused his blood to surge endlessly. Only when the warhammer began to drill wildly did he feel a burst of pain from his back. Huh. Li Yunxiao's pupils dilated, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. There was actually a gentle light emitting from his body, circulating around his body. The pain on his back instantly lessened and even completely disappeared. Huh, the mighty tyrant body really didn't let me down. He laughed out loud, and a burst of power erupted from his body, directly shaking the warhammer away. His entire body turned around, and his fists were like stars as they pushed forward. On his fists, there was not the slightest bit of true energy fluctuation. It was purely the full power of his physical body. Asterisk rumble 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 asterisk a muffled explosion came from the warhammer. The martial lord was greatly alarmed. A burst of powerful power passed through the warhammer, and it actually shook his blood to the point that it roiled. Asterisk rumble rumble rumble. Asterisk Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered with radiance, and he started to crazily attack. His fists were like shooting stars, and in an instant, he threw out dozens of punches, causing the warhammer to dim. The martial lord's power even penetrated through, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood from the shock. The wind from the punches did not stop, and was still madly attacking. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded, and they completely forgot to move. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a muffled explosion rang out, and the huge warhammer completely exploded under the bombardment of over 100 punches. Fragments flew out, and sparks flew everywhere. The warhammer was already connected to the martial lord's mind. The instant the warhammer shattered, the martial lord's mind was greatly shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold, and he threw out another punch. A sharp sound pierced through the air, and the energy exploded on the martial lord's chest, and directly penetrated it. The martial lord's eyes widened, and revealed a look of disbelief. He fell down facing the sky, and his life was completely cut off. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk this time, the arcane masters and the remaining 3 martial lords' faces turned as white as paper, and they were completely stunned. That warhammer was the strongest Xian weapon among the 4 of them, and it was of the 4th rank. This person could actually destroy a 4th rank Xian weapon with his bare hands? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even a martial emperor expert could not destroy a 4th rank Xian weapon with his body alone. Li Yunxiao raised his 2 fists, and there were faint drops of blood on them, but they were suffused with a pale yellow light, and quickly recovered to their original state. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, and he coldly said, "All of you, calm down. Whoever dares to move recklessly, die." The few of them held their breaths, and their bodies were cold. They could only watch him walk towards the central main formation, and their hearts were filled with bitterness. Li Yunxiao glanced at the central main formation, and then glanced at the hundreds of messy formations around him. He immediately frowned, and said, "It's broken into this state, and it's really just a decoration. The Constellation sect really cares about their face. How much money do I have to spend to repair such a crappy ship?" The arcane masters looked at each other, and were all astonished. Does this person also know formations? Li Yunxiao stood on the central main formation, and frowned, and pondered for a while. Then, he began to use hand seals, which turned into tadpole characters, and flew into the various formations. The surrounding arcane masters and martial monarchs were dumbfounded as they watched Stingham's skillful technique. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside, as if someone had barged into the warship. Soon, all sorts of fighting and screams could be heard, and the entire warship was affected, shaking slightly. The few of them turned pale with fright. A fight that could shake the entire warship was definitely not something they could do at their level. Could it be one of the 3 great sects? Li Yunxiao's expression did not change, and he continued to use the hand seals. He only muttered, "Be careful, don't damage this warship too much, or else it'll be a waste of my money. Who's courting death? How dare you come to the Constellation sect and cause trouble?" An oppressive roar came from the battleship, followed by a terrifying aura. Even Li Yunxiao, who was in the central control room, could feel it. It was the person in charge of the Constellation sect in Qinghai town, 1-star martial monarch Su Feng. After sending out several martial ancestor realm experts, but they were all killed in an instant, he finally exploded. "Humph, you're the ones who will die. The person who came was Duanyu, and he said in a low voice. Then, a few more screams were heard, and it was obvious that more Constellation sect disciples had been killed. Who are you? Tell me your name. I, Su Feng, do not kill nameless people. TSK, you don't deserve to know my name. What? This aura, 2-star Martial Emperor. You're actually a 2-star Martial Emperor. Su Feng's voice immediately turned pale with fright. This. Sir, let's talk this out. May I know how my Constellation sect has offended you? Humph, you know very well what you've done. I'm here to collect a debt on behalf of someone. How dare you provoke my Constellation sect? Bear the consequences. All elders, follow me to meet the enemy head-on. Furious roars came from outside, as well as the sounds of various kinds of energy rushing. The arcane masters were all frightened when they heard it. The person who came was actually a 2-star Martial Emperor, 1 level higher than Su Feng. Fortunately, the Constellation sect had many experts. It seemed that the Martial Emperor was also in a bitter battle, and it felt like they were in a stalemate. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was busy in the center of the main formation, was as calm as an ancient well. It was as if what was happening outside had nothing to do with him. The arcane masters could not understand the hand seals he was performing at all. They had no idea what he was doing. 10 minutes later, Xianxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. He smiled and said, I'm finally done. The arcane masters were shocked. They looked up and saw Xianxia raising his right hand high up. Light flickered on it and tadpole characters flowed out from it from time to time. He suddenly pressed his palm down towards the central formation. A ray of white light started from his palm and gradually spread out. It spread faster and faster, and soon filled the entire central control room. Under the shocked gazes of the arcane masters, the 3 martial monarchs flew out as if they were shaken by a huge force the moment they came into contact with the white light. However, the arcane masters did not react at all and quietly wandered within the white light. After a few moments, a large number of furious roars came from outside the central control room. What's going on? What's this white light? Why did I get bounced out of the battleship the moment I came into contact with it? Quick, report to Elder Tong and ask him to take care of it. Oh no, Elder Tong was also bounced out. Duanyu was in a bitter battle with Su Feng and more than 10 martial ancestor realm experts. Under the siege of the crowd, he was struggling to hold on. Although it was difficult for him to win, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. However, he gradually became anxious. He only had an hour to undo the seal. Once the time was up, he would definitely die. At that moment, the white light spread out at an extremely fast speed. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, everyone who came into contact with it was directly bounced out of the battleship. Even Su Feng was no exception. He used the power of a martial emperor, but he could only resist for a few seconds before he was directly bounced out. However, Duanyu was completely fine. He was still standing in the battleship. He immediately understood that Xianxia had succeeded and immediately laughed out loud. Su Feng's face was as dark as water. He stood outside the battleship and watched the entire battleship gradually being surrounded by the white light. His heart immediately sank and he shouted angrily, "This thief must have an accomplice. Where's Elder Tong? Quick, get him to check what's going on." Elder Tong was the only 5th rank arcane master on the battleship. His martial cultivation was only at the level of a martial grandmaster. The moment he was bounced out, he directly fell from the sky. Everyone from the Constellation sect, with the exception of the experts who were at the level of martial ancestor and above, fell from the sky after being bounced out by the white light. All of them screamed in pain. Lord Su, Elder Tong has also been bounced out long ago. We don't know where he landed. Trash. All of you are trash. Su Feng was shocked and furious. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If something happened to this floating battleship, he would definitely be skinned alive by the sect. He immediately shouted angrily, "Elders, use all your strength and attack. Kill this group of thieves." After Su Feng gave the order, everyone immediately took out their weapons without hesitation. In an instant, brilliant lights flashed, and more than 10 rays of light intersected, covering the sky and covering the earth as they rained down, bombarding the Azure Phoenix battleship. At this moment, the dozen or so experts who were still standing in the air were all martial ancestor realm existences, showing the tyrannical strength of the Constellation sect. Boom. 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 A large amount of energy exploded, causing circles of ripples to spread out above the Green Phoenix battleship. Duan Yu looked at the sky in shock. With so many attacks, even if he maintained his peak strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with them calmly. Who knew that a green light would suddenly appear on the battleship? It was like an energy shield that opened up on the battleship, blocking all the attacks outside. Ah! Su Feng's eyes widened, and he said in shock and anger, "The battleship's defenses have been activated? Wasn't it damaged for more than 10 years, and it was said that it could not be repaired?" Who was in the main control room to actually repair the battleship's main defensive array? The other elders also looked at each other, unable to do anything. If the Green Phoenix battleship's main defensive array was activated, no matter what they did, they would not be able to blast it open. Su Feng was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he roared, "Boom! I don't believe that there are so many primordial stones in the main control room to support the defense for such a long time. As long as the primordial stones are used up, I will skin you all alive." The Green Phoenix battleship was too large, and just maintaining it in the air required a large amount of primordial stones. Without a strong background, even if they gave a Green Phoenix battleship to them, they would not be able to afford it. As for activating the all-around defense, the amount of primordial stones required was even more staggering. For a moment, the people of the Constellation sect all displayed their most powerful techniques, and attacked without restraint. Under the numerous attacks, the green shield of the battleship gradually dimmed. Everyone immediately revealed looks of joy, and they increased the intensity of their attacks. Duan Yu looked up at the shrinking light shield, and ran towards the main control room with a heart full of worry. He did not know how long Li Yunxiao could last. Upon entering the control room, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Other than Li Yunxiao, there were a few strangers standing timidly by the side, their faces filled with fear. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and ignored him. He turned to the arcane masters and said, "There are 6 of you, come and help. This Great Wisdom demonic sound formation requires 6 people to work together." Great Wisdom sound matrix? One of the arcane masters ignored his fear and exclaimed, "The Azure Phoenix warship's main matrix? Wasn't it destroyed?" Li Yunxiao said angrily, "You still have the nerve to say that?" They had finally managed to hijack a battleship, but it turned out to be trash. "Can't you see how hard it is for me to repair it? All of you, get over here." The 6 of them were startled by his shout. They walked over, trembling with fear. They were also curious and could not believe that the main offensive formation had been repaired so easily. They crowded over and immediately opened their eyes wide, shining brightly, as if they had seen a table of delicacies. They were pleasantly surprised. "I will now teach the key to controlling this Great Wisdom sound matrix to the 6 of you. You only have 10 breaths of time to comprehend it. If there is a problem, you will be the first to be killed." Li Yunxiao said with a cold expression, causing the 6 surprised arcane masters to gulp and break out in cold sweat. They were so focused on listening that they did not even notice the deafening roar outside the warship. Duan Yu nervously looked inside, not daring to make a sound. He saw the green light matrix next to Li Yunxiao gradually weaken. Just like the protective shield outside the warship, it could be extinguished at any time. Su Feng and the others were overjoyed. They grabbed a handful of elixirs and swallowed them. Their aura exploded to the extreme. As they attacked, the Azure Phoenix warship became unstable. Boom! The green barrier suddenly exploded, the space trembled, and the battleship began to sway. "It's open. Everyone stop. Kill your way in. Capture these people and smash their bones to ashes." Su Feng shouted in joy. Rumble! One of the Wuzong experts could not stop in time, and a huge golden sword slashed down on the battleship. A 2-story building was directly cut in half. Su Feng frowned and shouted angrily, "Stop! If you destroy the warship, I will make you pay with your life." Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo. A whimpering sound came from the warship. It was as if someone was blowing a horn. The sound was faintly discernible and it was extremely unpleasant to the ears. "What's going on?" Su Feng frowned. He glared at the Wuzong and asked, "Did you destroy it?" The Wuzong dared not say anything. In his heart, he cursed all the females in Su Feng's family. After listening for a few breaths, he asked curiously, "This sound, it sounds like the Great Wisdom Sound, Great Wisdom Sound?" The dozen or so Wuzongs were shocked and stopped in their tracks. Their faces changed drastically and their eyes flashed with horror. Su Feng's face turned green. He was on the verge of tears. He shouted with all his might, "Those damn arcane masters! Didn't they say that the main array was damaged and could not be repaired? F***ck their ancestors. This rhythm is not strong. Everyone, charge with me and smash their bones to ashes." At this time, the woo-woo-woo sound began to change, from a single note to a melody, from unpleasant to beautiful, vibrating out of the air, as if there were water ripples visible to the naked eye spreading out in the sky. The space began to vibrate with an extremely weak rhythm along with the change of the rhythm, and this sense of rhythm grew stronger and stronger. In another warship a few miles away from the Constellation Sect's Azure Phoenix warship, an old man from the Thousand Crane Pavilion was resting with his eyes closed. Below him were 2 rows of martial artists who were discussing something in low voices. The experts invited by the Flying Sword sect and the other sects are indeed powerful. They actually snatched control of the Azure Phoenix warship. Hee, those bastards from the Constellation sect are going to suffer. Who is that 2-star martial emperor who defeated so many experts? If he's from the southern region, he's definitely not a nobody. A few days ago, the people from the 3 sects came to us for a secret discussion. They wanted to borrow our strength to deal with the Constellation sect. So they had such a trump card. Luckily, we rejected them. You can't say that. The Flying Sword sect, Tiger Slaying sect, and Stone Fang House are factions of our Xianxia kingdom. They should be united against a common enemy. Moreover, our Thousand Crane Pavilion is the one who suffered the most from the Constellation sect. Since someone has stood up, we are naturally happy to see it. At most, we will support them secretly. We can't openly declare war on the Constellation sect. The people below continued to discuss. The old man above suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with surprise, then his expression darkened. He angrily shouted at the people below, "This is the Great Wisdom Sound attack. The Intelligence Hall is really full of shit. Who told me that the Constellation sect's main offensive and defensive formations are all damaged? Don't tell me that these 2 formations were only repaired in the past few days. I've raised a bunch of shit-eating trash. They can't even get such important information wrong. Their primordial stones will be deducted for half a year. Xu Jingqing, you are the Intelligence Hall's hall master. Apart from that, you will receive another punishment." A man below trembled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He bowed and said with a trembling voice, "Xu Jingqing obeys." The rest of the people looked over. Everyone had different expressions. Some were smiling, some were silent, and some closed their eyes to rest. At this moment, Su Feng and the others who were flying up the warship suddenly changed their expressions and stopped. Their eyes were filled with fear. They covered their ears with their hands, as if they had heard the most terrifying thing in the world. All of them started to go crazy. The Great Wisdom Sound was originally created by a famous Emperor Wu a long time ago. It was a very advanced sound wave martial skill. The listener's mind would be disturbed and the demonic heart would be triggered. The most important thing for a martial cultivator was to guard their mind. Once the demonic heart was triggered, their chi would go haywire. In the worst case, they would die. This martial skill was very overbearing and difficult to defend against. Later, a genius alchemist directly modified it into a formation. Although it was not as powerful as a martial cultivator's, it had the same effect. It was very suitable for large-scale attacks. Later, it was slowly popularized on the Rank 6 Azure Phoenix warship as the main attack formation. The chi in Su Feng and the others' bodies surged. As it circulated, it seemed like it was going to break out of their bodies. The more they tried to suppress it, the more they found it was the opposite of what they wanted. Damn alchemists. A bunch of trash. Su Feng roared unwillingly and was about to fly into the distance. Ever since he came to Qinghai town, he had always wanted to repair the Great Wisdom Sound formation. However, he couldn't find anyone who could repair it. He didn't expect to experience the formation for the first time. In his anger, coupled with the effect of the demonic sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and injured his chi. Heavenly halberd, white burning ghost kill. A cold voice came from the sky. Duan Yu stared at him mockingly. The heavenly halberd in his hand was wrapped in white flames and fell from the sky. The area was completely locked by the heavenly halberd, making it impossible for him to move. You. Su Feng was shocked. He shouted in disbelief, why aren't you affected by the demonic sound? He felt the qi and blood in his body flow faster and faster. He was gradually losing control of it. On the other hand, Duan Yu's face was calm. The aura around him was faintly discernible. It was slow and long, as if he wasn't affected at all. Why do you know so much when you're about to die? Duan Yu said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If it weren't for Li Yunxiao, he would have died on the South Sea with Ma Wendy and the others. Of course, even if the Constellation sect didn't intervene, he would have been killed by Ma Wendy and the others. However, Heng Yuan had chased after him for several days. If it weren't for the rainbow mist, he would have died without a doubt. He was now completely convinced of Li Yunxiao's abilities. Even the clear heart mantra, which could defend against the demonic sound attack, was imparted to him by Li Yunxiao at the last minute. The reason why the Azure Phoenix battleship was so tyrannical was because it was equipped with this kind of large-scale attack formation that could not be defended against. The clear heart technique that could even defend against the demonic sound attack was definitely not a normal technique. No. I can't accept this. Su Feng angrily roared again and again. His hands were quickly forming hand seals, and a huge ball of origin qi appeared in his palm. His body was constantly cracking in the process of forming hand seals, and in an instant, he had turned into a bloody man. His true qi was finally unable to control and burst out of his body. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Essence qi wave, explode. 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 The huge light ball bloomed instantly and Duan Yu's heavenly halberd landed on it. The two forces collided and dispersed, turning the sky into the color of day. The scattered Constellation sect martial arts grandmasters widened their eyes in horror and turned to escape. However, most of them were caught up in the impact of the two forces and turned into ashes in an instant. Even the tail of the Green Phoenix warship was hit by the shockwave and shook violently. The battle was so big that it had alarmed almost all the warriors in Qinghai town. They were all watching carefully from afar and no one dared to come forward. When they saw Su Feng self-destruct and a large number of martial arts grandmasters instantly turned into ashes, they were all dumbfounded. The Constellation sect people who had been sent flying from the Green Phoenix warship were petrified on the spot. Su Feng was a godlike existence in their hearts. In Qinghai town, he was also one of the few top existences. It could be said that in Qinghai town, even if he encountered an expert he could not defeat, he would at least have no problem escaping and protecting himself. However, at this moment, he had completely self-destructed in front of them and turned into ashes. The white light that erupted from the collision of the two forces instantly blinded everyone's eyes. They all felt a sharp pain and closed their eyes. Duan Yu also spat out a mouthful of blood under the impact of the force. His internal organs were severely injured. He opened his hand and grabbed the heavenly halberd that had been sent flying. He did not care about anything else and flew directly towards the Green Phoenix warship. At this moment, the warship began to slowly turn around and move. The part of the tail that had suffered a heavy blow looked very damaged at a glance, but the main frame was not damaged. After Duan Yu hid inside, he sped up to a certain extent and flew in the direction of the South Sea. The two Azure Phoenix battleships that floated above Qinghai town all day suddenly watched as one of them left. This caused the people of Qinghai town to be in a daze. In the city below, due to the loss of a warship, the sunlight shone down, causing the buildings that had not been exposed to sunlight for many years to brighten up. The entire Qinghai town was a bit brighter. No way. It actually drove away. Of the two warships, only the 1,000 crane pavilions is left. Who the hell did this? So powerful. Of course it's the Flying Sword sect, the Tiger Slayer sect, and the Stone Square House. If it weren't for these three great sects working together, How could they have possibly destroyed the Constellation sect? Do the three sects have that kind of strength? If you want to kill Su Feng, you need to be a martial monarch expert, right? That makes sense. I'm guessing that the Thousand Crane Pavilion is involved in this. You should know that the Constellation sect is just a ferocious dragon crossing the river. The two sects have long since disliked each other. Shu, lower your voice. It's better not to talk about the grudges between these great sects, or else we won't even know how we died. In a small building far away, three old men looked at the Cyan Phoenix chariot with solemn expressions. They were speechless for a long time. These three men were the sect leaders of the Flying Sword sect, the Tiger Slayer sect, and the Stone Square House. From the aura they exuded, they were all martial ancestor experts at the peak of the 9 stars. The Tiger Slayer sect's sect leader finally could not help but ask, "What do we do now?" Almost everyone thinks that it's our three sects doing. Unless we catch the real culprit, we won't be able to clear our name even if we jump into the Yellow River. The Stone Square House's sect leader said coldly, "Clear our name? Why should we clear our name? Isn't that what we wanted to do? Now that someone has done it, isn't it even better?" The Tiger Slayer sect's sect leader sighed, "The problem is that we didn't do it. Moreover, these people have completely destroyed the Constellation sect's foundation in Qinghai town. Do you think the Constellation sect's headquarters in the faraway East Domain will let this matter rest? I heard that the Constellation sect's old monster is a Jiutian expert. If he comes to our Tianxiang nation, even the Thousand Crane Pavilion won't be able to stop him, let alone our three sects." The Stone Square House's sect leader snorted coldly, "If the Constellation sect's old monster crosses the domain to deal with us, he'll be openly violating the sanctuary's iron law. Even if he's a Jiutian, he can't possibly go against the entire sanctuary." The Tiger Slayer sect's sect leader shook his head, "As long as we can prove that we're the ones who did it, it won't be considered as violating the sanctuary's iron law." The Stone Square House's sect leader said, "But if it's not us, how can we prove it?" The Tiger Slayer sect's sect leader was stunned. He realized that he couldn't talk to this scholar at all. These Confucian sects that cultivated righteousness all had the air of a scholar, and were completely different from the ways of the world. He immediately shook his head, and said to the Flying Sword sect's sect leader, "Brother Zhang, what do you think?" The Flying Sword sect's sect leader didn't look at the South Sea, but at the place where the Constellation sect's warship was hiding. His face was unusually solemn, and he said, "We might really be in big trouble." "What's wrong?" The other two were shocked, and stepped forward, following his gaze. The Flying Sword sect's sect leader felt cold sweat break out on his body, and said in shock, "Hurry up and save the Constellation sect's disciples." They didn't know who it was, but right now, they were being slaughtered. If these disciples are killed, we'll really be the scapegoat, and we'll just have to wait for the Constellation sect's old monster to cross the domain and come here. The other two were also shocked. Sensing that the Constellation sect's disciples in the distance were being harvested one by one, they immediately rushed out of the small building. If all those disciples were killed, it would be the same as a branch of the Constellation sect being destroyed, and it would be the cruelest way to kill them all. Even if the Constellation sect's sect leader crossed the domain and came here, it would be reasonable. If the Jiutian Emperor Wu came to the southern domain, even if the three southern empires joined forces, they might not be able to stop him, let alone the three sects. On the Thousand Crane Pavilion's Green Phoenix warship, an old man said with a solemn expression, "Zhu Jingqing, you're playing with fire. If the Constellation sect's old monster crosses the domain and comes here, who in the Tianxiang Empire can stop him?" The other old man, Zhu Jingqing, snorted coldly, "Elder Yang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Constellation sect's branch is destroyed, the Constellation sect's old monster will come and wipe out the other sects for us. As long as nothing goes wrong, from now on, at least half of Qinghai town's profits will belong to us, the Thousand Crane Pavilion." Elder Yang said angrily, "But the consequences are too severe. If the Constellation sect's old monster finds out that we're behind this, even the pavilion master won't be able to protect you." Zhu Jingqing sneered arrogantly, "Elder Yang, you're thinking too much. With the Flying Sword sect's three scapegoats, it won't be our turn no matter what. Fortune comes from danger, and those who do great things should not be calculative." Elder Yang was shaking with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch worriedly as the masked experts of the Thousand Crane Pavilion killed the Constellation sect's disciples. At this moment, Li Yunxiao had already activated the Green Phoenix battleship and was flying thousands of miles away from the South China Sea. It floated quietly in the air. It was silent and there was no one in sight. Duan Yu stood on the battleship with a pale face. Looking at the blue sea and sky, he felt that it was surreal. He mumbled to himself, "We really snatched the Green Phoenix battleship. It's true. How is this possible?" In that explosion, he was also seriously injured. At this moment, the seal had been activated again and his cultivation had dropped to a 7-star martial ancestor. His injuries had worsened and he looked terrible. However, looking at the Green Phoenix battleship that he had to look up to in the past being snatched away so easily by the two of them, he was still in a daze. His face was filled with a blank expression. He suddenly felt that the young man before him was not human at all. Li Yunxiao ran around the battleship from time to time, as if he was checking on the condition of the battleship. Eventually, his expression turned uglier and uglier as he scolded, "What a pretentious grandmaster. If you don't have money, don't play with such high-end stuff. Other than being able to float there and show off, I really can't see what other use the battleship has." Duan Yu was used to his scolding and said, "Didn't you already repair the main formation's defense and attack? Just the Prajna demonic sound attack alone is enough to show the value of this battleship." Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, "Do you know how many primordial crystals I spent to activate the defense shield and the demonic sound attack that lasted for more than 10 breaths? He looked at the confused Duan Yu and revealed his sinister teeth. He said coldly, "It's equivalent to 50,000 mid-grade primordial stones." Pfft. Duan Yu was shocked and almost fell into the sea. He cried out, "Are you kidding me? 50,000 mid-grade primordial stones were gone in just a few moves? Does this formation consume primordial stones? F***ck. I wouldn't be able to earn that much money even if I worked hard for a year and a half." Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said, "What else do you think? A level 6 battleship can affect a martial emperor's vital energy, blood, and mind. This is already a perverted cross-level attack. If not for the large amount of primordial chi it devoured, do you think a martial emperor would be so weak?" Duan Yu immediately fell silent. A 7th constellation realm martial emperor was already a peak existence in the Tianxiang Empire. And a level 6 Xian artifact could shake off a martial emperor's mental defense. It was indeed a heaven-defying feat. It was only natural for it to devour so many primordial stones in one go. He raised his head and looked at the 6 other arcane masters cowering to the side. He frowned and said, "Young Master Yun, what do you plan to do with these 6 people?" The 6 people were shocked. One of them mustered up his courage and said, "Please don't kill us. We are all level 3 arcane masters. We might be of use to you." If it was in the past, Duan Yu might have thought that these 6 people were priceless treasures. But after witnessing Li Yunxiao's perverse strength, he no longer cared about the other arcane masters. He frowned and said, "Will there be a problem if we keep them alive? After all, they are from the Constellation sect." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry. These 6 people are quite familiar with this battleship. They can be of use. The crux now is how to repair this battleship." He frowned and thought for a while. Light flickered incessantly in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "I can only find them." "Them?" Duan Yu asked doubtfully, "Who are they? Who has such great capabilities to repair the Azure Phoenix battleship?" Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, "The Thunderwind Merchant Association, whose strength is second only to the Myriad Treasure Tower in the Commerce Alliance. They dare to accept any business." Thunderwind Trade Association? Duan Yu opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, "The Thunderwind Trade Association has one in the Tianxiang Empire too. Isn't it a small trade association? I remember that the storefront is only 1 person wide and seems to only have 1 or 2 assistants. Don't see any business all year round." Li Yunxiao looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, "The Thunderwind Trade Association in the entire continent is like this. Could it be that they have to build a building to be a big trade association?" Duan Yu was already used to his most cocky look and said, "Dare to take on any business? That's an exaggeration, right? Let them kill tyrannical Emperor Wu, Ao Chong Kong, and they dare to take it?" Li Yinxiao said with a cold snort. Of course they dared to take it. But nobody can afford this price. Want to kill Lao Chongkong, it needs at least hundreds of millions of superior-grade essence stones no matter what, right? Furthermore, the Thunder Wind Trade Association's business must be paid first. Duan Yu opened his mouth wide. This way, it was also equivalent to not taking it in disguise. But if there was really a pervert who could take out hundreds of millions of superior-grade essence stones, who knew what the Thunder Wind Trade Association would do? Li Yinxiao glanced at the sea, pointed to a small island ahead and said, "Land on that island then. The Azure Phoenix warship is too large and can't be stored in a storage ring. I'll go to that island and set up an array formation to conceal it temporarily. Then go find the Thunder Wind Trade Association's people to take the order." The Azure Phoenix warship arrived above that small island very quickly. Li Yinxiao surveyed the terrain and immediately called the 6 alchemists down to teach them how to set up an array. An array formation that could conceal one's tracks, that already exceeded the scope of what the 6 people learned. Listening to Li Yinxiao's detailed explanation, each and every one of their eyes emitted a light, absorbing it hungrily. Array formations were the foundation of the path of alchemy. Any kind of refinement required an endless supply of energy through an array formation to carry out the refinement. Hence, an advanced alchemist was absolutely an array formation master. But there were also people who were not interested in the path of alchemy and specialized in the path of array formations. For example, Emperor Wu Tingguang, who was ranked 7th on the Heaven and Earth ranking list and was bestowed the title of throne by the sanctuary, was a peerless formation master of his generation. If he had enough time to set it up, he would be able to activate the rules of heaven and earth, pouring the power of the mountains and rivers, the power of the sun, the moon, and the stars into the formation. Even if the other 9 top 10 Emperor Wu were trapped in it at the same time, it would be hard for them to get out. The concealment array that Li Yinxiao had set up was just a simple smokescreen. It erased the influence of the space where the Azure Phoenix battleship was, making it impossible for others to detect it. If he could recover his strength as a 9th-order Emperor-level technique refiner, then he would be able to use the formation to break through space and directly pull the Azure Phoenix battleship into the void. That way, even if Emperor Wu broke through space and entered, it would be difficult to find him. Very quickly, a large formation that spanned over 100 meters was set up, and a large number of primal stones were embedded in it. A small island, along with the Azure Phoenix battleship above it, gradually became blurry. Space seemed to distort as it slowly disappeared. There was only the color of the sea and sky as far as the eyes could see. There was no trace of it at all. The 6 arcane masters also felt a great sense of accomplishment. Ever since Li Yinxiao repaired the main offensive and defensive formation of the battleship, they had developed great respect for this youth. He was definitely an existence far above them in the path of arcane refinement. In just a day, he had learned more than what they had learned in a year. "We have been out for more than half a month. I wonder how Yanwu City is doing now." Li Yinxiao was a little worried. He released a cyan wolf chariot, and the 8 of them flew towards the Fire Crow Empire. The 6 arcane masters were anxious, but they had no choice. They could only follow Li Yinxiao from now on. Furthermore, they also felt a trace of joy in their hearts, hoping to improve further on the path of arcane refinement. A day later, the cyan wolf chariot entered the territory of the Fire Crow Empire. Duan Yu suddenly asked, "Brat, who exactly are you? Can you tell me now?" That was the biggest question in his heart. Li Yinxiao looked at a huge city in the distance and smiled. "I am the Lord of Yanwu City from the Tianshui country, a subsidiary country of the Fire Crow Empire." Duan Yu raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief, "Pfft. The Lord of a subsidiary country? Do you think I'm stupid? With your strength and talent, you're only 15 years old. If you weren't a disciple of a powerful group, I would have given you my head." He started guessing. The Jutian sect is the strongest in the Fire Crow Empire, followed by the Broken Love Mountain and the Heavenly Jewel sect. "I guess you are a disciple of the Jutian sect." The patriarch of the Jutian sect, Qi Feng, has become a martial ancestor of the Bahuang province. His teacher is Emperor Wu Huaqian Shu, a cultivator of the Jiotian level. In the entire Fire Crow Empire, only the Jutian sect can raise a monster like you. Li Yinxiao smiled faintly and said, "I really have some relations with the Jutian sect." Hua Qianshu was his eldest disciple, so Qifeng was his disciple's grand disciple. Haha, I was right. Duanyu said happily, tell me, what's your relationship with the Jutian sect? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I know them, but they don't know me. Duanyu looked at him disdainfully and grunted, I don't believe you. You don't believe me? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, then if I tell you that Qifeng is my grand disciple, do you believe me? Duanyu was shocked. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, you really dare to say anything. If these words were to reach the ears of the Jutian sect, they would probably be smashed into pieces in the next moment. Since I'm with you, I'll find out who you are sooner or later. Humph, let's see how you deny it then. In Yanwu City, the original mansion of the city lord had been reduced to ruins. Amidst the ruins stood the simple pill pagoda. It was completely unscathed. Dozens of people trembled as they looked at an old man whose body was completely red. The old man stared at the pill pagoda and suddenly punched out. A huge ball of flames burst out from the fist wind and ruthlessly smashed into the pill pagoda. However, a golden light suddenly appeared on the pill pagoda and blocked the flame, causing it to dissipate. You, come here. The old man pointed at a one-armed man in the crowd and said with an ugly expression, what's going on with this pagoda? The one-armed man trembled as he walked forward, his entire body trembling. My lord, I don't know. The old man frowned, scaring the one-armed man so much that he fell back and crawled back in panic. It's all Li Yunxiao. This is all Li Yunxiao's doing. My lord, as long as you capture Li Yunxiao, everything will be clear. The one-armed man cried miserably. This person was Li Yi. After stealing a treasure from the Supreme Palace and Li Yunxiao snatched it away, he had been extremely angry. He had been thinking all day about how to reveal the truth of the matter so that Ma Tianhe and his son could settle the score with Li Yunxiao. Just as he was thinking of a foolproof plan, the old man who called himself Yin Yang suddenly appeared and killed more than half of the disciples of the Supreme Palace. In the end, he captured the Ma father and son and tortured them for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the Ma father and son could not figure out who had framed them. Not only were the treasures in the square tower gone, but even their foundation and lives were destroyed. After Yin Yang killed the Ma father and son, he did not get the answer he wanted and was still furious. Just as he was about to raise the entire Heaven River Palace to the ground, Li understood what was going on. He suddenly had an idea and pushed all the blame to Li Yunxiao. He was not sure whether Li Yunxiao was responsible for the annihilation of the Yin Yang family, but at least he saw Li Yunxiao framing Yang Ming, so he guessed that there was a grudge between the two. This way, not only could he temporarily save his life, but it would also attract a great enemy for Li Yunxiao, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, Yin Yang grabbed the remaining dozen or so people and rushed to Yanwu City. After searching for a while and not finding Li Yunxiao, he flew into a rage and destroyed the entire city lord mansion with a punch. Only then did he realize that the pill pagoda was undamaged. Yin Yang coldly snorted, get lost, trash. His gaze swept across the remaining dozen or so people, and he coldly said, you bunch of trash, immediately search the entire city for me, and capture all the beautiful girls between the ages of 10 and 20. If anyone dares to escape the city, kill them without mercy. The Yin Yang family was now completely destroyed except for him. In addition to revenge, there was another important thing for him to do, which was to have children. He could not let the inheritance of the Yin Yang family be completely broken. In his heart, he had already begun to make plans and preparations to have sex with several women every day. With his current cultivation, he was only 1 step away from the martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm. As long as he could cross this threshold in a few years, he could live for at least another 200 years. As long as he worked hard, it was not an unattainable fantasy to revive the Yin Yang family before he died. At first, the disciples of the Supreme Palace thought that they were going to search the city for Li Yunxiao. After hearing this, they were all dumbfounded. But soon, they scattered into the city as if they had been granted amnesty. Li hurriedly got up and wanted to run away. Yin Yang glanced at him and said coldly, you stay. Suddenly, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him, he could only continue to stand on the side and serve carefully. Yin Yang walked 1 round around the pill pagoda, and then with a loud shout, both of his palms continuously shot out flames, and very quickly formed a sea of fire, completely enveloping the entire Pil Pagoda, and slowly stewing it. A golden light spread out from the Pil Pagoda, forming a protective shield, completely isolating the whole fire. Xianxia frowned, snorted coldly, and said to himself, "Let's see how long you can last. My green lotus earth fire will not extinguish. I don't believe you can resist it for a year and a half." He mistakenly thought that Xianxia was hiding in the tower and using some kind of formation to defend himself. Even if he could not break it, as long as he had enough time, this super strong defense consumed a lot of primordial stones. As long as the energy supply was not enough, the result would be death. He patiently sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest in front of the burning Pil Pagoda. This made Li Yi suffer. The raging fire almost charred his skin, but he did not dare to walk away. He could only forcibly use his genuine qi to resist. But his genuine qi was also consumed very quickly. It did not take long for him to be drained. Thousands of miles up in the sky, more than 10 martial artists stood in the air, quietly looking down. These people were also divided into two groups. The 3 people at the front were Zhu Jin, Xianxia, and Audica. The 10 people behind them were experts sent by the major families of the Fire Crow Empire. Their cultivations were much lower than Zhu Jin's group, so they did not dare to go forward. These people had been following Xianxia, wanting to see the result. Even if the Supreme Palace was destroyed, this group of people could only watch from afar. How could Xianxia not know that this group of people was following him? Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Zhu Jin crossed his arms and rubbed his chin. He frowned and said, "This Yanwu city is indeed a little strange. What kind of formation is inside that small tower? It can actually block Xianxia's green lotus hellfire and block our divine sense. This is not simple." Xianxia was also doubtful. He looked down, but still could not see through it. He said with suspicion, "Could it be that the person who killed the Xianxia family was the city lord of Yanwu city? This is too absurd. Even the Tianshui imperial family could not have this kind of strength. But this short tower." The Pil Tower was only 4 to 5 meters tall, and the area it occupied was only about 10 square meters. It was built to hide the world deity steel. Its appearance was ugly, without any sense of beauty. No one would have thought that there would be a spatial profound artifact inside. After all, this thing was too shocking. Even the imperial family of the Fire Crow Empire had never seen such a profound artifact. Therefore, everyone thought that this short tower was supported by a large array. Audica's expression was also uncertain as he said seriously, "I don't know how large the defensive range of this formation is, or how ugly this short tower is, but there's definitely something extremely important inside. Otherwise, there would not be such a formation protecting it. From what I can see, this array formation is comparable to a small mountain guarding array formation." Audica's words immediately caused the others to ponder. If this formation could be enlarged, its value would be immeasurable. Xianxia's green lotus hellfire attack was comparable to a true martial emperor expert, but it could not break the short tower's formation. If they could obtain this formation and use it as a defensive formation, then the defensive strength of the entire family would rise to a whole new level. Even if they encountered the same fate as the Xianxiang clan, they wouldn't be instantly annihilated. Thinking of this, the eyes of the experts from the great clans all lit up. They stared unblinkingly at the scene below, waiting for the result. Although Xianxia's eyes were closed, he was extremely surprised in his heart. This green lotus earth fire had been refined by him. It was just like a martial artist's Xian weapon. At this moment, he clearly felt that the short tower was not damaged at all under the roasting of his earth fire. If our Xianxiang clan had such a great array to protect our clan, we wouldn't have been exterminated. Xianxia gnashed his teeth in hatred, "I must get this array." He raised his head and looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. These beasts are just watching the show with their mouths open. I'll toy with all of you to death sooner or later. He pinched a seal with both hands and sent it into the raging earth fire. The intensity of the fire immediately increased, and its color became brighter. Suddenly, a patch of dark clouds swept across the sky, blocking out the sunlight. "Who?" Xianxia was shocked. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and his divine sense burst out. It was a small green wolf war chariot. A ray of light fell from the war chariot. The face of a young man appeared in front of him. The young man's eyes were like stars, and a sharp killing intent was released from his body. Even a peak 9 stars martial ancestor expert like him felt a chill. Thousands of miles up in the sky, Zhu Jin's eyes widened, and he cried out involuntarily, "It's him." Audica and Xianxia were both shocked. Zhu Jin said in disbelief, "It's really this young man. Is he really from Yanwu City?" Then he muttered to himself, "What a cunning young man. He led all our attention to the Supreme Palace. The Supreme Palace is really wronged. They were exterminated for no reason." Audica twisted his neck, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I don't know what the relationship between the Supreme Palace and the big sects of the northern region is. I'm afraid that this incident will have a huge impact, giving the people of the northern region an excuse to cross over. That will be troublesome." Xianxia's expression was indifferent. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling at the moment. He only said coldly, "The source of this incident is this young man. It was Xianxia who exterminated the Supreme Palace. What does this have to do with our Fire Crow Empire?" His attitude was very clear. If something big really happened, he would just push the blame to these two people. The other martial ancestor experts from the other aristocratic families also looked down in shock. In particular, the two elders of the Zhou clan, Zhou Chu and Zhou Xing, were even more shocked. Yanwu City had always been under the Zhou clan's attention. Furthermore, according to their investigation, the 5 elements cauldron that the 10,000 treasure pagoda had auctioned back then was most likely stolen by Yanwu City. However, they found this outcome hard to believe. Even if it was rumored that the 10,000 treasure pagoda was behind Yanwu City, it was impossible for them to offend the Zhou clan over a mere 5 elements cauldron. Qinghe, the elder of the Qing clan, was also shocked. He also looked at Zhou Chu and Zhou Chu with a strange expression. When the three of them looked at each other, they all felt stunned and incredulous. A small Yanwu city actually dared to offend 2 aristocratic families at the same time. If it was not for the fact that the Yin-Yang clan's matter was too strange, causing all the aristocratic families to feel insecure and not dare to make a move, the Qing clan would have already sent people to destroy Yanwu City. Now it seemed that it was indeed not as simple as they had imagined. "Boy, who are you?" Yin-Yang said in a deep voice. His face looked unusually ferocious under the illumination of the flames. Li Yi, who was already almost roasted at the side, raised his head in pain. Suddenly, he jumped up as if he was struck by lightning and shouted, "Li Yunxiao! My lord, he is Li Yunxiao! Yanwu City's city lord, Li Yunxiao!" In the sky, Zhu Jin's heart jumped violently. His expression became very grave. Although he had guessed it when he saw Li Yunxiao appear, he was still shocked when he heard it confirmed. Everyone else felt the same way. Li Yunxiao's face was ice cold as he landed within the flames. The Azure Lotus Hellfire seemed to be unable to harm him in the slightest, and he even showed signs of retreating. A bone-chilling voice lightly spat out from his mouth. "Who are you?" Yin-Yang was shocked. His Azure Lotus Hellfire was a strange fire of heaven and earth. It was extremely overbearing and powerful. Even a martial emperor would not dare to take it head-on. He delayed his cultivation for the sake of refining the fire. Otherwise, he would have already stepped into the 7 constellations realm. However, he, who had refined the Azure Lotus Hellfire, even a 1-star martial emperor who had just stepped into the 7 constellations realm would not dare to block his attack. And this brat only had the aura of a 1-star martial lord. How could he block his strange fire? Li Yunxiao's body sizzled as it burned within the Azure Lotus Hellfire, but he was unharmed. A fiery cloud flashed between his brows, becoming more and more bright and alluring. It was as if the surrounding Azure Lotus Hellfire had encountered something extremely terrifying. It retreated bit by bit around him, forming a vacuum. "My lord, it's him. He's the one who exterminated the Yin-Yang family and framed the Supreme Palace." Li Yi roared as he gnashed his teeth. It was all because of Li Yunxiao. Not only did he lose his glory and wealth, he also lost an arm. He also plundered all the treasures that originally belonged to him. Now, he was eating bones. Li Yu wished he could bite him to death one bite at a time. Looking at the vacuum that appeared around Li Yunxiao, Li Yi thought it was Xianxia who did it on purpose. He was afraid that he wouldn't get an answer even if he burned him to death. So, he hurriedly said, "My lord, this brat is extremely cunning. Quickly burn him to avenge everyone." Even the people in the sky thought that Xianxia deliberately opened up a vacuum to avoid burning Li Yunxiao to death. "Do I need you to tell me what to do?" "Scram!" Xianxia angrily rebuked. He glared at Li Yi. Suddenly, a flame turned into a fist and punched towards Li Yi. Ah! Extreme cold true energy. Li Yi was shocked. He was scared out of his wits on the spot. He hurriedly operated his true energy to the peak. Boom! Under the bombardment of the fire fist, all the extreme cold true energy's defense was instantly shattered. His whole body was on fire as he was blasted away. He was flung a few streets away before he stopped. Fortunately, he didn't die. He hurriedly spun on the ground in pain. But how could this green lotus hellfire be so easily extinguished? He hurriedly operated his extreme cold true energy to control the fire on his body and gradually weakened it. The extreme cold true energy was originally the supreme martial art of the northern region's Dark North Palace, Dark North True Energy. It was infinitely powerful. Although the green lotus hellfire was not so easily extinguished, it began to gradually weaken under the washing of the true energy. However, Li Yi's whole body was almost burnt to a crisp. Only Xianxia was extremely shocked. The green lotus hellfire was not forced away by some kind of power. It was fleeing out of fear. He had been refining this fire for many years. He had long been connected with it. He could feel the fear in the fire. It was like an ordinary person seeing a high and mighty king. He couldn't resist at all. Ah! Xianxia gasped in shock. This was the first time such a situation had happened. He cautiously said, "This old man is Xianxia. My Xianxiang family, was it you who destroyed it?" The people in the sky felt a little strange. Why did Xianxia become so easy to talk to? Back in the Supreme Palace, he directly killed people and destroyed an entire sect without saying a word. But thinking about it, he must have been extremely angry and calmed down. God knows what kind of storm would come next. So it is the old dog of the Xianxiang family. There is still one alive. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. The fiery cloud between his eyebrows seemed to have manifested. The surrounding flames seemed to be affected, and with a leap, a large portion of them retreated, almost forcing them back to the side of the Xianxiang fire. Under the Phoenix True Fire, all flames retreated. Xianxia was shocked and angry. He was even more shocked. He said angrily, "It really is you. My Xianxiang family has such a big grudge against you that you have to kill me. If you kill me, I will destroy your whole family." His words shocked everyone in the sky. All the experts in the sky were aghast. Li Yunxiao's figure was reflected in the flames. An indescribable temperament was emitted. It was as if the whole world was in his heart. Li Yi, who was healing not far away, also opened his eyes wide in shock and stared at Li Yunxiao in horror. Although they were both martial monarchs, he felt that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. When Li Yunxiao was still a martial warrior, he had never taken him seriously. Now they were both martial monarchs, but Li Yunxiao's imposing manner blinded him. He didn't even have the right to look at him. Li Yi's heart was bursting with great resentment and hatred. He cursed Li Yunxiao to be killed by Xianxia. Arrogant. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed and said, "Who do you think you are?" Li Yunxiao's killing intent didn't decrease, but his voice became colder and colder. He said, "Isn't the Xianxiang clan only left with you, an old dog? In a moment, you will be completely erased from the continent. You're courting death." Xianxia was furious. He thought that his clan, which had been established in the Fire Crow Empire for thousands of years, had been erased by a young man for no reason. It was completely unreal. Even if they were destroyed by the Supreme Palace, he could still accept it. "I will first burn you to ashes, then I will refine this short tower and pull out the tendons of the people around you." Xianxia's hands kept moving in circles. The flames around him rolled and spat out. Soon, a huge fireball was formed. He raised it high above his head and fiercely threw it down. The fireball was more than 30 meters long. It was like a falling sun. Everything around it was instantly burned. Explode. Meteor fire shower. Xianxia made a gesture with one hand and shouted. The huge fireball suddenly exploded and turned into thousands of fireballs. It was like a meteor shower, whistling down. All the experts in the sky held their breath and concentrated. The raging fire was so strong that even they, who were thousands of miles away, could feel the layers of heat. The power of this attack was definitely not below that of a one-star martial monarch. It seemed that Xianxia's decision to stop his cultivation and refine the cyan lotus hellfire in seclusion was the right choice. With the help of this rare fire, it would be easy for him to break through to the martial monarch realm. Moreover, at that time, ordinary martial monarchs would not be a match for him. As he watched the raging flames descend, Xianxia's heart suddenly thumped and a surge of power began to surge within his sea of consciousness. With a loud shout, his entire body shot forward like a great rock spreading its wings, taking on the form of a fiery bird. The world divine monument, which was very close to him, was connected to his mind and a deeper comprehension appeared in his consciousness. The divine fire in the depths of his soul was attracted by the special fire of heaven and earth, burning more and more vigorously. His entire consciousness instantly turned into a vast sea of fire, about to break out of his body through the fire cloud between his eyebrows. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Even though he had the world divine steel to continuously nourish his soul power from afar, the sea of flames in his consciousness was not under his control at all. If it were to charge out directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar. He suddenly roared towards the sky, forcefully suppressing the flames in his sea of consciousness. His entire body instantly turned red, as if his blood was about to boil. Under the roar, the meteors that filled the sky seemed to have paused for a moment, and with boundless fear, they all fell down one after another. However, there was no more shocking aura. It was as if they had spiritual awareness, bypassing Xianxia and exploding around his body. Instantly, the ground was burning in a sea of fire. No one noticed this small detail, but it deeply shocked Xianxia's heart. He was one with the hellfire of the green lotus, so he naturally felt the fear and shock that came from the depths of his soul. Special fire. There is also a special fire of heaven and earth in his body. Xianxia's eyes were wide open, he was extremely excited. He had cultivated fire attribute techniques for his entire life and had come in contact with countless kinds of flames. The hellfire of the green lotus was already an extremely strong special fire of heaven and earth. However, the special fire in Xianxia's body was definitely much stronger than his hellfire of the green lotus. How can a small martial monarch like you possess a special fire of heaven and earth? His figure instantly flashed and rushed into the sea of fire. He said ferociously, "Let me see what kind of existence is buried in your body." In the midst of the raging fire, there was a vacuum zone. Xianxia was struggling in pain. He had used all his strength to suppress the true phoenix fire in his body, but it was still not effective. Under the flames, the tyrant body also began to show signs of melting, and from time to time, heat waves rushed out from his skin. This is... Xianxia rushed into the sea of fire and felt the aura of Xianxia. His pupils suddenly shrank, and an extremely strong ancient aura spread out, making him feel a chill in his heart. Even in the sea of fire, he could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. Ancient divine fire, this feeling, it is actually the aura inherited from the ancient times. He was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. How can you possess such a rare treasure of heaven and earth? Give it to me, quickly give me this fire. He wanted to go forward and snatch it, but he was frightened by the aura, so he tiptoed and did not dare to go forward. There was a burst of pain in Xianxia's eyes. Suddenly, a bright light burst out, and the fire cloud suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The ancient aura of the true phoenix fire vibrated. Chirp. The sound of a bird that seemed to be inherited from the ancient times spread in the sea of fire, faintly discernible. The blazing green lotus earth fire seemed to be watered by water, and instantly cooled down. The flame was still burning, but it seemed to have dropped below 0 degrees, and looked pale and powerless. Chirp chirp. Xianxia's movement stagnated. He and the green lotus earth fire were one, and at the same time, he also felt the coldness. This was not the cold air emitted from the other party's body, but the coldness generated by the green lotus earth fire's spiritual sense due to the great fear. Hiss! What the hell is this? How can it make my strange fire so scared? Xianxia opened his eyes wide, and struggled to resist the fear from the depths of his soul. The green lotus earth fire's spiritual sense was greatly damaged, and it directly affected his mind, and he was instantly overwhelmed by fear. What made him even more frightened was that with the sound of the bird, a dreamy and illusory fire shadow whizzed out from between Xianxia's eyebrows, directly rushed into his body, and instantly burned most of the true qi in his body. His whole body seemed to fall into a flaming hell, and he was completely burned. Xianxia had no time to care about the serious injury in his body, and his eyes became dull for a moment. Suddenly, his pupils expanded, and he finally remembered what the magnificent shadow was. He jumped up as if he had been electrocuted, and said hoarsely, "It is, alas. Let me do it." A sigh came from the sky, interrupting Xianxia's voice. A ray of light flew out from the cyan wolf chariot, and Duanyu landed in front of Xianxia with the sky halberd on his back. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. After the ancient phoenix rushed out of the fiery cloud, the flames in his sea of consciousness immediately calmed down, and under his control, they were directly suppressed back into his soul. However, his whole body was seriously injured, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He took a few steps back, and then his breath calmed down. Ever since he obtained the divine phoenix fire, he had tried countless times to control it, or at least to be able to condense a real fire outside his body, but it ended in failure. In the depths of the South Sea, when the Kunwa divine tree was undergoing nirvana, he had tried to control the divine fire technique for the first time, and it had been so smooth. Therefore, he had the ambition to control the divine fire again. That was why he had asked Duanyu to stay in the chariot, and he had come down to deal with it alone. After all, there were too many experts in the sky. A 2-star martial emperor was definitely a powerful trump card, and he didn't want to expose it too early. However, he hadn't expected that he would still fail to control it. Only now did he understand that in the South Sea, he could only use it because the Kunwa divine tree had channeled a large amount of spiritual energy into it. Even so, he had to pay the price of undergoing nirvana at the same time. The divine item that had been passed down from ancient times was indeed not that simple. He reckoned that without the strength of Emperor Wu, it would be impossible to control it. "You. Who are you?" Xianxia was shocked. He didn't care about Duanyu's 7-star martial ancestor's strength at first. Even though he was seriously injured, it would only take him a few minutes to deal with the person in front of him. Now, the person he was most afraid of was Xianxia. However, in an instant, Duanyu formed a seal with one hand and recited a formula. Immediately, the aura on his body began to rise bit by bit. In a few breaths, he broke through to the 7th constellation realm. Martial Emperor? 2-star Martial Emperor? Ah. Only then did Xianxia jump in fright. He gasped and retreated. He said in shock, "Who are you?" Under his control, the surrounding flames all gathered and escaped into his body. They quickly healed the meridians and body that were burned by the true phoenix fire. The strange fire had a spirit. Not only could it attack, it could also nourish the body's meridians and heal. The flames disappeared, and the situation on the ground was immediately revealed to everyone's eyes. Although those experts sensed the abnormality on Xianxia's body earlier, they couldn't be sure. Now, seeing that his body was almost completely charred and covered in wounds, and there were even some bloodstains in front of him, they immediately thought that he was injured by Xianxia's green lotus earthly fire. They all revealed astonished expressions. He was only a 1-star martial lord. How did he survive the earthly fire? It made them feel disbelief. But at that moment, they were all astonished. The aura emanating from Duanyu's body was as steady as a mountain. It pressed down on their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. 2-star martial emperor. Xian Pai's pupils suddenly shrank, his face full of shock. Zhu Jin and Odega also looked at each other in shock. Under the sky of the southern region, the 7 constellation martial emperors were all overlords. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. The expression on Zhu Jin's face was extremely grave. They basically knew all the famous martial emperors. Odega also shook his head slightly, then said seriously, it would be best if he's a hidden expert from some sect. I'm just afraid. Everyone understood what he meant. What they were most worried about was the experts from the other 3 regions crossing over. The Sky Martial continent was divided into 4 regions. The southern region's overall strength was the weakest, and it was simply unable to fight against the other 3 regions. Outside of the 4 regions, there were also some extraordinary places. Usually, people didn't even know where they were. For example, the sacred region that ruled over the Sky Martial continent in name. Most people only knew of the existence of such a place, but as for its exact location, very few people knew. There was also the spiritualized sea. Only after an arcane refiner reached the 7th rank could they go to a corresponding place. There would naturally be someone who would lead them there. Xianxia's expression was uncertain. Staring at Duanyu's figure, he said coldly, no matter where this person comes from, Yanwu City is no longer simple. I previously heard that the faction behind it is Myriad Treasure Tower, but Myriad Treasure Tower denied it flatly, so it shouldn't be false. Then who is the faction behind it? A cold light flashed in Audiobook's eyes. He said coldly, now that Mount Meru is about to open, there can be no mistakes. Why don't we capture this person and interrogate him? Xianxia's expression darkened. He said resolutely, absolutely not. When Mount Meru opens, although the other 3 regions are eyeing covetously, they have never done anything excessive. If any faction wants to squeeze in, they can't wait for us to cause trouble, the bigger the better, then they can take advantage of it. As long as we don't move, with the holy region's iron law above, no one dares to brazenly violate it. Humph, iron law my ass. Audiobook said unhappily, although they don't dare to be brazen, there were no disciples of those big factions sneaking in that time. Really hateful. Xianxia looked at him indifferently and said, how can there be absolute fairness in this world? Being able to maintain this appearance is already very good. From today onwards, put Yanwu City on the list of key surveillance targets. As long as they don't cause trouble, let them be. After Mount Meru opens, then we'll deal with them. The 3 no longer spoke, just looking down coldly, letting things develop. And those aristocratic families' elders behind them all had grave expressions. Especially Zhou clans Zhou Xing and Qing clans Qinghe, the 3 looked at each other, revealing deep worry and fear. Below the sky, Duanyu looked at Xianxia indifferently and said, why do people who are about to die know so much? He pointed in the air, and that ancient halberd immediately appeared in the sky, madly absorbing the surrounding essence qi, emitting astonishing power. He looked at Xianxia coldly and said, your flame is not bad, leave it to me, and I'll leave you with a full corpse. What? Xianxia was shocked, retreating several steps. The other party was actually spying on his green lotus earth fire. I know you're trying to stall for time. Even if you fully recover from your injuries, you still have no chance of winning. Duanyu's eyes turned cold as he pointed his finger downwards. Heavenly halberd, incandescent ghostly slaughter. The heavenly halberd, which had absorbed an endless amount of yuan qi, suddenly exploded and pierced through the air. You want to steal my green lotus earthly fire? Even if you are a 2-star martial monarch, I am not afraid. Xianxia's eyes were bursting with anger. His whole body instantly burst out, dodging the halberd. A ball of fire appeared in his palms and rapidly compressed. Instead of retreating, he charged toward Duanyu. TSK, Xianxia deserves to be called a combat veteran. Even when facing a 2-star martial monarch, he could remain calm. Up in the sky, Audiobook revealed a playful smile and lightly praised, Boss Xian, do you think he has any hope of winning? Xianxia's face was expressionless as he said faintly, there is a chance of survival and danger, but there is still a great realm difference. Unless the other party is a newbie with insufficient combat experience, it will be difficult. Duanyu hunted sea beasts in the South Sea every day. In terms of combat experience, he was definitely above everyone except for Li Yunxiao. A moth flying into the flame. Duanyu did not hide his disdainful expression. He put his palms together and formed a seal, which covered the entire sky. A blue light spread out like the surface of a lake, emitting a tranquil feeling. It was as if the space had turned into the surface of a lake, splitting the entire sky in half. Xianxia was shocked. Although the other party's move was not strong, it was a genuine water martial technique. In addition, Duanyu's cultivation was higher than his, so he could suppress the flame aura on his body. Xianxia was also slightly surprised. He did not expect Duanyu to have such a move. His strongest martial technique was undoubtedly of the fire attribute. However, his incandescent white flame was obviously incomparable to the green lotus hellfire. It was directly countered by his opponent. It would be better for him to switch to the unfamiliar water attribute martial technique and rely on his higher realm to directly suppress his opponent. Furthermore, the water martial technique was more gentle and less destructive. This way, he could avoid killing his opponent directly and leave room for him to directly extract the green lotus earthly fire from his opponent's body. Xianxia was secretly surprised. He did not expect this blockhead to have some skill in battle. Xianpai, who was in the sky, frowned and sighed. This person is definitely an expert who has been tempered 100 times. Xianxia has no chance of winning. Don't be arrogant. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The pressure of the realm restrained him. Xianxia immediately fell into despair. A resolute look flashed in his eyes as he said in grief and anger, "If you want the green lotus earthly fire, come and find me in the grave." A white light suddenly lit up in front of his chest. Circles of flame spread out and rushed into the blue lake, causing a large amount of water vapor to boil. The entire space started to become somewhat dazzling. Xianxia laughed crazily and said, "Haha, everyone in the city, die with me." Not good, he is going to trigger the green lotus earthly fire to self-destruct. Zhu Jin said in shock, a peak 9-star martial ancestor coupled with the green lotus earthly fire. If he self-destructs like this, the entire Yanwu city will be engulfed in a sea of fire. Audika's face became somewhat illusory under the surging heat waves. He coldly snorted and said, "What does that have to do with you and me?" His eyes revealed a deep complicated look as he said indifferently, "It is a pity that we cannot see through the formation in the short tower." Xianpai's face also darkened, as if he was extremely in agreement. Seeing that the entire Yanwu city was about to be engulfed in a sea of fire, it was likely that no one would be able to survive. However, in the eyes of these experts, what was the difference between them and a city of ants dying? Just as Xianxia was going crazy, a disdainful and indifferent voice entered his ears. "The entire city will be buried with you. Do you think you are worthy?" Xianxia was stunned. He looked towards the voice and saw Xianxia looking at him with contempt. He was slightly stunned and saw a pair of blood-red eyes. His mind suddenly buzzed and he temporarily lost his divine sense. Oh no, it is a spiritual attack. The moment he lost his divine sense, he immediately came to his senses. He stared at Xianxia in shock, his heart extremely shocked. However, what made him feel even more despair was that his vision blurred and he saw Duanyu's fist flying towards him, directly hitting his chest. The green lotus hellfire, which was originally connected to his mind and had become abnormally violent, was actually controlled by the pair of large hands within his body. "You!" Xianxia roared in despair, "I am not willing to accept this." Bang, his body instantly exploded. Although the self-destruction of a 9-star peak martial ancestor was extremely powerful, it did not cause a large area of damage. Duanyu circulated his vital energy and forcefully withstood the power of the explosion. His body was directly injured. However, he did not dare to dodge. The green lotus hellfire in his hand was still under his control. If he could not suppress it and it exploded together with the Xianxia, the consequences would be unimaginable. What is going on? Why did the Xianxia suddenly stop at the last moment, giving that person an opportunity to take advantage of it? Audika's pupils shrank as he asked in shock. Bewilderment appeared on Xianpai and Zhu Jin's faces as well, and they fell into deep contemplation. They were similarly unable to understand the situation from before. The Xianxia would not have stood still for no reason. Zhu Jin sighed and smiled bitterly, "If you want to know the answer, I am afraid we can only ask the Xianxia." Xianpai's eyes were bursting with light as he stared at the green lotus hellfire in Duanyu's hand. His expression was uncertain and it was obvious that he was struggling internally. Audica glanced at him and smiled lightly. Why? Are you tempted? Should I snatch the mystical fire and kill all the people below? Or should I continue to watch from the sidelines? One must know that the value of the green lotus hellfire is not any less than the average mystical fire. If I snatch it and refine it, I am afraid I can directly raise my cultivation by 1 star. Xianxia's expression relaxed when he heard his words. Instead, he became abnormally calm and said lightly, I do not cultivate a fire-type martial technique. With the time to refine the green lotus hellfire, it is enough for me to raise my cultivation by 1 star. Looks like this person will not have a problem subduing the green lotus hellfire. The Yin-Yang clan's matter has finally come to an end. The stone in everyone's heart has also been removed. Everyone can go back to their own places. However, Xianxia's gaze became distant as he said seriously, but Mount Meru is about to open. I hope everyone will continue to be vigilant and not cause any trouble. Yanwu City's sudden rise must have a reason behind it. I hope that the aristocratic families that have a grudge with Yanwu City can restrain themselves and try not to provoke them, so as to avoid any unexpected trouble. One must know that although it is not easy for a millennium aristocratic family to fall, it can fall in the blink of an eye. The Yin-Yang clan is the best example. After saying that, he glanced at the Zhou and Qin clans, whether intentionally or unintentionally, before gradually disappearing into the void. Zhu Jin and Audica also looked at everyone with a playful gaze before disappearing together. The Zhou clan and Qin clan's elders felt the gazes of the 3 people, intentionally or unintentionally, and they shuddered. After everyone left, the 3 discussed in secret for a while with gloomy expressions before flying back. After Duan Yu grabbed the green lotus hellfire, he used all his strength to suppress it and slowly absorbed it into his body. At this moment, he was already heavily injured by the Yin-Yang flame's explosion. However, if he did not take the opportunity to absorb the green lotus hellfire, he would not be able to continue suppressing it. Once he let go, this wondrous flame would break through the void and return to the boundless world. It would be difficult to find it again. Puff. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in 1 gulp. Immediately, his whole body turned red, and he struggled on the ground in pain. Wails and screams rang out one after another. Li Yinzhao looked at his painful expression and shouted towards the lone azure wolf war chariot in the sky, all of you, come down. The 6 of you will combine your strength and help him suppress the wondrous flame. 6 figures immediately descended from the war chariot and looked around in fear. Only then did they surround Duan Yu and unleashed their powerful soul power to help Duan Yu suppress the wondrous flame in his body. Although it was not much help, it could greatly reduce the pain on his body. At this moment, everyone in the sky had already left. Even Li was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that Duan Yu's pain was gradually alleviated, Li Yinzhao heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the short pill pagoda and smiled. He executed a few spiritual arts and immediately entered. End of chapter 217. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.